Chapter 3352, Publicly Funded Research. Previously, Vase thought that this commission was a difficult and unpleasant challenge. After all, who wanted to be forced to work with a gun pointed at his head? No mech designer or craftsman would feel good at being exploited for someone else's gain. It was only now that his opinion began to turn around. Vase slowly swept his gaze across the entire workshop. The first-class equipment not only consisted of production equipment that could easily process extremely strange and difficult materials, but also encompassed a couple of useful lab machines. The latter was highly crucial to anyone who wanted to perform experiments or develop a new innovation. With all this lab equipment at his disposal, Vase would be able to investigate how different materials reacted to each other and find out which one of them possessed the qualities that turned them into suitable raw materials for luminaire crystals. Though Vase did not consider himself to be a true specialist in luminaire technology, all of that knowledge dumped into his mind after he acquired the relevant sub-skills from the system came in really handy at this time. The expertise he gained from them were so thorough and comprehensive that he reluctantly judged that he was capable of researching new luminaire crystal formulas. There are constraints, though. He tempered his expectations a little after he realized that he would have to work under three major constraints. First, he lacked way too much time to explore this avenue at his leisure. With only a day at his disposal, there was no way he could devote a proper amount of time to develop any good formulas. At best, he would just have to settle for his first success and move on from that point. Second, the quality of materials gathered by Ryan and his organization was high, but their quantity and variety left much to be desired. First-class materials that even the Terrans and Rubarthans did not disdain were not cheap. The only reason why the Iron Emperor was even able to amass this modest collection of expensive materials was because he only intended to obtain a first-class crown. If Ryan wanted to fund the development of a first-class mech, the sheer amount of materials he had to buy or redeem from the MTA would likely drain the Vulcan Empire's wealth to such an extent that its citizens would have definitely turned against the central authority. Third, Vase did not forget that he was working for a client now. He could not blatantly embezzle other people's assets and resources to advance his own research gains. He had to make sure that his experimental results tied back to the Emperor's crown. If not, Ryan would surely have something to say about Vulcan's antics. All of these factors dimmed Vase's enthusiasm a bit, but not enough to put out his passion. He could still work with these restrictions. As long as he cut a few corners and worked as efficiently as possible, he could complete this commission in a way that allowed him to make his mark. If Ryan can truly pull off his master plan, though Vase still thought that the revived dwarf was being way too ambitious, what if Dwarvenkin truly managed to stand on their own stubby legs? Wouldn't their highest and most respected leader be seen wearing an artifact crafted by Vase? Mech designers did not yearn for immortality. That was impossible. What passionate people like Vase truly wanted was to leave a legacy behind. They wanted to make the most out of their lifespan and affect their society and the rest of the galaxy in a way that allowed them to be remembered throughout the ages. This was true immortality to people. Few ambitious people wanted to live a mundane life and pass away without doing anything that had meaning. Although Vase primarily wanted to base his legacy around the greatness of his mech designs and what mech pilots managed to accomplish with his machines, he did not reject the opportunity to build up a different legacy among the dwarves. If the Iron Emperor truly became the father of a new independent dwarven empire, then a huge number of dwarves would be able to admire his crown. Just the thought of it made him excited in a way that tugged at his craftsman's heart. I can't possibly settle for a boring design. Vase decisively threw out his initial intention to design a safe and boring crown. Of course, that didn't mean he could go wild and design a product that did not sit well with Ryan. What he needed to do was to stick with the classical style, but put his spin on it. Vase began to think what kind of features he could impart on the crown that reflected his strengths. I should definitely incorporate luminaire crystal in its design. The only question was how much. He could add a few larger gemstones on the base or on the spiky protrusions. He could also form lines with lots of smaller gemstones. Furthermore, if he happened to need more extravagance, he could encrust the entire surface of the crown with sparkling gems. In fact, why not make the entire crown out of luminaire crystals entirely? If it worked for my luminaire crystal rifle, it should work for this crown as well. However, Vase quickly suppressed this ridiculous notion. He would have to develop several different formulas to create components of different properties, and that was way too time and labor intensive. Also, A dainty and girly crown made of dazzling jewel-like materials did not fit a dour, gruff and imposing dwarven leader such as Ryan. When Vase glanced up at his employer, for a moment, he immediately gained an impression of a powerful sovereign who was solid, domineering, masculine and utterly confident in himself. The crown that Vase intended to make needed to complement these traits. This would make the Iron Emperor appear larger than life, giving people the illusion that he stood on a greater height. It has to have a solid, metal construction. Dwarven heads are larger and broader than human heads, and Ryan has a particularly masculine look. He's also bald and doesn't wear a beard like other dwarves, so I need to make sure the style of the crown takes that into account. One of the other requirements of the crown was that Ryan had to be able to wear it with or without a helmet. Fortunately, Vase didn't have to incorporate any complicated mechanisms to accomplish that. Whoever was responsible for developing the Iron Emperor's personal wargear would automatically adapt the helmet to the crown. What Vase needed to take into account was that the crown still had to be distinguishable on Ryan's huge and bulky armored form. If the crown was too small, then hardly any dwarf would be able to notice whether the Emperor wore his symbol of authority. On the other hand, if the crown was too big, then it would look way too excessive on Ryan's bald and naked head. It would be like a young kid wearing his parents' hat. Such an impression was counterproductive, as it made the Iron Emperor look as if he was trying way too hard. How can I reconcile these two competing demands? Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. He began to call up a design interface from the workshop terminal. At first glance, it wasn't that much different from the ones he was accustomed to working with. The only major differences was that it had access to a much larger database and that its math-intensive functions were backed by an impressive degree of processing power. Ves's eyes lit up. This little ship possesses more processing power than the Spirit of Bentime. He couldn't imagine how much energy the processors of the dwarven frigate consumed at maximum power. The infrastructure required to host such powerful systems was definitely extravagant. I can't underestimate this frigate. She might even be a quasi-first-class starship. Vase no longer let himself become distracted by these matters and earnestly began to sketch out a couple of draft designs. He did not think too much about the material composition or the extraordinary features of the crown. He just wanted to pin down the visuals and aesthetics of his product first so that he could find a sweet spot where its size wasn't too big or small. This is harder than it looks. After forming a few hasty sketches that he didn't like, Vase ultimately concluded that it was better to start on the small side rather than the opposite. He could always make a crown look bigger and bulkier by adding elements to its design. It was a lot harder to make a crown appear smaller in the same fashion. Adding height is a pretty good way to make the crown look bigger without altering fit. Vase had tried to increase the diameter of the crown, but that would just lead to problems if Ryan tried to wear it without a helmet. He found that it was much easier to achieve his goal if he just extended the height of the crown. In his latest sketch, he thickened the band and placed 12 different blocky protrusions on top of that. The design gained a distinctive masculine dwarven look because of these design choices. When Vase called up a model of dwarf and put the crown on its head, he became quite satisfied with this aesthetic. The thick and weighty crown was a little on the bulky side and made it seem as if the dwarven head was surrounded by a crenellated castle wall. It's a little too plain and unrefined for now, but the crown is unmistakably dwarven in style. One of the requirements that Ryan imposed on Vase was to avoid making it seem that the crown was made by a human. Everyone who gazed at it had to be convinced that it was made by a supreme dwarven artisan. Otherwise, a scandal might erupt once people found out that the Iron Emperor's most important symbol of authority came from a human. Once Vase finished tweaking the contours of his sketch, he needed to embellish it with further details. The crown of an emperor of an entire species shouldn't be too shabby. Right now, my work looks as if it could have been made by any metalworker. This was where his creativity and artistic streak came in. Vase had several different options at his disposal. He initially decided to treat the outer surface of the crown as a metal storyboard where he could carve in different decorative elements. This was his favorite way of making a plain piece of metal look grander. However, much of the finer workmanship on the crown would become indistinguishable from a distance. Considering that Ryan would be holding a lot of public events where he wore his crown, Vase had to make the crown look impressive even if someone was watching the Emperor from the back of the crowd. I have at least two possible choices. First, I can limit the detail work to larger and simpler carvings. Maybe I can carve mysterious runes around the crown. The direction was good, but it was not a good choice to settle for runes. The dwarven people had not developed their own language and script. Vase would have to invent runes on the spot and add meaningless symbols to what was supposed to be one of his greater and more impressive works. However, aside from dwarf-inspired runes, there weren't many other options that Vase could use to embellish the crown. This was why he intended to combine it with the second choice, which was to employ different colors. Vase couldn't go overboard with adding lots of colors to his design, but a simple two-tone or three-tone metallic construction should do the job. That would still make the crown look rather tame, though. Maybe I can add a bit of flair as well. He could add metallic wings to the side or even add horns to the crown to give it a more savage look. Let's see what works and what doesn't work. I have lots of possible choices, so there has to be some that will fit this specific situation. Chapter 3353, Crown Design. As time passed by outside the Dwarven frigate, the Golden Skull Alliance had already retracted half of their mechs. It did not make much sense to keep so many mech pilots in such a stressful position. The Olympus Mons had already exhibited so much power that the humans simply couldn't overcome its might. If that was the case, they might as well take it easy. They all realized that they had turned into hostages. Since Vase already called in and informed everyone that the dwarves would let them go after a time, the threat of death no longer hung so closely over their heads. Of course, Vase had declined to mention the difficulty of his task and the consequences of failure. If the expeditionary members knew that the Iron Emperor was willing to have them all killed if he did not get his way, the oblivious humans wouldn't have relaxed their guard to this extent. At this time, two expert pilots stood silently in the observation chamber of the Spirit of Bentime. Both of them were still suited in their piloting suits due to the current alert state, but neither of them had any illusions about their chances in battle. Ordinarily, Venerable Joshua didn't like to be around his ex-girlfriend. Venerable Janzi had changed too much as she dedicated herself to her calling. Their opinions on Vase, the direction of the clan and other topics diverged too much for them to find each other's company pleasant. This was a different occasion, though. The utter defeat inflicted upon the Larkinson clan today weighed heavily on their minds. The fact that their contribution in their attempt to resist the Olympus Mons was too marginal caused both of them to have a lot in common this time. As a result, neither of them minded each other's presence at this time. Venerable Joshua stared out in the direction of the Olympus Mons. I wonder if we could have repelled the Olympus Mons if we finally obtained our expert mechs. Unlikely, Janzi said. An ace mech can easily deal with expert mechs in the same way we can clean up regular mechs. Our mechs would all get crushed no matter what fancy tricks our patriarch has prepared. Both of them envied the strength displayed by Saint Maerka. Her domain field and her ace mech had made a strong impression on every mech pilot, but the expert pilots were particularly affected due to their ability to make direct comparison to their own level of strength. Janzi and Joshua had always known that the gap between an expert pilot and an ace pilot was big. Now that they witnessed the power of the latter in person, they understood that they had still underestimated how much stronger an ace pilot could actually be. Not even the Larkinson clan's battle formation could be their equal. I thought that borrowing the power of the Superior Mother and the like would be enough for us to defend against other hostile ace mechs. Joshua gripped his fists. You're not the only one who thought that way. We all got complacent. We were too ignorant. If Saint Maerka hadn't taught us a lesson, then some other ace pilot would have done the same. Sooner or later, Ves's reckless behavior will put us in conflict against a group that can field an ace mech. We need to step up when that happens. That will take a long time, Janzi. I want to become an ace pilot more than anything now that it's clear our clan needs the protection of one, but we're too far away. Both of them had only advanced to expert pilot more than a year ago. They only piloted prime mechs until then and did not have an opportunity to truly channel their new strength as of yet. Their growth had stalled, leaving them far closer to the starting line than they wished. Even if they obtained their expert mechs, they still had many years or decades ahead of them before they even came close to reaching the next threshold. Venerable Janzi remained stoic as she crossed her arms. We'll have to leave this job to other expert pilots. Patriarch Reginald Cross is the most likely candidate to become an ace pilot. He can break through pretty soon if he is lucky enough. The only issue is that he's not a Larkinson. Though he seems to be an honorable enough sort, the way he disregards the lives of his own clansmen is just as bad as Vase. I can never respect a person who is willing to sacrifice his own dependents to fulfill an ambition. Well, our clan isn't exactly swelling with powerful expert pilots. Joshua said, the most promising one among us is Venerable Stark. She's older and much further ahead than us. Ever since she obtained her Masterwork Expert Mech, her resonance strength has been surging by a lot. She's measuring at 27 Lavares last I checked. This was an explosive level of growth considering that Davia Stark had only obtained the Amaranto roughly half a year ago. Though her rate of improvement was already starting to slow down, she would still be able to reach the threshold of a high-tier expert pilot within a handful of years as long as nothing went wrong. Getting a Masterwork Expert Mech is our only chance. Venerable Janzi observed, if any of us obtains an expert mech that can equal the Amaranto, we can quickly become the pillar the Larkinson clan needs in order to maintain its security in the Red Ocean. Hardly any pioneer wants to risk any forces against an ace mech that is comparable in strength to the Olympus Mons. This was her current goal at the moment. Venerable Janzi had always felt driven to protect the Larkinsons against threats, both from within and without. Now that she learned how much better an ace pilot could withstand much greater threats, she hungered to attain this power for herself. Whether the Larkinson mech designers managed to transform the Shield of Samar into a masterwork or not, Janzi was determined to catch up or overtake Venerable Stark. After all, Venerable Stark was ultimately a guest pilot who had always made it clear that she was not a part of the clan. Since she was a strong-willed expert pilot, the Larkinsons hadn't even tried to persuade her to stay and join the Larkinson. The former citizen of the Vindmar Republic was too haunted by her own trauma and tragedies to let go of her vendetta. Though both Janzi and Joshua yearned to obtain a Masterwork Expert Mech just like the Amaranto, they both understood that the chances of getting their way was too low. It was unfair to put unrealistic expectations on Vase and the other mech designers of the Larkinsons due to their previous successes. If any of us obtain a Masterwork Expert Mech, we have to shoulder a greater responsibility. If not, then they would just have to rely on their own efforts to defy the odds. Back inside the Dwarven frigate, their patriarch was occupied with making a different kind of masterwork. Damn, there's too much choice when it comes to designing a crown. Vase did not have a lot of time at his disposal, so he tried to rush the initial concept creation as much as possible. He did not consider a lot of alternative choices because it took way too much time to properly consider them all. Regardless, whenever he envisioned a crown, he could think of at least 100 different design elements that he could add to his design. It was hard to settle for one choice over another since many of them already looked fairly good. He browsed a lot of images of existing crowns on the galactic net and opened his eyes to the works of other artisans. Each crown maker applies different ideas to enhance the majesty of whoever wore their creations. Vase gained a lot of inspiration from these examples, but none of them quite reflected his own ideas. Vase merely used them as tools to narrow down his own choices. Tall crowns can look quite good and they have an even better effect on dwarves. I don't have to be afraid of using up a lot of materials. Dwarves are so strong that they can surely handle a bit of weight on their heads. The metal of most crowns primarily come in a single tone, but that doesn't mean I should stick with that as well. I can use two tones and still make my crown look exceptional as long as there is enough contrast. Slowly but surely, Vase began to design a rather tall and heavy crown that looked more like a solid block of metal than a slender headband. Though he hadn't made any decisions when it came to its material composition, he wanted to come up with an alloy that looked metallic gray. In order to spice up the crown, Vase designed its upper materials to come in a reddish tint. At some angles, it made the crown look as if it was drenched in blood, which he found highly appropriate considering how many Vulcanites Ryan was willing to sacrifice for his ambitions. Along with the dwarven-style shapes which culminated in a raised front section that extended into a hammerhead, the entire crown looked utterly unique and different from any other symbol of authority that Vase had ever seen. Vase added a bit of detail work to the front as well. He carved a small depiction of Vulcan to explicitly tie the crown to the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship. If it ever fell into someone else's hands, it wouldn't do for others to mistake the original purpose of the crown and put it on the head of a human monarch. Ryan, please take a look at this sketch. Are you happy with the style of my proposed design? The Iron Emperor had always been keeping an eye on his guest's progress. He already formed an opinion of what Vase had made. You are taking a bold risk by using multiple tones on a single crown. I did not envision myself wearing such a distinct piece. I cannot say I like it, but if you are able to make it work, then I will not object to wearing your work. The dwarven leader pointed out a couple of elements that he wanted to change. He didn't want to make the crown too heavy and he also wanted Vase to pare back on the amount of reddish alloy he intended to use. He was fine with the overall style of the crown and he did not mind the luminaire crystals either, so Vase didn't need to make any changes in that regard. I am impressed, Vulcan. I anticipated that you would find it difficult to emulate a dwarven design style. It appears my fears were unfounded. You have adapted to our aesthetics like a fish to water. I've interacted with many dwarves. I'm familiar with what you guys tend to like. Vase nervously laughed. In truth, Vase leaned heavily on his incarnation to feel what would work in a dwarven crown. Vulcan was made with dwarven ingredients, so the powerful design spirit and by extension Vase was able to draw on this aspect to understand dwarven tastes. After obtaining permission to go through with his current design proposal, Vase began to turn to another important design aspect. It's time for me to look at the materials I can use. He moved over to the storage cabinets and began to survey the different metallic exotics and other expensive materials. Vase didn't have a clear idea yet which ones were suitable to be used in his crown. Most of these materials lean on the denser side. That could be a problem, especially considering that his proposed crown was not small. I shouldn't worry too much. Ryan received a lot of augmentation, he can easily bear all of this weight. Chapter 3354, First-Class Materials. Ryan and his group amassed quite an impressive collection of first-class materials. Though none of them came in greater quantities, a crown was not that large to begin with. This was also the primary reason why the dwarves were able to amass a decent collection. This is practically a gourmet for Lucky. His cat rarely ate materials that were as extravagant as the samples in front of Vase. He bet that Lucky would probably grow incredibly upset at missing the opportunity to devour so many delicious snacks. Oh well, Vase reminded himself that he was still working on the clock. He couldn't waste too much time on getting fascinated by all of the wealth on display. He soon grew serious as he began to study the most important properties and merits of each material. Though the selection of materials was not particularly impressive in the inventory of a first-class mech designer, the caliber was unquestionably higher than that of second-class materials. The primary criteria that determine the class of a material is how much value their properties bring. Their rarity doesn't play a role. As long as at least one aspect of them is powerful enough to be used in first-class products, they are classified as first-class materials. What this essentially meant was that there were no useless first-class materials. The practice of dividing materials into three categories was a human construct to begin with, so there was no way that anyone could obtain less valuable first-class materials as a bargain. Let's begin with the ones that caught my eye. As its name suggested, EFV343 was an artificial alloy made out of a formula of several different exotic materials. It was a fairly old and well-known material that humanity had developed in the early days of the Age of Conquest. It soon turned into a popular and widely used first-class alloy due to its usefulness and the relative ease in sourcing the raw materials required to make it. This was also the reason why it was affordable enough for Ryan to purchase a sample. If I have enough EFV343 at my disposal, I could create a powerful energy weapon. EFV343 had many different applications and was most widely used to make high-end electrical components. Although the physical durability of the material was average, it possessed an insanely high tolerance for heat, electricity and many other forms of energy. The simplest way to describe it was that it was both a sponge and a pipe for energy. It was able to store energy naturally like a battery or heat sink. It could even hold multiple forms of energy at the same time. Depending on how it was manipulated or incorporated into an object, it could selectively channel a specific type of energy to another destination in an instant with remarkably high efficiency. Although all of these functions sounded rather basic, a creative engineer or mech designer could employ EFV343 in many brilliant ways. Right now, Vase was thinking on how he could make use of EFV343 to create a natural mechanism to power the luminaire crystals of his crown. They could also be employed as a form of protection against excessive heat or other powerful energies. This was a crucial material if Vase wanted to add a powerful extra function to his crown. Since Ryan's prohibited him from incorporating any obvious technological components in his design, he could only take a step back and rely on the natural properties of materials to increase the utility of the device. I don't want to make a purely ornamental piece. A crown of this expense should always have a few surprises. Vase already planned to turn the luminaire crystals added to the crown into hidden energy beam projectors. Although their power might not be as powerful as dedicated first-class weapons, they would definitely give any attacker a surprise. Let's see what other uses I can add to the crown. Whoever named extreme cold titanium apparently lacked imagination. However, it was an apt description for this high-grade exotic. It was a lot harder than titanium but shared the same density and other properties of this mundane element. What caused extreme cold titanium to stand out was that it apparently broke the laws of thermodynamics just by existing. According to the first law of thermodynamics, the sum of energy levels inside a closed system should be constant. However, any system that incorporated extreme cold titanium ultimately lost a lot of energy over time. This was because the exotic just sucked in lots of energy, particularly heat, and caused it to disappear into nowhere. It's a fantastic material to use as a heat sink. Extreme cold titanium was universally popular in all first-class circles for this reason. Although it had its limitations such as limits to its rate of energy absorption, it was still a fantastic way to persistently cool parts that tended to generate a lot of heat over time. As long as Vase employed a bit of extreme cold titanium in his crown, he could employ heat or energy-generating materials without any concern for overheating. After all, my crown is not supposed to cook the head of its wearer as if it was an egg. The only downside to employing extreme cold titanium was that it was active all the time. If left alone in a closed room, it could freeze the local temperature until it was close to absolute zero. This was a known problem and humanity developed many different solutions to prevent extreme cold titanium from creating disasters. Vase looked intrigued when he regarded these two basic but incredibly useful exotics. I can already do a lot by combining EFV 343 and extreme cold titanium. I just need to pick up both a source of energy and another material that does something useful. He swept his eyes towards Histam alloy, which was named after its inventor. Just like EFV 343, it was an artificial material with highly useful properties. However, compared to the other two materials, Histam alloy was a lot less flashy. It only stood out for its superior durability. If Vase was interpreting the specs on the projected information panel correctly, Histam alloy was actually a lot tougher and more resilient than unending alloy. A mech made out of Histam alloy would be a tough nut to crack. Vase imagined. Histam alloy also enjoyed another advantage compared to unending alloy. Vase had no idea how to make the latter, but the former was already a well-known material. If Vase didn't have any better choices, then it was completely acceptable to make use of Histam alloy as the base material for his crown. It would add a lot of durability to the end product, ensuring that no matter what crises or perils it endured, the crown of the dwarves would always remain intact. Still, Vase was reluctant to settle on Histam alloy because it brought nothing else to the table. It's also a dense and heavy material. I don't know if Ryan's head can hold that much heavy metal under heavy gravity conditions. Vase mentally put Histam alloy on the pending list and moved on to studying another material. Iron B was a natural exotic that was often found alongside its more precious and rarer variant. Iron A was highly desirable because it was a lot more potent due to its purity. The problem was that deposits of this rather rare exotic were largely tainted and mixed with other materials. It was too hard to find significant amounts of pure substances. The larger quantities of iron B found in these deposits were weaker and not as potent. Many first-raters even regarded it as substandard materials and would never think of using it in their mech designs or other products. There's nothing wrong with iron B, though. Vase shrugged. It just isn't as impressive as its big brother. The main use of iron B was to form a natural energy shield. Yes, an energy shield. A single piece of processed iron B could project a protective energy shield that possessed much of the same functionality as a shield generator. In fact, many people theorized that the tech behind shield generators was originally derived from studying the working principles of iron B. There were several differences between a conventional shield generator and this exotic. First, the former was operated by a powerful AI or clever programming. It was able to be selective about what was permitted to pass through the energy shield. A typical example was light and air. While the simplest application of iron B was also capable of projecting an energy shield, the problem was that it blocked everything. Anyone who wore a device that was centering around this exotic wouldn't be able to perceive what was happening outside due to a lack of light. The exotic also cut off air circulation, which might or might not pose a hindrance. All of this meant that a shield based on iron B worked well as an energy barrier, but it could not be relied upon to fight an extended battle. It's still a good tool to guard against assassination strikes. Someone as arrogant and ambitious as Ryan Aiden would make enemies sooner or later. He wanted to unite as many dwarves as possible, and some of them might not take kindly to a rival who wanted to usurp their men. It would be a shame for the Iron Emperor to perish early because of insufficient defense. Ryan is an emperor, not a soldier. Vase muttered. The various downsides related to Iron B aren't as relevant to a non-combatant. Still, it was quite tricky to incorporate Iron B into the crown. Vase had to make sure it created an energy shield on command. It shouldn't be projecting any energy shields when there was no need to put up a defense. Maybe I can mitigate the other problems if I make use of a clever combination. The rather silly-sounding Copenhagen copper quickly aroused Ves's interest for a couple of reasons. It was a natural nemesis towards signals. It generated a natural interference field that was able to scramble nearly all forms of communication. Fortunately, there was a way to neutralize this property, or else Ryan would have to put down his crown each time he wanted to receive remote transmissions. However, this was not enough to arouse his greed. What truly attracted him towards Copenhagen copper was that it was also able to disturb many if not all forms of teleportation, displacement and materialization phenomena within a decent range. This would prevent Ryan from being teleported against his will. Copenhagen copper was also able to prevent nearby materializations. This was a good way to prevent an assassination attempt by materializing a bomb close to the high-value target. The only annoying part is that Ryan has to manually switch off these settings every time he wants to teleport or materialize something in his presence. These were decent trade-offs even if the Dwarven Emperor was able to rely on other tools to block teleportation. Damn, all of these first-class materials are so useful. They're so tempting to incorporate in my crown. Aside from maybe histum alloy, Vase already hungered to make use of the other exotics or alloys he surveyed so far. With plenty of more materials to study, Vase knew that he would find it much harder to limit his section. I need to pare back my choices. The crown shouldn't do everything. There are other specialized gadgets out there that can block teleportation or project an energy shield. Vase realized that most of his ideas surrounding his crown tended to focus on self-defense. He was projecting himself too much in Ryan's shoes. Due to his paranoia, Vase was always eager to increase his ability to defend against threats. Someone who can afford to purchase all of these first-class materials isn't lacking in solutions. Vase realized that it was a better idea to focus on more esoteric and unique abilities that others couldn't easily replicate. An interesting question emerged in his mind. Are any of these materials spiritually reactive? Chapter 3355. Gallant a bone. Were there any spiritually reactive materials among Ryan's collection of high-grade materials? The probability that this might be the case was low, but Vase did not rule it out entirely. At this point, he had already come in touch with a decent variety of second-class materials. He possessed enough knowledge to know that while second-class exotics possessed fairly remarkable and maybe unique properties, pretty much none of them interacted with spiritual energy in a special way. Up until this point, the few spiritually reactive exotics that Vase had encountered mostly emerged from the Nixian Gap. Vase was afraid that special materials such as P-stone, F-stone, B-stone and unending alloy could only be found in or around a single unique region. The current pattern suggested that spiritually reactive materials rarely if ever emerged naturally in the galaxy. Only by heading into strange and anomalous regions comparable to the Nixian Gap would he be able to find the materials he needed to incorporate spiritual engineering in his material products. Hopefully that's not the case. This was just a theory for now. Vase only came in touch with a fraction of the exotics available in any given region. There were so many different varieties of natural and artificial materials available that it was impossible for Vase to acquaint himself with all of them in a short amount of time. Vase didn't have the time to visit all of the exotic marketplaces and scour the offerings of rare, unique and newly discovered exotics in person. At the very least, he did not plan to do so during his journey to the Gate System. He would have plenty of time to do so in the Red Ocean. After all, the dwarf galaxy would become his new stomping grounds for an extended amount of time. He needed to familiarize himself with all of the available specialty products so that he could design and produce mechs that fit the local circumstances. The materials used to produce my existing designs such as the Bright Warrior, Transcendent Punisher and Eternal Redemption might not be available in the Red Ocean. Vase frowned. Even if they are, their rarity and availability may be different, which will all affect the production cost of my designs. It was definitely necessary to adapt every mech design to the environment. This was a necessary process in every star sector and star cluster. The greater the distance, the greater the divergence in resource availability and distribution. This also made it necessary for large mech companies to develop variants adapted to each major region. Well, I can think about that later. Right now, I need to focus on my crown project. Although Vase felt an enormous attraction to each first-class material at his disposal, he realized he shouldn't get dazzled by them. The crown he intended to design didn't need to fulfill so many ordinary functions. If Vase wanted to make a special crown that no other craftsman could replicate, then he needed to invest it with unique powers. I don't need to add an energy shield or teleportation blocker to this crown, he muttered. The luminaire crystals can stay, though. Vase intended to do something special with them as long as he was able to develop a first-class formula in the short amount of time he had available. He had already spotted various exotics that were similar to the materials used in the more common formulas of second-class luminaire crystals. Although this didn't guarantee that Vase was able to combine them into a newer and stronger version of those crystals, he was willing to invest a couple of hours to see if he could pull it off. Even if the firepower of the luminaire crystals wasn't particularly impressive, they still looked pretty enough to adorn an expensive crown. Well, let's see if I can find any materials that work especially with my talents. Vase no longer surveyed the first-class materials one by one but swept the entire cabinet with his spiritual senses. He put quite a bit of power in his inspection in order to make sure he didn't miss any fluctuations. He wouldn't have been able to do this if Saint Yulamerika still covered the entire workshop with her will-infused domain field. Fortunately, she retracted her presence and gave him enough room for him to cover the material cabinets. Vase already noticed that these cabinets were not average. They were not only made out of hard and isolating materials, but they also segregated and contained every single sample so that their energy fluctuations or other influences did not affect each other. The cabinets also possessed formidable anti-theft features. Breaking into them was hard and would certainly trip up an alarm. Even if a sneaky bastard like Lucky attempted to nibble on the exotics, various sensors would automatically detect any displacement or decrease in mass and immediately broadcast an alert. I should get one of these as well. Vase was different from most snoopers. Whoever developed these material cabinets never accounted for spiritual methods of investigation. This allowed Vase to perform a thorough and all-encompassing sweep without too many scruples. He swept all of the cabinets without too much expectation. The odds of encountering relevant goods was too small. Much to his surprise, he not only encountered a single reaction, but two different ones. He froze for a moment before he cautiously investigated the materials that gave out a response. They were placed in different places, which meant that their properties differed substantially from each other. One of the spiritually reactive materials gave out a vibe that Vase found vaguely familiar. Whenever he injected spiritual energy in this unknown material, it began to store it just like a pea stone. No, it's not just that. There's also a nourishing effect. Vase felt a much greater affinity towards this material than a regular pea stone. His breath heaved as he familiarized himself with this strange new material that exhibited a wonderful and extremely useful interaction with spiritual energy. From the way it invigorated and preserved the quality of spiritual energy, Vase felt as if the unknown exotic was alive. This was a much better material to store active spirits or the remains of spiritual entities. So far, Vase had only come across two materials that possessed spiritual energy storage characteristics. Whether it was pea stone or unending alloy, both of them gave him the impression that they were simple containers that stored or locked spiritual energy without doing anything special. If the previous two spiritual storage exotics were comparable to huts, this third exotic was like a mansion. Vase came up with many possible guesses of what this newly discovered exotic could do for him. If he incorporated it into his hammer of brilliance and other important artifacts, the growth of his various design spirits might accelerate. He couldn't suppress his patience any longer. He drew out the relevant drawer and inspected the material that gave him so many surprises. It's organic. It was a bone-like material to be exact. The brownish, non-metallic exotic was loosely shaped like a human foot. Although the exotic didn't look particularly attractive, Ves's eyes shone as he confirmed that this was the material that could potentially solve his lack of spiritual storage materials. As long as this first-class material could be bought through regular channels, Vase would have a way to empower more mechs with prime resonance capabilities. This was especially important for his future expert mechs as there was no way the Larkinson clan would only host half a dozen of them. With plenty of expert candidates in the clan, Vase would definitely add more expert mechs to the roster sooner or later. Vase eagerly read the property panel of this bone-like material. So it's called Galanta bone. Galanta bone was called this way because it looked like a bone and because it was only found in the brains of large and mature Galanta space whales. The Galanta space whale was an astral beast species that were fairly rare but could be found everywhere in the Milky Way. In fact, Galanta space whales had already been found in the Red Ocean. This suggested that the natural habitat of this astral beast species encompassed multiple main galaxies. This is good news. Astral beasts mostly consisted of large alien organisms that weren't smart enough to develop their own civilization and mostly lived in space. They were the spaceborne version of exo-beasts. Due to the challenges of living in a harsh, vacuum environment, there weren't many species of astral beasts, but each one was strong and exceptional in several ways. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sustain themselves in an environment that was extremely hostile to most living organisms. According to the information panel, Vase found out that Galanta space whales were actually terrifying astral beasts that possessed various special combat abilities depending on their diet. Similar to Lucky, their bodies were able to develop different powers based on the exotics that they had eaten. This was also why Galanta space whales grew more powerful over time. The most formidable alpha Galanta space whales were so difficult to resist that only warships and a lot of first-class mechs were able to defeat them in open combat. The so-called Galanta bone was one of the many strange exotic materials that could be harvested from alpha Galanta space whales. Much to Vess's dismay, it did not occur in any younger and less mature astral beasts. Damn, it looks like I won't be going on a whale hunt anytime soon. What was strange about Galanta bone was that humans who harvested it from the whales hadn't found anything special about it. The hardness of the material was not impressive and ranked at the bottom for first-class materials. The only reason why they were valuable at all was because they possessed an inexplicable ability to calm and soothe people's minds when they were incorporated into headgear. However, the effect was relatively modest and many people didn't need such a function. This was why Ryan was able to afford it and why he thought it might be relevant to the making of his crown. The demand for the product was fairly low due to this reason, which was definitely good news for Vase. Unfortunately, the supply wasn't impressive either. Vase frowned when he discovered a crucial fact. The population of Galanta space whales in the galaxy has dropped. Due to their ability to accumulate and assimilate different exotic materials over time, every whale was practically a moving treasure trove. Not just humans, but many other alien species in the past had hunted them down as they roamed the stars. The most favored way to catch them was when they needed to mate or raise their calves. Due to various reasons, the Galanta space whales performed these activities inside certain gas giants, which made it easy for hunters to lay in wait and spring a trap. After eons of excessive hunting, the population of Galanta space whales had dropped so much that they almost became extinct. These days, hardly anyone bothered to hunt them anymore because they were simply too rare. This had allowed the remarkable astral beasts to recover their numbers a bit, but it was unlikely that they would be able to populate the galaxy as extensively as before. Galanta space whales posed a hazard to human civilization due to their need to feed on exotics. They occasionally attacked space stations and starships in order to gorge upon them. This was why they could never be allowed to recover their population too much. There was still hope, though. Although the Galanta space whales were almost driven to extinction in the Milky Way, they were a bit more ubiquitous in other galaxies. In particular, Galanta space whales were at least 100 times more prevalent in the Red Ocean. Even if I can't hunt them myself, I can still purchase the Galanta bone harvested by other groups as long as they show up on the market. Vase definitely had to amass a collection of Galanta bone in order to further his ambitions. Chapter 3356, Pure Esther. This forced commission turned out to be a blessing in disguise. If Vase hadn't been forced to make an imperial crown, he wouldn't have bumped into so many first-class materials so soon. Galanta bone was a fairly rare and obscure first-class exotic due its low supply. If Ryan wanted to commission a weapon or any other piece of equipment, the likelihood that he would procure a sample of this astral beast remains was much lower. Compared to other first-class materials, Galanta bone was a lot less durable and did not provide any other notable benefits. Now that I know about it, I'll definitely not let this material go. Vase decided. He swiped it from the cabinet and placed it aside so that he could process it later. He already developed a couple of ideas on how to make use of its properties. It was a pity that Ryan didn't commission a mech from him. Otherwise, Vase could have designed and built a new prime mech with this astral beast remains. These bone exotics are rather strange, though. Vase was reminded of Rorich's bone, which shared several similarities to Galanta bone. Although the naming scheme was slightly different, both of them could be obtained from the remains of long-dead organisms. In fact, didn't he obtain a sample of high-grade Rorich's bone a long time ago? Back then, he stumbled upon the remains of a giant, long-dead humanoid species deep inside the glowing planet. Similar to Galanta bone, Vase managed to obtain the most precious version of Rorich's bone in the giant humanoid skull. Was this a coincidence, or was there some kind of rule behind this phenomenon? Vase narrowed his eyes. Could it be that every organism with a high degree of strength develops a strange bone in their heads? If that was the case, Vase wouldn't necessarily have to hunt for Galanta space whales in the future. He just needed to harvest whatever strange bones emerged inside the skulls of spiritually powerful beasts. In fact, why limit his search to exo-beasts and astral beasts? What if these bones emerged in sentient and intelligent life forms as well? Wait a minute, these bones can't be that ubiquitous. Vase never heard of any high-ranking mech pilots or mech designers growing any weird organs inside their heads. There were many other species that were spiritually powerful as well, but no one ever talked about any strange head bones. People either kept this phenomenon a secret or it simply didn't occur very often. Vase was more inclined to believe in the latter, especially when he read that Galanta bone only showed up in older and more powerful alpha Galanta space whales. Even so, Vase planned to order his clan to pay more attention to any strange exotics that could only be found inside the heads of different alien species. If there were any other beasts that shared the same characteristic, Vase would definitely try to get his hands on any suspicious bones. What a fruitful gain. This discovery alone was worth all of the deaths inflicted on the Larkinson clan this day. Even if Saint Merca killed 10 times as many Larkinsons, Vase would still think it was a worthwhile trade-off for the opportunity to get in touch with Galanta bone. Once Vase got over his excitement at discovering a new and more accessible material that possessed spiritual storage properties, he shifted his attention to a second material. Unlike Galanta bone, the other spiritually reactive exotic was not organic. It was a metallic material that took on a darker coloration but was not as black as unending alloy. Pure ester was a metallic substance that was mostly available in the galactic heartland but also showed up in the other parts of the Milky Way. The bad news was that pure ester had not been found in the Red Ocean as of yet. If the spiritually reactive material was truly unique to humanity's native galaxy, then Vase would have a lot more difficulty in procuring this material if he stayed in the new frontier. It's actually an interesting exotic, though. On the surface, pure ester was a high-grade exotic that was simply hard. In its pure refined form, it was tougher than both unending alloy and Galanta bone, and it was also used to make harder alloys when combined with other exotics. Unfortunately, pure ester possessed several downsides. The main one was that it did not cope with energy damage as well as physical damage. It had a lower melting point than other defensive first-class materials and was less effective at blocking penetrating radiation. It's a good material if you need to fight against dwarven opponents. The Vulcanites mainly favored physical damage weaponry. Though there were plenty of dwarves that equipped their mechs with laser weapons or positron weapons, they possessed an obvious love for hard-hitting Gauss rifles and other kinetic weapons. Against a state or group that showed such an obvious bias, it was a great idea to design mechs based on materials like pure ester that coped much better against physical damage. In fact, this was exactly what states such as the Empire of the Lost had done. Many of their military mech models were explicitly designed to fight against their dwarven counterparts, and one of the ways to do so was to clad them with the second-class equivalents to pure ester. It's not that useful for a crown, though. If that was everything that pure ester had to offer, then Vase wouldn't have taken a closer look at it. There were other defensive materials in Ryan's collection that offered a more comprehensive resistance profile. Due to the ubiquity of high technology, first-class mechs tended to make use of a lot of strange weapon systems. Plasma weapons were especially powerful at shorter ranges, and a material that melted fairly easily like pure ester was not a good choice. That's not so relevant to me, though. The reason why Vase paid attention to this rather simple first-class metallic exotic was because it interacted with spirituality in a strange way. Vase initially didn't know what he was dealing with. He could sense that any spiritual energy that passed through the sample of pure ester somehow became affected by the material. He initially thought that pure ester disrupted the spiritual energy passing through it. Whatever came out of it turned wobbly and less controllable. That's strange. He suspected that there was more behind pure ester than just exerting a disruptive effect. When he took the sample out of the cabinet, he experimented with it in multiple different ways. He eventually discovered what pure ester truly did to spiritual energy. It focuses the energy that passes through its length. Vase became more fascinated by the bar of refined metal as he channeled his spiritual energy from one end to the other end. The difference between the input and output of spiritual energy was quite substantial. He discovered that any spiritual energy passing through this spiritually reactive material gradually compressed until the output became much more focused and intense. The quality of energy has actually risen. This was a massive discovery. Vase had never encountered a material that effectively increased the quality of spiritual energy from a lower state to a higher state. Of course, the difference was rather marginal. After performing numerous experiments, Vase judged that the maximum possible compression factor that he could obtain with this sample was 1.47. This was just one of its effects. Pure ester also induced a transformation in the energy that caused it to take on traits that Vase frequently encountered in more impressive sources of spiritual energy. A higher concentration of energy was one of the properties that made universal life energy stand out from other forms of spiritual energy. Perhaps it was too much to ask for Vase to develop an artificial way to produce the energy that made life-prolonging treatment serums so potent. However, he could still make use of pure ester to develop other applications where supplying a higher quality of spiritual energy would yield drastically better results. Vase deeply wished he could obtain a large quantity of pure ester so that he could incorporate it into the Amaranto's Luminaire crystal rifle. He was pretty sure he could develop a way to focus and increase the damage output of this weapon by a substantial degree. Maybe I can use it on other mechs as well. What if he added pure ester to the decapitator? As long as he managed to pull it off, the Masterwork mech sword might be able to channel considerably stronger and sharper resonance manifestations. This is a great material to use as a focus or an amplifier. The only difficulty was that Vase still had to design new mechanisms around this material. That would take precious time that he mostly didn't have. He would definitely have to get his hands on more pure ester in the future. Although no one had discovered any source of pure ester in the Red Ocean, it should still be possible to obtain imported samples of this first-class exotic. After all, a lot of huge capital ships poured into the dwarf galaxy every day. Each of them carried lots of cargo and trade goods in order to meet the huge demand for raw materials in the Red Ocean. Materials that were solely available in the old galaxy sold for a high premium on the other side of the Beyonder Gate, so a lot of pioneers tended to stock up on exotics like pure ester in order to help earn back the insanely high cost of passage. Over time, it would probably get easier for residents in the Red Ocean to get their hands on limited goods such as pure ester. As the Big Two kept collecting more phase water, they could build more Beyonder gates that were larger or more efficient than the current ones. Phase water only became widely used a short time ago. Any tech that was based out of this wonderful substance was still crude and unoptimized. Hopefully, transit between the galaxies will become cheaper and more affordable in a few decades. Maybe I'll even be able to hop back into the Milky Way without paying tens of millions of MTA merits. He wasn't in a hurry to return to the old galaxy, though. Why should he go back when he already paid much to get to the new frontier? Well, let's get this over with first before I contemplate these other matters. I won't be able to play with these special materials if I can't pass this hurdle. Now that Vase became aware of Galata bone and pure ester, he did not intend to leave them be. It would be a waste to leave them in the storage cabinets when they possessed such useful properties. I can use them both in the crown. Vase eagerly pulled up his draft design for the crown and began to flesh it out by specifying the materials used for different sections. He tried to limit the amount of materials he used for the main structure of the crown as best as possible and settled for a selection of 4. I'll use EFV343 as the equivalent of a battery. I'll use extreme cold titanium as the equivalent for a heat sink and a safeguard against excessive heat. I'll use Galata bone in order to engineer something special, and I'll find a way to use pure ester to amplify its power. The only element that was missing from this selection was a source of conventional energy. Still, there were so many different power sources available that Vase did not need to make the crown self-sufficient. He could simply design it in a way that it could charge its conventional energy reserves by relying on an external power source. There was no way that Ryan would lack a power outlet. Vase continually gained new ideas as he increased the detail of his crown design. With the help of the 2 spiritually reactive exotics, he had various ways to impart spiritual abilities to the crown. He just needed to develop one that fit its intended purpose. What would I want if I was making this crown for myself? Chapter 3357. Powerful Crown. Now that Vase fleshed out his crown design and began to get a solid idea of what he was working towards, he devoted the next couple of hours to solving multiple different problems. First, I have to figure out a way to make first-class luminaire crystals. Vase muttered, I'll only devote 4 hours to this study. If I can't develop any workable formula in this time, I can't waste any further time on what is likely a difficult endeavor. One of the major limitations that Vase faced was that he did not have access to the crystal cube. Without this piece of alien-derived tech, he wouldn't be able to add internal circuitry to his luminaire crystals. Vase had to make a special request to Ryan to allow his subordinates to ship it over to the dwarven frigate. Of course, Vase would have never brought one of his cherished possessions to enemy territory on a whim. What if the Iron Emperor took a fancy of the crystal cube? He had to take a risk, though. He was really set on embedding luminaire crystals in the crown, and only the best would do. Vase could never forgive himself if he employed substandard gems when he knew he could have made better ones. Vase took a careful glance at the upper catwalk. The Iron Emperor constantly paid attention to what took place in the workshop, but he didn't show any particular interest in the crystal cube. Only someone who was well versed in luminaire crystal technology would be interested in obtaining it. The dwarven race generally wasn't interested in playing around with energy weapons anyway. Illustrious One, I'm going to need your help. Now that he obtained the crystal cube, Vase began to channel the Illustrious One in order to facilitate his research. He began to gather different materials and took small samples from them before using them to synthesize different crystals. The advanced lab equipment available in the workshop worked remarkably faster than he thought, although Vase first had to read the manuals before he could employ their full capabilities. No wonder why they're so expensive. They're huge time savers as well. Time was the most valuable resource to mech designers and other people, so it made a lot of sense to invest in equipment that could perform a job multiple times faster than usual. After he found out about this benefit, Vase began to analyze more materials and experiment with combining them together into different products. He soon discovered another property about first-class materials. They're much more energetic than usual. Vase frowned. This was the source of their strength, but also the reason why they were so hard to work with. All of the materials with remarkable effects tended to interact and interfere with each other quite a lot. It was hard to find first-class materials that worked well with each other. If he forcefully tried to combine different materials with low compatibility, the crystals he made turned into unstable products that were liable to turn into bombs. In order to prove this assumption, Vase commanded a bot to pick up a small thumb-sized crystal before throwing it against the bulkhead up ahead. Boom! Alarms rang in the workshop as the crystal that had collided against the bulkhead produced an explosion that was powerful enough to create a hole in a typical second-class mech. The workshop's automated disaster response system quickly came online and isolated the affected area before removing any debris and dangerous materials from the scene. The system also cycled the air and scrubbed any unhealthy contaminants from the local environment. Wow, the crystal he made wasn't even designed with a destructive purpose in mind. If Vase developed a luminaire crystal that was expressly meant to explode, what kind of powerful bang could he produce? I did not invite you here to squander my valuable material reserves and play with fireworks. Please continue to develop my crown. Hey, this is important research. Vase defended himself. I think I know what I got wrong. I can fix this, I promise. He was largely telling the truth. The more failures he produced, the more he ruled out unviable options. He had already succeeded with creating luminaire crystals out of first-class materials. Vase just needed to apply the existing theory on the material composition of luminaire crystals in order to make them. Though they looked dubious, he at least found the right direction. He just didn't know how to put them together in a stable package as of yet. The selection of materials was generous but far from all-encompassing. The likelihood of finding materials that could moderate or limit the degree of conflict was too low. In the end, Vase managed to find a viable formula in the nick of time. He first played around with the proportions before selectively adding or removing various different materials. Through trial and error, he somehow discovered a formula that produced a stable first-class luminaire crystal. Vase grinned. It's definitely possible to make a luminaire crystal that is powerful enough. The only problem was that Vase already used up a small but significant amount of first-class materials. All of his failed crystals were pretty much impossible to recycle once they were made. If his experiment went on for a couple of weeks, Ryan's inventory of high-quality materials would probably be drained. As it was, Vase had to employ 12 different exotics to create the crystals, which was more than what was proper. It's just an initial formula. I bet I can reduce the amount of waste by working on it further. Now that he gained a proper starting point, Vase was confident that he could increase the power and efficiency of this formula by tweaking the numbers. The biggest problem of the current formula was that it used up too many expensive materials. Vase would pretty much bankrupt himself if he attempted to buy a sufficient quantity of all 12 first-class materials used to make his latest crystals. If he could cut back on the most expensive first-class materials, he could save up a lot of money for future purchases. For now, he memorized the materials as well as the proportions used to make his first-class luminaire crystal. It's a pity that it can only discharge a single type of energy. Vase muttered. Vase based the current crystal on one of his simpler formulas, as the more complicated ones imposed special demands for materials. They were also more difficult to synthesize in order to achieve specific effects. Right now, when Vase fed the crystal with energy, it discharged a simple but incredibly powerful laser beam. Although the laser beam wasn't as strong as a full-powered shot from the Amastendera, the sizes of the two objects differed substantially. The Amastendera was as large as other handguns, while the experimental crystal that Vase had made was merely a crystal the size of a thumb. Of course, the crystal alone couldn't shoot out laser beams. Vase also had to address other necessities such as target acquisition, aiming systems, energy supply and heat absorption. That's where the rest of the crown comes in. Vase confidently smiled. Now that he was assured that his crown design would be able to incorporate powerful luminaire crystals, Vase completely let himself go and allowed his creativity to run wild as he designed a crown fit for a dwarven sovereign. Several more hours went by as Vase became completely engrossed in this fascinating project. With Ryan footing the bill for everything, he did not worry about any budget limitations at all. The dwarven leader wanted the best, and he was quite aware that he couldn't obtain what he wanted if he acted like a cheapskate. Vase began to combine the 4 selected materials in a clever way. He used the relatively abundant volume of the crown to hide a lot of little mechanisms that straddled the line between technology and non-technology. "I'm cheating a bit here," he admitted. Ryan didn't want to obtain a crown made out of existing technology that would grow obsolete after a couple of generations. He wanted to get his hands on a timeless piece of empowered craftsmanship that remained up to date for many centuries. When Vase understood this exact motivation, he acted a bit cleverly by creating extremely crude mechanisms that mostly relied on the natural properties of the exotics to do most of the work. Pure ester is a bit challenging to employ in the right conditions, but it is absolutely essential to put it in the crown. Throughout this design session, Vase discovered another way to increase his understanding. He pulled out the hammer of brilliance and softly hit it against the pure ester sample. Vase closed his eyes as Vulcan thoroughly scanned pure ester before beginning to decipher its properties and insights on how to use it. The latter part was quite impressive to Vase, as he sometimes gained new ways to make use of pure ester that he hadn't thought about himself. With the help of this useful function, Vase slowly completed the physical design of his crown. It's a bit bigger than I initially set out to design. The crown used to look fairly tall, but Vase increased its weight by adding curled ram horns to the sides. Did I go a little overboard with them, or is it fine? He wondered. The extra horns caused the crown to become heavier even if Vase did his best to make them hollow. However, they looked so great that Vase couldn't bear to remove them from his design. Vase just had to be more efficient elsewhere if he wanted to keep the weight of the crown under control. He couldn't imagine how much strain Ryan would bear if he attempted to wear this crown without a helmet under heavy gravity conditions. Aside from cutting off more elements of the crown, the only other way to reduce its mass was by employing a material that could offset gravity to an extent. However, Vase was reluctant to resort to this solution because someone could definitely tamper such a function. Ryan's head would become a lot less comfortable if it was forced to bear a huge physical burden. Once he finished with the physical design of his crown, he began to think about its spiritual design. Well, Vulcan must be intimately involved. He can perform a variety of useful tricks. Vulcan was the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship. Each of these domains meant something to the incarnation, and he possessed special powers related to them as a result. At this time, Vase thought that being the god of dwarves should bestow Vulcan with a measure of authority over regular dwarves. He had seen what an effect Vulcan's glow would have on a receptive audience. His initial task was to translate this effect into his crown design. This wasn't very hard, but Vase wanted his crown to perform more functions based on Vulcan. He tweaked the spiritual foundation of the crown. Despite his best effects, the spiritual foundation of an ordinary product could never match that of a mech. Vase did not have much room to work, so he could only add a few useful functions to the crown. He had to make a careful selection and rule out plenty of interesting alternatives in the process. What does Ryan lack the most? A means to obtain the loyalty of stubborn dwarves. Belief in Vulcan should help a lot in that regard, but how could Ryan distinguish between genuine believers and those who paid lip service? His crown could help him with that. Vase gained a bold idea in that regard. What if I enable Vulcan to descend upon Ryan to a degree? Something similar had happened before to Ryan. Vase refused to think that the system randomly chose the dwarf to be a mastery host. Perhaps there was something special about him that made it much easier for spiritual entities to enter his mind. If my guess is right, I can turn the crown into a device that can literally call on Vulcan to descend. This would definitely make the crown stand out. It also solved a fair amount of problems, as Vase did not have to rely on the object alone to power its abilities. By borrowing Vulcan's might, he would be able to stuff a lot more power in his work. Chapter 3358, Divine Vessel. As Vase continued to design his dwarven crown, he began to think about the meaning of his work. He was a mech designer by profession. Although he created a lot of other products lately, he never forgot his true purpose. Even star designers, who famously branched out and created all kinds of other products, never abandoned the field they were best at. Designing mechs was the root of their passion and the purpose of all of their hard work. Although Vase could not even come close to approaching the majesty of a star designer, his current activities put him on a similar path. It was not unusual for mech designers to branch out early and work in other industries. Specialist mech designers often spent time on designing and building specific products or parts that had a relation to their design philosophy. For example, Kedis mainly focused on designing swordsman mechs, but it was not a waste of time for her to focus specifically on developing swords. The gains she made after creating the Decapitator was great, and not much less than if she built a masterwork out of an entire mech. In that context, what Vase was doing should also be considered an extension of his work. Similar to how Kedis improved her ability to design swordsman mechs by focusing specifically on swords, Vase realized that he could evolve his ability to design living mechs if he explored the depth of spiritual engineering in different circumstances. Creating totems was one of the ways he could apply his design philosophy to products other than mechs. Unlike designing mechs, designing totems was less cumbersome and took up way less time. A serious mech designer never wanted to cut corners when he engaged in his primary work, but that could be quite troublesome at times. If Vase wanted to experiment with his specialty or explore a new avenue without dedicating months of design time, then it might be a good idea for him to experiment with developing totems. What I'm doing right now is an opportunity to learn more about my specialty. I can try out new ideas, I can place my work in a different context, and I can implement solutions I wouldn't dare to use on a mech design. As long as I don't take too much time away from mech design, it is quite worthwhile to devote my time to creating totems. As Vase continued to design the crown for his current client, he found that he enjoyed this process a lot. Unlike the previous times where he either developed excellent totems for himself or disposable totems for others, he began to think of himself as a true craftsman. He had the illusion that he had become a venerated master artisan who received commissions from all kinds of powerful people. Even a dwarven emperor wished to receive his services. This could become a profitable side business for me. Vase murmured as his eyes shone brighter. Not everyone is a mech pilot, and not everyone needs a mech design from me. If I start to offer powerful and highly customized totems to wealthy individuals, I can earn a lot of money in the Red Ocean. Only the powerful and those attached to them had the qualifications to enter the Red Ocean at this early stage. Vase might not be able to compete adequately against all of the powerful masters who had already set up shop in the new frontier, but he was pretty certain that no one could create artifacts like his upcoming crown. Spending several uninterrupted hours on trying to rack his mind on how to best tailor the crown to an ambitious dwarven ruler caused him to think about his work from different angles. A crown was not a mech and therefore had a different dynamic with its user. Though Ryan used to be a mech pilot in his past life, getting shot in the head before getting pieced back together by the MTA caused him to lose his ability to interface with mechs. Therefore, Vase couldn't treat the intended user of his crown as an ordinary mech pilot. He had to configure his product in a way that made it powerful without relying on the strength of its wearer. Part of the reason why mechs are powerful is because they are a part of a greater whole. Vase reminded himself, the union between a mech and mech pilot produces one of the strongest combinations known to humanity. This was why the Olympus Mons was so ridiculously strong in direct combat. Vase even guessed that Saint Merica and her ace mech could even beat up the Unending One in a direct battle. Unlike his other clients, Vase could not impart that kind of power to Emperor Ryan Aiden. First, the resurrected dwarf was not a mech pilot anymore. Second, a crown could not compare to a mech. All of this meant that the crown he was trying to make would certainly pale in comparison to his mech. If Vase was able to design a first-class mech under similar conditions, then whatever machine he would be able to make at the end could easily overpower any crown he made today. There was nothing he could do about this disparity, but that didn't mean that Vase was resigned to make a weak product. Can a crown be as powerful as a mech? No, but I can leverage my advantages to close the gap as much as possible. As Vase set this goal in mind, he became more driven as he refined his crown design. He not only developed many new ideas, but also sublimated his thinking towards his own work. Whether I'm designing a mech or a totem, I should always maximize the value that I can provide to my customers. The premise of his design philosophy centered around maximizing the synergy between a mech and a mech pilot. Vase believed he could generalize this relationship and do something similar with any product and any client. Vase made a fairly obvious realization, but one that he never explicitly thought about. Why should I limit myself to the properties of a mech? I don't need to rely on a neural interface to establish a bond between a mech and a mech pilot. Vase was quite confident that he could create a mechanism where Ryan was able to interface with his crown and thereby gain some control over it with his mind. Of course, such a bond wouldn't be as good as the connection between a mech and a mech pilot, but it was better than nothing. As long as Ryan was able to bond with his crown, then he would be able to develop a friendship and a cooperative relationship with both the crown itself and the design spirit it hosted. Vase briefly directed his eyes towards the brownish bone-like material that he had set aside on a work table. With a prime material like Galanta bone at my disposal, I can create a powerful living totem that is the equivalent of a prime mech. It didn't matter if Ryan was the weak link of this three-way relationship. A weak mech pilot normally couldn't exert a lot of power when piloting a mech, but making the latter more powerful was a good way to compensate. This was why Vase came up with an ambitious concept for his dwarven crown. He wanted it to form a deep connection with Vulcan. Initially, Vase wasn't that ambitious. At the beginning of this design session, he became profoundly affected by Ryan's relationship with the banner of Vulcan. Although the banner initially started out as a weak artifact, it absorbed a lot of spiritual feedback from an innumerable amount of dwarves. Not only that, but Ryan spent a lot of time bonding with it. This enabled the banner to provide powerful benefits such as miraculously restoring the memories that the dwarf had lost on his first death. Vase could do a lot better this time. Why rely on growth to make the crown more powerful over time when he could invest a lot more resources at the start and make it powerful straight away? Ryan shouldn't have to wait half a century before his crown fully came online. By leveraging the spiritual storage properties of Galanta bone, Vase could infuse the crown with a lot of spiritual energy derived from Vulcan. This would turn the crown into a medium in which the dwarven design spirit could channel a lot of power and exert a lot of influence. Ryan likely wouldn't mind as his crown would gain a lot of power. Vase didn't mind either because Vulcan was effectively in control over the crown. Anytime Ryan wanted to channel a specific power, he essentially had to request Vulcan to make a move. Also, since Vulcan was an incarnation, Vase would ultimately be in control of the crown. Vase wondered if he could effectively influence Ryan or whoever wore the crown by controlling it in secret. Even if it wasn't possible, he would still be able to extend his influence in a distant dwarven empire that was distinct from human society. This might be a great way for Vase to diversify and do business with people who usually weren't included in his customer base. The only issue was that Vase needed to make sure that Ryan didn't reject his crown design. Though the old and wizened dwarven emperor was incredibly astute, Vase was confident that he could accomplish this much at least. I genuinely think this solution will provide the most value for Ryan. He convinced himself. Although the part about needing to rely on Vulcan sounded a little iffy, this was definitely a great way to empower a crown in the short term. Vase didn't think that Ryan had the patience to slowly grow and develop his imperial crown in the span of a couple of generations. If the ambitious dwarf wanted to set up a prosperous dwarven star empire in his lifetime, then he needed to implement his master plan quickly. He couldn't afford to lay low and build up his influence step by step, not when the big two continued to grow more powerful as well. Therefore, Vase staked his entire crown design on what amounted to a devil's bargain. Ryan would gain the power he needed to unite the dwarven people. Vase subsequently gained influence over whoever wore and used the crown. This was a win-win arrangement as long as Vase didn't abuse his access to the crown. Vase had no intention of doing so as long as Ryan wasn't malicious towards him. This was also one of his insurance policies. If Ryan ever broke his promise and killed Vase after he obtained his crown, then Vulcan would certainly not be merciful. Saint America should be able to read my intentions, I think. Although Vase wasn't exactly sure what ace pilots were capable of, they were all known for their incredible intuition and their ability to perceive threats and malicious intent. Vase didn't dare to set any traps for that reason. He always set his mind to fulfilling the wishes of his client as honestly and as effectively as possible. If the most effective solution just happened to come in the form of turning the crown into a direct of Vulcan, then that was fine as long as the design spirit wasn't hostile towards Ryan. I'm sorry Ryan, but you can't blame me for being weak. The only way I can grant you a lot of power is by borrowing it from an external source. Slowly but surely, his design began to reach completion. Vase had spent a lot of time on expanding and refining its spiritual foundation so that it became a more excellent vehicle to channel Vulcan directly. As a result, the crown would ultimately become a divine vessel that allowed the dwarves to directly get in touch with Vulcan. The basis of the Dwarven Emperor's power would subsequently be derived from his ability to invoke Vulcan and his powers. Chapter 3359, The Right to Rule. When Vase finally completed his crown design, he had to present it to his client before he could proceed with fabricating it. After all, it would be too late for him to cry if Ryan didn't like the end product. "Oi, Ryan," he called to the armored dwarf looking down from above. "I finished my design for your crown. Come take a look. If there are any elements that you don't like, tell me and I'll try and fix it. That said, this is the best crown that I have envisioned for a dwarven sovereign such as yourself. Any suggestions you make will likely dilute its concept." Someone as knowledgeable as Ryan was likely aware of this dynamic, but it didn't hurt to remind him of how troublesome it was to implement significant changes to an existing design. Ryan went through a lot of trouble to commission a crown from Vulcan instead of anyone else. It did not make sense to second-guess or challenge the judgment of the contractor. Of course, a lot of people forgot about this point and demanded changes anyway. If their requests were something as simple as changing a color or making minor cosmetic alterations, then creators such as Vase were more than happy to accommodate their clients' wishes. If the proposed changes negated hours of work put into designing important elements, then a contractor would definitely get pissed. Right now, Vase hoped that the Iron Emperor wasn't too picky. A lot of time had already passed and the deadline was only 6 hours away. When Ryan descended from the catwalk and approached the workshop terminal, he quietly studied the projection design from every angle. "I am impressed with your design results. No other design is able to stir my emotions as your work." Even though the Imperial Crown only existed in a virtual form at the moment, Vase had invested so much of himself into it that it had already come to life in a way. It was no surprise that Ryan would feel attracted to the crown. Vase had specifically designed it to complement the Iron Emperor in many different ways. All of those years of working alongside Gloriana allowed him to pick up many different lessons on how to tailor a product to a specific individual. Although Vase still wasn't as good as Gloriana when it came to customizing his work, he still possessed a substantial skill in this aspect compared to many other mech designers. The dwarven leader began to frown as he beheld the bulk of his upcoming possession. "Your proposed design is larger and heavier than I prefer. The crown must be large enough to be recognizable, but that does not mean that it should look overpowering when I place it on my head." Vase anticipated this complaint. He had already thought of a suitable response. "Don't tell me that your big head is too fragile to bear this crown. You're a dwarf. Your head is harder than that of other people. If you think your skull is too fragile, then just reinforce it with a metal sheath or something. You are doing a poor job if the only way to wear this crown is to augment myself to endure its weight. On the contrary, I think I've done a great job." Vase grinned. "My crown is meant to convey a lot of presence. It's not enough to rely on glows. It needs to possess a substantial amount of physical mass in order to turn it into a dwarven head ornament. Besides, the right to rule is meant to be a burden. You need to feel its weight on your head. You don't choose to wear the crown. The crown chooses you to be its bearer. The strange words that Vase had issued caused Ryan to sense a deeper message. Tell me more about this crown. To me, the crown is more than a heavy piece of metal. It is a symbol of authority. In order to make it as unquestionable as possible, I have made it inseparable from Vulcan. The crown possesses a lot of unique abilities, but only those who hold the divine right of kings are able to channel its power. Silence stretched as Ryan weighed the implications of this explanation. He was attracted by the prospect of gaining new abilities. The banner of Vulcan that had become his personal partner already bestowed him with useful capabilities that had served him well as a ruler. Yet he did not let his desires blind him to the potential risks and downsides of the crown. You have tied the crown to yourself. Vase smiled. He did not deny it. Isn't that what you asked for? You wanted to borrow Vulcan's authority in order to gain legitimacy in front of Dwarvenkind. This is exactly what the crown can do. It solves multiple problems. Not only will you be able to prove Vulcan's existence, you'll also be able to show that you hold the divine right of kings. Vulcan will directly validate your claim that you deserve to become the emperor of all dwarves. Ryan was clever enough to detect the loopholes in that arrangement. He could only pull off his master plan if he retained Vulcan's approval. There was no way that Vase remained uninvolved in all of this. If the mech designer wanted to spoil the emperor's plan, then he could easily change Vulcan's approval. Although Vase preferably wanted to keep Ryan in the dark about this possibility, it was too difficult to hide it. If the Iron Emperor hadn't sniffed it out, then Saint Merica would probably be able to discern the hidden intention behind this implementation. What Vase needed to do was to provide a guarantee that Vulcan would not easily retract his approval. You need to alter this relation. The Iron Emperor turned stony as he exuded a faint threat towards Vase. It was too bad that Vase was confident in his own approach. He had gradually understood that Ryan depended far too much on him to pull off his great plan. Without a suitable crown, there was no way he could gain the unflinching support of all of those powerful and stuck-up first-class dwarves. Relax, Emperor. I have no reason to see you fail. Vulcan loves his subjects and always welcomes more worshippers. As far as I'm concerned, your gains will become his gains as well. With the Vulcan Empire about to fall, there is an urgent need to spread the Vulcan faith to other groups of dwarves. The crown can facilitate this process in the most effective way. As long as you channel its complete might while you make your case, I can guarantee you that all of those wealthy and powerful dwarves will back your ambitious plan. The crown spoke to dwarves. That was undeniable. Even Ryan could feel it when he looked at the design. Its large and blocky design along with its intimate connection to Vulcan caused it to attract the attention of dwarves in a more forceful and imperious way than the banner of Vulcan. The banner was a tool meant to inspire dwarves to fight against their adversaries. However, its shortcoming was that it did not convey enough authority. If Ryan was able to prove his right to rule with the help of the banner of Vulcan, he wouldn't have waited so long to commission a crown. Now that his goal was within reach, it was unlikely that he would want to spoil Vase's work despite the mismatch in expectations. Just like how Ryan had put Vase into a trap, Vase had also managed to get back at his client. Time passed by as the Iron Emperor quietly considered the proposed design. Vase was sure that he was soundlessly communicating with Saint Merica, because her domain field briefly swept across the workshop. Vase had already expected this to happen. There was no way Ryan wouldn't want his pet ace pilot to search for potential danger. Fortunately, Vase already possessed a good understanding of what high-ranking mech pilots were capable of. Even if the exact capabilities of ace pilots still eluded him, he could still make a lot of educated guesses by extrapolating the capabilities of expert pilots. He knew that if he wanted to convince his client to accept this design, Vase had to be absolutely sincere about helping Ryan achieve his goal. The fact that this happened to make Ryan dependent on Vase's cooperation was a happy bonus. With this dynamic in mind, the chances that the dwarves would break their word and kill the Larkinsons was practically nil. You are playing a dangerous game here, Vulcan. Becoming an emperor is not enough to command the allegiance of your kind. Vase boldly stated, only by obtaining the backing of a god will you be able to stand out from the wannabes and pretenders. I bet you're not the first courageous dwarf who thought about separating Dwarvenkind from humankind. What makes you different is that your divine right of kings is authentic. All of those dwarves you're hoping to persuade had never encountered anything like it. They are bound to place their hopes on you if you manage to make good use of the crown. In the end, The allure of obtaining a crown that would have the strongest possible effect on the dwarves won out. Ryan could not afford to spoil this arrangement just because he was held back by his concerns. He already understood that Vase was being sincere in his own crooked way. Vulcan was the god of dwarves and would never say no to gaining more worshippers. I shall allow you to make this crown, Ryan eventually decided. However, I shall be the one who will judge whether the crown fits my purpose. No matter what you claim or boast about your work, I refuse to wear a crown that is inlaid with thorns. You don't need to worry about that. The thorns on this crown only face outward. Vase chuckled. The whole theme of this crown revolves around the right to rule. It is literally made for someone like you, so there is no reason for you to fear my work. The same cannot be said for other people. Some of the abilities of the crown allow you to discern the loyalty of nearby dwarves and protect you against those who wish you ill. It is a powerful tool that is explicitly designed for you to lead and manage a group of dwarves. I am an emperor. I do not require these functions. Ryan frowned. Making use of these abilities will make me dependent on them. I do not approve of such a development. Vase shrugged. How you use your crown is your business. I'm simply presenting the whole package. It is up to you whether you want to use or neglect its capabilities. I think someone as disciplined as you should have no problem reining in your temptation. Perhaps some of the tricks I've mentioned will come in real handy when you are having difficulties with persuading a particularly stubborn group of dwarves. Your people can be quite intractable sometimes. That is true. In the end, Ryan did not put up any further objections. A part of him was deeply attracted to all of the powers that Vase had described. Even if he had to depend on Vulcan to activate most of them, leveraging the crown still allowed him to employ solutions that he previously couldn't make use of. If he wanted to found a dwarven empire within half a century, then he needed to move quickly and avoid alarming the big two. I trust in your professionalism. Ryan looked directly at Vase. As long as you turn it into a masterwork, I will write off all of my debts and grievances to you. That is what I have promised. Sounds great, Vase replied. If you don't mind, could you give me some of those juicy first-class materials if I succeed? I'll work extra hard if there is a bonus on the line. Get to work, Vulcan. Chapter 3360, Characteristic Work. The Iron Emperor was too stingy. He refused to issue a bonus if Vase managed to make a masterwork crown. Oh well, Vase tried at least. Though he was incredibly greedy for precious materials like gallant bone and piraster, Ryan must have paid a fortune to amass all these expensive first-class materials. As far as the dwarf was concerned, letting Vase go after all he had done was enough of a reward. This outcome reflected the ambivalent relationship between Vase and Ryan. The two weren't friends, but they weren't enemies either. Ryan had lots of good reasons to take revenge on Vase. Though the dwarf currently maintained the upper hand in this situation, the awkward truth was that he still had to depend on his god to realize his ambitions. This was why the dwarf was fine with allowing the Olympus Mons to kill a couple of humans and destroy a small amount of mechs and ships. No matter how much he suppressed his emotions, he still didn't hold any good feelings towards Vase. As for Vase, his main goal had always been to get out of this situation alive. In fact, if he obeyed Ryan's requirements to the letter, he could have designed a more conservative crown that delivered what the dwarven leader had asked for and nothing more. That was the safest option, but it was also a mistake as far as Vase was concerned. The demand to make a masterwork crown was a heavy one. Vase could never take it lightly. Even if he had used Vulcan's powers to make a masterwork mech figurine, that was mostly because it was based on his successful Valkyrie Redeemer design and because he was still exploring his incarnation's capabilities. The key to making a masterwork was to be passionate about his work. He needed to care for it and commit his feelings to it in order to make it special. In the Battle of Fortia Zentra, Vase learned that masterworks functioned as an extension of their creator. That was how Kedis managed to transfer Sharpie to the Decapitator and use that interaction to intervene in a mech battle. It was also how Vase managed to do something similar to the Amaranto and empower Venerable Stark's attack. One of the implications of this key insight was that masterworks needed to reflect the strengths and desires of their creators. For example, the Devil Tiger was a strong reflection of what Vase was truly like as a mech designer. He was an innovator who constantly wanted to create powerful new solutions and eagerly took risks in order to make a lot of progress. As Vase turned his Devil Tiger project into a passion project, he became completely consumed by the desire to make a unique new mech based on new and unprecedented growth concepts. The fact that it ended up as a masterwork was a validation of his extreme approach. The Amaranto was another example of how inventing something different and trying out experimental new ideas yielded rewards to Vase. His persistent desire to improve his luminaire crystals so that he could equip his first ranged expert mech with a powerful weapon system had driven him to push his work beyond its limits. Vase guessed that the same effect was also the reason why Gloriana managed to make the little angel. The Blessed Squire was their first Hexer mech design that was technically intricate and provided a lot of space for Gloriana to indulge in her need to fit all of the puzzle pieces together in the right way. He had already suspected that this kind of hidden rule was in effect for masterwork products, but the revelation he gained from seeing Kedis in action provided him with solid proof. In short, if he wanted to make a masterwork out of this crown, he needed to go bold and implement solutions he hadn't thought of before. The first-class luminaire crystals, the use of a brand new prime material, the high integration with Vulcan, the realization of the divine right of kings and more were all aspects that caused this project to stand out from his other totem projects. In its current form, the crown design was as ambitious as Vase could get away with. He had high hopes for his product and was incredibly eager to translate it into reality. As someone who was familiar with craftsmanship, Ryan was able to detect his captive's enthusiasm. Vase did not hide his passion. In fact, he deliberately exposed it to the dwarves in order to convey his sincerity for his design. The unspoken message behind Ves's insistence on sticking to the current design was that any changes would ruin his passion. Once his mood worsened, the odds of creating a masterwork crown was much reduced. Ryan couldn't afford to take the chance of ruining what might be his only chance to obtain the crown he truly needed. Even if a couple of details looked off, as long as it did the job, who cared about the details? As a result, the Iron Emperor finally gave his assent to proceed with fabricating the crown. The heavily armored dwarf retreated to the upper catwalk in order to give Vulcan enough space to perform his craft. Vase grinned as he prepared all of the resources and tools for his upcoming fabrication attempt. Since so much was at stake for him, he couldn't afford to be careless. He not only needed to become familiar with the production equipment he was about to work with, he also needed to understand the precise properties of the first-class materials that he selected. As he proceeded to do his preparations, he felt free enough to ask one persistent question that had been nagging at the back of his mind. "Why are you in such a hurry, Ryan?" he asked. "You've waited at least a decade for me to arrive at this asteroid belt. Why do you insist on giving me just 24 hours for me to make your crown? Are you trying to put more pressure on me? You know that I can still fail, you know. The galaxy does not revolve around you, Vulcan." Ryan crossed his armored arms. "I cannot remain here now that I have exposed my trace. Despite what you think, the Empire of the Lost and all of the nearby human states are aware of my existence. I am a high-priority target to them. As long as they can capture me, they can leverage my identity to force more Vulcanites to surrender without putting up a resistance." Ah, that made sense. Vase was briefly surprised that the neighboring humans knew that the hero of the Dwarven Rebellion was alive, but no secret could be hidden forever. With how much money Ryan had siphoned from his state in order to fund his extravagant acquisition, it should be easy enough for spies to discover that something was amiss. Also, I have only amassed a limited quantity of each first-class exotic and alloy. Can you create a second crown based on the exact same design? No. Vase blinked as he swept his gaze over the materials he chose. "If I fail to make what you want, it is unlikely that I can recycle all of the materials that I have used. You don't have enough reserves for me to create a second crown." "Exactly." Ryan contemptuously smiled. "I am a decisive emperor, Vulcan. I can recognize reality and know when it is time to cut my losses. Despite my investment in this crown, I will not take excessive risks and chase after a losing proposition once it has become clear it will not yield the desired results." Of course, Ryan wouldn't treat Vase nicely if he didn't get what he wanted. His threat was still valid. Half an hour passed before Vase finished his preparations. He had rapidly mastered the controls and operations of the various devices, and he had also familiarized himself with the exact properties of all of the samples. "I will start now," he said. "Wish me luck." Before Ryan could say anything pompous, Vase went to work. The first action he performed was to draw out the hammer of Vulcan and knock it against his head. Bonk. The brief contact caused Vulcan to put Vase into a false-inspired state, causing him to view his crown design in a new light. Already, he began to develop better ideas about some of his solutions. Now that he was close to his best state, he eagerly began to take the first step. He began with the luminaire crystals, as synthesizing them was fairly delicate work. Vase believed it was best to produce them while he was still fresh. Although he had already created a viable first-class luminaire crystal before, that was when he created a smaller sample. The 12 jewels that were supposed to be embedded into the upper section of the crown came in a larger size. 11 of them would adorn the sides while a larger one would be affixed on the blocky front. Vase already possessed a decent understanding of luminaire crystal tech, and he did not hesitate to channel the illustrious one to ensure the crystals were as high in quality as he could make them under the circumstances. I still don't know enough about first-class luminaire crystals, but these will do, I guess. Eventually, he ended up with 12 crystals that closely matched his specifications. He was a bit disappointed that none of them hit the ceiling, but that was not necessarily an indicator that he would fail in making a masterwork crown. He soon proceeded with fabricating the base of the crown. This was the section that would make direct contact with the skull or helmet of the Iron Emperor and therefore had to be solid as well as ergonomic. Vase had already received precise measurements and scans of Ryan's bald head, so he was not worried about botching the fit of his work. This gallant bone is really difficult to manipulate. Vase gritted his teeth. It's so hard to turn it into a consistent and uniform shape. Bone was an inconsistent material by nature. The center might be denser than the edges. The left side might be more porous while the right side was laced with impurities. These reasons and more all made it incredibly challenging to work with such a material. Fortunately, humans developed solutions for nearly every problem. With the right tools, even gallant bone straightened out to a large extent. Once Vase managed to complete a suitable base, he began to create the upper side of the crowns. The various blocky protrusions had to be made from a combination of gallant bone, Piraster, EFV 343 and extreme cold titanium. He also included minor amounts of other materials in order to prevent powerful exotic materials such as EFV 343 and extreme cold titanium from going out of control. This was one of the more time-consuming portions of this job. Vase had to slow down and work precisely in order to make sure that every tiny part fit into place without any complications. As the hours began to pass, the false-inspired state that Vulcan had initially imparted on Vase had already begun to fade. Though Vase no longer enjoyed a powerful blessing, he had still obtained a lot of gains from the temporary state. He had spontaneously tweaked and altered minor aspects of his crown in order to make it more effective. Once he neared the end of the fabrication attempt, he began to channel Vulcan more and more as he affixed the luminaire crystals into their sockets. During this time, Vase also enabled Vulcan to slowly infuse the gallant bone component of the crown with spiritual energy. The crown became increasingly more powerful and holy as he did so. Vulcan inputted roughly 10 Vase worth of spiritual energy into the work, which wasn't powerful enough to make it intolerable to wear the crown, but still significant enough to turn it into a prime totem. Vase finally released all of his tension as he carved a small third eye on the surface of the crown. It's done. The outcome was already within his expectations. With how much he invested into its design and how much help Vulcan provided during this fabrication attempt, creating a masterwork was already a certain reward. Vase eagerly observed his latest work as it began to transform in a mysterious fashion. It was a crown truly fit for an emperor. Chapter 3361. Vase the Crown Maker. When Vase worked on the crown, he already had a suspicion that it would turn into a masterwork. No, that wasn't the right description. He just knew it would turn into a masterwork. It was not because this was his first proper chance to work with first-class materials and production equipment. It was not because he was working under the threat of death because an ambitious, cold-hearted dwarf put a gun on his head. It was not because he applied numerous interesting innovations to his crown design. All of these factors certainly played a role in increasing the special nature of the end product, but they were not the decisive factor that gave Vase a certainty that he had passed the test. No. The truth was that this 24-hour-long pressure test had caused him to develop critical insights about the nature of masterworks and how it tied to his own work and design philosophy. Vase had undergone an evolution in the way he perceived his products. The insights that he had accumulated up until now had given him a greater glimpse of the nature of masterworks, but it was only by combining them together that he finally managed to grasp a portion of the truth about masterworks. Even as Vase observed the subtle masterwork transformation that increased the invisible qualities of the crown, he himself was undergoing a transformation. Both creator and product made substantial gains that caused them to become more remarkable than normal. Vase didn't actually glean that many insights from witnessing the crown stepping up to the second rung of the ladder. An insight was defined as obtaining deep understanding in something. Observation wasn't the only method of developing a deep understanding of a certain phenomenon. Thinking was another way to develop greater understanding, and that was what Vase had just obtained throughout this experience. The fruit he obtained from the latter tasted much sweeter than the former. Because he gained out his new insights through reason and deduction, he fully mastered the new understanding he gained. This was much better than observing an external phenomena and reluctantly comprehending the puzzle pieces that he could understand. This was why Vase felt he had gained more out of making this crown than making any of his masterwork projects up until today. In the previous 4 cases when he successfully fabricated a masterwork mech, these opportunities always came about by chance. Vase hadn't able to exert any meaningful control on the quality of his end products. Every time he embarked on another fabrication run, he performed the equivalent of purchasing a lottery ticket. If he was lucky enough to hold the winning ticket, he would happily be able to add a new masterwork certificate to his name. Sadly, his luck wasn't that extravagant most of the time. His lottery tickets turned out to be duds most of the time. This was why he failed to turn the Dark Zephyr, the Riot and the First Sword into masterworks. I didn't understand back then. Understanding. It was such a general word, but only when he truly experienced it would he know how precious and sublime it could be. The understanding he gained from this short side project was far greater than he had ever hoped at the start. This was because Vase gained a key that he could use to unlock the doors that previously blocked his way. Maybe, I don't need to buy a lottery ticket anymore in order to win a prize. Although Vase still had to make a lot more progress to get to that point, he instinctively felt he had made substantial progress. Vase slowly lifted his hammer. Its comfortable glow felt more attuned to him than ever before. This was a clear sign that he had become a lot more aligned to one of Vulcan's domains. Craftsmanship. It turned out that this was one of the hidden benefits of making an incarnation out of Vulcan. Although Vase and Vulcan were actually 2 facets of the same jewel, in truth there was still a substantial degree of separation in between them. One of the areas in which they differed was their perspectives and comprehension of reality. To put it in different terms, their domains colored their perception. Vase wore a visor that interpreted reality in terms of life and mechs. This was why he was unable to understand what Vulcan was looking at when he looked at reality with his own visor. Yet due to their connection to each other, Vase was able to make rapid progress in understanding what Vulcan instinctively comprehended. He especially benefited from this process when he actually began to make his crown. That was the moment when Vulcan became more active and channeled his domain. This was another factor why Vase was able to make a lot more progress in condensing his own understanding of craftsmanship. All of this culminated in what he could only describe as an evolution. The difference between himself 24 hours ago and his current self was too big. If Ryan Aiden had never set a trap for him and forced him to make a crown, he doubted that he would have been able to make this much progress in so little time. Pressure truly brought out the best in Vase. Several minutes passed by as Vase became immersed in his own bliss. A supreme sense of accomplishment surged through his body as his new comprehension already altered the way he viewed the cosmos. It felt as if his senses had received an upgrade that enabled them to become more discerning. The difference was especially big when he viewed masterworks like the crown that he had just made. When he looked at it, he no longer thought that he was lucky to turn it into a masterwork. He could partially determine what factors contributed to the elevation of his crown. Not only that, he felt he could replicate them in order to repeat this feat. As long as he obtained the same materials and another opportunity to make use of this expensive workshop, he had at least 10% confidence that he could make another masterwork crown. 10% is pretty big. Previously, Vase would have set his chances at just 1%, and that was an optimistic estimate. The low odds reflected his lack of confidence in his ability to produce masterworks on command. Basically, much of the factors that contributed to that single percentage point was down to luck, happenstance and serendipity. Now, that 1% still existed, but Vase added 9% on top of that due to the additional factors based on his own gains. Unlike the former, the latter was derived from variables that he could consciously control and direct. This was because he understood a bit of the truth about masterworks. The basic premise was that they were extensions of their creators. Because of that, masterworks only came into existence when they encapsulated the best, strongest and most truthful aspects of their creators. As long as he got excited, as long as he innovated, as long as he took risks and as long as he centered his work around life, he would naturally increase the quality of his end products. The truth is actually simple, but understanding it is not as easy as it sounds. This was a truth that mech designers like Vase could only embrace through their own efforts. He was pretty sure that if he walked up to Gloriana and explained all of his recent gains, his wife wouldn't actually see any substantial improvements. Her perspective is different from mine. Vase muttered. Since masterworks are an extension of their creators, every mech designer must build up their comprehension from their own foundations. For example, the assumption that masterworks were extensions of their own creators was an interpretation that fit the way Vase viewed reality. He was a mech designer that constantly used life as a lens. In comparison, Kedis interpreted her work in a similar but not identical way. To her, her swords sang to her. Vase wasn't able to hear these songs at all and it was futile for him to try. Currently, only Vase and Kedis possessed the ability to distinguish and comprehend their masterworks in this manner. It seemed as if they were already a step ahead of the rest. Was it because of their companion spirits? He suspected that journeymen like themselves weren't supposed to touch this truth so soon. However, what Vase had done somehow allowed them to skip a lot of steps and put them in touch with higher-level concepts faster than normal. Vase looked affectionately at his crown. It was not only a fantastic product in itself that would doubtlessly provide a lot of value to its owner in the future, but it was also a sign that he had grown up in terms of his own development in craftsmanship. Even if he became separated from Vulcan today, he would still keep all of the precious gains he made today. Vulcan. Ryan spoke with much more respect than before as he slowly approached the work table where the end product rested. He stopped at a fair distance as if he was afraid of breaking the crown if he picked it up too soon. You succeeded. I have read about your miracles, but this, the dwarven crown possessed a strong spiritual presence that was almost irresistible to dwarves. Ryan was not an average person, but the crown was specifically designed and made to be put on his head. It took a lot of self-control for him to maintain his distance. Vase slowly turned around. I got lucky, I guess. I really don't want to know what you would do to me if I failed to make a masterwork. The Dwarven Emperor did not speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel about it. That was an irrelevant future now that Vase had managed to stave off disaster. There was no reason for the contractor and the client to sour their own relations by talking about ugly matters. Both of them wanted to pursue the best possible outcome. Now that Vase had succeeded in this challenge, the main source of tension between them no longer existed. Both of them possessed a strong interest in maintaining a cordial if not friendly relationship. With the existence of the Masterwork Crown, both Vase and Ryan gained a lot more benefits if they continued to work together. It wasn't worth it for either of them to attack each other. This was why Vase was truly confident he was safe now. The sword of Damocles that Ryan had hung over his head had been lowered without decapitating anyone. Ryan's cybernetic eyes glowed brightly as he took his time to scan and behold the Masterwork Crown. Even from this distance, I can feel the divinity of this crown. Only a mech designer such as you can make this kind of object. I don't know. Although Vase was highly pleased with his crown, he did not assume that it was unsurpassed. He suspected that the Five Scrolls Compact or other groups might be able to create something similar by leveraging their own understanding of spiritual engineering. Since there was someone out there that could make a sophisticated product like the Grand Dynamo, it was not that big of a leap to think there were other spiritual engineers that were able to fuse spiritual components into physical products. Still, Vase did not believe that his distant and unknowable competitors were able to make a crown like this. After all, it was not only alive, but was also connected to a powerful design spirit of his own making. The crown was a representation of his best work. When Vase looked at it, his thoughts already began to look forward. Each masterwork mech of his own making was like a crown to him now. The Amaranto was more than just an expert mech. It was the crown which bestowed Venerable Stark with the authority she deserved. The crown also enabled her to draw out her potential and amplify her power so that she gained the strength to enforce her will. Vase strangely gained a lot more confidence in his ability to turn both the Bulwark project and the Chimera project into masterworks. Chapter 3362, Investiture. Objectively speaking, making a masterwork mech was many times harder than making a masterwork crown. The two product types were incomparable in terms of scale, complexity and resource investment. The bigger and more difficult an object, the harder it was to make a masterwork out of it. That was the general rule. This was also why masterwork starships and masterwork space stations were practically unheard of. While it was technically possible to make them, the fact that the CFA didn't even put any effort into making them was enough proof that it was too impractical to chase after these unicorns. Then why did Vase possess a lot of confidence in his next two projects? It was because he was a mech designer. As much as he enjoyed the process of making a masterwork crown, this was ultimately a side project to him. He did not intend to specialize in making crowns at all. His interest in them would not last forever, and it was conceivable that he would quickly lose his passion for crowns over time. It doesn't matter if I dabble in other product categories for a time, but I will always return to mechs in the end. He was already itching to apply all of the gains he made towards his upcoming expert mech design projects. The Bulwark project and the Chimera project were both close to completion, but he still had the urge to apply some changes to insert more of his own style into them. He had made too many compromises that reined in some of the more extreme aspects of these designs, and that was not optimal as far as he was concerned. He could think about that later. First, he needed to wrap up this enlightening session with his host. After Ryan and a couple of other faceless dwarves confirmed without a doubt that Vase had made a masterwork crown that already possessed legendary properties, they all moved over to the throne room. The decor was still as drab and martial as before. The gunmetal gray bulkheads and the various banners hanging over their heads did not convey a sufficient amount of grandness to the ceremony that Ryan insisted on holding. However, a better venue wasn't available at the moment. The Iron Emperor would be a fool to travel to the Erebran province and enter the true throne room of the Vulcan Empire. With his own state burning all around him, Ryan had already made his decision to get away as quickly and quietly as before. He had already implemented plans to evacuate his core group of loyalists from Smiling Samuel a long time ago, so there was nothing tying him down to this wretched state. As a result, Vase found himself compelled to take part in a shabby but important ceremony. He had suited up in his unending regalia again. His anti-grav backpack came online as well in order to help him cope with the heavy gravity that was affecting the rest of the ship. St. Yllamerika had already flooded the entire dwarven frigate in her domain field again. The ace pilot's omnipresent will and presence paid close attention to both Vase and the crown that he was holding between his gauntlets. The Dwarven Emperor's Praetorian Guard all stood at attention as they left open a path to the throne. "You may approach," one of their officers instructed. Vase slowly stepped forward. His metal boots clanked softly against the deck as he did so. Even though St. Ylla clouded his spiritual senses with her powerful force of will, Vase could still judge that every single dwarf in this compartment paid close attention to him at the moment. No, that wasn't quite correct. They were all staring at his crown. If Vase could straighten his back further, he would have. He felt inordinately proud and satisfied for capturing the imagination of the dwarves. The crown possessed a special charm to their kind that a human like Vase would never be able to experience. The crown gave the impression that anyone who wore it possessed the unquestionable right to rule over the dwarves. This was a deliberate psychological suggestion that Vase had programmed into the object in order to facilitate Ryan's purpose. It looked as if he did a good job of implementing this idea. Only St. Yllamerika possessed the will and discipline to maintain a sober and even suspicious attitude towards the crown. When Vase reached the foot of the steps, he stopped because a pair of armored guards had barred the way forward. Their black rifles crossed against each other as if they formed a gate. Vase looked up at the giant armored form that had seated itself on the throne. The Iron Emperor looked more dignified than normal. This was an important day to him. Not only did he reunite with Vulcan, but also managed to persuade him to craft the symbol of authority that he so desperately needed to change the trajectory of the dwarven species. "You may ascend." The crossed rifles retracted, allowing Vase to climb up the bare metal steps as if he was a supplicant. The journey was slow, silent and solemn. Even though this ceremony was so shabby that Vase didn't see the point in holding it, the dwarves didn't think this way. They all treated this moment as if it was the culmination of their greatest dreams. Though Ryan had secretly been recognized as emperor, the title was largely empty if he didn't rule over a corresponding empire. No matter how well-spoken Ryan sounded like, his naked ambition caused him to make many extreme decisions. His willingness to give up temporal power over the Vulcan Empire said a lot about his determination. From the moment he found his purpose, Ryan was never content with staying in this underdeveloped star sector. Dwarvenkind would never be able to rise within the galactic rim, let alone the backyard of human civilization. Only by leading the dwarves out of the reach of humanity would he be able to give his subjects a proper home. The short but important coronation that was about to take place was a critical turning point for Ryan. The reason why he and the other dwarves attached so much importance to it was because of the special identity of the person holding the crown. Which ruler could claim with a straight face that a god had personally crowned them? In order to be able to claim with utmost seriousness that Vulcan himself had invested him with the authority to rule over the dwarves, Ryan did not dare to take this ceremony lightly. Vulcan, the powerful dwarf boomed. "Your Majesty." Vase responded in a more formal attitude than before. "Do you support our cause?" What a tricky question. Vase didn't really care that much about the dwarves at first. Even though he had awful experiences with the Vulcanites, that was mostly his fault. The citizens of the Vulcan Empire were not representative of the attitudes of other dwarves. However, that didn't mean that Vase was supportive of the dwarves. Ryan plotted to split up a portion of humanity in the name of racial inequality. No matter whether he was able to succeed, such a major event would definitely inflict a lot of damage to human society. Yet now, he found that his opinions had changed. By creating this powerful crown, Vase became involved in Ryan's masterplan. If the Iron Emperor could truly pull it off, then Vulcan would become an indispensable part of the lives of a divergent civilization. Even if Vase did not intend to meddle with the dwarves, he still found it worth it to insert a nail in a completely separate group from humanity. This nail would become more valuable if the dwarves achieved success. As a result, Vase did not have to lie in order to provide a favorable response. "I do." He smiled as he spoke his honest thoughts without reserve. "I support your cause. It shouldn't be this way. Human civilization is supposed to stand up for all people, even dwarves that were originally derived from baseline human stock. It is a pity that human nature is much more cruel and ignorant than we wish. Every species possesses flaws, and our faults are particularly obvious towards individuals who look differently from us. Dwarves will never gain true acceptance from humans because the latter can't look past our physical differences." This was a painful admission to make for a modern human. People spent a huge amount of effort over many years to move humanity past the stage where they judged each other on the color of their skin, their gender identity, their parentage, their state and so on. Though most of humanity had definitely made a lot of progress, people had never been able to shake off this ugly side completely. Ryan happened to agree with this interpretation. The dwarf's eyes looked heavy. Dwarves have always been treated as subhumans by those WHO-made US. To the masters, WHO look down on US, treat US as human resources rather than individuals. Our worth has become tied to how much labor we can provide. As long as nothing changes, dwarves will forever stay in bondage to the humans that deny US equal opportunity. The Iron Emperor gained momentum as he mentioned the grievance that had motivated him to fight for the dwarves. The dwarf raised an armored fist. "Since the beginning of our creation, we dwarves have never been treated fairly. Too many of our people think we must play the games of humans and integrate into their power structure in order to change our lot. Each of them are fools. Humans will never give up their total control over their own society. Dwarves will forever be treated as lessers. You have decided to take matters into your own hands. Indeed, if the humans will not give us justice, then we shall take it with our own hands. With the help of your divine providence, I can wake up my fellow dwarves and convince them that we must unite to fulfill the dream of an independent star empire. It is for this reason that I request to be crowned with a work of your own making. Please bless our mission and allow me to ascend to my true throne." Vase saw that as a signal to perform the most important act. His face remained utterly serious as he stepped closer. Since Ryan's giant armored form was in a seated position, Vase did not need to levitate himself to place the crown on his exposed bald head. Slowly but surely, Vase slowly extended his arms. Everyone's breath had stilled as the large and impressive piece of craftsmanship lingered just above a broad and dark-skinned head. "By my power as the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship, I invest you as the emperor of all dwarves, the ruler of the eternal dwarven empire and the voice of Vulcan." Ryan's entire form glowed with the light of Vulcan as soon as the crown finally rested on his head. Each and every dwarf in the compartment knelt in front of the throne. They solemnly bent their heads in order to convey their allegiance to the leader who promised to lead their race to a brand new future. Though the eternal dwarven empire didn't even exist, not a single dwarf thought that it would remain that way. As everyone basked in the strengthened presence of the newly crowned emperor, they each believed with all of their hearts that they would live long enough to step foot in a real dwarven nation. Vase quietly stepped aside. While he ostensibly held the most noble identity of all, their thoughts towards Vulcan was quite distant and ambivalent. In contrast, the leader that won over their personal loyalty was the real star of the show today. Seeing Ryan fulfill one of his greatest wishes had made them happy for their leader. The quest to free the dwarves had truly begun today. Chapter 3363, Crown Conclusion. Did Vase take part in a grand moment of history or a short-lasting farce? It remained to be seen whether Emperor Ryan Aiden and his loyal following would be able to pull off a dwarven exodus. The Big Two certainly wouldn't approve of any ethnic group cutting away from human civilization. Even if the dwarven people possessed legitimate grievances about the way they were treated, the precedent of their departure would spur on the departures of many other dissatisfied groups. Part of the reason why human civilization was so powerful at the moment was because humanity did not fundamentally compete against itself. That would doubtlessly change once different groups split away from the current consensus and founded their own sovereign star nations. The collective power of humankind as a whole would become a lot weaker once these independent human nations fought against each other, which would surely happen. Without the Big Two's restraint, the scale and destructiveness of the competition between nations would easily overtake the petty squabbles between states that happened in the current age. We would essentially be going back to the age of conquest. Vase muttered. Soon enough, we'll start dispatching warships against each other again. According to this predicted outcome, he shouldn't even be cheering on the secessionist dwarves in the first place. As a human, it was in his best interest to support the Big Two's overall stance and prevent any element of human civilization from sparking a regression that would directly put humanity back where it started. Yet, after taking part in such a significant and exciting event, how could Vase oppose this development? A childish part of him felt privileged to be a part of a potentially massive event that could shake humanity. Maybe I've grown tired of messing up individual states. Vase muttered. Maybe I'm starting to develop a craving for stirring up entire civilizations. Meow. Oh, it's nothing, Lucky. Everything is fine. He smiled at his cat. After Vase finished his performance in the coronation ceremony, the dwarves no longer needed him. Ryan generously allowed his guest to return to his fleet and depart from the star system without any further incident. Are the dwarves leaving? They are. Minister Sheddarin Pernus replied. According to our sensors, the Olympus Mons and the dwarven frigate are already making their way to the second closest Lagrange point. That's good news. Vase sighed in relief. Hopefully, we'll soon be out of the effective range of the dwarven ace Mech. Even though their leader shouldn't have a reason to kill us all, who knows what goes on in his head. He's anything but a normal dwarf. He did not dare to say anything more about Ryan. The dwarf was planning a grand conspiracy that would definitely provoke the Big Two sooner or later. Vase should be distancing himself from this future revolutionary as much as possible at this point. The foreign minister was tactful enough to rein in his curiosity. Although he could already fill in a lot of gaps with the help of his intellect, experience and imagination, he was astute enough to smell a lot of danger in whatever happened inside the ship. No average dwarven group would go through such an extravagant amount of effort to employ the Larkinson Patriarch's services. Just the fact that the mastermind behind this entire trap was able to command a powerful ace pilot was enough to prove that he was not to be trifled with. Knowing too much would only increase the chance of the Olympus Mons turning around to finish the job. Meow. Lucky hovered over to Vess's hands and sniffed a few times. His glowing green eyes began to look suspicious. Hey, settle down. Just be thankful that we're all heading back with our hides intact. You can't imagine what I had to do in order to save us all. If I wasn't so good at my job, this day would have taken a different turn. Although a part of Vase thought that Ryan was just bluffing and that his threats were just part of an act, the very real losses suffered by the Golden Skull Alliance were not a joke. The Larkinsons and their allies suffered small but painful losses. The Avatar mechs and mech pilots shredded by the deceptively small machine gun module of the Olympus Mons served as a serious warning that the expeditionary fleet had come close to total annihilation. When the shuttle finally returned to the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentime, the fleet slowly began to make its own way out of the Tryon N system. The mood of the crew was a lot more downcast than before. No one was happy about how a single ace mech tore down their defenses and exposed the weaknesses of their armed forces. No matter whether it was the Larkinsons, Glory Seekers or Crossers, none of them performed well enough to keep their heads high after today. All of the pride and accomplishment they gained from winning the Battle of Fortia Zentra had disappeared as if someone poked a hole in their balloons. As Vase continued to make his way up to one of the conference rooms of the Spirit of Bentheim, he couldn't help but grow more depressed at all of the depressed clansmen around him. It became clear that while the clan did not suffer a lot of material damage, the impact on morale was far greater. "We'll get back up, I'm sure of it, we're Larkinsons, we never keep our heads down," Vase quietly said to himself. Time healed every wound, and this was no different. The clan had already grown robust enough to deal with this problem without requiring his personal intervention. Vase was completely certain that General Verl already had a plan in mind to reverse the current malaise. In the next hour, Vase presided over a tense and depressing conference meeting with the leader of the Golden Skull Alliance. Suffice to say, the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan did not find it pleasant to get caught up in his latest problems again. Vase knew that he would definitely have to make it up to them in order to keep relations cordial within the Golden Skull Alliance. He especially wanted to maintain good relations with Patriarch Reginald Cross. This event had underscored the importance of gaining the protection of an ace pilot. Vase had always thought that helping Patriarch Reginald advance to ace pilot was a difficult and unpleasant chore. Now, he considered it to be a necessity. Even though helping the Cross clan gain a new ace pilot directly empowered a rival, Vase had little choice but to cooperate. It was too precarious to roam the Red Ocean knowing that there were numerous pioneers out there that had obtained the services of other ace pilots. It didn't matter anymore if Patriarch Reginald was an arrogant glory hound who put his own interests before everyone else's. He was the closest friendly potential ace pilot that could offer a lot of protection to the expeditionary fleet. Vase was more than willing to put up with Reginald's excesses as long as he fought as well as Saint Yulamerika. "Well, let's focus on leaving Smiling Samuel first," he spoke when the meeting came to an end. "We need to completely remove ourselves from this war zone before considering our future plans. The dwarves that I have just worked with have promised to prevent any local Vulcanite forces from harassing us as we make our way out, but who knows whether they can deliver on their promises. We should maintain full vigilance and hope that our mercenaries won't resort to another contract clause to excuse themselves from combat." Although Vase and everyone was pissed as hell at the cowardly behavior of the mercenaries they hired, they had no choice but to keep working with them. The mech pilots for hire were fully in their right to stay out of a suicidal battle against a powerful ace mech. Once the meeting ended, Vase tiredly returned to his stateroom. Meow, meow. Lucky approached Clixie and curled up next to her warm body on one of their cat beds. As for Vase, he removed his unending regalia and tiredly dropped himself next to his wife on the couch. Gloriana did not look pleased as she crossed her arms. "You need to stop it, Vase." "Stop what? You know what I'm referring to. Your incessant habit of leading us right into our deaths. Hey, I had good reason to head to this star system. I can't explain to you what is going on, and I'm sorry for that, but I've mostly succeeded in what I set out to do. I've even obtained a couple of bonuses that will benefit us in the long term. Ultimately, our gains outweigh our losses. That's because the dwarves were merciful to us today. What if you made the wrong decision? What if the dwarves were less tolerant of us? The Olympus Mons could have blown us all up and our baby with it. She hasn't even been born yet, Vase. I can't bear the thought of losing our baby before I even have a chance to raise her. She deserves better. Please calm down. I'm not sure whether your stress affects our baby's health, but let's not take any risks." Vase sidled up closer and gently placed his hand on her bulging belly. His pregnant wife frowned at him, but decided not to remove his limb. His daughter felt healthier and more alive than ever. Vase even had the illusion that today's experience had impacted his augmented child's budding spirituality. Vase truly let go of his concerns once he verified that St. Merika's oppressive domain field has not negatively affected his unborn daughter's condition. "Everything will be okay," he smiled at his wife as he basked in her soft scent. "We aren't going to take any further risks as we depart from the Vulcan Empire. We're not even sticking around in the Fermi star cluster any longer than necessary. We're heading directly to the Antilla star cluster without any breaks so that we can reach the Tarnished Crown star sector as soon as possible. We'll all be safe once we reach the gate system over there. It will take years before we ever come close to encountering these kinds of threats. We shouldn't be encountering them in the first place." Gloriana grumbled. Tarnished Crown was the goal of every aspiring pioneer in the local region at the moment. Vase found it ironic that the star sector just happened to be called this way. Not only did it possess an unfortunate but completely unrelated association to the Crown Uprising, it also reminded Vase of the commission he just completed. It was as if this entire period of human history revolved around crowns for some reason. Vase shook his head. This was a silly thought. He did not intend to fabricate any more crowns, particularly because he knew that a certain crown-wearing dwarf would eventually build up a lot of notoriety when he attempted his exodus. The two mech designers cuddled against each other for a while. Despite her attitude, Gloriana was grateful that her husband managed to return from the scary dwarven ship alive. She didn't want to raise her baby alone. Have you thought about how we'll name our first child? Vase softly asked. She looked at him as if he was stupid. Of course I did that. I already started to draw up a list of names just after we met for the first time. You can never start too early. What kind of names are you considering? I still have to narrow down my choices. Right now, I'm thinking about Mariana, Shiriana, Lyriana, Cynthiana, Coriana, Giliana, Oriana, Heliana. Vase already started to look cross-eyed after hearing her suggestions. Those choices sound nice and all, but I'm not hearing enough variety. Did you come up with any names at all that end with something other than Anna? How about Veronica? Chapter 3364. Back on track. Several weeks had gone by since the coronation of Emperor Ryan Aiden. After the encounter with the Olympus Mons, no one in the expeditionary fleet wanted to stay in the Vulcan Empire any second longer than necessary. Despite taking a faster but riskier route, the Golden Skull Alliance did not meet any resistance. The navigators had deliberately plotted a route that mainly threaded through star systems that were either far too marginal or had already been subjugated by human forces. Just like before, none of the regional dwarven military forces came out to take revenge on the expeditionary fleet. The other human groups that had joined the feast in Smiling Samuel still treated Vase and his clan as if they were plague bearers. Together with the mercenary forces that at least made the expeditionary fleet more troublesome to harass, the cost of attacking the Golden Skull Alliance far outweighed the benefits. With so many rich but vulnerable dwarven star systems that were just begging to get looted, hardly any human forces took the initiative to acknowledge the passing fleet's existence. This pattern continued even after the Larkinsons and their allies finally put the Vulcan Empire behind them. The alert level finally dropped down to green, permitting everyone to remove their protective suits and return to wearing more comfortable outfits. The return to normality also restored everyone's morale. It was quite stressful to live in an environment where the odds of encountering threats was small but not trivial. Most of those worries disappeared when they finally left an active war zone and traveled out of the reach of the fanatical and irrational Vulcanites. I'd be happy if we never stumble upon another dwarf in our lives. We're finally back on track. I still have nightmares about fighting against the Olympus Mons. Although the personnel of the expeditionary fleet was still profoundly affected by what had happened during the trip, the damage was in a controllable range. As long as nothing outrageous happened in the short term, the entire ordeal would just become another story that people exchanged with each other while drinking. We're currently passing through the territory of the Consolidated Kingdom of Neme. Calabast's projection told Vase when he was at his office. Neme is one of the many states that have teamed up with the Lost to carve up the Vulcan Empire's territories. Most of the kingdom's mech armies are either deployed to Smiling Samuel or have been stationed at its borders in order to deter incursions from its other neighbors. The threat of getting waylaid by one of their military fleets is almost nil. Neme simply doesn't have the manpower to spare. It was sad that the Larkinsons even had to make a threat assessment of every state they visited. Still, with their history of coming into conflict with states for various reasons, this was not a redundant precaution. What about the rest of the Sin Beta star sector? Do you foresee any threats? Vase asked. Calabast shook her head. Unlikely. The mercenaries that we've hired are still worth their money. Their troop strength and the repercussions of attacking them is already sufficient to deter most opportunistic robbers who urgently need to pad their capital ship quota. Well, at least we're not wasting our money. Vase snorted. Once we pass through the Consolidated Kingdom of Neme, we'll mostly be traveling through busy, well-established trade routes that have a relatively high safety index. It helps that we will mostly be passing through the various port systems of different third-rate states. This was the fastest way of traveling through a star sector quickly. Port systems were easy FTL travel destinations and attracted a lot of space traffic due to their inherent advantages. Even if the Larkinson clan had no intention of buying anything from these third-class economies, just the convenience of skipping a week or more of monotonous FTL travel was enough to make the trip worthwhile. Vase glanced at the projected star map. It won't take long until we finally enter the Antilla star cluster. Tell me about this place. Is there anything I should know? If the Gate Consortium hadn't chosen to set one of its gate systems in this star cluster, most people probably wouldn't have paid any special attention to it. We'll only be traveling through 2 more star sectors. First, we will be entering the Sticky Pernois star sector. The environment is slightly complicated here due to the numerous different second-rate states that occupy this region. They've been known to quarrel with each other, but they have all quieted down as of late. Because of all of the traffic passing through their territories, am I right? Vase guessed. The Spymaster's projection nodded. Ever since the gate system opened next door, many forces in Sticky Pernois are wary of provoking the prospective pioneers that are trying to reach the gate system. None of the people or groups that can arrange passage through the Beander gates are average. That said, the pioneers themselves aren't always as restrained. I've read in the news that incidents of robberies have increased in Sticky Pernois. Correct, but we don't have to worry. The local authorities all pretend to be blind and deaf because it is too much of a hassle to intervene in disputes between notable foreign entities. Still, the overwhelming majority of attacks consists of a stronger fleet bullying a weaker one. There is never an instance where 2 fleets of equal strength fight a serious battle. All of these battles revolved around profit, and there weren't many gains to be had if attackers lost half of their troops to defeat their prey. The Golden Skull Alliance was already strong enough on its own. Its impressive battle record along with the mercenary escort added 2 more compelling reasons why it should be left alone. Calabast was right to minimize the threat of getting waylaid. Only state-backed military forces posed a significant threat to the expeditionary fleet at this point, but Calabast judged that none of them should jump out and make trouble with the Larkinsons. The only noteworthy detail about Sticky Pernois is that we'll be picking up our capital ship orders in one of its second-rate states. Vase nodded. The Gorgonean and the diligent Ovenbird will finally join our fleet. We've waited a long time for them. At least the recent delays have allowed us to splurge on more upgrades. The closer they came to entering the Red Ocean, the more they realized that preparations mattered a lot. The more they could invest before they reached the new frontier, the better. Right, once we pass through Sticky Pernois, we'll finally enter the star sector that we have all been waiting for. Tarnished Crown is a central star sector, so it has always been relatively stable. The opening of the Red Ocean has profoundly lowered its danger index as the local states and groups find it far more profitable to cater to the demands of the visiting pioneering fleets rather than competing against each other. A lot of new companies have sprung up in recent years. Shipyards, mech manufacturers, supply companies, headhunting offices, you name it, there's probably a business out there that can meet our needs. At wildly overinflated prices, no doubt. Vase crossed his arms. That's a given. The supply of goods and services is growing, but it simply can't keep up with the meteoric rise in demand. You already know that the wait time to commission a capital ship has surpassed a decade. No wonder nearby pioneering fleets chose to play pirate this time. Calabast gave Vase a reassuring smile. You don't have to worry too much about the risks once we reach Tarnished Crown. It's a much more monitored and scrutinized star sector since it hosts a gate system. Few people are eager to show their ugly side so close to a powerful MTA garrison. The Beander Gate is located in the Opalis star system, which also happens to house the sector headquarters of the local MTA branch. Ever since the Gate Consortium has set up shop here, the MTA has heavily reinforced its security presence in Opalis and beyond. A Beander Gate was insanely costly even for the Big Two. There were always crazies out there that wanted to blow up something valuable, and the Crown Uprising had increased the risk factor by at least 100 times. Are the risks really low here? Vase looked suspicious. Well, the good news is that threats from states, local power players and pioneering fleets are minimal. There are MTA ships stationed in many major star systems, so no one dares to fire the first shot in front of their noses. The bad news is that the Beander Gate is a magnet for a certain kind of trouble. He already had a good idea what she was referring to. Crown terrorists. Yes, while the numbers are rather fuzzy, hundreds of major terrorist attacks are taking place in Tarnished Crown alone. We're not talking about one-man shuttle kamikaze runs here. We're talking about exploding the power reactors of passenger liners, releasing toxic gases across entire cities, rogue mechs opening fire at passing starships, and so on. Each time, the Crown terrorists have managed to reap a significant amount of lives. Terrorists' attacks like these had erupted in other places as well. The Bardo star cluster and the Fermi star cluster that the Larkinsons had visited were also affected by similar incidents. This was different, though. The risk of getting caught up in terrorist attacks is notably higher in Tarnished Crown. Calabast seriously warned, it's not just because the Crown terrorists seem obsessed with taking down Beander Gates. It's also because of the name of the Star Sector. The mere mention of a crown, any crown, is enough to set off these delusional, brainwashed idiots. Vase let out a deep breath. Tarnished Crown is just a label. It's not a literal description of the Star Sector. We all know that, but the Crown terrorists can't be reasoned with. In fact, the original reason why the Star Sector is called this way is because all 5 second-rate states and all of the third-rate states are kingdoms. Each and every one of them has chosen to adopt the feudal model. You can't find a higher concentration of kings and queens in any other Star Sector. I bet those monarchs are all regretting the fact that they wear crowns. Vase chuckled. It did not surprise Vase at all that the crazy Crown terrorists surged to the Tarnished Crown sector like moths to a flame. The entire place pretty much did everything they could to provoke the nutty anarchists who kept yelling about returning a stolen crown. As much as Vase found it interesting to hear about all of the assassination attempts on these monarchs, these troubles didn't matter to migrants like him. As long as the expeditionary fleet remained in the outer systems of the places it passed through, it was unlikely for any terrorists to be able to get close enough to launch a serious attack. What about the Opalis system itself? Vase asked. Have the terrorists ever managed to launch a successful attack in this highly guarded gate system? The MTA has already maintained tight security in the systems that house their sector headquarters, and this is no different. While the heavy patrols cannot prevent every possible terrorist attacks, they can respond extremely quickly and isolate any outbreak with the help of powerful tech. The damage is always confined to a minimum. Vase became reassured after hearing that. So far, the expeditionary fleet only endured terrorist attacks at the start of the Crown Uprising. After the Alliance partners all made use of kinship networks to root out the hidden dangers among their personnel, the galaxy-wide upheaval no longer affected the Golden Skull Alliance. Everyone in the fleet had been spared from the fear and mutual suspicion that infected other organizations. This was why many Larkinsons grew complacent as they developed the impression that the Crown Uprising was merely a sideshow. This was a dangerous mentality because the terrorist attacks had taken a serious toll on the rest of human society. Chapter 3365 Designing a New Cat 3365 Designing a New Cat. So far, the expeditionary fleet did not encounter any further incidents. With the madness of the Vulcan Empire well and truly behind them now, the Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers fully relaxed and returned to their normal routines. With the nearest Beander Gate so tantalizingly close, the expeditionary members began to focus increasingly more on preparing for their upcoming entry into the Red Ocean. From stocking up on supplies to performing numerous upgrades on their capital ships, the entire fleet turned into a hive of activity as an uncountable amount of tasks needed to be completed while it was still possible to obtain specific goods. On the other hand, the fleet had also started to shed assets that were no longer useful. The Larkinsons had already dumped more than a dozen sub-capital ships. These mostly consisted of non-combat vessels that weren't strictly needed anymore at this point. Of course, the Larkinson clan was far from the only organization that was trying to shed its excess assets. The local ship vendors were making a killing by absorbing all of the unwanted sub-capital ships at rock-bottom prices before shipping them to other star clusters so that they could sell them at wildly inflated prices due to the deteriorating security situation in those regions. Something similar happened to mechs to a lesser degree. It was too bad that the mechs of the Larkinson clan were mostly exclusive and could not be allowed to fall in the hands of third parties. The Larkinsons were already prepared to disassemble them and melt down the parts so that they could stock or sell the recycled materials. While all of this took place, Vase caught up to all of the work that he had long pushed off due to the need to address immediate concerns. With no further issues on the horizon, he made up for all of his delays and absences by working with renewed passion. He not only invested a lot of effort in applying his new insights and understanding on the Bulwark Project and the Chimera Project, but also took care of other matters such as tutoring his students, managing the expanded group of assistant mech designers and contributing to the design of Venerable Brutus Woden's expert mech. Though it had taken a lot longer than anyone had thought, the Bulwark Project was close to completion. The design department had already completed the preparations to upgrade the existing Shield of Samar from a prime mech to its much more powerful expert mech iteration. If they wanted to, the journeymen were ready to begin the enormous upgrade process right away. Yet before Gloriana was willing to fulfill Venerable Janzi's long-awaited wishes, she walked up to her husband in order to make a demanding request. When will you give me a new cat? She demanded. Meow. Clixie stood forgotten at her side. I'm working on it, honey. Already reached a stage where their baby was also close to emerging. 9/11 In truth, due to all of the genetic modifications and medical treatment plans, the gestation time for a don't tell me you're working on it. Vase. I told you months ago to prepare one for me. Now that we're about to reinvent the Shield of Samar, I need every advantage that I can get. I'm tired of falling behind while you and Keddies merrily make use of your own pets. Vase turned away from his work terminal and swept his gaze towards her belly. Her pregnancy had already reached a stage where their baby was also close to emerging. In truth, due to all of the genetic modifications and medical treatment plans, the gestation time for a designer baby usually stretched a little bit longer than average. Meow. Seeing that Gloriana wasn't paying attention to her at the moment, Clixie jumped onto Vess's lap and already began to beg for pets. Gloriana, implanting a companion spirit in your mind is a highly delicate and risky procedure. Vase patiently explained, it's not the right time for me to implant a new companion spirit for you. First, it is too close to upgrading the Shield of Samar. You'll be undergoing a lot of changes that will certainly distract you and force you to familiarize yourself with your new capabilities. Second, I don't think it is a good idea to mess with your body and mind when you are this close to ending your pregnancy. What if the changes will affect our baby? His wife lifted her chin. Our daughter is stronger than you think. Doctor. Rania and her doctors have already prepared a treatment room where they can respond to emergencies at any time. If that's not enough, the superior mother is constantly watching over me and our little girl to ensure my pregnancy ends smoothly. He rolled his eyes. You keep underestimating all of the ways that this could go wrong. Give me a new cat or I'll make you regret delaying all of our plans. Don't raise your voice, please. Think of our baby. Vase was really worried that Gloriana's rising stress and anger would affect their unborn child in any way. In order to stop his wife from blowing up any further, he eventually acquiesced to her demand despite his misgivings about the timing. Look, just because I've agreed to do it doesn't mean I'm ready. I still haven't decided what kind of cat I should provide for you. He said, I can't give you a cat that is identical to Blinky because he is tailored to fit my needs, not yours. Blinky's primary role was to absorb and digest a lot of heterogeneous spiritual energy. This was something that Gloriana did not need as much due to her inability to engage in spiritual engineering. Vase figured that he could add only a tiny fragment of the unending one to her companion spirit in order to improve her recovery rate, but that was all he was willing to provide. What was truly troubling Vase was figuring out what kind of advantage complemented her the best and whether he was capable of realizing this benefit. Gloriana frowned but sat down next to Vase. Let's talk about it, then. What is your latest plan? Meow tilde. Clixie purred as Vase gave her the attention she craved. Well, there are two ways I can go about this. He said, I can find a way to amplify your strength or shore up one of your shortcomings. I can give you an all-round improvement or I can give you a powerful boost in a specific aspect. I've been swinging back and forth between these choices without coming to a conclusion on which is the right choice. Then why didn't you come to me? Tell me what my options are and I'll compensate for your inability to choose. He hesitated for a moment. Gloriana possessed no expertise in companion spirits, so her judgment was not as sound. However, she was technically his client now, so she deserved to have a say in the matter. Obtaining a companion spirit was a permanent, life-changing event that would define the rest of her career in a way that Blinky had already changed his own approach towards his work. The first option I'm thinking about is giving you a companion spirit that accentuates your strength. He said, in particular, your spiritual cat would gain some of the powers of the superior mother and allow you to design mechs that are affected by the 6 phases of existence. That sounds great. Gloriana immediately grinned. You should implement this idea straight away. Please don't get too excited. Before you embrace it, please understand that this might not be the best choice. First, the benefits that such a cat could provide to you is unknown. Also, anything related to the 6 phases of existence might not be appropriate for mechs that have nothing to do with hexers. All I can say is that you'll probably receive a grab bag of different abilities that might or might not be useful. His wife finally took his warning seriously. She looked thoughtful as she weighed this choice. Her belief in the superior mother pushed her to accept this option regardless of the consequences. Her analytical mech designer mentality prompted her to avoid ambiguity and settle for a concrete benefit. What else do you have? I can try and create a companion spirit that might give you a powerful boost in craftsmanship. He said, I'm not sure how it will turn out, but the cat I have in mind will primarily be derived from Vulcan. She will probably be able to help you fabricate better quality mechs or increase your chances of making masterwork mechs. In the long run, your companion spirit might even give you an advantage in ascending to the higher rungs of Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship. If the previous idea already triggered Gloriana's excitement, this second proposal caused her to become ecstatic. This is a much better cat. You know how much I want to make masterworks. It's one of my highest ambitions, and anything you can do to help me get closer is crucial. Vase raised his hand. Hey, I haven't finished yet. All of this sounds great and all, but a cat that is designed to help you develop your craftsmanship might not be a great idea. First, the help it can provide to you during the design phase is not that great. Your design philosophy already excels in that area. Second, do you really want to rely on help to improve your chances of making a masterwork? What are you talking about, Vase? Gloriana furrowed her brows. He reached out to grab his hammer. I might not be setting the best example, but I've already relied on my latest design spirit to improve my recent work. I think it is fine for me, as technical design is not my strength. I think it is different in your case. You pursue technical excellence as part of trying to design and make the perfect vessel. You can rely on different forms of help, but only you can realize your design philosophy. If you keep relying on an advantage that is not based on your own understanding, you will just stunt your development in the long term. This was something that he had theorized after his own recent gains in understanding masterworks. Although he relied on Vulcan to boost his chances of turning the crown into a masterwork, he had already built up a lot of accumulation beforehand. Vase was worried that Gloriana might skip this slow and vital growth process because she had an easy alternative at her disposal. I think you may have a point, she reluctantly admitted. Don't get me wrong, I'm still attracted to this option. I can already see how it will benefit me. As long as I control my urges and avoid abusing my new cat, I am confident I can accelerate my own progress. Did you come up with any other options? I did, but not all of them are as attractive or viable. One of my ideas is to create a companion spirit that is entirely based on networking. You already know about Blinky's design network, right? That is actually just a secondary ability to my companion spirit. I think I can turn it into the primary strength of your own cat. Gloriana looked intrigued again. What kind of improvements can I expect? I'm not sure, actually. That's always the difficult part about planning to make new life forms. You never know how they will turn out. Vase shrugged. My prediction is that your companion spirit will be able to form a design network that can exchange more data, can connect more people, and can remain active for a much longer period of time. All of this is made possible by concentrating all of your companion spirit's resources to this function alone. In other words, her spiritual cat wouldn't have room to accommodate other features. However, it was still a compelling choice because design networks provided a huge amount of unique benefits. A design network wasn't very relevant in solo projects, but Vase and Gloriana designed most of their mechs in collaboration with others. Being able to ensure that everyone was in sync with each other did wonders in improving the quality of their work while preventing others from making mistakes. What was even better was that a design network was able to assist both the design phase and the fabricate phase. Are there any downsides to this design network option? She asked. You might not like the source of this ability. Thank you for reading my work. If you wish to support the Mech Touch, please vote with your golden tickets. Purchase privilege for the Mech Touch. Read a varying amount of chapters ahead of regular readers while enjoying a 99% discount on unlocking new chapters. Exler Chapter 3366, Cat Collar. After laying out the most viable and attractive ideas for Gloriana's new companion spirit, Vase leaned back in his chair and waited for her to make up her mind. His wife wanted to perform a proper cost-benefit analysis on each of the options that he had given and had already started to perform calculations. Meow. Clixie softly looked up at him. Her eyes looked especially big and pleading at the moment. Vase slowly tickled her chin before rubbing the top of her furry head. Hey, just give her some time. She can be rather hyper-focused. You don't have to be afraid that she'll abandon you. There are things that you can do that a spiritual cat simply can't. She will continue to appreciate you once she has gotten over her fascination on her toy and finished giving birth to our daughter. Meow. The Rubarthan Sentinel cat didn't look convinced. Vase petted her back in an effort to comfort her further. I already told you that you will always be part of our family. I will never push you away, and our family is constantly expanding. Once our daughter and subsequent children grow old enough, you can always watch over them and play with them. Gloriana and I will have so many children that you will never run out of playmates. Meow Tilda, the cat looked more reassured as she accepted his arguments. Though a cat like her was designed to remain loyal to a single companion for her entire life, taking care of children was also a part of her responsibilities. Still, what if these kids became obsessed with their own companion spirits? Clixie could not compete against the likes of Lucky and Blinky in utility. The latter two weren't merely cats. They were helpers who could provide a lot of professional assistance. That was something an organic cat such as herself could never match. Meow meow meow, I told you already, I can't help you grow stronger. Meow, I really want to, but I can't. I've been trying hard to do the same to people, but so far I have no solution to your specific problem. Clixie grew more desperate and clung to Vess's uniform as if she was a crying baby. Meow meow, well, maybe you're right. Maybe I do have a potential solution. It's based on unsubstantiated guesses, though. I don't expect it will work, but I've been thinking about experimenting with it just to satisfy my curiosity. Meow, it might be dangerous. Vase reluctantly answered, most likely, it won't do anything, but if it is able to influence you in some way, the effect will either be good or bad. Meow meow meow, you're that desperate, huh? Meow, well, I can respect your determination. No one wants to be in a position like yours. I'll think about it further and whip something up after I am done with Gloriana. I promise you that I will do my best to find a way to make you special. Trying to impart spiritual potential to someone that did not possess it had always been one of his goals. As long as an individual possessed this crucial starting quality, Vase could employ various means to activate it or make use of it in some way. However, spiritual potential was rare for a reason. In this spiritually deficient galaxy, there were far too many life forms that lacked the strength or opportunity to become extraordinary. Vase had never been satisfied with this. His nature as a mech designer caused him to develop the urge to solve a need that had always remained unfilled as far as he was aware of. Perhaps others might have already come up with a solution to this problem, but if that was so, no one told him. That left him with little choice but to pull up his sleeves. After messing with so many people's heads and engaging in so much spiritual engineering, he recently came up with two possible ideas that might overcome this intractable barrier. If someone is lacking something, why not take it from someone else? The concept sounded simple. Since Clixie lacked spiritual potential, was it possible to steal someone else's spirituality and implant it in her mind? Vase immediately shook his head when he recalled this suggestion. It sounded logical on the surface but was deeply problematic when he actually thought about the nature of spirituality. The idea basically amounted to harvesting someone's soul before transplanting it to someone else. Vase had already messed with it in his earlier experiments and the outcomes were never pretty. However, that was before I gained Blinky. He was a lot more lacking in terms of theory, solutions and tools a few years ago. Whenever he thought about how he performed spiritual surgery on captives and on William Urbesh, he felt the urge to duck his head in shame. It was no wonder most of his test subjects tended to suffer from exploding head syndrome. Yet now that he gained Blinky, he was capable of performing much more precise manipulation on spiritual ingredients. He wouldn't have performed the risky operation of turning Vulcan into his incarnation if he still had to rely on himself to perform the surgery. Theoretically, if Vase harvested the spirituality of one life form, trimmed it down so that it became as neutral as possible before subsequently implanting it in the mind of another life form, would he be able to empower someone who originally wasn't strong? As Vase looked down at Clixie, he grew more confident in his solution. It's worth a try, but I still have to find a suitable substitute. The risks were still great. Vase did not dare to subject someone as precious as Clixie to this experiment. The safest course of action was to find two cats, one with spiritual potential and one that lacked it, and try out his experiment with them first. The two test subjects in question had to be as similar as possible to minimize the chance of conflict and maximize the chances of success. If there is one thing our fleet isn't lacking, it's cats. So many Larkinsons had taken over the habit of keeping pets that ships like the Spirit of Bentime probably hosted over 10,000 cats. If Vase needed some feline test subjects, he just needed to head over the first deck or the 8th deck and grab a couple of cats. Ugh, what am I thinking? Their family as well. I can't do that to our own cats. Fortunately, Vase did not have much of an objection when it came to experimenting on other animals. Most cat breeds were commodities in the modern market. Vase could easily order a batch of 1,000 cats and receive his shipment within a few days. Though most people objected to experimenting on animals these days, that didn't stop scientists and research institutions from continuing the practice. Still, the more he thought about experimenting on cats, the more he felt uncomfortable. Nya, Goldie suddenly materialized beside his head. She bit his arm and hissed a warning. Ouch. Okay, I'll stop thinking about it. Are you happy now? Nya. The ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan swished her tail and disappeared after she got her message across. Vase grumbled underneath her breath. I'll just bring over a batch of mice from the Dragon's Den instead. I know that the Larkinson Biotech Institute is breeding them by the thousands. He decided. It would take a fair amount of time to conduct this study, though. The chances that it might yield a safe and viable solution was low, as there were simply too many dangers with messing with spirituality. A safer but less optimistic idea was to induce spiritual potential through external exposure. He was inspired by his experiments on the Angel of Transcendence. Though he had achieved initial success in forcing those with spiritual potential to break through, his attempts didn't provide a solution to those that lacked this advantage. In hindsight, exposing test subjects to the full and undiluted glow of the Angel of Transcendence is a bit extreme. The effect was certainly strong, but it was too overwhelming for most test subjects. It was a good way to force a quick transformation, but the risks were too great. Vase had already been thinking about potential solutions that could reduce the lethality of this measure. He could make an enormous amount of progress as long as exposure to the Angel of Transcendence glow didn't result in head popping. He already came up with a fairly simple-sounding solution. Instead of dumping its influence on people all at once, what if I tone it down and stretch out the exposure time? Vase didn't have to rely on something as strong as the Angel of Transcendence in the first place. He could craft a smaller and weaker totem and see how his test subjects reacted to a light version of the previously intense glow. He wasn't very optimistic about its effectiveness, though. Normal breakthroughs came about after short-lasting but intense outbursts. Mech pilots usually turned into expert candidates after experiencing life and death moments in battle. If the pressure wasn't high enough, the chances of breakthroughs occurring was much lower. Also, the initial formation of spiritual potential is likely different from normal breakthroughs. Other conditions are required to give people the hope of becoming extraordinary. That said, Vase thought that this idea was still worth pursuing. Since he intended to bring over a batch of mice anyway, he might as well run a second experiment at the same time. Meow. Vase smiled and squished her ears. Hey, you don't need to feel so insecure. I'll definitely solve your problem somehow. Just wait a few months for me to obtain my initial results. We'll talk about what I can do for you. In the meantime, you might want to see whether your daughter can give you a hand. Meow. Let me fix something up for you. This won't take too long. Vase moved over to the workshop section of the design lab. While it wasn't as fully equipped as his own full-sized workshop, he didn't intend to make anything extravagant today. He took some measurements on ClickC and quickly began to design a totem that the cat could easily carry. He initially thought about making a new cat collar before thinking that it should be something a bit more elaborate. He decided to increase the size of the collar and turn it into a lovely golden ornament that had room for larger symbols. Vase soon grabbed a bit of briar alloy and other materials and quickly crafted the deep metal cat collar. He paid special attention to carving the front of the collar so that it depicted the golden cat. After finishing it, he wrapped it around ClickC's neck and tweaked the fit several times before he was pleased. As Vase took a step back, he admired the way the golden collar caused her to look more sophisticated. You look like a magnificent upper-class cat. Meow. There was something missing, though. There was nothing wrong with its weak but gentle glow, but its appearance lacked a bit of dimension. Ah, I know. It needs a jewel. Vase was about to synthesize an ornamental luminaire crystal before he suddenly halted. He just recalled that he had another jewel in his possession that might fit the theme of the totem a little better. He pulled out an old gem from his secret pouch and recalled its description. Bastet's whisper, the echoing whisper of a feline patron, can be found within this gem. Enhances the acceleration of a tiger mech by 30%. I'm not designing a tiger mech anytime soon. I might as well use it here and give ClickC a bit of good luck. If he ever needed it again, he could always take it back. With that thought, He retrieved the luxurious cat collar from Clixie and quickly modified it so that he was able to set this jewel on top of the carving of the golden cat. The balance of the collar had changed a bit, so Vase had to make a few other tweaks before he confirmed that Clixie was able to wear it without feeling any discomfort. "Are you happy now?" Vase smiled down at the pampered cat. "This might not be the solution you need, but you can keep it even if it doesn't work. It will remind you that you're never alone." Meow tilde. Happiness welled up from Clixie as she lovingly pressed her head against his hand. Chapter 3367. Gloriana's Way. Chapter 3367. Gloriana's Way. Meow. Clixie proudly thrust up her collar as she stopped in front of Lucky. Her upturned tail playfully swished from side to side as she showed off her flashy gift. The sizable golden collar resembled an elaborate necklace that was fit to be worn by an aristocrat. Meow. Lucky blinked as he spotted the deep blue gem socketed on the front of the collar. He moved closer and sniffed at it before jumping back in surprise. Meow. Clixie arrogantly lifted her paw and licked at it. Meow. Meow meow. Meow. While the two cats fussed over the new collar, Vase and his pregnant wife stood a bit further away. "Have you made a choice, Gloriana?" The woman slowly nodded. "I've weighed all of the options that you've presented me and thoroughly plotted their pros and cons. After careful consideration, I have decided to go with the networking cat." Vase raised his eyebrows. He hadn't expected her to pick this particular option. "That's quite a surprising answer. Why, you gave me this choice because you thought it would be useful to me. What makes you think I would have cast it aside? According to my impression of you, I would have thought you would have gone all crazy over adopting a cat that brings you closer to the superior mother." Gloriana shook her head. "To be honest, I did feel ecstatic about getting closer to your mother, but once I calmed down, I realized that I am not worthy to follow in her footsteps." I think you are misunderstanding something about me, Vase. I worship the superior mother. I admire the superior mother. I look up to the superior mother. That does not mean I want to become the superior mother. Your suggestion does exactly that, and while I can't say I am unattracted to obtaining a pet that is a lesser version of your mother, I realize that I am different. This was an important realization that anyone had to make. It was all well and fine for people to yearn to become their role models, but everyone was different. Imitation had its limits, and truly successful people learned how to put their hero worship aside when it began to hinder their growth. Gloriana bloomed with confidence as she explained her ambition to her husband. "I want to become a supreme one day as well, Vase. I want to become a star designer and wield similar powers to the superior mother, but aligned with my own strengths. The main identity of the superior mother is a nurturer of children. My overarching identity is a mech designer. I'm already treading a different path. So no, Vase, I don't want my companion god to embody a supreme because I will one day be able to stand at the same height as your mother." This close, Vase could feel the burning desire and ambition within her. He was happy for her. She had not lost her way as her mech designer in pursuit of power. "What of the second option I presented to you?" he curiously asked. "The craftsmanship cat, I rejected it for a similar reason," she answered. "The impact it will have on my own development is not something that I can ignore. You were correct in saying that taking shortcuts will only undercut my own development. Even if my decision will make it harder for me to climb up Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship, at least I will be able to master all of the rungs of Ascended." Her rationale made a lot of sense to Vase. Technically speaking, he was the one who had chosen to take a shortcut. While the existence of Vulcan had helped him progress his own insights in craftsmanship by at least 2 decades, skipping much of the hardships and lessons in between might cause him to develop deficiencies in his later career. However, this was not an insurmountable problem. While it was true that Vase relied on plenty of external assistance in order to boost and accelerate his career, he still accomplished a lot of work by himself. He experimented with new and unknown phenomena all the time. While he might not be able to understand their rules and mechanisms at the start, he was always able to figure them out over time. As a mech designer who was accustomed to innovating his way out of his problems, he long understood that as long as he was clever enough, he didn't always have to pay the full price for his actions. Cheating processes and bypassing the negative consequences of his actions was his bread and butter. Therefore, the downside that Gloriana was worried about did not concern Vase that much. If Vulcan truly hindered his progression in the future, then he had already thought up at least 3 possible solutions to mitigate this issue. The craftsmanship cat isn't necessary anyway. Vase spoke and raised his hammer. We can always consult Vulcan if we need a little help. That's why I made him. Compared to the craftsmanship cat, the networking cat provides us with an undeniable advantage. That's why I went with this option. A companion god that is based around connecting people together is the best complement to my own capabilities and ambitions. At first glance, she doesn't offer any of the exciting new abilities and boosts of the other alternatives. This choice only makes it so that I can spread my vision and perspective to other mech designers and vice versa. Yet that is exactly what I've been missing this whole time. All of those times we've worked with Blinky really opened up my eyes to how little everyone understands each other. Vase understood exactly what she was complaining about. Collaborations are never easy. Both of us have worked together long enough to understand the gist of our design philosophies, but that only reduces the friction. We can never remove it entirely unless we become identical to each other. This was not a unique problem to them. Every mech designer and every working professional who had to work in teams or groups encountered a lot of friction, misunderstandings and misalignment. Managers existed for a reason, but even they couldn't put out all of the fires. During our previous collaborations, there were too many times when you or our assistants got in my way because you didn't understand my approach. Gloriana frankly said, with a design network that can potentially last for days instead of hours, we can cooperate and collaborate much more effectively with each other. While there is a risk that we might become too dependent on what we share with each other, we can limit the side effects as long as we limit it to critical design or fabrication sessions. They had already been making less use of Blinky's design network. If they wanted to, they could borrow the companion spirit's amazing ability for at least a handful of hours every day. Yet a mech designer didn't actually need to know that much about what their other colleagues were doing. Both Vase and Gloriana had to make a trade-off whether they wanted to maximize the quality of their output or whether they wanted to prioritize the development of the mech designers taking part in a project. Some projects were so important that they had to be maximized at all costs. Other projects were less critical and could serve as a useful learning opportunity to the mech designers involved. The Bulwark project and the Chimera project happened to fall in the first category. I don't want to hold anything back when we perform our upcoming upgrade job. She told him, the Shield of Samar is a huge mech and upgrading it to an expert mech is far more challenging on a technical level than fabricating a new one from the ground up. I can't do all of the work by myself, but I just know that people like you will drop the ball too many times to count. With my new companion god, I can constantly keep an eye on your work while you can draw from my expertise to make sure your work doesn't interfere with mine. Of course, Gloriana would also be able to borrow a greater portion of Ves's unique advantages. Although she was already able to do that to an extent with the help of her ring and the spiritual fragment in her mind, once they linked up to a design network, the bandwidth and the depth of knowledge passing through the temporary connections increased substantially. Vase even theorized that it was possible to create a design network that was so strong and deep that two different mech designers could actually fuse into a single super designer. This hypothesized super designer was so powerful that it could exercise two different design philosophies at full strength with zero friction. It sounded similar to what rational mech designers were trying to accomplish by themselves. They comprehended the design philosophies of others in order to be able to leverage all of them at the same time. Though it sounded like a great idea, Vase wasn't overly impressed at the results so far. Emulation always had its limitations. Not even Master Willix was able to express someone else's design philosophy at 100% effectiveness. As far as Vase was concerned, two heads were always better than one. The biggest hindrance was that there was too much separation in between the heads. If a powerful design network was capable of lowering or removing these boundaries, then the outcome should be drastically better. Let's do it now, she said. Are you sure? I've already made up my mind, Vase. I don't need any further time to consider my decision. I know what I want. With the help of a networking cat, I can finally become more relevant again. Her eyes shone at the thought of how her position within the design department would change. The power that Vase had promised to her would not only grant her an advantage that almost no other mech designer possessed, but would also turn her into an indispensable asset in the Larkinson clan. Sure, Blinky was able to generate his own design network, but it only lasted for 2 hours before he needed to rest. This interval was far too short and it always posed a significant hindrance to the flow of any critical fabrication run. Vase brought his wife out of the design lab and led her down to his personal workshop. He took time to gather his ingredients and inspect his wife's condition to make sure that nothing was wrong. I need you to stay as calm and composed as possible. Don't spike your emotions or think too much. The calmer you are, the less complications I have to deal with. Do you understand? She nodded. I understand. It's just like fabricating a mech. You need a stable and controlled workplace in order to perform at your best. Good. Vase had already created numerous companion spirits before. He was confident enough that he could pull it off without negatively affecting his wife or their unborn daughter. Blinky, come out. I need your help again. Muro. As Blinky got ready to perform spiritual surgery on Gloriana, Vase turned around and lifted a pea stone. He gazed at it with a complex look. So far, he hadn't done much with the design seed that he had managed to salvage from Lady Aisling Curver's mind. Its condition was not as good as before because Vase had already chipped a few fragments from the core. Though Vase could have continued to fragment the design seed many more times, he didn't want to hold back this time. Do it, Blinky. Muro. With numerous empowered spiritual strikes, Blinky struck the damaged design seed. The hard seed already exhibited vulnerabilities, so the spiritual cat simply targeted them in order to create a bigger opening. The attacks continued until the design seed finally split in half. Blinky quickly took one of the halves while Vase deposited the other half back into its pea stone. It was a bit exaggerated to use up a whole design seed as the main ingredient of a new companion spirit, but Vase predicted that half of it should be tolerable for his wife. Chapter 3368. The Queen Cat. Though Vase instructed Gloriana to remain as calm and composed as possible, she couldn't help but smirk when she sensed the ingredient that her husband was processing. Vase had never hidden the source of this so-called design seed. He thought that she would grow angry and blow up at the suggestion of borrowing the strength of one of her former enemies. He was wrong. Gloriana did not dislike it. It was the opposite. She loved the entire notion. She hated Aisling Curver back when the Fredaman mech designer was alive. The woman had the temerity to invade someone else's territory and steal a possession that did not belong to her. It was only right for Master Huron's student to fail and die, especially when she teamed up with Venerable Ganso Larkinson. Aisling never stood a chance against a superior woman. Gloriana grinned. I've conquered her dreams, her future and her love. Now, I'm about to take her strength for myself. She did not consider it a sign of weakness to absorb the advantages of her enemies. She was merely claiming her rightful spoils. Despite the unknown implications of grafting a new life form based on a portion of another mech designer's design philosophy onto her mind, she was confident she could suppress any remnant of Aisling that might cause problems. Besides, Vase had already assured her that these risks were unlikely to happen. Gloriana completely relaxed as she lowered her mental defenses to allow Vase to work. Though she could feel Blinky fiddling in her mind in an increasingly more profound and disturbing way, she forcefully clamped down her instinctive reactions. She completely trusted her husband to do what was best for her and their future children. Her hand softly caressed her large belly. She could feel her daughter kick. Did her baby girl feel what mommy was going through at the moment? At first, Gloriana dismissed this silly notion. Yet as Vase and Blinky continued to shape her new cat, she became a bit more capable of understanding her baby. Was her daughter truly aware? Before she could think about anything else, her mind convulsed as a brand new presence came to life. It's done, Vase proudly said as he and Blinky drew back in order to behold the latest life they created. The red spiritual cat that they had molded from Gloriana's spirituality was fairly strong but not very versatile. Compared to Vulcan, the new companion spirit consisted of much less ingredients, and the potency of each of them was much less extravagant. The challenge of making the new cat was not a big deal for that reason. To Vase, the purity and specialization of Gloriana's new living spiritual augment mattered more than its raw power. Companion spirits grew alongside their human partners anyway, so even weak ones would eventually become formidable over time. He decided to keep this job simple by basing the new main ingredient around a single main ingredient. The design network that Gloriana wanted to form with the help of her new companion spirit had to be as strong in order to make it worth it. Vase deemed it was not worth the cost to load up her new cat with other major influences. Gloriana's spirituality only possessed a limited amount of capacity, so rather than diluting one primary function with another primary function, Vase preferred to concentrate his resources on one of them. That was the best way to produce a strong spiritual ability. Another reason why Vase kept it simple was because he did not want to take too many risks. Gloriana's mental resilience was not as strong as that of Ketizer himself. Due to special reasons, Both Vase and his student had exercised their minds and spirits a lot more often, and they had withstood a lot of powerful external pressure. They became much more capable of enduring drastic changes in their minds and spirits. As for Gloriana, she's closer to a typical journeyman, he concluded. Given her relative fragility and the fact that she was also bearing a baby inside her body, Vase decided to take it easy and avoid overcomplicating this procedure. Combining multiple different powerful ingredients together allowed Vase to create spiritual products with drastically different strengths and abilities that he did not have access to before. However, the results were less controllable and the original abilities of the ingredients might become lost in the process. While Vase made use of other ingredients, he kept their proportions small in order to prevent them from overshadowing the main ingredient. In total, he used up his own spiritual energy, a tiny shard of the unending one and another tiny fragment of the golden cat. He topped it all off with 10% of the universal life energy stored in one of his high-grade life-prolonging treatment serums. While this was a much more powerful ingredient than the other ones, it was entirely used to upgrade and accelerate the growth of the spiritual product so that it started off on a stronger footing. After all of this effort, a charming and beautiful red cat that was only a bit weaker than Blinky at the start came to life. Gloriana became entranced as lots of new sensations overtook her mind. The birth of her new companion spirit not only caused her to gain a permanent friend that was essentially a facet of herself, but also allowed her to sense spiritual energy and spiritual life forms to a significantly greater degree. Of course, she could only do this by borrowing the perception of her new cat, and it was not as attuned as that of Vase. She also gained the ability to manipulate spiritual energy through her cat as well, but since this wasn't her original strength, she couldn't do much with it. At most, she could cooperate with Vase a little more effectively now that she could better track his own work. "Wow," she said as a red spiritual cat emerged out of her mind. "So this is what I've been missing all this time." The mature cat that emerged from her mind immediately displayed an imperious and arrogant attitude. The cat directed a loving gaze at Gloriana and her belly but turned up her nose at everyone else, including her own creator. Meow. The red cat flew around for a bit before she lowered herself so that Gloriana could hold her new companion spirit in her arms. It was strange to hold a cat that was not actually solid. Gloriana had already learned the trick to doing so by playing with Blinky, so her new companion spirit did not pass through her arms. Both human and cat looked at each other with loving and admiring gazes. It was as if they were looking at the most charming and beautiful partners in their lives. Vase was aware of how wondrous it was to gain and meet a companion spirit for the first time, so he initially did not find their behavior remarkable. He gradually became more disturbed as 3 straight minutes went by without any change. Gloriana, his wife finally snapped out of her daze. She grinned as her companion spirit climbed up to stand on her shoulder like a vigilant owl. "I've decided." "What did you decide?" "Alexandria. Alexandria, my new cat." Gloriana raised her chin. Her companion spirit raised her feline chin as well. A perfect name for a perfect companion god. "Oh, that's quite a mouthful." Both his wife and the red cat threw a contemptuous look at Vase. "My cat is not as immature as yours. She's a queen of cats and deserves to be treated as one," Gloriana claimed. "Murrow." Blinky curiously approached Alexandria. The latter did not acknowledge the former. Murrow. Meow. When Blinky came closer, Alexandria grew annoyed and swiped her claw at the star cat. "Murrow. Meow. Vase frowned. It seems that Alexandria wasn't as easy to get along with as his other spirits. It took a bit of time for Gloriana to settle down and draw herself away from admiring Alexandria and exploring her new capabilities. "Thank you for this precious gift. Only you could have given me such a beautiful, unique and powerful cat. I'm truly glad you've finally shared this benefit with me. You certainly took your time." She was also peeved that others like Keddies obtained a companion spirit before herself. It took a lot of nagging to finally push Vase into action. "I did it because I love Gloriana," he sincerely said. "I don't plan to grant companion spirits to many people, but you definitely deserve to possess one. Take good care of Alexandria. She will continue to grow alongside you. The way you interact with her and leverage her abilities will shape her evolution. I love you too, Vase. You're the best husband I could ever have." The two cuddled for a while as Gloriana recovered from her partial exhaustion while Vase explained the basics about companion spirits. Murrow. Meow. Meanwhile, Blinky constantly tried to approach the new cat, only to get rebuffed. Eventually, his pride couldn't take it any longer. He jumped at the new cat and tried to wrestle her into submission. Murrow, murrow, mao, mao. As the two cats rolled into a violent ball, the older cat quickly gained the upper hand. Blinky wasn't only older, but Vase also invested significantly stronger ingredients in his creation. Whether it was the unending one or the illustrious one, each of them could hold their own in a fight. In contrast, Alexandria mainly consisted of half another journeyman's design seed. She was not designed for combat and did not possess any advantages in this aspect. Her only main advantage centered around networking. Aside from that, the minor shard from the unending one allowed Alexandria to increase her endurance and speed up her recovery, but not much more. Vase withheld the ability to absorb and digest heterogeneous spiritual energy like Blinky due to lack of capacity and an unwillingness to give his wife a dangerous ability. Vase did not trust anyone else with certain powers. This was why Blinky and Vulcan were the only spirits that could fully devour other kinds of spiritual energy. They were different facets of himself, so he did not have to worry about betrayal. Once Blinky made his point, Alexandria flew back to Gloriana and complained about her treatment. Mao, Mao, Vase, tell Blinky to stop bullying my beautiful cat. What? I forbid you from allowing Blinky and our other cats to push Alexandria around. Vase looked exasperated at his wife. Alexandria was another aspect of Gloriana while Blinky was another aspect of himself. He was quite glad that he managed to get the upper hand this time. It was not fair his wife wanted to shield her companion spirit. This is what cats are like, honey. He said. What cat doesn't wrestle against other cats? Alexandria is a queen, not a boorish warrior. Gloriana insisted. Let's move on to exploring her new capabilities. If my expectations are true, your cat should be able to form a design network that is much more effective than what we have experienced before. Gloriana was curious about Alexandria's capabilities as well, so she instructed her companion spirit to activate her main ability. Mao, Alexandria might be a newborn spiritual entity, but she already knew what to do. She didn't even need to approach Vase in order to form a connection. The new companion spirit's eyes glowed as a spiritual connection extended from her body and snapped onto Vase's mind. Soon enough, both Vase and Gloriana became a lot more aware of each other. They were not only able to share their perspectives on a deeper level than before, but also comprehended many new insights that ordinarily would have eluded them even with the help of Blinky's design network. Vase lit up his eyes as he looked around his workshop. He was able to experience his wife's perspective in a way that made it seem as if he was her disciple. The same went for Gloriana. She was able to gain a much deeper appreciation of the wonders of life when she looked at Vase, Blinky or Alexandria. Their eyes met each other. Due to the strong bond between them, they already knew what the other was thinking about. This will definitely change the way we approach our next fabrication runs. Chapter 3369, Core Concepts Mao. Meow. From the first moment Clixie laid her eyes on the red cat, she knew what had happened. The organic cat's ears drooped as the spiritual cat flew over. Mao, meow, meow meow, meow. Alexandria nodded in satisfaction after seeing that Clixie didn't intend to challenge her. Superiority. The spiritual cat turned around and returned to Gloriana's shoulder. Vase happened to observe this interaction. He had hoped that Alexandria would get along with Clixie since they were both cats. He even wished that his wife no longer ignored Clixie's fear of being replaced by a better cat. Sadly, despite her beautiful new cat collar, the only feline that Gloriana was paying attention to was another part of herself. Come here, Clixie, he coaxed. Meow. As Vase held Clixie in his arms, he nuzzled his face against her head. The Rubarthan sentinel cat relaxed and basked in his affection. Gloriana, yes, I understand you're happy about Alexandria, but don't forget about Clixie. Can you see how much she yearns for your attention? She's family, Gloriana. There is no reason why you can't love multiple pets at once. Each of them are worthy of our attention just like each of our future children deserves an equal amount of love. His wife drew her gaze away from her beautiful new companion spirit and looked down at Clixie. Meow. What's up with this new collar? You made it, right? You should have consulted me. I could have made this collar a lot more fashionable. Vase wanted to palm his face. You're only finding out about this now. I already gave her this collar a while ago. Oh, look, if you're serious about raising a good family, then you need to act as a responsible parent. Clixie might not be able to provide as much utility as Alexandria, but that should never be a requirement to determine whether a family member is worthy of your attention. Now can you please act compassionately for once and make up for neglecting her distress? You hurt her quite a bit, you know. His wife finally showed remorse. Her expression softened as she moved closer in order to take Clixie from his hands. Oh, I'm sorry, girl. Gloriana kissed the top of her first cat. I've been a bit too distracted lately. Can you forgive me, Clixie? Meow tilde. Vase smiled once he saw that Gloriana finally deigned to spend some time with Clixie. He just hoped that it would last. Alexandria didn't look too pleased that Gloriana directed her attention away from Her Majesty. Mao. The new companion spirit arrogantly huffed before entering her human partner's mind. The next day, Vase and Gloriana came together in the design lab again in order to get ready to realize the Bulwark project. Meow, meow meow, Mao, Murrow. Meanwhile, Alexandria already started her quest to gain the allegiance of other cats. She imperiously approached Lucky and lifted her chin. Mao, meow, Mao Mao, meow, Mao. Lucky jumped at Alexandria and quickly taught her a lesson. The new companion spirit stood no chance against a seasoned fighter and killer. Mao, Mao, Murrow, meow. Of course, Blinky and Clixie looked pleased that Alexandria was forced to press down her head in front of Lucky. Vase, your cat is bullying Alexandria again. Your cat was asking for a fight. Did you really think she could act like a queen when she can't even beat up anyone? Stop gaslighting my beautiful cat. Vase threw up his hands. Lucky, meow. The gem cat temporarily paused in his attempt to force Alexandria to admit defeat. Could you please be more considerate towards our latest cat and give her the respect that she deserves? Lucky stared silently at Vase for a moment before resuming his efforts to bite and press Alexandria into submission. Meow meow, meow wow, meow wow. Damn it, Vase. Gloriana interrupted her discussion with Vase in order to rescue Alexandria from her predicament. The aggrieved red cat looked pitiful as she eagerly entered the safe and comfortable confines of her human partner's mind. I'll talk to you later, Lucky. Meow. Lucky innocently blinked. Vase had a feeling that antics like this would happen more often. This wasn't even the end of it. Once their daughter was born, yet another companion spirit would join their family. Now that they got this distraction out of the way, Vase and Gloriana turned their attention back to surveying the latest iteration of the Bulwark project. Both of them had made a couple of last-minute changes with the help of the insights they gained from Alexandria's greater design network. They didn't feel the need to apply greater adjustments, though. They had already worked on this project on and off for a fairly long time. This not only allowed the design department to refine and optimize the design to a significantly greater degree, but also allowed the journeymen to apply the lessons they learned in recent months. The Battle of Fortia Zentra and the confrontation against the Olympus Mons had profoundly changed the mentality that Vase, Gloriana and the other mech designers held towards mechs. To Vase, the insights and realizations he gained from the failed attempt to defeat the Olympus Mons directly prompted him to perform significant changes to both the Bulwark project and the Chimera project. He was quite grateful that this wake-up call came before he had completed the final 2 expert mech design projects of the Larkinson clan. As for the previous 4 mechs, Vase resolved to upgrade them at a later date. He already intended to do so once he reached the Red Ocean and gained access to better tech, materials and methods. Compared to the previous iterations of this design, the latest and most refined version of the Bulwark project possessed a slightly more defined identity. One of the most striking aspects about the Olympus Mons is how strongly it embodies its themes. Vase said as he admired the way their latest adjustments made it more cohesive. Previously, I've always thought of expert mechs as superpowered versions of normal mechs. Now, I've taken the cross-clan's words to heart that expert mechs are preparatory versions of ace mechs. The two outlooks differed quite a bit. Previously, both Vase and Gloriana tended to get lost in all of the new possibilities that they could add to their expert mech designs. While it was a lot more complicated to design an expert mech, it was pretty much a dream to work on one. Many of the constraints that mech designers chafed at, such as limited design budgets, lack of piloting skill and lower capacity, no longer bothered them as much. As a result, all of the journeymen applied every viable solution they could think of to stuff their mechs with greater power. While their intentions were good, their design approach was not yet fully divorced from the one they adopted when they designed regular mechs. It was only after surviving an encounter against a genuine ace mech in battle that Vase and the others truly woke up. The design concepts applied by the Dwarven Master from the Galactic Heartland differed remarkably from the masters based in the Galactic Rim. The Olympus Mons reflected a design approach that was meant to compete against more powerful and extravagant competitors. The most direct reflection of taking over parts of this different and arguably better design outlook was how little compromises the mech designers had made for the Bulwark project. This sounded strange at first. In the previous battle, the Olympus Mons displayed a great amount of versatility. It not only possessed numerous defensive methods, but also carried multiple effective weapon systems. Its speed was also not to be trifled with, as it was fast enough to catch up to most light mechs. However, this was just the surface appearance. The Olympus Mons was actually highly specialized, but its opposition was too weak to make its weaknesses apparent. The Ace Mech's offensive and defensive power was too crushing against weaker machines. Against other Ace Mechs, the Olympus Mons no longer held a crushing advantage. Its defense was much less capable of withstanding the attacks of other Ace Mechs, and its mobility was downright bad compared to its peers. Yet despite these significant shortcomings, Vase had no doubt that if it ever got close enough to an enemy Ace Mech, the Olympus Mons could crush any tough machine. Not even Ace Space Knights would be able to last long against the Mountain Hammer. One of the traits that truly make the Olympus Mons stand out is how much it embodies specific concepts. Vase continued. Hammers, physical force and mass. The Ace Mech doesn't contain any elements that aren't related to one of these concepts. By narrowing its design to Saint Merca's greatest strengths, there are hardly any mechs that can channel her will and power better than her current machine. There were many other aspects about the Olympus Mons that earned his appreciation. Unfortunately, they weren't relevant to the Larkinsons at the moment. They all had to wait until their expert pilots came close to advancing to Ace Pilot. Gloriana became more passionate as she imagined the performance of the upgraded Shield of Samar. In terms of defense, Venerable Janzi's expert mech will become the unquestioned leader in our clan. The cross-clan's Amphies will definitely pale in comparison to our own Space Knight. Even though they hadn't upgraded the Shield of Samar as of yet, both Vase and Gloriana were absolutely certain that their work would surpass the Amphies in almost every dimension. That didn't mean that the expert mech piloted by Venerable Linda Cross was weak. It was a proper mid-tier expert Space Knight that possessed relatively balanced specs for its mech type. It was a resilient machine that possessed decent mobility and a powerful trick that augmented its offensive power. The Amphies was an expert mech that was completely optimized for duels against other expert mechs. This didn't surprise Vase at all when he thought about the martial culture of the Garland Empire. Back in the Cross clan's former home, the skirmishes and battles that took place in the powerful second-rate state mainly centered around the clashes between expert mechs and occasionally Ace Mechs. The powerful leaders of the respective clans and tribes decided the outcome of a battle. In contrast, the regular mechs mostly served as cannon fodder and background soldiers. Their priority was low. They were merely expected to do their jobs well and nothing more. This explained why the Cross clan's standard mechs tended to be fairly boring but also solid performers. Its expert mechs weren't expected to babysit them. Instead, the expert pilots fully invested their attention towards bashing in their enemy counterparts. The Bulwark project was designed with a different idea in mind. Its design concept was not diametrically opposite to that of the Amphies. Sure, the Bulwark project was a lot slower and a lot less capable of proactively fighting against other expert mechs. It was not weaker and capable of fighting against equal enemies, though. The concepts that Vase and Gloriana had chosen as the overarching design directions of the Bulwark project were toughness, shielding and gravity. Toughness was both a literal description of the Shield of Samar's ability to withstand damage and also a more figurative description of its ability to withstand heavy pressure. Shielding described the predominant value that the Bulwark project was meant to provide in battle. It possessed a variety of powerful shielding solutions that could reinforce its personal defenses or offer strong and crucial protection for other friendly units. Gravity defined the special charm of the Shield of Samar. The design elements that Master Willix applied to the Bulwark project allowed Venerable Janzi to leverage wide-area gravity phenomena to change the space around her expert mech. These were the main strengths of the Bulwark project. Vase and Gloriana made certain that the Bulwark project strongly embraced these three concepts, even if it came at the cost of other performance standards. The reason why Vase thought that it would work out in the end was because he believed that strongly emphasizing these core concepts would more than compensate for all of the Bulwark project's other weaknesses. Chapter 3370, Defensive Powerhouse. The projected performance of the Bulwark project exceeded the estimates of the other Larkinson expert mechs. It performed well in each of the concepts that its design centered around. As a dedicated defensive mech, its ability to withstand damage was incredible. The core of its physical defenses lay in its armor system, which was predominantly made up of unending alloy. The mech was also clad with supplementary armor layers that were mostly geared towards absorbing concussive blows. Even though the other Larkinson expert mechs were clad in unending alloy as well, the Bulwark project was an entirely different beast. It dedicated more capacity than anything else to increase its ability to resist both physical and energy attacks. Not even the Amaranto's maximum-powered shot should be able to penetrate the defenses of the Shield of Samar in a single round. This was an essential requirement as extreme-range threats such as the Gauss Baron weren't all that uncommon in space battles. Without the capital to resist powerful strikes, the Larkinson clan might fall victim to the kind of rampage that Venerable Stark once unleashed on the feral provincial army. The defenses of the Bulwark project not only encompass its exterior. The expert mech iteration of the Shield of Samar featured a completely redesigned internal architecture. Different from its prime mech incarnation, the Space Knight featured a true high-end internal arrangement that was heavily reinforced and was packed with damage mitigation systems. Its compartmentalization also stood out. Since the mech designers didn't have to allocate a lot of capacity to strengthening the Bulwark project's offensive capabilities, Gloriana meticulously designed a scheme where any internal damage would be contained in a limited volume of space. In other words, the Shield of Samar essentially performed like a zombie. It was tougher than it looked and it could keep fighting long after enemies pierced through its external layers. There were only two major weaknesses to the Bulwark project's defenses. First, it was considerably less effective at mitigating energy damage. Although the expert Space Knight was not bad at resisting laser beams or positron beams, it did not have a good solution to offload excess heat damage that was conducted through its unending alloy armor layers. The only way to slow it down was to set it on a starship or solid ground so that it could transfer away a substantial amount of heat energy through its legs. Second, the expert mech version of the Shield of Samar inherited the same gap in protection as its current version. The limited supply of unending alloy gave the mech designers no choice but to cover up the rear of the expert Space Knight with second-class armor layers. Sure, the alloys used to protect its rear were superior to Briar alloy, but it still fell short to unending alloy. Once we get to the Red Ocean, we can slowly work towards plugging this defensive gap with true first-class defensive alloys. Vase helplessly decided. In truth, he could have chosen to deconstruct the Shield of Samar's massive tower shield and use up all of that freed-up unending alloy to cover its rear sections. However, that would weaken its frontal defenses, which Venerable Janzi had to rely on the most. Either way, this was a difficult decision, but Vase and the other mech designers still thought it was better to retain the current scheme. It was not that easy to attack the Shield of Samar's relatively weaker rear, and Venerable Janzi never fought alone. The second major emphasis of the Shield of Samar was shielding. More specifically, projected shielding. This was actually one of the Bulwark project's less powerful concepts, at least for now. The Larkinson clan was unable to procure a powerful resonating material that met its requirements. It had to be both highly compatible with Venerable Janzi yet at the same time produce a limited amount of interference with the other exotics integrated in the expert mech. Oh well, we'll just have to wait until we find a suitable material elsewhere. Vase sighed. There are lots of new and interesting exotics and alloys available in the Red Ocean. That said, the design department was still able to integrate weaker shielding-oriented resonating exotics into the design. The effect they produced was relatively weak, but Vase had higher hopes than most mech designers. This was because the Bulwark project was also a prime mech. By borrowing the power of Kilankso, Vase believed that Venerable Janzi would be able to generate a far stronger resonance barrier than normal. If that doesn't work out, it also possesses a powerful shield generator. Just like the original Aurora Titan design, the latest iteration of the Shield of Samar allocated a lot of internal capacity to its shield generator. The high-end defensive system was designed specifically for expert Knight mechs, and it was capable of projecting an extremely resilient close-range energy shield and a more wider area energy barrier. Naturally, the larger the surface area of the energy shield, the weaker it became. Vase had high hopes for this defense measure. From the very start, the Shield of Samar always centered around similar systems. Though its reliance on energy shielding had lessened over time, the living mech had grown so accustomed to it that it could probably leverage it better than any other defensive machine. What's important is that we can always upgrade its shield generator at a later date. The latest iteration of the Shield of Samar was by no means its final one. Vase never minded the limitations of the Bulwark project because it was never static. Many of its present weaknesses could clearly be addressed by upgrading or overhauling discrete parts and systems, similar to a modular mech. Vase even believed that shielding would become the defining strength of Venerable Janzi's expert mech in the future. The initial expert mech version of the Shield of Samar is just the starting point. There is still a long road of development ahead. The final strength of the Shield of Samar was its ability to manipulate gravity. This was a new capability that the mech did not possess before. Venerable Janzi had no experience with wielding this concept and would have to start from the beginning in order to master this advantage. However, as long as she was able to wield the gravity abilities of the Bulwark project in a proficient manner, Janzi's ability to affect the battlefield would rise meteorically. The Shield of Samar is different from the Amphis and the Gatecrasher. Vase sighed. The latter two expert space knights are decently fast and can keep up with other expert mechs. Our own defensive mech is far too slow even with all of the upgrades. While it was possible to speed the Shield of Samar up, that would entail using up valuable capacity that had already been allocated. Two priorities. There was no way that Vase wanted to reduce the Shield of Samar's other advantages, especially with its entire design centered around extreme defense. It was for this reason that the Shield of Samar opened up a new dimension by incorporating gravity manipulation capabilities. Based on Master Willix's own expertise in gravitic systems, the Bulwark project integrated a substantial amount of GT-535, a resonating material which she had developed by herself. The expert mech also integrated a few assisting systems that were meant to facilitate the operation of gravity manipulation. Currently, the Bulwark project was able to express this new feature in two different ways. By resonating with GT-535 in an all-round manner, Venerable Janzi would be able to generate a large gravity well that attracted any nearby objects. Depending on the resonance strength of the expert pilot, it was possible to attract or distort the trajectory of projectiles and mechs. In the future, the Shield of Samar should also be capable of bending energy beams. This was extremely difficult to accomplish at Venerable Janzi's current level of strength. Vase estimated that she needed to become a high-tier expert pilot before she possessed the raw strength that was necessary to distort reality and curve space to such a degree. Fortunately, Master Willix also added a second resonating ability that expressed the expert mech's gravity manipulation capabilities in a more concentrated manner. By focusing the extraordinary gravity attraction in a narrow angle, the Shield of Samar was capable of latching onto individual mechs and pulling them closer as if they had been harpooned. Although the effective range and strength of this ability was much greater than the earlier one, there were still limits due to how quickly gravity force weakened over greater distances. Even so, it was still strong enough for the Shield of Samar to lock individual expert mechs in place, especially if they flew close enough. This solves the greatest weakness of the Shield of Samar in space combat. Vase muttered, enemies won't be able to bypass it so easily anymore. Although there were still plenty of ways to avoid falling into the Shield of Samar's gravity trap, they all required enemies to restrain their behavior. A defensive mech doesn't actually need to block attacks or stand in the way of enemy machines to serve its purpose. If the Shield of Samar can deter enemies from approaching its location, then that is also useful. This way, the Shield of Samar could be used to protect important assets such as the Spirit of Bentheim or the Vivacious Wall. Not even enemy expert mechs will want to approach these ships if it meant getting caught in Venerable Janzi's orbit. Vase was only a bit concerned whether the expert pilot would be able to embrace the gravity aspect that he and his mech designers were about to introduce to the Shield of Samar. Although this feature complemented Venerable Janzi's piloting style, it was not her primary focus. She would have to spend a lot of effort into molding her will to embrace gravity force. Only then will she be able to resonate with GT-535 on a deeper level. Well, it will probably be fine, I think. Master Willix specifically proposed and designed these solutions. Venerable Janzi was a lucky expert pilot this time. She really couldn't have turned to a better mech designer to incorporate gravity manipulation in her mech. Aside from star designers, hardly anyone could design better gravity systems than a notable MTA master that specialized in this field. This was also why Vase thought that even if the Bulwark project wasn't the strongest expert mech of this design round, it was certainly the most extravagant. Vase narrowed his eyes. Master Willix never told me how much GT-535 costs, but it is certainly not cheap, especially since she developed its formula herself. Combined with the greater size and mass of the Bulwark project, it was unquestionably the most expensive expert mech out of the batch. All of the expense was worth it, though. The Dark Zephyr simply couldn't come close to the expert mech version of the Shield of Samar in terms of withstanding attacks. Overall, the Bulwark project's current parameters already put it on the upper end of a mid-tier expert mech. As long as the Larkinson clan addressed its various shortcomings and upgraded a couple of important systems, it might very well turn into a high-tier expert mech that could stand equal to Venerable Orthox's Gatecrasher. Vase frowned. It will certainly be difficult for the Chimera project to exceed the Bulwark project in overall performance. He wasn't willing to admit defeat, though. The Chimera project was his passion project and his personal playground. He had incorporated a lot of new and improved features that could propel the performance of this unconventional expert mech to new heights. Cost isn't everything, it's how you use the resources at hand that really determines the value of a machine. Though the Bulwark project and the Chimera project were both part of a new breed of Larkinson expert mechs, their roles were vastly different, which made direct comparisons a bit difficult. Still, Vase had great confidence that the Chimera project would definitely be able to achieve a far greater impact on the battlefield than any of his other expert mechs. Chapter 3371, Greater Design Network. The time to realize the long-awaited expert mech upgrade to the Shield of Samar had come. After simulations had confirmed that the latest round of tweaks did not produce any negative impact worth noting, Gloriana finally chose to complete the expert mech design project. Everyone in the design department felt enormously relieved now that they had finally put this cumbersome project past them. Out of all of the design projects, the Bulwark project definitely ranked at the top in terms of work. Its greater volume along with its large amount of parts made it a pain to make any adjustments. Since the Larkinsons had already made sufficient preparations to fabricate the mech, the journeyman could start performing the upgrade process straight away. The 4 journeymen of the design department had gathered at Gloriana's workshop after resting for an entire day. The expert pilots had come as well, of course. Your wait is finally over. Venerable Joshua said, I'm so jealous of you, you know. From what the mech designers have told me, I have to wait for at least several more weeks before I get my turn. Janzi crossed her arms. You don't have to feel so bad. I've heard that the Patriarch went all out when it came to designing your expert mech. You're his golden boy, after all. The Chimera project will likely set a new standard for living mechs. Joshua couldn't help but grin like a kid. Since the Chimera project was designed especially for him, he was regularly apprised of its progress. The expert mech design was incredibly ambitious and fit his talents incredibly well. His only complaint was that he had waited way too long to get his hands on it. Venerable Tusa and the other early Larkinson expert pilots had gained such an enormous head start that it was unlikely for him to catch up to their progress. He would probably remain the runt among the current crop of expert pilots for a long time. You should follow Joshua's example and take some sword lessons from us. Venerable Dice spoke as she observed the projection of the completed Bulwark project. Even though your Shield of Samar is too slow and cumbersome to perform any sophisticated sword moves, that makes it even more important that you thoroughly master the basics. The Heavenswarders have mastered several basic sword styles that can thoroughly strengthen your fundamentals and increase the coordination between your sword and shield. Venerable Janzi shook her head. I've already considered it before. The Heavenswarder sword styles are interesting, but that is all. None of them are a complete match to my inclinations. I prefer to develop my own fighting style. This was the conventional choice of many expert pilots. At their level of skill and strength, they were more than qualified to develop their own styles based on their strengths and the strengths of their expert mechs. Since every expert pilot and expert mech was different, it was generally recommended for every powerful individual to branch out from established methods in order to develop a unique approach that could be improved over time. Although the power and effectiveness of self-developed fighting styles were not that impressive at first, the expert pilots that developed them completely mastered them. Their compatibility with their creators was also high. Once people like Venerable Janzi became a high-tier expert pilot, their combat effectiveness would shoot up enormously as they became capable of empowering each and every move with their domain attributes. Dice understood what Janzi attempted to accomplish and respected the younger expert pilot's decision. You don't have to adopt any existing sword styles. You can follow my example and reference them instead in order to help you develop your own techniques. You've seen the power of our offensive techniques. With a slow and heavy expert mech like yours, you urgently need to increase your lethality. Even Joshua has received lessons from Swordmaster Kedis. Janzi did not look as hesitant as before. I'm open to exchanges. I'm not a swordswoman and I can never dedicate my life to the sword as much as you, but I don't mind receiving some tips with regards to my own fighting style. The sword was just a tool to her and the shield of Samar was no different. If Janzi ever advanced to ace pilot, she would definitely be able to increase her attack capabilities by an enormous margin. That would take a long time, though. She didn't really mind. Her main purpose in battle was to stall, threaten and deter enemy expert mechs. Killing them was the job of other friendly expert mechs. She threw a respectful look at Venerable Stark. They say that we will cooperate much more closely with each other once your shield of Samar is brought up to standard. The older woman said, we will have to train often together in order to develop a greater accord in battle. The Amaranto was the ultimate offensive mech while the shield of Samar was the ultimate defensive mech. Teaming them up made a lot of sense, especially when they were specifically designed to mate together. Gloriana approached the expert pilots a few minutes later. She proudly and openly carried Alexandria on her shoulder. Clixie followed after her footsteps but the trailing cat hardly drew any eyeballs. Every expert pilot could sense the special nature of Alexandria. She would have attracted a lot more attention if she was the only spiritual cat of her kind. Joshua and the rest were already familiar with other spiritual entities aligned to Vase and the Larkinson clan. An incorporeal red cat hardly looked strange. Mao. We're about to start, Janzi. This is a complex, difficult and time-consuming upgrade session so we will likely remain occupied for 9 whole days. I am already aware that it will take longer to upgrade my mech. I still have enough patience to wait this long. You're not sitting on the sidelines this time. Gloriana said, we need you to become an active participant in the process. We're trying out a new method that will likely yield better results. All of the expert pilots looked surprised. What did the mech designers have in store? How? You'll see. We're not demanding much from you, Janzi. Come with me. We have already prepared a place for you. The more you cooperate, the more we can improve the final product. When Gloriana brought Janzi back to the other 3 journeymen, they were close to starting. Both Gloriana and Juliet had already made their prayers to the Superior Mother. Kedis also looked eager to start working. Even though the shield of Samar wasn't strictly a swordsman mech, it was still a melee mech that wielded a sword, if only reluctantly. Venerable Janzi looked around the workshop and grew puzzled. That's strange. The last time you fabricated an expert mech, you organized an entire spectacle. Why leave out the public this time? It's not necessary. Vase replied. The results of our previous attempt were rather mixed. I don't think the crowd has affected the quality of the first sword all that much. What actually determines the output is the state and mood of the participating mech designers. Holding repeated ceremonies becomes routine after a while. Vase hadn't obtained as much insights on craftsmanship back then and still assumed that making masterworks depended on luck and other difficult variables. He decided to dispense with the theatrics now that he had become more enlightened. Relying on tricks was much less reliable than developing a more consistent approach. Besides his own gains, he had a lot of expectations for Gloriana. Let's start. Gloriana grinned. Please relax your minds and don't resist. Alexandria, bind us together. Mao. The red spiritual cat concentrated her energy and began to generate several strong spiritual bonds. These bonds quickly connected to the minds of Vase, Kedis, Juliet and most surprisingly Janzi as well. Venerable Janzi reacted with surprise at the unexpected intrusion. Of course, with a mind as thick as hers, there was no way for Alexandria to force a connection. Please let us in, Janzi. The expert pilot frowned. She didn't object to joining this so-called design network, but she didn't want to bear too much of herself to others. Her eyes pointedly rested on Vase. She especially didn't want to read his odious thoughts. Gloriana reached out to caress Alexandria's back. You don't need to be worried about sharing irrelevant thoughts and emotions. My cat has a high degree of control over the data that passes through her design network. I promise you that I will respect everyone's privacy. I'm only interested in upgrading your shield of Samar to its best possible form. Will you share your sentiments of your bonded mech to us? Whatever you pass on will help us understand your machine from your unique perspective. The attraction of this offer was too great. Janzi quickly acquiesced. I will open my mind and will to you, but I will do my best to limit my thoughts. Janzi slowly lowered her guard, allowing Alexandria to forge a solid connection. The moment everyone became connected, they each became enthralled by the flood of new input. This design network is much stronger than that of Blinky. Kedis gasped. Mao. Alexandria proudly preened as she heard that. Unlike Vess's companion spirit, Gloriana's new pet specialized in maintaining a design network. She was hardly under any strain and could easily regulate the small number of connections for an extended period of time. What was also different this time was the participation of Venerable Janzi. Vase wouldn't have dared to include an expert pilot in the design network before. He was afraid that Blinky might not be able to cope with the addition of a strong force of will. The birth of Alexandria opened up a lot more possibilities. The companion spirit's greater design network was much stronger and more robust. Its bandwidth was significantly greater and was easily able to accommodate Venerable Janzi's powerful will. As Vase and everyone else began to get used to sharing their thoughts, emotions, insights and perspectives to a greater degree, they spent a few minutes fine-tuning the new design network. You need to tone it down a bit, Gloriana. It's like we're yelling in each other's ears. You need to put more effort into filtering out irrelevant thoughts. I don't need to know you're craving a cup of coffee. You need to open yourself up a bit more, Janzi. Part of the reason why we are adding you to the design network is because we want to get more in tune with your strengths. Once Alexandria made the necessary adjustments to her design network, the journeymen finally went to work. They immediately experienced the difference. Even as they began to fabricate the many parts needed to refit the shield of Samar, every mech designer felt as if they were hosting multiple design philosophies. Of course, this was just an illusion. Vase only gained a fraction of Gloriana, Juliet and Katiz's understanding of mechs. The difference was that the degree of improvement was a bit more substantial. Juliet and Ketiz gained more from this sharing of insights and understanding than others. They were excellent when they worked on tasks that were relevant to their area of expertise, but their output was a lot more average when they performed other tasks. With the help of the design network, someone like Ketiz could assist with fabricating power transmission systems without botching the job as much. She could draw upon enough of Gloriana's expertise to know how to keep the quality of her work consistently high. At the same time, Vase was able to lend his sensitivity and understanding of life to his colleagues. Gloriana and the other journeymen became capable of making their work alive, which not only saved Vase a lot of effort, but also enriched the life of the entire mech. It was as if every journeyman became as good as an apprentice mech designer in their borrowed fields of expertise. Chapter 3372. Insightful Janzi, so this is what it is like to make a mech. Janzi whispered. The 4 journeymen of the Larkinson clan were already accustomed to the effects of a design network. Even if this time was different, they already connected to Blinky's network enough times for the novelty to wear off. As soon as they became used to the deeper and more intimate connections, they cast aside all distractions and focused solely on their respective work assignments. It was different for Venerable Janzi. Even though Alexandria heavily limited how much data the expert pilot received, the sharing of comprehension was not completely cut off on this end. Gloriana believed it was best if Venerable Janzi gained enough input to understand the gist of what the mech designers were working on. This allowed Janzi to share her thoughts on what she thought about particular parts and systems such as the armor system or the flight system of her mech. However, when Janzi finally gained a peek of what went on in the heads of the journeymen, she quickly became lost in all of the technical insights. Just because the design network allowed for the sharing of different perspectives didn't necessarily mean that the recipients were capable of understanding them. Though Janzi possessed a huge amount of understanding on how to pilot a mech, that was radically different from knowing how it worked. I feel stupid, she frowned. Despite her enviable strength and capabilities as an expert pilot, she felt utterly dwarfed by the sheer intellect and knowledge accumulation exposed by the journeyman. Even Ketiz, who was arguably the stupidest of the 4, possessed a wealth of knowledge on science and engineering that was equivalent to a chief engineer. Janzi found it incredibly novel to get a taste of what it was like to view reality like an engineer. When she shifted her sights to a rack of tools, she vaguely became aware of what each and every complicated technical gizmo was supposed to do. There was no way for her to operate these tools proficiently, but just knowing what they did was illuminating. When she observed the projection of the latest design of the Shield of Samar, she obtained a flood of hints and associations, most of which completely surpassed her own comprehension. She felt as if she was back in the Mech Academy where she struggled to keep up with her basic physics classes. Every mech pilot had to learn at least a bit of science in order to be proficient at piloting a mech, but no mech cadet liked to be stuck behind a desk performing boring calculations. Though an expert pilot such as Janzi gained a boost in learning capabilities and was expected to master slightly more advanced knowledge, even mech technicians were able to school her on how mechs worked and how they were put together. Even so, understanding just 0.01% of all of the input she received was enough to deepen her shallow comprehension of how the Shield of Samar worked. She became more fascinated by the scraps of knowledge that she was reluctantly able to understand. She gained a much better estimate of how much damage different sections of her mech was able to resist, how much heat her mech was able to accumulate, and how far she could push the new shield generator. Though she already possessed a certain degree of understanding of how her expert mech was supposed to perform, her comprehension easily doubled after just a short time of connecting to the design network. How much will this stick, though? She questioned. This was a good question. Much of her current improvement was supported by the brainpower shared by the connected mech designers. Once Janzi lost access to them, her ability to interpret and understand technical knowledge would take a nosedive. Even so, she would still be able to keep the overall insights and conclusions that she made. That was enough to optimize her piloting style and boost her combat effectiveness by as much as 10%. Further away, Vase briefly threw a glance at her. Due to the design network, he and the other journeymen became aware of what the expert pilot had gained. A design network is much more useful than I thought. They should have added mech pilots to the network sooner. Although it wasn't strictly necessary for them to know how a mech worked in order to pilot them effectively, a greater degree of technical understanding and proficiency was always helpful and rarely caused any harm. Of course, aside from gaining basic technical comprehension from the journeyman, Janzi also gained a taste of their design philosophies. If she was able to understand 0.01% of the general science and engineering knowledge of the mech designers, she was able to understand even less of their respective specializations. All of the accumulated theories, assumptions, data and insights that distinguished one journeyman from another was far out of the reach of a general novice or apprentice. How could a mech pilot possibly grasp all of these secrets? As a result, Janzi was only vaguely capable of understanding the generalities of everyone's design philosophies. For example, when she looked at the projection of the Bulwark project, she gained an appreciation of its surprisingly sharp sword, its highly optimized and customized technical structure, its stable and incredibly resilient flight system, and above all how much life it possessed. She focused specifically on the latter. Though Janzi never made her dislike for Vase a secret, she never looked down on his ability to design mechs. Now that she gained an opportunity to get a peek on what made Vase so good at his job, she eagerly immersed herself further in how Vase thought and how he viewed his mechs. "It's not what I expected," she whispered. Every mech designer possessed vastly different perspectives. Ketty's actually stood out the most because of her extreme obsession for swords and the strength of her will, which was actually as strong as Janzi's own will. Yet Katiz's perspective did not interest Janzi at all. Every expert pilot developed their own principles and obsessions and never showed much interest in what other peers valued. This was why Vase was much more interesting to Janzi. Not only did Vase possess a much deeper understanding of living mechs like the Shield of Samar, he also possessed a different and arguably greater perspective on Keelangso. Venerable Janzi fell silent as she parsed new facts and insights on the design spirit she was bonded with for a long time. Unlike Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice, Janzi had never served with the Flagrant Vandals or Lydiasword Maidens. She never had the opportunity to meet and interact with Keelangso back when the design spirit was still a giant lizard. So she looked like this. Venerable Janzi's eyes lit up. All of those depictions were wrong. What fascinated her more was how Vase viewed the design spirits he worked with and where they came from. Some were natural like Keelangso and others were artificial such as the illustrious one. Janzi had no idea how he could even make such amazing god-like entities. That was something that Vase kept tight to his chest, among many other secrets. Yet even the basics she was able to obtain from Vase was enough for her to gain a brand new perspective on living mechs. As an expert pilot, she was already able to sense much of the special traits of living mechs, but it was only now that she gained the context needed to understand what Vase's design philosophy was truly about. Living mechs like the Bright Warrior and the Valkyrie Redeemer complemented their mech pilots in different ways. Not only that, but they were also capable of growing stronger and more compatible to their respective mech pilots. Venerable Janzi and many other Larkinson mech pilots already guessed or deduced some of these phenomena. However, now that she was able to get a glimpse of how Vase viewed his work, she realized that his efforts into designing living mechs was much more extensive than she thought. This was especially the case for expert mechs and unique machines like the Shield of Samar. She understood that her soul machine had already undergone a huge amount of growth. Compared to newer expert mechs such as the Dark Zephyr and the Riot, the Shield of Samar enjoyed an enormous head start in terms of growth. This conveyed Janzi's personal mech with greater advantages. Not only was it easier for Vase to add extra functionality to the Shield of Samar, but the mech was also able to offer additional assistance. So this is how Vase views an ideal relationship between a mech and a mech pilot. After all of these revelations, Janzi became a lot more confident in how she should develop her relationship with the Shield of Samar. It was truly worth it to bear a part of her mind and will this time. Naturally, Janzi wasn't the only person to obtain a substantial harvest. Though Janzi possessed a large amount of really weird and outright wrong ideas about the Shield of Samar, her piloting approach and her specific thoughts on the performance of her expert mech provided greater direction to the mech designers. What Vase truly valued was how Janzi developed her domain attributes. Her force of will embraced the concepts of defense and shielding in a unique manner, and gaining an insider's look on them was invaluable. The guidance provided by Janzi steered the work of the mech designers in a way that allowed them to produce a more cohesive mech. Together with other influences such as Vese's design philosophy, every part produced by the journeyman became more in tune with Venerable Janzi. Vase even suspected that Venerable Janzi would be able to resonate with the upgraded Shield of Samar to a substantially greater degree. There were many other benefits that were too numerous to count. What gratified the mech designers a lot was that Alexandria was capable of keeping up her design network all day. Meow. Alexandria yawned as Gloriana and Juliet chose to take a break this time. Just like before, the Larkinson mech designers opted to rotate their shifts a bit so that at least two of them remained busy. Gloriana frowned a bit as she held her large belly. She had to take breaks more often due to concerns about her pregnancy. What she worried about the most was her water breaking while she still had work to do. Dr. Rania had already given her a couple of treatments that were meant to delay such an occurrence, but human bodies weren't as predictable as machines. Just wait for a bit, all right, she whispered towards her child. Her daughter kicked in her belly as a response. As Gloriana took a well-regulated rest, Vase kept working as he fabricated the internal components of the Shield of Samar. There were a lot of them due to the size of the expert mech, and it would take days to fabricate them all. Many of them were so intricate and complicated that Vase even had to discard some of his finished parts. This is the downside of adopting Gloriana's design philosophy. Some of my work doesn't meet my standards anymore. Vase wasn't too bothered though. As he continued to work, he became more satisfied with his output and the output of his colleagues. Though none of the mech designers entered into an inspired state, the mood between them was excellent and they were running ahead of schedule. The only consideration he was uncertain about was determining the timing of borrowing Vulcan's power. Vase lifted up his hammer and hesitated whether he should whack himself over his head. He shook his head. It's not necessary now, and maybe I should reserve this for Gloriana. She'll be fabricating the parts that contain GT-535 tomorrow. This resonating material is critical to the performance of the Shield of Samar, and it will be interesting to see how well Gloriana can make them when she is in a false-inspired state. Tomorrow would definitely be a critical day. Chapter 3373. Borrowing power. The Shield of Samar was almost being completely renewed from inside out. The mech designers only intended to retain a few inconsequential parts of the current prime mech. Naturally, they also planned to reshape much of the unending alloy armor plating. The contours and physical dimensions of the prime mech and expert mech versions of the Shield of Samar differed substantially. New techniques, more refined methods and different physical requirements demanded a complete overhaul of the structure of the entire mech. This presented Vase and the others with an interesting challenge on how to actually reform the mech. In order to keep it alive, they had to keep the existing expert mech as intact as possible. On the other hand, if they wanted to upgrade it as comprehensively as possible, they had to swap out as much of its components. These conflicting goals could only be solved by only partially disassembling the Shield of Samar. Just like the ship of Theseus, the journeymen chose a cumbersome approach where they did not completely disassemble the entire prime mech but kept parts of it whole at all times. This was a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor that imposed higher demands on the mech designers. Yet this was the only way that Vase could think of to retain the original identity of the Shield of Samar while slowly elevating it to the standard of an expert mech. During the planning stage, Gloriana and the others didn't fully understand why Vase insisted on working in such a roundabout manner. The most thorough and efficient way to perform a complete upgrade and refit of an existing mech was to disassemble it completely. It was only when Alexandria's powerful design network allowed Vase to convey a part of his perspective to the others that they understood why he cared so much about keeping the shield of Samar as whole as possible. They truly understood now why Vase insisted that his mechs were alive. Though this special quality was a lot more flexible than organic life, they agreed that it was best to treat it as close to a living body as possible. This resulted in a change in mentality where Gloriana, Juliet and Kedis each approached their work as if they were doctors attending to a heavily injured patient. The change in mentality and the greater care they showed towards the shield of Samar was remarkable and something that Vase hadn't expected. Together with the influence that Gloriana's design philosophy brought to them, all four journeymen collectively treated the shield of Samar and the parts they were fabricating with great respect. Mao. Alexandria proudly and contently rested on Gloriana's shoulder as she continually maintained her powerful design network. She might not be able to get the better of Blinky or Lucky in a scrap, but none of them were capable of boosting the effectiveness of mech designers like her. Any mech designer would be lucky to have her attention. As her upturned tail continued to swish in contentment, she continued to regulate and filter the transmissions that flowed through her network. It was quite amazing that she was able to maintain the strong spiritual bonds much longer than any of the other spiritual networks that Vase had made. Part of it was due to the strong mental and spiritual strength of the people participating in the network. Another part was due to the limited number of connections for this session. However, it was undeniable that Alexandria's own strengths and talents played the biggest role in making it all possible. Gloriana adored her new pet so much that she regularly reached out her hand to caress the red cat's back and head. "You're so cute, Alexandria. Such an amazing cat. I'm so lucky to have the best cat in the multiverse. You could probably win the best awards if you participate in one of those Rhubarthan cat shows. Are you hungry, Alexandria? What do you eat, anyway? I should get Vase to design a collar for you as well." Although her constant fawning of her new companion spirit was a bit annoying to the others, everyone who was a part of the network could not deny that Alexandria had boosted the quality of their output by a noticeable degree. What was even better was that Gloriana's mood continued to rise as she became more entranced with Alexandria's incredible value. She was definitely right about one thing. Other mech designers deeply wished they had access to Alexandria's greater design network. With this amazing feature at their disposal, they could combine the strengths of different mech designers in a much more integrated fashion. Not even masters would be able to resist such a killer advantage. All of this was thanks to Vase processing half of Ashling's design seed into a new spiritual life form. Gloriana grinned as she reminded herself that she gained this capability by stealing the essence of one of her enemies. She even entertained thoughts of hunting down other mech designers in order to add more useful cats to their collection. Fortunately, Alexandria did not transmit these irrelevant thoughts throughout the design network, or else Janzi would have become horrified at Gloriana's immoral attitude. In any case, Gloriana's growing optimism and contentment not only led to a noticeable improvement to herself, but also to others as the design network was also capable of spreading her positive emotions. The other three mech designers were able to block this input if they wished, but they chose not to. Everyone was aware that a better mood could substantially improve the outcome of this upgrade session, so they eagerly embraced Gloriana's rising sentiments. Vase did not think that this and other emotional factors was enough to turn the shield of Samar into a masterwork, though. None of the four had entered into an inspired state or any other special mood. In this case, the only chance they could make a masterwork was to rely on other, more controllable factors. Vase drew on his recent insights on craftsmanship and thought about all of the innovations that he and the others integrated into the expert mech design. This caused him to gain a strong sense of purpose towards the Bulwark project. With everything that he and the other Larkinsons invested into it, Venerable Janzi's mech possessed all of the opportunities it needed to reach a greater tier of quality. They just had to find a way to push through the barrier and realize everyone's dream for this unique mech. This was why Vase held the Hammer of Brilliance after his wife returned from her rest. He looked conflicted as he tried to decide whether he should actively borrow Vulcan's power or stick to the current status quo. He looked across Gloriana's workshop. Stacks of recently completed parts rested on the side. None of them were set aside for too long as bots frequently lifted them up and moved them over to the assembly section where Janzi's mech was already being changed before everyone's eyes. The most striking aspect about its current appearance was that her armor system had been stripped off its frame. All of the unending alloy armor plating needed to be reprocessed and reshaped, and removing them early granted the mech designer easier access to the internals. Right now, Juliet had flown to the front of the partially disassembled shield of Samar so that she could supervise the process of removing outdated parts. She installed temporary support elements in order to avoid excessive strain and prevent the mech frame from collapsing. "We're already doing quite well for ourselves," Vase judged as he continued to grip his hammer. Was it necessary for him to draw this card this time? He was confident in his own abilities, but he couldn't guarantee that the shield of Samar would turn into a masterwork at the end. After all, he was far from reaching the level where he could completely control the variables that determined whether a product reached the second rung of the craftsmanship ladder. He became conflicted for a while. If he actively utilized Vulcan's power, then he would gain a guaranteed improvement for a number of hours. The problem was that it would taper off over time. Vase had already experimented on it earlier and determined that the false-inspired state would only last for around 5 hours. The only way to extend it was to convert this temporary condition into a more enduring one. Vase believed that this was possible in theory, but he had never seen it happen in practice. Why am I being so conflicted? He frowned. A tool is a tool. Using it makes life more convenient to me. As long as I get my rewards, what does it matter if I've taken a shortcut? With another increase in mech affinity, I will be able to build my accumulation further, which will help me stand out further from other journeymen. Vase briefly glanced over at Venerable Janzi, who looked entranced as she stared at her partially disassembled mech. Though the woman could be rather annoying at times, she was a crucial asset to the Larkinson clan. Vase never thought about doing less than his best when he worked on this upgrade project. Perhaps it was politically more advantageous for him to drag his feet this time, but Vase was not a politician. He was a mech designer who did not want to betray his principles so easily. He suspected that he would never become worthy to make another masterwork mech if he held any improper thoughts towards his core work responsibilities. Besides, everyone else was working so earnestly that he couldn't stand the thought of betraying their expectations. What ultimately convinced him to make use of his hammer was the need for greater strength. The Larkinson clan could not afford to be weak. The previous battles had already revealed several major shortcomings, and the lack of strong and effective expert mechs was one of them. The addition of a decent expert mech was definitely helpful, but if the Larkinsons gained another masterwork mech like the Amaranto, then the benefits would become much greater. Vase grew more excited as he thought about all of the potential rewards he could earn. Unlike the Amaranto, the Bulwark project isn't a super-published design. This was an important observation because turning the Shield of Samar into a masterwork would definitely earn him a fantastic reward from the system. The MTA will also shower us with merits. The prospect of earning all of these fantastic rewards increased his enthusiasm for this project to such a degree that his excitement had caught up to that of his wife. Gloriana even turned to him for a moment. "What's the matter, Vase?" "Oh, nothing. I think we should just kick into higher gear." He briefly considered who he should whack with his hammer. He could only empower one person at a time. "Honey, would you like to obtain a blessing?" She briefly weighed the choice. "I don't need it. I'm already doing well for myself. You should try it out yourself. You're more familiar with it than myself and you primarily created it to improve your own capabilities." "You're right." Vase did not hesitate much longer. He was afraid of losing his momentum if he stalled any further. Whack! He softly tapped the flat end of the hammer against his head. As the strike induced him into a false-inspired state, he suddenly gained a bunch of new insights and ideas about the Bulwark project. There was a remarkable difference between entering this state while he was sitting behind a terminal and entering this state while he was in the middle of working on an actual mech. Vulcan's power flowed through his head as Vase began to work with greater certainty and direction. Not only that, Gloriana, Juliet and Kedis also worked a bit more efficiently than before. It turned out that Alexandria was also capable of spreading a small degree of Vulcan's power through her design network. So the Shield of Samar can be built like this. Chapter 3374, Gradual Metamorphosis. The influence of Vulcan primarily affected Vase. Whatever power flowed to the other journeymen only gave them a fraction of the boost. Yet this relatively minor change granted the female mech designers another perspective that was mainly based around craftsmanship. How Vulcan perceived the quality and the intrinsic nature of objects was radically different from that of any human. Though Alexandria's design network wasn't able to convey much of this, what little it managed to pass on was enough to open their eyes. The most important impact of this change on them was that they became faintly aware of certain higher-level variables that were normally out of reach for mech designers at their level. All of them gained a crucial amount of clarity on the importance of sticking to specific themes when they work on their mechs. The Bulwark project was designed around the concepts of defense, shielding and gravity. In order to make sure it embodied them to the best possible degree, they all needed to perform their work with this awareness in mind. By maintaining a cohesive mindset towards their work, the mech designers infused their specific interpretations of these concepts into their work. In practice, the difference it made was relatively minor. They were still journeymen and needed to progress a lot more to yield greater results. The current effect was already sufficient, though. The direct improvement was rather small, but just a change in mindset was enough to make their work more cohesive. As Vase immersed himself in his false-inspired state, he tried to make the most of it by fabricating crucial and critical components such as the shield generator and some of the parts that incorporated GT535. The reason why these parts stood out from the rest was because they were strongly associated with the themes of the Shield of Samar. Venerable Janzi would definitely depend heavily on these systems in the future, and Vase wanted to maximize the fit and compatibility between the expert pilot and expert mech as much as possible. What amazed Vase was that he was able to do this a lot better than before due to Venerable Janzi's participation in the design network. Her influence had already affected him and the other mech designers by drawing upon her thoughts and ideas on piloting her Shield of Samar. The benefits the journeyman gained was akin to a highly relevant mastery experience. Since Gloriana, Juliet and Kedis never directly accessed the mind of a mech pilot before, they gained a lot of eye-opening insights. Vase already had a couple of masteries under his belt, so his gains were more marginal. What he truly valued was how he was able to directly attune Venerable Janzi's force of will to the parts he was making. This not only increased their compatibility to the expert pilot, but also warned him of any discordant elements that might make it more difficult to resonate with the final product. This is actually quite amazing. Vase's eyes lit up as he realized the implications of this discovery. The compatibility between Venerable Janzi and the Shield of Samar was already insanely high. The two practically grew up together. Not only that, but Janzi experienced each of her breakthroughs while piloting the same mech, which not only made it stronger, but also brought them closer. One of the persistent concerns that Vase possessed was that the mech would diverge from its pilot due to replacing most of its old components. Yet by actively drawing upon Janzi's presence in the design network, he was able to prevent this negative outcome from happening. I can even increase the attunement between pilot and mech. Such a direct improvement excited Vase beyond words. His design philosophy centered around man-machine symbiosis, so this solution was extremely relevant to him. The same applied to Gloriana. As the mech designers continued to overhaul the Shield of Samar, Vase made more interesting discoveries. Not all of them were significant, but each sign of progress increased his motivation. However, increasing the fit between Venerable Janzi and the Shield of Samar was only one of the factors that could help elevate the latter into a masterwork. So was making sure the mech embodied its core concepts. Excellent craftsmanship encompassed a lot more ground, but the most critical factor was to consistently produce high-quality parts that were adapted to their specific circumstances. This was much more difficult to accomplish, and even Gloriana could not meet this standard much of the time. Yet with the help of Vulcan's direct influence, Vase was temporarily able to bridge over this gap and improve the quality of his output. He immersed himself in his false-inspired state and even hoped that he could gain even greater inspiration that could prolong his improvement. However, borrowed power ultimately had to be returned, so after 5 hours of intensive work, the effects of Vulcan's boon had finally receded for the most part. Vase only retained a fraction of the special state by actively leveraging his permanent bond with his own incarnation. This was an exhausting process, though. Vase accelerated his mental strain whenever he tried to embody his design spirits, and this time was no different. Vulcan had already increased his grasp over his own abilities over the past few months, but he was still far from mastering his full power. The amount of help he could provide to mech designers was still limited. It's enough, though, Vase murmured as he looked at the current state of the Shield of Samar. The skeletal frame already exhibited a lot more renewal than before. The crucial internal frame that supported all of the other components had already been swapped out. Other new parts had been installed as well. They looked quite incongruous when they were placed next to the older and more worn parts of the prime mech incarnation of the Shield of Samar. Still, throughout this extensive operation, the Shield of Samar not only retained its full identity, but actually seemed to undergo a gradual metamorphosis. The drastic changes of structure actually sparked an evolution in the life state of the living mech. An expert mech is a lot different from lesser mechs. Vase recognized as he made yet another new discovery. The shield of Samar has actually been restraining itself for all this time. It was quite amazing how many new discoveries and insights that he and his fellow journeymen harvested so far. This was the 5th expert mech design project they were completing, but their current gains made it seem as if they were just making an expert mech for the first time. All of this led to a comprehensive rise in mood that persisted for multiple days. Optimism remained high as everyone became more engrossed in their own work. The novelty of the discoveries and insights they gained this time caused the journeymen to feel as if they were breaking new ground and making an expert mech that was unprecedented by any other machine. Vase felt more clearer that the Shield of Samar was a transformative expert mech that not only exceeded the value of the Dark Zephyr, Riot and the First Sword, but also came closer to catching up to the Amaranto. "We're doing great," Gloriana grinned. "Venerable Janzi will definitely be happy with her new Shield of Samar regardless of what happens. We only have 4 more days to go. Let's strive to elevate our work further so that we can increase our chances of success." More time passed by. Though the mech designers no longer made any drastic new discoveries, they were still in high spirits and hardly made any slips. Everyone was trying their utmost to make the Shield of Samar their best mech to date. No one wanted to disappoint the expectations of the others, especially when their connections to the design network let them know how much everyone cared about succeeding. As they neared the end of their run, the mech designers already had a lot of reasons to be satisfied with this experience. Each of them harvested so many new insights that they would be able to upgrade their design and fabrication approaches once they digested their gains. However, that was something to consider for the future. Right now, they still had a responsibility to complete the Shield of Samar to the best of their abilities. Venerable Janzi had stayed in the workshop as long as possible. Her presence in the design network was crucial and her absence was clearly felt by the mech designers. She had taken stimulants in order to reduce her sleeping hours. She constantly kept her mind focused on the Shield of Samar and her experiences in piloting it. Above all, she conveyed her love and trust towards her chosen mech. "Please," she whispered, "give my Shield of Samar a chance to rise." The stakes were high for her. After witnessing how much a masterwork expert mech strengthened Venerable Stark, Janzi wanted one as well. She wished she could do more to improve the Shield of Samar, but she was ultimately an expert pilot, not a mech designer. As for Vase, he was holding his hammer yet again. Enough time has passed for Vulcan to regain his ability to induce a mech designer into another false-inspired state. At this late stage of the upgrade process, the value of entering this condition was much greater than before. The mech designers had already fabricated and installed most of the new and powerful internal components. They were mostly working on the external parts such as sensors and armor plating. When Vase was considering the current state of the Shield of Samar, he did not believe that putting himself in another false-inspired state would yield much of a difference. He had already maximized the compatibility, fit and alignment of the expert mech due to his earlier discoveries. He seriously doubted that he could apply his design philosophy much better this time. Vase looked towards Gloriana. "It's fine, Vase," she said, "I'm already happy with my improvement. If you really want to boost someone, go seek out Juliet." Installing the new flight system on the Shield of Samar is a crucial step. "I'll do that." When Vase presented this option to the penitent sister mech designer, she was open to trying it out. She had already felt how much Vase had improved when he whacked his head with his hammer a few days ago. When Juliet's head glowed with Vulcan's blessing, her perception and ability to discern the deeper properties of the Shield of Samar jumped a lot. As a mech designer that specialized in mobility, her boost was different from that of Vase. To her, an excellent mech was a machine that was able to do its utmost to squeeze more speed, acceleration and agility from its frame. Juliet became engrossed in tweaking and perfecting the parts that were relevant to her design philosophy. Although the Shield of Samar was never meant to be swift, the penitent sister did not want to play a marginal role in the design and creation of the expert Space Knight. Even a small improvement in speed can save more lives. Although Juliet's improvement was less applicable to the other journeymen in the design network, they became infected by her elevated passion and enthusiasm. This ensured that they ended their 9-day upgrade program on a high note. When Gloriana put the finishing touches on the large and exquisitely assembled Space Knight, its completed form already exuded a vastly stronger vibe than before. Venerable Janzi became more intense as she stood next to the waiting mech designers. Her eagerness and anticipation flooded through the design network. Her force of will blended with the strengthened glow of the expert mech. Is it? She trailed off, as if worried that her words might interrupt Gloriana's final effort. Just wait, it will all become clear in a few minutes, Vase softly said. When Gloriana finally completed the last step, the completely renewed shield of Samar seemed to come alive. Its glow became more active as the mech seemed to celebrate the end of this crucial transformation. As Gloriana quickly floated away from the upgraded machine, the shield of Samar finally completed its metamorphosis. For a moment, the shadow of a giant lizard hovered above the large and heavily armored expert space knight. Kilankso, Vase gasped. The sacred god unleashed a silent roar that reverberated across the entire workshop. At the same time, Shield of Samar seemed to undergo a second and more drastic transformation. It was a change that delighted Vase, Gloriana and Venerable Janzi. Each of them had been working hard and trying their best to reach this outcome. The Shield of Samar is truly worth its name now, Vase reverently said. From today onwards, defense will have a new meaning in the Larkinson clan. Chapter 3375. The value of accumulation. In the end, Ves's confidence in the Bulwark project was not misplaced. It was far from guaranteed that he and his team would succeed in turning the Shield of Samar into a masterwork expert mech, but there were simply too many factors that triggered this crucial evolution. As Vase and the other journeymen closely observed the invisible changes that qualitatively lifted up the Shield of Samar to the second rung of Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship, they each collected another batch of insights. Each of them felt closer and more attuned to not just the Shield of Samar, but also other mechs as well. This was the clearest indicator that their affinity for mechs received another bump. This time, both Vase and Gloriana played a pivotal role in elevating the Shield of Samar into a masterwork mech. They already improved their mech affinities before and were able to reach the second rung of the ladder much more proficient than in the past. Their chances of turning the Shield of Samar into a masterwork would have been lower if not for their previous successes. Vase guessed that only entering into a genuine inspired state would have allowed them to turn the Shield of Samar into a masterwork. We didn't need it, though. This success taught him that it wasn't necessary to chase after this rare and mythical state of mind in order to make a masterwork. His previous assumption might be wrong. Before, he thought that better mech designers gained the ability to put themselves into an inspired state on demand. This was why these renowned masters were able to pump out one masterwork mech after another. Now, Vase believed the truth was much less dramatic. A greater mech affinity, a greater comprehension of the nature of masterworks and a personalized method of improving the quality of a mech also made a difference. Just recognizing that masterwork mechs were actually extensions of their makers gave Vase a massive advantage. Now that he found a solid direction, he could apply all sorts of targeted solutions to increase his chances of success. Vase concluded that as long as he continued to improve those aspects, he wouldn't even need to rely on his hammer to climb up the second rung of the craftsmanship ladder. The Shield of Samar has become so beautiful now. Gloriana sighed. For once, she did not complain about the flaws and imperfections of her work. Despite breaking through the masterwork threshold, the Shield of Samar was not a technically perfect mech. A masterwork was never equivalent to a flawless mech. It was much more about increasing the sum of its parts and improving its effective performance beyond the limitations of its design. A large part of why the Shield of Samar became so much better was because of how closely its components and its assembled whole aligned. With the three key concepts behind the mech, this deliberate change in approach had made a far greater difference than Vase thought. He was truly grateful for the Dwarven master who designed the excellent Olympus Mons for teaching the Larkinson clan how a truly powerful mech should be developed. When Vase recalled the expert mechs he encountered before, he realized that some of them were developed along similar lines. Particularly noteworthy expert mechs such as the Charlemagne, the Bolvar Rage, the Erranter and the Gatecrasher all possessed shadows of the same emphasis on themes. It just wasn't obvious to him at the time. Patriarch Reginald viewed expert mechs as diminished versions of ace mechs, and their relatively lower power level made it difficult to distinguish their more subtle traits. The differences only became abundantly clear when Vase confronted an actual ace mech up close. Would he have been able to make this realization without falling into Emperor Ryan Aiden's trap? Probably, but it might have happened decades later. In fact, learning this crucial insight shouldn't have been relevant to him as he wasn't qualified to design an expert mech in the first place. If he hadn't made a deal with Master Willix, he wouldn't have learned so much about high-end mech design throughout the entire year. What gratified Vase a lot was that he could apply many of his gains in his other work. They remained relevant even if he went back to designing standard mechs. He already grew eager to start the next round of design projects. His upcoming solo projects were great opportunities for him to perform new experiments and validate his theories. While Vase continued to immerse himself in his improvements, Gloriana continually showed her appreciation for her new spiritual pet. "You're the greatest contributor to our success, Alexandria. Without your persistent design network, we would have never been able to share so many benefits with each other. You are the queen of the cats." Matilda the tired cat enjoyed the pampering. All those lengthy sessions of maintaining the design network with only a few hours of rest in between had taken a toll on her as well. She soon returned to Gloriana's mind in order to enjoy a well-deserved vacation. Her mind already became filled with hopes for the future. She already valued the gift from her husband highly, but the actual results were far more optimistic than she hoped. The ability for mech designers to share so much during their work sessions produced a greater amount of synergy that significantly improved their results. Gloriana felt a lot more valued now. Alexandria's existence provided the Larkinson clan with a crucial and enduring advantage. I don't have to worry about being sidelined with my new pet." She grinned. Aside from feeling grateful about her cat, she also internalized all of the lessons she learned in the last 9 days. What stood out the most to her was the challenge of upgrading an existing mech. Her work on the Shield of Samar was akin to giving the former Prime mech a second life. She still hadn't been sure whether it was even possible to turn the Shield of Samar into a masterwork through this convoluted process, but the unique mech's metamorphosis provided conclusive proof that it could be done. What is even more important is that we don't have to wait to become a senior or a master in order to accomplish this feat. This gave her a lot of hope that she would be able to upgrade the Dark Zephyr or the Riot to a masterwork mech too one day. Of course, the Larkinson clan might opt to start from scratch and supply its expert pilots with brand new expert mechs instead. She could think of a couple of scenarios when this was a more appropriate choice. Maybe someone stole the expert mechs. Maybe they shattered into pieces in a ruinous battle. Maybe the expert pilots changed so much that their older expert mechs no longer fit their inclinations. Even so, I can just focus on turning their new expert mechs into masterworks. She already collected 3 masterwork certificates and would soon be awarded with another one. With so many successes, it would become easier for her to make subsequent masterwork mechs. Whether she created them from scratch or upgraded an existing one, it hardly made any difference as long as she continued to continue her string of successes. Different from the mech designers, Venerable Janzi didn't think about making other masterworks. All she cared about was the fact that one of her dreams had finally come true today. She had experienced the optimism and the enthusiasm of the Larkinson journeyman, but she didn't dare to hope that her Shield of Samar would finally be able to stand on the same level as the Amaranto until her partner finally unleashed its victorious outburst. "Congratulations." She smiled towards her mech. Her happiness was indescribable. She always thought her Shield of Samar deserved to be a masterwork a long time ago, but technical limitations had long held it back. Now that it had swapped out its prime mech frame for an expert mech frame, her living mech finally received the opportunity to unfold its true power. She wanted to take the reborn Shield of Samar as soon as possible. In fact, she would have wanted to take it out for a spin straight away, but she knew that the others needed a good rest before they were ready to preside over the initial testing sessions. "Just wait," she whispered to her mech. "We will show our new capabilities soon enough." The living mech seemed to reach out and respond to Janzi's hopes. Once the mech designers internalized all of their gains, they all woke up and cleaned up the workshop. The old and replaced parts of the Shield of Samar were no longer useful, so Vase ordered the clan to transfer them to the graveyard so that they could be fused to her hull. "It's over," Vase said as he turned to his cats. "We can finally go back to our grand stateroom and enjoy a good night of rest." Meow. Lucky yawned. Meow. Clixie lazily blinked her eyes. Unlike Alexandria, the 2 older cats could do nothing but act as mascots during these sessions. They were more than willing to leave this boring place. Just as Vase headed towards the exit, an alarm suddenly sounded by his side. Gloriana paused in her steps and began to utter a brief cry. She held her belly as if she was suffering from a cramp. "Vase, what is it?" he worriedly replied as he rushed to her side. Meow, meow. The 2 cats instantly became alert as well. My water is breaking." Vase was stunned for a moment. He quickly grabbed her wrist and checked the info screen projected by her comm. According to the readings of her physical condition, she was truly about to go into labor. His mind completely froze as he had difficulty shifting his thoughts from internalizing his latest mech design insights to realizing that his first child was about to be born. Vase. Before he could turn sensible again, the bodyguards along with a team of doctors on standby had quickly approached the woman in labor. Quick, put her on the floating stretcher. Inform the specialists on standby if they haven't already been alerted. Clear the route to the prepared delivery room. Vase still stood rooted on his feet as the prepared team of lifer doctors efficiently placed his wife and rapidly moved her out of the workshop. Congratulations, Vase. Kedis impishly smiled and patted his shoulder. You're about to become a father. The superior mother will be pleased to become a grandmother. Juliet offered her own congratulations. I need to get out of here. Meow, meow. Vase set aside everything related to his work and completely became obsessed with greeting his upcoming daughter. He exited the workshop and chased after his wife. Soon enough, he reached the entrance to a medical bay on the same deck. Ordinarily, this compartment was meant to treat work-related injuries as there were many fabrication halls in the vicinity. However, the doctors already anticipated that Gloriana was close to giving birth. They had prepared a number of compartments like these to provide the best possible birthing facilities that the Larkinson clan could provide under the circumstances. The only location that was more ideal for Gloriana was the Dragon's Den, but it would take far too much time to move her over to the bioresearch vessel. It didn't matter too much. Unless truly unexpected complications took place, the facilities aboard the Spirit of Bentime were more than adequate. A large team of doctors constantly studied and monitored Gloriana and her unborn child's condition to anticipate or prevent any unfortunate circumstances from arising. The Larkinson clan hardly spared any expense to ensure the coming delivery proceeded as smoothly as possible. My first child will soon be born. Vase nervously uttered as the magnitude of this event sank in. I'll soon be able to hold my own daughter. Chapter 3376. Two pieces of news. Two pieces of shocking news spread throughout the Larkinson clan and the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance. Our mech designers have upgraded the Shield of Samar into a masterwork expert mech. The Patriarch's wife is about to give birth. Just one of these sentences was enough to shock the entire expeditionary fleet. The fact that two of them came out at the same time completely exploded the atmosphere in the Golden Skull Alliance. Aboard the Hemington Cross, Patriarch Reginald Cross momentarily looked shocked. He quickly schooled his expression though. Interesting. I did not expect you to make a second masterwork expert mech. It is worth it to gain your favor. Although the Cross clan had built up a bit of resentment towards the Larkinson clan for getting embroiled in the latter's troubles, these were small matters to the Cross Patriarch. A good mech designer was hard to find. The opportunity to befriend one with great talent and unique capabilities was priceless. Even if Vase was just a journeyman right now, his Amaranto and now this new masterwork expert mech fully put him in Reginald's sights. Elsewhere on the Hemington Cross, a certain senior mech designer interrupted his design work. A hint of envy overtook Professor Benedict Cortez. As an experienced senior, he was no stranger to making masterwork mechs. However, it was a bit embarrassing that Patriarch Vase already made more masterworks than him. So far, Benedict only fabricated 2 masterwork mechs back when he was still an upright citizen of the Friday Coalition. After his exile to the frontier and subsequent return to civilized space, he had to start over from the beginning. The 2 valuable masterwork certificates he used to show off with pride had long been discarded. As a result, his current record did not mention any masterwork certificates. Dark thoughts surged within his powerful mind, but he quickly clamped down on them. I don't need to compete with kids. Becoming a master was all that mattered to him. The feats of other mech designers did not detract from his own interests. In fact, it was the opposite. A stronger allied mech designer provided more interesting opportunities to collaborate and exchange with each other. Benedict was rational enough to acknowledge that his jealous streak was merely a primal reaction that had no place in the modern age. Humans had long elevated themselves from ancient times where chest-beating and clubbing rivals over the head was the best way to achieve reproductive success. Ultimately, the professor was happy that his neighbors took a substantial step further in their careers. The more they neared his level, the more they could team up to tackle ambitious projects such as Patriarch Reginald's next expert mech. The older man steepled his hands in front of his face. Their talent and opportunities are greater than mine back when I was their age. He quietly judged. It's good that they're catching up to me, but I can't let these fresh-faced brats overtake me too quickly. I can't remain complacent despite my enormous head start. I need to put more effort into breaking through my bottleneck. His sense of urgency grew stronger. All of the innovations unveiled by the Larkinson clan were helpful but also overshadowed most of his work. He needed to accelerate his timetable and perform more experiments in order to reinvent his design philosophy and put himself on a stronger footing. Thinking about the challenges before him put him in a difficult mood. I can't proceed with half of my experiments without suitable volunteers. How can I attract enough test subjects? As Professor Benedict continued to scheme about starting up more ambitious experiments, over at the other side of the fleet, the glory seekers all reacted with jubilation at the news. Unlike Patriarch Reginald and Professor Benedict, the Hexers did not really pay that much attention to the emergence of another masterwork expert Mech. The Larkinsons had already shocked them once before with this feat, so the second time was much less dramatic. What they truly cared about was the upcoming birth of Vase and Gloriana's child. Marshal Ariadne Woden and Venerable Brutus Woden requested permission to visit the spirit of Bentheim. As soon as the Larkinsons granted their request, they quickly boarded a shuttle that brought them over to the Larkinson fleet under escort. Venerable Brutus deeply yearned to embrace and protect his new niece. This shuttle is moving too slowly. Calm down, Brutus. His distant aunt pressed his shoulder. Your sister will be fine, and so will her child. The Larkinsons have excellent doctors and medical specialists at their disposal. These biotech experts originally came from the Life Research Association, after all. With how much money the clan invested in their designer baby, there is almost no chance of complications. In these times, childbirth was generally safe and sometimes even painless. There were many technological advancements that could ease the process of delivery, but Brutus knew his sister well enough to know she would want to deliver her baby in the most traditional method possible. He didn't understand women at all. Why were they so eager to go through so much pain? Ariadne Woden smirked at the expert pilot's befuddlement. You will be an uncle soon. Your younger sister is ahead of you now. You must do your duty to the Woden dynasty as well and start a family with a proper woman. Although it is a pity that we cannot match you with the fine ladies back in our home state, there are plenty of candidates in our organization. I shall send the list to your mother Constance and let her choose a woman of her liking. I see. I'm not in a hurry, though, Brutus said without much resistance. He had already been prepared for this long ago. Hexer males never chose their own partners at their own accord. Their mothers or the closest female authority figure always handled these important life decisions on their behalf. It didn't matter if he was separated from his mother by hundreds of thousands of light years. Even if he was an entire galaxy away, as long as direct communication still remained possible, Constance Woden still had the right to rule over his life decisions. The older woman threw an intrigued look at the young expert pilot. Your mother and I have grown closer as of late. We correspond frequently over the galactic net. If you are open to this option, I can suggest Constance to consider matching you with a Larkinson. Brutus looked up at his aunt in surprise. I have never considered this notion. It is too early for me to say whether you should, but in my opinion it is the most strategic choice we can make. Marshal Ariadne calmly said, it is not that hard to deduce that the Larkinson clan does not have much affection for us. Patriarch Ves's dependence on our support and the support of the Hexadric hegemony was initially great, but that has changed now that he has erected his own power base. The bonds between us have grown weaker, and Gloriana alone is not enough to convince the Larkinsons to value our people. Politics was never one of Brutus' strengths. He was raised to serve women and fight on their behalf. Although his high birth allowed him to see further than many other Hexer boys, it was not proper for him to issue his own opinions on important matters. He bent his head. I am at your disposal. I shall accept any woman that my mother approves of. Whether my spouse is a Hexer or a Larkinson is of little consequence to me, though I hope the marriage will help my sister in some way. If you start a relationship with a Larkinson, you can get closer to your sister. Ariadne smirked. Family is everything to their clan. Will a Larkinson even want to enter into a relationship with me? Brutus questioned. The tastes of foreigners are different from Hexers. There are all sorts of women in the galaxy, Brutus. There are almost 200,000 members in the Larkinson clan. There is bound to be a woman among them who will find you attractive. You are an expert pilot, a handsome boy who has been impeccably trained and a scion of a Hexer dynasty. Any Larkinson would be lucky to gain control over you. In addition, I do not believe their clan will reject the opportunity to forge a closer bond with another expert pilot. Both sides had too many reasons to encourage this kind of matchup. The only serious question was which woman among the Larkinsons would be able to claim Brutus Woden. The Marshal already came up with a few notable names. Legion Commander Casella Ingvar was a prime candidate. She was not only an influential leader of one of the Mech legions of the Larkinson clan, but also possessed an aristocratic background. She was clever, exhibited good etiquette, possessed proven leadership capabilities and was part of the upper ranks. Even though she used to be a third-rater, so were other powerful members of the clan such as Patriarch Vase and Venerable Joshua. The glory seekers had long stopped looking down on people of humble birth after witnessing the meteoric rise of the Larkinson clan firsthand. It also helped that Casella was an expert candidate. She wouldn't have been in consideration if she had broken through to expert pilot, but as long as she was not a demigod, she was a lot more pliable and open-minded. If Commander Casella wasn't open to starting a relationship with Venerable Brutus, then there were always other options. The Larkinson clan was not lacking in women that may not be hexers but possessed enough of an attitude to appreciate Brutus' personal qualities. If necessary, they could even try to match him up with Juliet Stamaros. Though the Glory Seekers had many reasons to dislike the Penitent Seekers, the animosity between the two groups had lessened over the years. They had fought alongside each other many times. With so many powerful external enemies, their past disagreements weren't a big deal anymore. As a crucial journeyman of the Larkinson clan, Juliet Stamaros wielded a substantial amount of influence in the clan. By working alongside Vase and Gloriana, it was practically certain that she would have a bright future ahead of her. If the Brutus could renew her bond to the Hexers, then the Glory Seekers would have a stronger tie to the impressive design department of the Larkinson clan. While Ariadne Woden continued to come up with suitable matchups for Brutus, back in the spirit of Bentheim a lot more people started moving. Ves's comm received a flood of congratulatory messages from his clansmen. It became so much that he had outright blocked the incoming flow. He was under no mood to address anyone else while he kept his wife company as she was being cared for by a host of medical specialists. Outside the hatch that led into the prepared medical bay, a growing number of clansmen had gathered. Venerable Janzi had arrived first. Other clansmen who were in the vicinity gathered next. Joshua arrived 10 minutes later while the other expert pilots were still on their way. Security officers soon began to force the bulk of the curious and happy clansmen back due to the increasing congestion in the hallway. Only the most notable and higher-ranking clansmen were allowed to stand close to the entrance. Dignitaries such as Chief Minister Magdalena Larkinson, Minister Sheddarin Pernis, Chief Shipwright Vivian Sai, Legion Commander Town Melin, Juliet Stamaros, Kedis Larkinson and so on had all gathered together to witness this important occasion. Other notable leaders such as General Verl, Commander Casella and Commander Melkor were also on their way. In fact, so many people requested to visit the Spirit of Bentheim that the clan had to reject most of them for fear of exceeding the limits of the factory ship's life support systems. It was not surprising that so many people wanted to get close to this occasion. They were aware that the Larkinson clan was about to change forever, the heir of their most important leader was about to be born. Chapter 3377, Succession System. While a growing number of Larkinsons gathered in the hallway outside of the crucial compartment, a nervous-looking Vase stood in a waiting room. Meow tilde, meow. Both Clixie and Lucky hugged and pressed their bodies against him in order to calm his tensions and distract him from his concerns. Dr. Rania Woden in her customary lab coat emerged from an examination chamber. Sir, how is she doing, doctor? Her condition is normal at the moment. Gloriana's cousin calmly replied, we have been monitoring your wife and the fetus non-stop and nothing has given us cause for concern so far. While there are a few wrinkles in the data, they are all within tolerance. Not just our doctors, but also the renowned medical professors retained by Witshaw and Uneka agree on this. Designer babies are healthier and more resilient than their normal counterparts. They are also meant to impose less of a burden to their mothers. In short, we have the situation completely under control. Neither your wife nor your upcoming child are at risk. Vase grew a little more optimistic after hearing this, but he still hugged Clixie close to his chest in order to comfort himself. His upcoming child was not a regular designer baby. Witshaw and Seneca might know a lot about the biology of its products, but the highly reputable biotech company had no idea that Vase experimented on the fetus. Although Vase never sensed that his attempts to give his unborn daughter a powerful spiritual boost led to any danger, who knew whether spiritually empowering his child would produce any complications during this stressful moment. This was the first time that he had done anything like this. In hindsight, His actions were reckless to the extreme, but his love for his child had compelled him to take action. If his attempt worked out, then his new daughter would start off her life at a much higher starting point than almost every other human in the galaxy. All he had to do now was to stay close and be ready to intervene if his baby's abnormally powerful spirituality produced any adverse reactions. Even though Vase knew little about childbirth and medical science, he considered himself to be a decent spiritual surgeon. No one in the fleet was more knowledgeable and experienced than him when it came to operating on other people's spiritualities. "How long do I have to wait until my wife starts to push out our baby?" Vase asked. "It depends. Your wife has accepted only light treatment to shorten and accelerate the early labor phase, so she has a long ordeal ahead of her. Once we have completed our deep scans on her body, we will move her to a comfortable space where you and a select number of guests can keep her company if she accepts visitors." Dr. Rania imparted a lot of additional information to Vase. There was a lot involved when it came to delivering babies, and he did not pretend to know anything about it. His wife was experiencing regular contractions that would only grow more frequent and painful as the important moment neared. "Natural childbirth is a marathon, not a sprint," she told him. "Gloriana might not want you to be around all the time, especially when she is in an embarrassing position. Make sure to be available if she demands your presence, but give her the privacy she needs if she doesn't want you around." Understood. The following hours passed slowly for Vase. In this stressful and happy occasion, he felt almost completely helpless. It was strange for him to be in this position. He could design, build and repair all kinds of huge and powerful mechs. He effectively controlled a powerful clan organization that controlled assets worth trillions of hex credits. He was also able to create powerful spiritual products that were sometimes mistaken as gods. Yet for all of his authority and might, he could do little to alleviate the birthing process. Unless any spiritual complications emerged, he would remain as powerless as any father in this circumstance. Vase kept his wife company for an hour. It was too bad that Gloriana wasn't a good conversation partner at this time. Aside from talking about how to name their baby and how to raise her, her frequent pain along with growing mood swings caused her to become increasingly more prickly. "Get out." "What? Why? I want to take a bath." Vase scratched his head. "That doesn't mean I have to leave your side. I said get out." After Gloriana essentially booted him out of the medical bay, he came face to face with a large number of waiting Larkinsons. Vase noted that many of the clansmen were originally stationed on other vessels such as the Graveyard or the Vivacious Wall. They had all transferred over as soon as they received word. There were other guests as well. Glory seekers such as Marshal Ariadne Woden. Venerable Brutus Woden looked even more eager than Vase to greet the new baby. Interestingly enough, neither Patriarch Reginald nor Professor Benedict of the Cross clan opted to pay a friendly visit. It wasn't necessary for them to do so, and Vase did not really mind their decision. The Cross clan showed enough consideration for sending a small delegation of officials that were already being received by Minister Shedderin. Vase first opted to join the circle of expert pilots. Venerable Joshua, Venerable Janzi, Venerable Orphan, Venerable Dice and Venerable Brutus had all gathered together to discuss the baby and other topics. He distinctly noted that Venerable Stark was not present, but he had already expected that. She was not a Larkinson, so she did not have a direct stake in the succession of the clan. In addition, her tragic experiences left her heart devoid of love and affection. Not even the sight of a baby could make her smile. "Hello, fellows. Welcome to the Spirit of Bentime, Brutus." The pilots all saluted or greeted him. Their different wills all gave hints of what they thought about this important event. Not surprisingly, Brutus cared the most about what was happening. The other Larkinsons weren't close family to Vase and Gloriana, so their interest in the upcoming birth was more general. "How is my sister?" Brutus impatiently asked. "She's doing well as far as I know," he answered. "There are so many doctors looking after her and our baby that nothing will get past their sight. For now, we should just wait and disturb the people inside as little as possible." "Can I get inside?" "I'll pass on a notification to Dr. Rania. She will let you in if Gloriana is in the mood." Once Vase placated Brutus, he turned to his own expert pilots. "You don't need to stay so close. We're not about to fight a mech battle or anything. We can't help but stay and see what happens." Venerable Joshua responded. "I mean, the two of you are our best and most important mech designers. If anything happens, who knows whether I will ever get my own expert mech." Vase placed a hand on Joshua's shoulder. "Hey, you will get your next expert mech soon. I promise that, no matter what happens today, I will always fulfill my duties as a mech designer. The Chimera project is already at an incredibly advanced stage. Even with the distraction of a baby, you will get your long-awaited machine within a month. He did not promise to deliver a masterwork expert mech, even though he was optimistic about his chances. It was true that Vase invested a lot in the Chimera project. It was also true that he intended to apply his latest insights on the expert mech design. However, even with the help of Vulcan, masterwork mechs were never guaranteed at his current stage. He had not yet reached that point, and he wouldn't be for a long time. After talking to the other expert pilots, Vase left them and approached the gathering of chief ministers. Magdalena Larkinson, Novalon Pernis and Raymond Billingsley Larkinson wielded the most power other than Vase. In practice, they pretty much ran the clan on a day-to-day basis. Once they exchanged greetings and well wishes, the Perniser among them brought up a serious topic. Have you ever made any considerations about the succession of the Larkinson clan? The only native second-rater among the chief ministers asked. Both Magdalena and Raymond were caught off guard. This was not a light subject. As trueborn Larkinsons, they were unaccustomed to the kind of succession and dynastic politics that produced a lot of conflict in other organizations. Vase frowned. Should I? You should. Chief Minister Novalon replied. It is better to decide upon these matters early rather than later. You need to decide whether your position of patriarch is inheritable or whether it is decided by appointment or election. Right now, our statutes don't provide any clarity on this subject. That's by design. To be honest, I haven't made a decision yet. That's why I want to stall this issue until I know what I want. Vase remarked. Novalon didn't look surprised. Let us help you make your decision. In my opinion, it is best for the Larkinson clan if the highest office is an elected position. It is the fairest, most equitable and most expected manner to determine our leader. You can decide whether the patriarch should be directly voted in the office by our clansmen or whether the patriarch must be nominated by the Larkinson Assembly. If he had to make a choice between the two, Vase preferred to give every clansman an equal voice. Leaving the decision up to the Larkinson Assembly tended to concentrate more power to the elites, though the wise men and women in the legislative organ were unlikely to put idiots in charge. Yet the prospect of letting other people decide who got to be the patriarch did not sit well with Vase. This was his clan. He held most of the shares of the LMC, which pretty much funded all of the expenditures. Why shouldn't he have the greatest voice? Raymond Billingsley Larkinson raised his eyebrow. Are you thinking about turning the Larkinson clan into your own kingdom, Vase? Vase frowned. I'm not a fan of feudal systems. They're antiquated and unnecessary. Don't be so quick to discount them. They are still popular in this day and age. You see, they provide the greatest justification for transferring power to your descendants. If you treat our clan like a possession, then it is in the best interest for you to groom a competent heir that will take over your throne one day. A part of Vase felt repulsed by this. Another part of him is deeply craved to implement such an arrangement. He did not want his clan to fall into the wrong hands. Only someone absolutely trustworthy such as his own children should be allowed to lead the clan that he had painstakingly built. He took a deep breath. I can't make a decision now. I'll think about it and give you a reply when I have made up my mind. For now, I just want to be a new father today. Whether my daughter is slated to inherit my clan or not is a discussion for another time. I don't intend to go anywhere, so there is no point in deciding early. Chief Minister Novalon nodded and accepted this answer without any resistance. He knew when he should advance and when to retreat. He was already content that he had inserted the idea in Ves's mind. As far as he was concerned, the succession of the clan remained a huge vulnerability unless it was properly addressed. Will we all call your daughter a princess someday? Raymond mirthfully asked. I don't know. I won't mind if she really insists on becoming a princess. You shouldn't spoil your daughter so much, Magdalena warned. Love her all you want, but make sure to set firm boundaries. Hey, my mom is the superior mother. I know exactly how to raise a child. My daughter will grow up to become the best behaved woman in the clan. Chapter 3378. Wonder of Nature. Talking to other people helped distract Vase and pull his thoughts away from all of the doom scenarios in his mind. The downside of having an overactive imagination was the tendency to entertain too many negative thoughts. There were many ways that anything could go wrong, and thinking about them naturally made him feel more concerned. In that sense, talking about completely different matters helped purge his mind of unnecessary or detrimental distractions and helped ground him to reality. He didn't know how much time went by. Even though he felt mentally worn out after working continuously on upgrading the Shield of Samar, there was no way he wanted to leave at this time. Vase only took a few breaks in order to sat his hunger and quench his thirst, but that was all. Just thinking about what his wife must be going through at this time puts his own situation into perspective. He wasn't the one who was enduring all of the painful cramps and the other physiological changes that women had to go through in their lives. At some points, Gloriana invited Vase, her brother Brutus and various other people to keep her company. In order to minimize any dangerous transmission of germs, everyone was forced to go through decontamination before being led into a sterilized compartment. Everyone aside from Vase also had to wear at least a thin, isolating suit that reduced the chance of undesirable transmissions even further. This applied especially to Clixie, much to her dismay. Meow, meow. Cats weren't supposed to wear vac-suits, not even one-sized and fitted for their species. Clixie disliked the way the suit pressed onto her body and prevented her from smelling the scents in the air or grooming her own fur. Lucky was given a pass as he was a mechanical creature that did not inherently play host to any germs. He just had to endure an extra long decontamination session before he was led inside. Ah, I can feel it, I can feel her. Gloriana painfully groaned as she leaned back onto her cushioned seat. I don't think it will take much longer. Ah, I should have decided to undergo more extensive treatment. This pain is starting to become unbearable. Ah, Vase became concerned. He held her sweaty palm and felt her grip his flesh. You're doing all right, Gloriana. I'll be at your side all the time. Ah, that's easy for you to say. You're not the one suffering through all of these infernal cramps. Why don't you put yourself in my position sometime? Ah, her contractions gradually got worse and worse. At some point, the doctors moved her to the delivery chamber that they had especially prepared for the occasion. The clan even transferred over a whole suite of medical machines from the Dragon's Den in order to address almost every possible medical emergency that might occur during this time. Most of the guests that had kept Gloriana company were asked to leave. The last thing the doctors wanted was to crowd the pregnant mother with too many familiar faces. Even Brutus had to wait outside. In the end, only Vase, Lucky and Clixie were allowed to stay with Gloriana as she was undergoing her most difficult time to date. Screams constantly escaped her throat as her body seemed to be nearing a critical threshold. All kinds of projections showed drastic fluctuations. More and more medical professionals entered the chamber in order to assist in the birthing process or remain on standby until their expertise was needed. Meow, meow, Vase caressed both of his cats. We can't do anything for Gloriana. We can only wait for her to overcome this hurdle. Time slowed down more than ever for him. Each and every scream uttered by his wife made him feel pained. Yet with each spike of pain, her mind and spirit became more alive in a way that Vase had never seen before. What amazed him even further was that his baby's spirituality began to grow active as well. It was as if mother and child became in sync. Strange and subtle spiritual interactions occurred that flew completely over Ves's head. He grew worried about what was happening when the spiritual activity of his child began to spike even further. Each time Gloriana experienced another painful sensation, the baby inside her belly seemed to share in her distress. Calm down, please, Vase softly whispered. Unfortunately, there was little he could do. He was completely clueless and did not dare to reach out to his daughter. Wait a minute, maybe my mother can help. Vase reached out to the superior mother. As soon as he conveyed his request, the delivery chamber welcomed a powerful presence. Many of the doctors abruptly paused as a giant, translucent hand briefly materialized into existence. Its index finger lightly poked Gloriana's belly. Soon enough, the baby's spiritual convulsions toned down a bit. While they hadn't quieted down entirely, Vase no longer felt as concerned. He trusted his mother and did not believe she intervened without a reason. The superior mother's giant hand soon disappeared from sight, but the presence hovering above everyone's heads still lingered to a degree. Various people reacted to this unexpected phenomenon in different ways. The Lifer doctors became interested in what had changed. The Hexers became more pious and worshipful after witnessing the descent of their supreme. Others became paralyzed or shocked at what just happened. Resume your duties, Doctor, Rania ordered. A baby still needs to be delivered. Focus on your immediate responsibilities. You can satisfy your curiosity after Gloriana has given birth. This strange event turned into a small interlude that everyone eventually threw into the back of their minds. Though Vase and Gloriana clearly sensed that the superior mother was still paying a lot of attention to what was taking place, they did not reject the snooping. In fact, they welcomed her presence. "I really hope Mom knows she is about to become a grandmother today," he whispered. If not, there was still a way for him to pass on the good news. With the superior mother watching over her, Gloriana became a bit more reassured. She endured the pain as best she could and followed each and every instruction whenever possible. What happened in the next moment seemed to pass by in an instant. It took much longer for Gloriana to complete the delivery, but to Vase every unique moment began to blur together. He and his cats became completely irrelevant as they stood out of the way while all of the doctors efficiently performed their individual tasks. Blood and other fluids flowed out only to be removed a short time later. Soon enough, Vase heard a magical cry. "Waahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh." Actually, Vase heard two cries. "Mmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmm thrive. Rania and the other Larkinsons who were already used to witnessing weirdness quickly urged their colleagues to continue their duties. Vase became entranced as the tiny presence that usually resided quietly inside his wife had unfolded in a way that became completely unforgettable to him. His eyes didn't even register anything to him as he had completely immersed himself in his spiritual senses. A new life, a lot of different thoughts swirled through his mind as he processed the genuine miracle that had taken place before his eyes. If he already thought that his baby was remarkably strong in spirit back when she was growing inside Gloriana's belly, then the way his daughter sparked to life like a blooming flower was completely precious. Vase had always thought that his unique ability to create new spiritual life forms was already a wonder in itself. Yet compared to the spiritual products he made on a frequent basis, none of his attempts at creating them was as impressive and magical as a real child being born in an old but effective process. It turned out that nature was the most impressive creator of life. Pretenders like Vase still had a long way to go before they could match nature's glory. While Vase gained a whole different perspective on the wonder of creating new life, the superior mother acted as well. Power seemed to flow from the ceiling and poured into the baby. The fluctuations were more subtle this time, but an exhausted Gloriana was still able to sense a part of what was happening. She never entertained the notion that the superior mother was doing anything adverse to her new baby. She had complete trust in the autonomous ancestral spirit, especially when there was a strong family relation. The superior mother radiated both contentment and maternal affection as she finished showering her new granddaughter with her blessing. Nothing much seemed to have changed, but whatever happened must have been good. It was only later that Gloriana and more people noticed that the baby did not come out alone. Hints of a small white kitten poked out of the tiny head of the baby. This initially caused a lot of concern among the doctors, but all of the sensor readings showed that the baby was healthy and that her condition closely matched their expectations. Gentle hands slowly cleaned the baby and wrapped her into a blanket. Slowly, Gloriana was allowed to hold her child in her arms for the first time. "She's so tiny," she hoarsely said as happiness flowed through her body. The smile she directed towards her little baby was so tender and motherly that not even Vase could believe that she could be so gentle. Tears of happiness already streaked her imperfect face. Gloriana had already poured out a host of emotions that not only relieved her pain, but also bonded her closer to her own offspring. The same went for Vase. He slowly walked up and looked down at his exhausted wife and child. "You're right, she's so small." Though a newborn never exactly looked pretty from an objective standpoint, both husband and wife completely disregarded this as they both thought that their daughter was the most beautiful baby in the galaxy. The bonds of love between the three grew stronger and more intimate. Even though Vase did not sense the establishment of any new spiritual connections, to him the bonds of love were much stronger and more permanent than in any spiritual network. "Can I hold her?" Vase carefully asked. His utterly exhausted but relieved wife looked as if she was about to say no, but she reluctantly decided otherwise. "Just for a moment." A light weight pressed down his arms as Vase directly looked into his pure and innocent child. His daughter seemed completely oblivious at everything, yet when he carefully touched her spirit, he got the sense that she was just starting to get accustomed to all of her new sensations. What was more noteworthy to Vase was the appearance of his daughter's permanent companion. Just as designed, the companion spirit seed that Vase had implanted in his daughter a long time ago had finally activated. What appeared to be a small, white kitten had emerged. She looked similar to a tiny Persian cat. Unlike his daughter, her infant companion spirit was a lot more aware of herself. The cat looked a little bit lost and maybe even hungry. "Gloriana, Yes, you should bring out Alexandria. Are you sure? I think it would be helpful. Vase carefully took their daughter back to his wife, who soon began to breastfeed the little baby for the first time. At the same time, Alexandria had emerged as well, though she kept her immaterial body invisible. The red cat quietly hovered close to the baby and somehow found a way to feed the latest cat to join the family. The entire delivery chamber quieted down. Many medical specialists had quietly left as their services hadn't been needed. Vase fully relaxed as he saw his daughter and her companion spirit looking as healthy as he could hope. Gloriana, yes, what shall we name our child? The tired but incredibly happy mother thought for a moment. The two had already talked extensively on this topic. They had narrowed down their list of suggestions but hadn't entirely been able to settle on a single choice. Now, as Gloriana quietly looked down at her beautiful baby girl, she could think of only a single name. Her name is, Chapter 3379, Slide to Monarchism. The entire Larkinson clan spontaneously celebrated a holiday of sorts. It was strange. Plenty of children were being born in the fleet. The entire fleet had gained enough population to turn into a moving city, which presented a host of new problems. Yet the joy of welcoming new children and raising them in a comfortable environment was worth all of the effort. With a fantastic ship like the Vivacious Wall in the Larkinson fleet, the clan was able to offer a standard and mode of living that emulated life on planets as closely as possible. The abundance of facilities and the family-friendly policies set by the clan administration encouraged a lot of Larkinsons to start new families. More and more couples tied the knot and new babies were being born every passing month. However, the appearance of one particular baby attracted the attention of every Larkinson. The founder and current leader of their clan had finally produced an heir. The happiness and jubilation that surged from the clansmen was unexpectedly great. Although the Larkinson clan technically wasn't a monarchy, the behavior exhibited by the rank and file was reminiscent of the reaction of citizens living in a well-liked monarchical state. Everyone acted as if Vase was their king and sovereign and that it was already set in stone that his children would inherit his leadership position one day. Some of the more sober, higher-ranking leaders recognized what was happening. Their thoughts on the phenomenon were rather mixed. On the other hand, Vase effectively built the clan from the ground up. Even if plenty of other competent and talented Larkinsons rose up and excelled in their own duties, no one discounted the pivotal role that their patriarch played in pulling their clan up to the same height as other powerful second-class organizations. Despite the occasional setbacks and near-ruinous disasters, his success was undeniable. The Larkinson clan was still heavily reliant on his accomplishments to this day. Since so many Larkinsons not only witnessed but participated in the endeavors that enabled the clan to rise, they developed a great appreciation for the principal person that made it all possible. Whether consciously or unconsciously, their regard for their patriarch became so strong that they treated him as if he was their king. The ironic part of all of this was that neither Vase nor the clan administration explicitly pushed this stance. It just spread organically among the clansmen as their own experiences effectively indoctrinated them into putting Vase up a pedestal. This had many consequences, one of which was celebrating the birth of a specific child even though it seemed irrational to single out a specific baby. Technically, the daughter of Vase Larkinson and Gloriana Woden Larkinson was just an ordinary newborn clan member. The baby girl did not possess any more rights or privileges than any other baby born into the clan. Yet everyone assumed the child was special. From the extravagant amount of money spent to breed a designer baby to the support of two of the most important people in the clan, there was no doubt that even if the girl was not a princess, she was effectively royalty in the clan of her birth. This was a good development to those who believed in Ves's vision and leadership. Friends and loyalists such as General Verl, Venerable Joshua and Calabast each saw more advantages than disadvantages in this development. We need strong leadership. We need continuity. We must retain the status quo. There were other Larkinsons that held the opposite view. There weren't many of them, but people like Venerable Janzi, Chief Minister Novalon Pernis and other concerned Larkinsons became profoundly worried at the current direction of the clan. Our clansmen deserve a voice. How can we stop the abuses of our patriarch? Will our clan continue to descend until it turns into Ves's personal kingdom? These people strongly maintained the ideal that the Larkinson clan was not solely the property of its founder. Though the patriarch had indeed gone above and beyond to turn it into a thriving family organization, the interests of all of the other people that make up the population should be met as well. In truth, the division that was just starting to emerge was not unique in the clan. Since humanity ascended to the stars, questions of rights, ownership and power continued to plague the colonists that settled on different planets. These conflicts usually resulted in two different outcomes. When the sponsors, funders, owners or entrepreneurs that organized and led the colonization effort won the power struggle, they usually set up kingdoms and empires that solidified their power. One of the defining traits of these feudalistic states was that the right to rule was intricately bound to inheritance. Bloodline and parentage were the principal factors that determined whether someone held authority. Such states tended to concentrate much of their wealth and power to the ruling class. The major downside to this was that commoners who worked harder or possessed more talent often did not earn the status and rewards that they deserved. States could go in the other direction as well. When the masses of a colonized planet successfully wrenched power away from the original founders, they formed republics where leaders were either voted into office or decided through other means. The central assumption of these kinds of states was that no one should possess a greater right to rule than others. Just because the parents were rich, smart or powerful didn't mean that their children automatically got to be in charge. In theory, the most competent leaders who earned the greatest public support held office. In practice, it rarely worked this way. Different people had different definitions of what constituted a good leader. Sometimes the people were so misled that they no longer had the ability to discern what was actually good. Competing factions pushed different visions and sometimes came to blows because of their disagreements. While all of this was happening, plenty of self-serving grifters wormed their way into the political structure. They either harvested donations while pretending to do something useful or misused public resources to fulfill their own private interests. All of these outcomes happened in every corner of human space. There was so much dysfunction in human space that the galactic community never settled the debate on whether republicanism or monarchism was the better model of a state. From the behavior of the overwhelming majority of Larkinsons, Venerable Janzi had a sinking realization that the clan was already sliding in an undesirable direction. A fierce scowl appeared on her face. Do these idiots even know who they are idolizing? This is the same guy that has flung our clan into battles where we have lost half of our mech pilots not once, but several times. It boggled her mind how a couple of joyous and celebratory events such as the miracle couple's marriage or the birth of their first child could make so many clansmen forget about the tragedies they suffered. Janzi never doubted that Vase could be brilliant sometimes. His successes were undeniable, but the way he disregarded the human cost he incurred was galling. The Larkinson clan could be so much more than a vehicle of his personal ambitions if the clansmen just woke up to the truth. I just need to open all of their eyes, she whispered to herself, and she raised her fist. She gazed up at her renewed personal mech. The shield of Samar, now transformed into a powerful masterwork expert mech, beckoned to her like an old lover and trusty partner. It did not escape the fact that she owed much of her own success to the current patriarch as well. It was practically a dream for any expert pilot to receive a powerful expert mech, and a masterwork at that, but Vase had managed to do the impossible as a journeyman once again. She did not feel entangled over the issue. To her, developing mechs and leading the clan were entirely separate matters. One could be good in one area and detestable in another area. Vase should just stick to what he is best at and leave the running of the clan to other Larkinsons. The reactions of all of the Larkinsons around her made her realize the urgency of her mission. Too many people in the clan were oblivious to the dangers of putting all of their trust in their current leader. If the father is already a disaster, what of his children? Janzi asked. She feared the child that had just been born even more than her parents. At least Vase grew up in simpler times as part of the original Larkinson family. No matter how depraved he turned out later on, he still possessed a shred of decency and honor in his heart. As for his daughter, Janzi was not as optimistic. The humility and restraint of the old family was replaced by greed and ambition. All of the bad habits might pass on from father to child, especially when they were both so powerful and privileged. In case her fears about the daughter came true one day, Janzi needed to be ready to shield the innocent from the damage inflicted by the future tyrant. I'm going to need your help. Shield of Samar, she softly asked her mech. Let's see what we can do now that you've finished your transformation. Soon, she suited up and hopped into the cockpit of her mech. What stood out from her was how everything had changed, yet remained familiar as well. The entire interior of the cockpit had been upgraded, but the layout and the structure still resembled the old one in many important ways. You're good to go, Venerable Janzi, Kedis told her over the communication channel. We don't know what to expect from your first activation, but just in case, we will be towing your expert mech out into space first before you can interface with it for the first time. Please remain patient. Understood. Both Vase and Gloriana had become so besotted with their new baby girl that they were completely unavailable to supervise the initial testing sessions of the new Shield of Samar. It did not matter too much. Kedis and Juliet could undertake this responsibility just as well. Both of them had already tapped into the telemetry of the Shield of Samar so that they could pay careful attention to its performance. While the design department already came up with a certain estimation of the Shield of Samar's performance, all of the modeling and simulation results only applied to a normal expert mech. No one was able to guess how much better a masterwork version of the finished Bulwark project performed. If the Amaranto was a good indication, then Venerable Janzi ought to be able to exert a disproportionate amount of power compared to other expert pilots. When the large and heavy mech was finally towed into a zone of space that was surrounded by a large and active interference field, Kedis finally allowed Janzi to activate her new expert mech. Just seconds after the initial systems warmed up, the entire Shield of Samar blazed to life in a strong and exuberant fashion. The entire Shield of Samar glowed in welcoming blue as it spontaneously resonated with its only partner. Despite the complete overhaul of the entire mech frame, the identity of the mech still remained the same. Not a single sign of incompatibility or unfamiliarity emerged during the entire interfacing process. To Venerable Janzi, it was like coming home after a long day of work. The only difference was that her abode changed from a single house into a sprawling mansion. The new Shield of Samar was so much greater that Janzi felt as if she could properly propagate her power for the first time since she advanced to expert pilot. This is what I have sought for all these years. Not only that, but her Shield of Samar also gained several powerful new enhancements that enabled her to exert her willpower more easily in specific ways. Her eyes opened up as she and her expert mech eagerly activated one of the new functions. My mech is as heavy as a planet. My will is as dense as a black hole. Gravity well. In an instant, the Masterwork expert mech generated a strong attraction around its frame that already began to pull in some of the closer bots. Chapter 3380. Her name. While Venerable Janzi explored the capabilities of her reinvented Shield of Samar for the first time, two happy parents were enjoying their parental leave in their grand stateroom. She's so cute. Gloriana impishly smiled at the baby sleeping against her chest. Meow tilde. Clixie wondrously looked up at the baby. Even though she wasn't a human, the cat felt a strong urge to watch over the newborn. Rhubarthan sentinel cats were originally developed to protect and accompany rich little girls. While bots could perform the same job as well, the difference was that cats were capable of displaying genuine love and affection. At this moment, her genetic programming already came into force. As long as her presence wasn't unwelcome, Clixie would always be there to banish the girl's loneliness. The only problem was that the new baby didn't appear to be alone. Mao, Alexandria, who rested on Gloriana's shoulder, issued a special cry. A moment later, a smaller and softer cry emerged from the baby. Mew, a small white Persian spiritual kitten emerged from the baby's head. The little intangible puffball wobbled in the air as she tried and failed to reach the older red cat. Mau tilde. Gloriana's companion spirit shook her head and flew forth to clutch the white kitten in her paws. Alexandria then proceeded to give the kitten she considered to be her own child a bath. Mew mew. Clixie's tail drooped at the sight. She couldn't do what Alexandria could do. She was the only cat that was normal in the family, and that came with more downsides than upsides. It's okay, Clixie. Vase picked the furry cat up and rubbed her head. You'll be allowed to cuddle with our baby soon enough. Her immune system is already strong since she's a designer baby, but it's best to wait for another week until her resistance to germs kicks into gear. Meow. As a designer baby, Vase and Gloriana's daughter was doomed to live an abnormal life. The extensive gene modification regime commissioned from Witshaw and Uneka did not end at the moment of birth. The new member of the family would continue to receive highly targeted injections, medication and genetic treatments throughout her entire youth and adolescence. Each of them had a purpose. Whether it was activating latent genes or suppressing problematic ones, even the growth of a designer baby had to be controlled. If designer children did not receive targeted adjustments for an extended amount of time, then the odds were great that they would develop serious or even fatal defects. Due to their highly altered genetic profile, they were never supposed to grow up like normal children. However, all of this effort was worth it in the end. Once the designer children grew up, they became smarter, healthier, more observant and maybe even more long-lived than their average counterparts. This was one of the main ways families and dynasties remained successful and in power from generation to generation. They invested a disproportionate amount of money and resources into raising talented and excellent offspring. It didn't matter whether all of their talent and ability were manufactured. As long as it was possible to make a son or daughter more impressive by spending lots of money, there were plenty of parents who would go into debt just to give their descendants a better future. As Vase and Gloriana sat next to each other in order to gaze lovingly at their new baby, neither of them thought about the price they paid to Witsha and Yuneka. As far as they were concerned, they would have spent 10 times the money just to give their baby a marginally higher starting point. "Look, Aurelia has your nose," Gloriana softly cooed as she rocked her sleeping baby. "I can already tell that she will grow up to be a bright young woman one day," Vase said as he embraced his wife. Aurelia Woden Larkinson. That was their baby girl's name. A lot of heated and contentious discussion preceded the official naming of their child. Vase and Gloriana both held different ideas on how their first daughter should be called. For some reason, Gloriana strongly favored names that followed the same pattern as her own name. Whether it was Viviana or Mariana, her baby had to carry a name that ended with Anna in order to make her perfect. Vase heavily disagreed with this naming scheme. He didn't want Gloriana to treat their daughter like a miniature version of herself. "Your mother Constance didn't bestow you with a name that ends with ants," he pointed out at the time. "So don't tell me this is a sacred tradition or something. Our baby deserves to have a name that befits her unique identity. She is my daughter as well as yours, you know." His suggestions skewed away from anything that resembled the name of his wife. He came up with suggestions like Celeste and Katerina that were supposed to be both classy and distinct. It took a lot of effort, but Vase had succeeded in winning this argument. The final list of names they eventually settled upon did not contain any names that ended with Anna. This was how their daughter became Aurelia. As a concession to Vase getting his way, Gloriana insisted that their daughter's last name be known as Woden Larkinson. "She doesn't need a compound name, honey. She's a Larkinson and nothing else. She's my child as well, Vase, and I do not want her to forget where the other half of her bloodline comes from. I don't want her to grow up thinking that she doesn't have any other family besides other Larkinsons. Our baby has 2 grandmothers." Vase eventually acquiesced to this demand. In practice, it didn't matter as long as their daughter was solely raised in the clan. With the strong institutions and culture of the Larkinsons, he had no worries that his wife would succeed in turning their daughter into a hexer. Aurelia was an elegant and sophisticated name for a girl. To Vase, it fit well for a woman that was being groomed to become a leader. The name managed to hit the right balance where it sounded classy enough without becoming too pretentious. "Oh, her little snowball is cute as well. Alexandria will take excellent care of Mana, hehehe." It turned out that Gloriana did get her way, eventually. She might have missed the opportunity to bestow her baby with a name that ended with Anna, but she didn't let go of the chance to name the infant companion spirit that was born from Aurelia's spirituality. Thankfully, unlike with her own companion spirit, Gloriana kept the name of Aurelia's lifelong spiritual cat short and succinct. She didn't even ask Vase where Mana came from. Perhaps she already suspected the truth, or perhaps she thought that Alexandria's creation automatically meant her baby gained a cat as well. Whatever the case, the new mother had become far too obsessed about her child to waste her time on other distractions. Soon enough, Mana flew back into Aurelia's tiny head to rest as well. In fact, whether it was the baby or her companion spirit, both of them slept for the majority of time since their birth. Little Aurelia only woke up long enough to cry and feed before she slept again. This pattern repeated frequently, and Gloriana personally attended to the baby's needs each and every time. This was both an exhausting and fulfilling process. Gloriana enjoyed feeding Aurelia the natural way. Vase could clearly see their bonds of love deepening with each session. Sometimes, Aurelia had to be fed with an artificial, custom-made solution formulated by Witsha and Yuneka. Gloriana's body wasn't able to provide the special nutrients and other organic substances a designer baby needed to grow in a special way. For some reason, their little daughter always noticed the difference. They already tried to have a nanny bot feed Aurelia, but she continued to cry until an actual human held her and soothed her to sleep. "What a fussy girl," Vase exasperatingly said. Changing diapers was never a problem, much to his relief. Aurelia wore outfits that incorporated a handy waste management system that pushed all of the output into a small canister that bots could automatically replace when filled. There was little the parents could do about the crying, though. Even though their girl slept most of the time, she had to be served whenever she woke up. It started to drive Vase crazy, and they only had their daughter for a few days. The love and fulfillment that he and his wife gained from Auralia made up for it, though. All of their exhaustion and irritation meant nothing as long as they could keep their baby happy and healthy. After Gloriana had her fill of holding her new baby, she moved over to a new chamber in their grand stateroom. She personally overhauled the interior until it turned into a miniature paradise for young ladies. The new room featured pink walls, pastel decorations, a ceiling with twinkling stars, a soft, high-tech crib and hundreds of toys suitable for children of various ages. Vase was particularly impressed by the stuffed animal bots, an immense dollhouse. The former were toy bots with a soft and fluffy exterior. They could act cute, move on their own and hold conversations depending on their model. Vase made sure that their programming and construction didn't contain any risk factors. As for the dollhouse, that was Gloriana's handiwork. He didn't know how she managed to squeeze the time to design and fabricate something so disturbingly intricate and lifelike. The dollhouse was modeled after an imperial palace. It featured an imperial throne room where the tiny empress was meant to hold court in front of dozens of ministers and high officials. What was even more absurd was that the empress had 6 consorts and 36 children. Vase knew them quite well, because his wife demanded that he make each and every AI-driven doll by hand. He was supposed to give the characters more life so that his daughter would have more fun playing with the extravagant dollhouse. Of course, it would take some years before his baby was even ready to play with the dollhouse. "I should make my own toys for our girl," he grumbled. Once Gloriana finished with laying Aurelia in her crib, she and Vase quietly left their daughter's room. Neither of them worried too much about their baby. She was the most guarded child in the fleet. Not only did her room contain a whole suite of security and detection measures, a team of loyal Kinner honor guards constantly kept watch. Clixie had opted to stay in the room as well. Vase had already issued an alarm device to her. The cat took her duty seriously and would rather die before letting anyone harm the baby. The couple tiredly sat down again. "I wish my mother was here," Gloriana said. So far, she was only able to greet her grandchild by projection. Vase frowned. "At least your mother Constance can talk and look at Aurelia whenever she wants. My mother, on the other hand, that was a bit of a weird topic. Technically, the superior mother was around all the time, but she was a distinct and autonomous existence most of the time. Cynthia remained inaccessible most of the time. Vase had attempted to let his mother know about her new granddaughter if the superior mother couldn't pass on the good news. He had made use of the Zona communication crystal that his clan had once picked up in the Nixian Gap and used the brief interval of time to transmit a message. He hadn't received any answer, but it took a few days for these cumbersome alien crystals to get ready to receive or transmit signals again. Vase wasn't even sure whether the transmission reached its destination. Distance likely wasn't a factor, but the extreme space distortion of the anomalous region probably warped every signal. He truly hoped his mother learned that her son had become a father. Chapter 3381. Looking for buddies. It took a few more days until Vase and Gloriana finally pulled themselves out of their baby craze. Aurelia underwent frequent checkups to make sure that her physical health remained within optimal parameters for a design baby of her series. So far, Witshaw and Uneka's service remained impeccable. Their fixed team of geneticists and medical specialists memorized everything they needed to know about Aurelia and were highly responsive to any warning sounds or concerning deviations. At this point, it was unlikely for Aurelia to encounter any serious risks to her health. The baby had also adjusted well enough for her age and already grew quite remarkably since her birth. Now that neither of them constantly felt the need to think about their baby every waking moment, they slowly got back into the rhythm of their own duties. Besides, they didn't have to leave Aurelia at home. Gloriana had already built a floating baby carriage that followed her around wherever she went. The contraption was probably the most expensive of its kind in the fleet. Not only was its core structure made with dense alloys that could resist firearms, it also integrated a shield generator, a life support system, a hardened communication system, a gravitic module and other gadgets. None of this was visible from the outside. The soft and white blankets and cushioning made sure that Aurelia would never feel uncomfortable. Gloriana even installed a light and sound screen that filtered out excessive noise and light stimulation. It was only after the baby carriage gained all of these features that Gloriana felt assured to bring out her baby to work. Normally, the clan didn't allow for parents to bring their children to work, but who could stop the patriarch's wife? To the regular clansmen, the normal rules simply didn't apply to anything related to Vase and Gloriana. It was only natural for them to receive extra privileges. While Gloriana dealt with testing the new capabilities of the upgraded Shield of Samar and supervising the completion of the Chimera project, Vase caught up to the latest developments of the clan. He scheduled a meeting with the chief ministers. Each of them entered his office via projection. "Congratulations for your baby, thanks." After Vase received the well wishes from the chief ministers, he soon called for an overall report. "Well, I think you will be happy to hear that we will soon be taking possession of our latest 2 capital ships," Magdalena Larkinson said with a smile. "Both the Gorgonean and the Diligent Ovenbird have already completed their initial trials. As long as we can crew them right away, we can integrate the brand new capital ships in our fleet immediately. The only work we need to do to prep them for the Red Ocean is to load their holds with mechs or materials." "Do we have sufficient crew?" The female chief minister nodded. "Crewing the vessels turns out to be less of a challenge than we expected. Back when we were in the Yena, Bardo and Fermi star cluster, the hiring markets were relatively cramped. There is an abundance of less qualified and lower-ranking personnel, but the local powers and major organizations have monopolized all of the high-level talent for the most part. And that's not the case now," Vase guessed. "No, sir. Now that we have entered the Antilla star cluster, we are awfully close to the gate system. Millions if not billions of hopeful job seekers are converging in this star cluster in the hopes of obtaining passage to the Red Ocean. Many of them are more willing to enter into a long-term employment relationship with a powerful pioneer if that is what it takes to start a new life." Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin before he abruptly paused in his motion. A strange thought entered his mind. Now that he had become a father, wasn't it about time he looked the part? Perhaps he should stop letting his shaving bod do its job and start growing out a real beard. The Vulcan version of himself looked a lot more masculine than he initially expected. Since he looked quite manly in this guise, he should look just as mature and formidable if he started to wear a beard in his current form. He shelved this idea for later. "So what does this mean for our clan? The closer we get to the Opalis star system, the more people will solicit us for passage or employment," Magdalena explained. "There are many people of means that are just interested in entering the Red Ocean. They are willing to pay handsomely to anyone who is willing to give them passage. As for others, they want to join a powerful organization that can help them become greater than what they can accomplish in their home states. These are the people we are interested in hiring." "What progress have you made?" "We have managed to recruit a small number of senior executives, managers, professionals and so on. It's not quite enough to fill up all of the vacancies in the top of the hierarchy, but we have made more progress this week than the prior month. It's the mid-ranks where we are truly making enormous progress. An increasing number of experienced mech pilots, naval engineers, professors, fabricators, lawyers and so on are knocking on our doors every day. Most notably, we can fill up almost every vacancy on our capital ships. I expect we will be entering the Red Ocean with a surplus of mid to low-rank personnel at this rate." "What is the quality of the personnel that we are hiring?" "It's average," Magdalena admitted. "The truly good ones have already been picked up by savvy pioneering organizations. The remainder are mostly reserve grade, so don't expect us to hire a large amount of elite personnel." Vase dismissively waved his hands. "That's okay. Our clan isn't the most powerful pioneering organization that is heading to the Red Ocean. I'm already happy with normal and earnest newcomers. As long as they can do their jobs, they will always have a place in our ranks." This was encouraging news. He always wanted to load up his fleet with a large number of personnel so that he would not have to worry about this issue for a long time. Even if his capital ships would become stuffed with lots of crew for a couple of years, the pressure would slowly alleviate once the Larkinson clan steadily acquired more sub-capital ships. After Vase got the news he wanted, he turned to another topic. "Raymond, I recall something about starting up our own bank and minting our own currency. What progress have you made with regards to this plan?" "We have made steady progress," Raymond Billingsley Larkinson slowly answered. "If there is a great need for it, we can implement our own internal currency within a week, but that will lead to a lot of economic disruption. For the best results, I recommend we wait until we have reached the Red Ocean and settled down for a bit before we gradually phase in the changes. We do not have to replace hex credits with our own Larkinson currency all at once." "I see. Have you made any decisions with regards to how much it will be worth?" "That is one of the points of discussions that we are still undecided upon. The most conservative solution is to peg our new currency to the Mech credit. It is a stable, widely used means of payment that is universally accepted in human space. There are downsides, though. We will not be able to use many of the monetary solutions that other states use to regulate their economies. This might not be a great concern at our current scale, but the closer we grow to a complete state, the more controlling our own coin matters. Well, you guys can decide that on your own. Just check in with me when you are working on the naming and meaning of our currency. I don't want to wake up one day and find out that people have started using cat coins to buy stuff. Vase didn't really care about the technicalities of this topic. He just wanted to get rid of the habit of using the damned hex credit for every transaction. After asking a few perfunctory questions, he addressed another matter. He turned to the final chief minister of the clan. Novalon, do you have anything to report? The Pernusser held plenty of opinions, but he did not think it was wise or appropriate to voice them to the patriarch at the moment. I would like to bring up both a public and a more personal issue to you today. First, we need to consider what our clan will be doing once we have entered the Red Ocean. So far, we are still lacking in direction. Will we be staying in a central star node? That will hit our finances increasingly harder as the Big Two's fees rise exponentially the longer we stay in the protected star systems. Vase knew what Novalon was talking about. The Red Ocean was still quite new and wild, so many star systems weren't safe. The locations where the Big Two built their strongholds were the only star systems that could offer safety against the predation of alien survivors and human belligerents. Yet the pioneers weren't supposed to hang out in the central star nodes all the time. This was why any ship, fleet, group or individual had to pay a lot more money the longer they remained in safe harbor. Unless they were loaded with old galaxy money, they had to move out at some point, and that was always risky. The uncertainty surrounding how soon the Larkinsons would be moving out of the central star nodes produced a lot of anxiety in the clan. I can't give you an answer to this. Vase replied with a frown. We don't know what our circumstances will be once we reach the other side. Also, there are ways for us to increase the amount of revenue that the LMC is making. If the need for money becomes urgent enough, I can publish more Mech models on the market to secure extra cash infusions. That is reassuring, but what is your overall strategy, sir? What do you wish to accomplish in the first month of entering the Red Ocean? That was a big question, and one that could not be answered in a short amount of time. Vase pursed his lips. We need to address a couple of immediate priorities. First, I want us to integrate in the local community. Joining the Red Ocean Union should allow us to get into contact with suitable friends and trading partners. That is indeed a necessity. We cannot accomplish the bulk of our goals if we remain isolated. Second, we urgently need to get our hands on carrier vessels. Right now, we are in the process of deconstructing thousands of excess mechs because we are also close to getting rid of our sub-capital ships. That leaves our valuable fleet with far too little protection. If we don't get a batch of combat carriers quickly, we can't truly begin to roam the Red Ocean. All three chief ministers looked troubled at this challenge. Almost every pioneer who reached the Red Ocean was asking for combat carriers as well. Although plenty of enterprising tycoons were setting up brand new shipyards every day, the supply was still too inadequate. Novalon released a sigh. The only realistic method for us to obtain combat carriers is to enter a backdoor. We will have to build relations with organizations that are willing to supply combat carriers to their friends. This was the way it worked in the Red Ocean. Anyone who was able to offer anything valuable either demanded a huge amount of money or were only willing to meet the needs of their buddies. Vase did not think that his financial strength could match against the pioneers from the Galactic Heartland or the Galactic Center. Therefore, the only other way to solve this problem was to build new relations. Chapter 3382, Planning Friends. Boo, boo 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 boo. Vase smiled warmly and planted a soft kiss at the top of Aurelia's head. Oh you cutie, Papa loves you so much. Are you comfortable? MWU, Mew. Ever since Aurelia came into his life, Vase gained so much joy every day that he felt much more fulfilled than before. Parenthood could completely change the outlook of someone's life. Vase was no different as his strong love and care for his daughter caused him to develop a much greater appreciation for certain matters. Some of his changes had a direct impact on his work. Not only did he gain a measure of joy from the wonder of life, but he also began to see his mechs and mech designs as his children. Although they were incomparable to Aurelia in terms of importance, Vase still possessed a strong emotional bond with each of his past works. For example, The upgraded version of the Shield of Samar was currently one of his favored children. As a masterwork mech, Vase had invested a considerable part of himself in it, allowing him to reach out to it and increase his familiarity with the expert mech in a way that was unthinkable for other models. The same applied to the Quint but to a lesser degree. As a standard mech, the Quint possessed a much lower base and a smaller foundation. Vase actually found it a bit of a pity that its growth was constrained by its limited ceiling. He never thought about changing that, though. Vase was able to make a lot of useful comparisons between the Shield of Samar and the Quint. As Vase rocked his baby to sleep, began to think about how he should raise his children. Both of the aforementioned masterwork mechs were very different children that each possessed their own merits. The Shield of Samar was a powerful expert mech that was completely customized and tailored to Venerable Janzi. The degree of fit between the expert Space Knight and its sole expert pilot was so high that not even Venerable Joshua should be able to interface with it anymore. Well, it's never a good idea for any expert pilot to interface with someone else's expert mech. He had seen it happen once before early in his career. The results were not encouraging. Part of it was because of the mismatch in fit with the general design. Another part of it was the lack of compatibility between the expert pilot and the resonating materials of the expert mech. A third reason was because the customized neural interface of the machine did not play well with other people's minds. Part of the design work that Master Willix conducted on the Larkinson expert mechs was modifying and customizing the high-end neural interface models that were specially developed for the purpose. Without a good neural interface that could safely channel the increased data flow between mind and machine, it was impossible for an expert pilot to control a complicated expert mech so easily. All of these extra additions and complications fundamentally put the Shield of Samar at a much greater height than the humble Quint. Yet despite the clear difference in strengths between the two masterwork mechs, Vase did not look down on the weaker child. He even thought that he had been neglecting it for a while. It's too wasteful to let a masterwork mech become obsolete over time. Their growth potential is greater than other mechs, so it is very much worth it for me to make sure it can keep up with the times. In fact, it wasn't necessary for him to do all of the work. He could leave this job to his wife, who was much more proficient in this kind of work. He could also choose to delegate lesser upgrades to his design teams. Although the latter was not an ideal solution, Vase was already thinking in the long term. According to the current trend, the Larkinson clan would eventually possess an abundance of masterwork mechs. Each of these machines that climbed up to the second rung of the craftsmanship ladder were treasures in their own right and were worth a fortune in the mech market. Living mechs are strongest when they have grown older, and masterwork mechs not only have greater potential, but provide much greater assistance to their mech pilots. The problem was that their upkeep was also higher, especially if Vase wanted to retain them from generation to generation. He couldn't possibly perform all of the necessary work to keep them effective by himself. It would take too much time off his schedule and prevent him from engaging in his true passion, which was innovating and creating new solutions. I need to raise a whole batch of assistants who can do what I can do, he muttered. That was not an easy endeavor either. Vase would have to teach a whole class of people and bring them up to a sufficient level where they could competently work on all kinds of high-value living mechs. Well, this is a long-term plan. I should probably wait until I've reached senior before implementing such a plan. Seniors were all professors, after all. Vase did not think this was an empty title. There was definitely a great benefit to passing on knowledge at that stage. As Vase continued to think about managing his expert mechs, Gloriana finally returned to their grand stateroom after conducting another fruitful testing session of the Shield of Samar. "Mommy's here," she softly said as she accepted Aurelia from her husband. Gloriana happily checked her sleeping baby before embracing the little girl against her chest. "I've been looking for playmates for our daughter today," she softly said. Vase looked confused. "What? Aurelia is less than a month old. It's way too soon to think about this. Besides, the situation of our clan will drastically change once we enter the Red Ocean. I'm just making preparations in advance. Is there anything wrong with that?" His wife furrowed her brows. "My own mother did the same for me. In her recent call to me, she especially reminded me to pay attention to this issue. Friends have a major influence on how children grow up. If you surround a child with the wrong sort of people, the outcome will never be good. I don't want to leave everything up to chance, so I've been looking for suitable candidates who are qualified to become Aurelia's companions. It is best if they are the children of high officials. That way, they can grow up to become our daughter's power base in the clan." Although the idea sounded decent, Vase did not like where this was going. I don't think it's necessary to control who Aurelia befriends to this degree. Just let her be a kid and make her own friends among the children who grow up on this ship. We're all Larkinsons here. It shouldn't matter whether the parents of her friends are senior officers or sanitation engineers. True friendship knows no boundaries. Gloriana disagreed and looked down on Ves's opinion so much that she didn't even deign to refute it. Her disdainful expression conveyed enough of a message of what she thought about the idea of Aurelia becoming friends with the offspring of a glorified plumber. She carefully hugged her baby tighter and planted kisses on the head. Don't worry, little Aurelia. I won't let a boor like your father ruin your life. This wasn't the first time that their different outlooks resulted in disagreements. Gloriana's controlling streak had become worse after the birth of her daughter. To someone who enjoyed a looser and more casual upbringing, Vase thought she was going way overboard. He simply couldn't fathom how anyone growing up in such a strict regime could handle all of the pressure and lack of choice. When they were having dinner, Gloriana already began to talk about the potential playmates she scouted. It's a pity that the most prominent Larkinsons that are already close to us don't have any babies at this time. General Verl is unmarried. Keddies and Venerable Joshua haven't even proposed to each other. The other expert pilots don't appear to be in a relationship either. The only noteworthy rumor I've heard is that Calabast and Novalon have sporadically begun to see each other. Vase looked shocked as he heard the last part. Calabast is dating someone. He knew that Calabast used to have a fling with Venerable Dice, though she claimed it was only a smokescreen to get rid of Gloriana's suspicion. Over the years, it was no longer necessary to maintain this deception, so the spymaster stopped with the pretense. From what Vase knew about Calabast's personal life, the former hexer dressed attractively and wasn't shy about flirting with other people. She didn't seem the type to commit to a serious relationship though, so hearing that she had hooked up with someone was quite an unexpected surprise. I think she hooked herself as a promising fish this time. Gloriana smirked. Novalon Pernis is a rising star in the clan. Not only does he hold the second highest office in the clan administration, he also comes from a family which used to be part of the upper echelon of a second-rate state. They also belong to the same generation. I would have thought that someone like Novalon already has a spouse. Apparently, he's available. Even if he is not, it is not a great concern. Divorces exist for a reason. Vase grew troubled at the implication of this relationship. If the two were just playing around, then there was no reason for him to waste his time on this pairing. If the two became serious about starting a new family, then that was a serious matter. What worried him the most was the concentration of power. Officially, Calabast was the director of intelligence and the commander of the Black Cats. That put her in charge of one of the most sensitive parts of the clan. She also learned a substantial amount of secrets about Vase that could deal enormous damage if she revealed them to the public. As for Novalon Pernis, the man was one of the most competent and capable administrators in the clan. His upbringing and education was better than almost anyone else in the clan, which was why Vase acquiesced to appointing him to his current position. From what little he knew about their political views, the two didn't belong in the same camp. For various reasons, Calabast was a strong and loyal supporter of Vase. As long as he remained successful and didn't make too many stupid decisions, his strategic partner would always have his back. The same could not be said for Novalon. Vase always had the feeling that the members of the former Pernis family tried to steer the Larkinson clan into a different direction. This wasn't something he was comfortable with, as the Pernisers were definitely looking out for their own interests. What was Calabast doing by hooking up with one of the most prominent Pernisers in the clan? Was she trying to infiltrate this subgroup, or was she looking to fortify her own power base? Did she truly like Novalon Pernis, or was she just trying to gain benefits out of this relationship? Vase needed to have a good talk to her. There was definitely something fishy behind this development. He cleared his throat. Even if Calabast and Novalon end up marrying, they won't have kids for a while. I know, but nothing says I can look for playmates for our second child. Hi. Gloriana giggled. Aurelia shouldn't have to wait too long to play with a little sister as well. What about a little brother? Let's discuss that later. Gloriana continued to mention other viable candidates. Vase didn't really know any of their parents well. In that regard, it was a bit of a pity that the people he personally knew, such as Gavin, Melkor, Casella, Imon and so on, hadn't married and produced any children. Maybe I should enact a policy or something, Vase muttered. Chapter 3383, Calabast Scheme. Chapter 3383, Calabast's scheme as the expeditionary fleet crossed over into the Antilles star cluster, the environment had changed remarkably. The sticky Pernois star sector neighbored the tarnished Crown star sector, which meant it saw a lot of traffic. Not only were a lot of other pioneering fleets making their way to the gate system in the center of the Antilles star cluster, there were lots of other people trying to earn extra profit from the convergence of so many powerful people and organizations. Some of the strongest, wealthiest and most well-connected people who originally resided in the neighboring star clusters all headed over to Tarnished Crown in order to realize their ambitions. A lot of them had deep pockets and were willing to spend a lot to strengthen their respective fleets. This resulted in a huge influx of potential employees as well as a huge amount of essential trade goods. In short, business was booming. Even a place that was a bit further away from the gate system had already started to reorient its businesses towards serving prospective pioneering organizations such as the Golden Skull Alliance. It became easier than ever to purchase a large amount of mechs, colonization machines, mining equipment, construction bots, modular space stations and other gear needed to found a new colony in the Red Ocean. No matter whether a pioneer was strong or weak, pretty much all of them wanted to take advantage of the early stage of the invasion of the Red Ocean to claim some of the abundant planets that were ripe for the taking. Even though the new frontier was just a dwarf galaxy, the amount of star systems and suitable planets was still overwhelmingly great. Competition and pressure for most of these potential colonization targets was fairly light, both due to the abundance of choice and the limited number of pioneers. As such, even a weak, third-class pioneering fleet might be able to succeed in founding their own little colony somewhere. Of course, such a group needed to be careful to stay in the right zone and avoid claiming an attractive planet. However, to many pioneers at this level, it was already worth it if they were able to found a quiet and modest colony akin to the old Cloudy Curtain. More powerful pioneers who came with greater strength did not limit their ambitions to ruling an entire planet. They all wanted to realize their dreams of founding a new state, and would inevitably persuade its weaker neighbors to offer their support in exchange for protection. Despite the risks, the attraction of ruling an entire planet and becoming a part of the ruling class of a new state was almost fatal. Hardly any pioneers thought about doing anything else in the Red Ocean. People would probably think the Larkinson clan was crazy for nothing thinking about founding any colonies. There were so many juicy planets and star systems available that it would only take a moderate effort to plant a flag on them. As long as the initial investment and construction period was over with, the profit that came with owning a functional colony was both great and continuous. Vase remained unmoved, however. He had a phobia about tying himself to any fixed location and no amount of persuasion from the clan would change his mind. During a visit to the Blinding Banshee, even Calabast attempted to sway his opinion. This is the last chance for us to purchase and stock up on essential colonization gear. Once we reach Tarnished Crown, the price and availability of these hot goods will be much worse. Are you certain you don't want to pick up these goods? Squeak. Arnold seemed to concur with Calabast as he ate from a bowl of especially prepared meat. Vase looked flatly at the woman. You know exactly what I'm like and what I feel about this topic. Do you really think that I have changed my mind? She shrugged. It was worth a try. I thought that seeing all of these other pioneers preparing to colonize their own planets would spur you into claiming your own territory. Don't you think it's a nice way for your children to settle down in the future? What if Aurelia wants to rule her own little state? Daddy Vase surely isn't cruel enough to crush her wish. Stop joking around. Vase crossed his arms. What my children want is not a matter of discussion at the moment. I'm quite aware of the benefits we are missing, but that also means we're skipping most of the risks. As a mech designer, my need to rule over a territory is much less than other people. Most leaders can do little else but start a colony in order to reach a higher station in life, but I can reach the top just by progressing my career. Settling a planet only brings more burdens to a mech designer life myself. The spymaster no longer tried to persuade Vase to change his stance. His mind had already been set and it was extremely difficult for someone with his experiences to lower his guard. Fortunately, there were still other people in the clan that were more open-minded than Vase. Little Aurelia was a blank sheet and might develop different ideas than her father. As the de facto crown princess of the clan, a lot of Larkinsons would try their best to influence her opinions in the coming decades. After rejecting Calabast's suggestion, Vase turned to the topic he truly wanted to talk about. He was not one for roundabout chatting, so he bluntly brought up the matter. I heard a rumor that you've been dating Chief Minister Novalon Pernis. Calabast raised an eyebrow. She looked a lot more intrigued than before. My personal life shouldn't be of interest to you. What would Gloriana think? Vase let out a tired breath. Just tell me what you're up to. Novalon is not an average fellow in the clan. What's your game? Can't I just tell you that I find him charming, elegant and smart enough to enjoy his company? Calabast smirked. I genuinely enjoy his company. There aren't many men of his caliber in the clan. No offense, Vase, but every other fish can't reach my level. I have absolutely no attraction to people I look down upon. Novalon is one of the few lovers that won't bend to me. His father Sheddarin Pernus is even better, but he's too old and already taken. All of that sounds great, but I doubt that's the whole story. What are you trying to accomplish? The spymaster saw that Vase was being serious this time, so she finally decided to get a little serious. Let's just say that I find the members of the former Pernus family interesting. Interesting in what way? Our clan has gathered a large number of misfits in groups. With the help of our unique advantages, we have managed to integrate many different people, from religious zealots like the Penitent Sisters to intellectual secularists such as the Pernusers. Due to how our clan is structured, every Larkinson is technically equal, but is this truly the case in practice? Vase was not blind to the limitations of the current structure. Nothing is perfect. Ideally, I would like every clansman to be treated equally and have the same opportunity as others, but as a parent I can understand that certain people want to favor their own family and support circle. This isn't something that I can stop since I am essentially taking advantage of this phenomenon. Vase was willing to break any rule and ignore any tradition as long as they hindered his children in any way. Calabast nodded as if she already expected such an answer from him. The Larkinson clan is changing, Vase. It's always been changing. It's growing bigger, more complicated and more powerful. All of those different groups I've mentioned might still be able to live in harmony in the same clan, but you can't suppress their competing interests. There is only a limited amount of resources available and every interest group wants to claim a bigger slice of the pie. I know all of that, but what does this have to do with you hooking up with one of my chief ministers? Anyone with a little bit of political acumen can see that different factions will emerge among our people. These factions will fight for power and try to influence our clan in specific directions. As patriarch, you can choose to stay above the infighting, but that doesn't mean you should turn a blind eye to it. As far as I'm concerned, I'm doing you a favor by keeping the Pernusers under observation. I can guarantee you that one of the strongest factions that will arise in the clan will center around these clan members. Out of every Larkinson, the Pernusers are the most proficient in operating under these circumstances. She made a lot of sense. Vase never really thought about the rise of factions in the clan because it was still too young and small for it to matter. His own prestige in the clan was also strong, so he didn't have to pay too much attention to the opinions of any groups. That might change in the future, though. Once the population of the clan became comparable to an industrial planet or even an entire state, the weight of the masses became a lot greater relative to his own. This was the best time for factions to rise. You make a good point, Calabast, but you haven't answered my question. What does this have to do with your new relationship? Calabast looked a bit annoyed. I've already said this much. Can't you think of the answer? Are you supporting the Pernuser agenda? No, she shook her head. Not really. The Pernusers generally want to gain more influence and decision-making power in the clan. One of the policies they are pushing for is to make the top positions more fluid. As long as posts like your own can be decided by voting, the Pernusers are confident that their experience in operating political machines will give them the upper hand. Vase mirthfully laughed. Ha, did they really think they can persuade every Larkinson to follow the orders of gutless bureaucrats? There is a large number of military servicemen in our clan who don't respect this sort of people. That's correct. The military will form its own faction in due course, and they will serve as a powerful counterbalance to the Pernusers. That doesn't mean the latter will remain powerless. This is their arena. They are more competent than others in tying different interests together in order to build support for their own causes. Leaving them will allow them to become increasingly more dominant. So your solution is to enter the orbit of the Pernusers? Vase skeptically asked. Essentially, yes. It's not as simple as it sounds. A short explanation is that a relationship between myself and Novalon will restrain the Pernusers. It is easy enough for them to figure out that I belong to your camp and that I will not accept any policies that weaken your authority. That means that Novalon, who is one of the highest leaders among the Pernusers, will not be able to advance his original causes as unrestrained as before. Will this actually happen? Why do I have the feeling I'm missing a part of the picture? What if the opposite happens and you get influenced by their stances? Hey, I can't be swayed by them. You can make sure of that. Calabast confidently said, there is more to the story, but it's not that useful to explain it all to you. If you want to maintain control over your clan and prevent anyone from trying to pry more power out of your hands, then you should let me continue what I am doing. By constraining the Pernissers and tying them to myself, I can tame this beast and make sure that your fundamental interests will never be threatened. That sounds like a good deal, right? Caveat emptor, Vase responded. Chapter 3384. Lottery Gems. In the end, Vase still hadn't completely figured Calabast out. She didn't fully explain her motives, which was regrettable because she was one of the few people in the clan who could fool his ability to read people. As he grew older and came in touch with more formidable people, Vase became more proficient in figuring out people's true thoughts and motives. His ability to monitor the state of someone's mind and spirit was an especially great advantage. However, Calabast was always able to withhold her true inclinations from him. Her impeccable training already gave her a good foundation, but lately she seemed to have focused a lot on suppressing the fluctuations of her mind. It was as if she knew exactly what Vase could do and developed her own countermeasure to make it harder for him to peer at her true thoughts. Ironically, because she was not a spiritually strong person, Vase wasn't able to get any clues from her spirituality either. Those with stronger spirits such as Ketty's were much more easier to read than a random person in the fleet. Well, whatever, Vase shrugged. Calabast should at least be smart enough to remain on my side. She knew his strength and potential more than anyone else in the clan, so there was no way she would want to bet on another horse. He no longer spent any thought on Calabast's motives and turned to other matters. Due to the expeditionary fleet's proximity to the gate system, a lot of different priorities needed to be addressed in advance. The most important concern was to successfully complete the Chimera project. Vase had invested a lot in the project and he did not want it to produce a worse result than the Bulwark project. It had a lot going for it. He incorporated all of his recently gained insights and advancements from turning the Shield of Samar into a masterwork in the latest iterations of the Chimera project. By now, the design of Venerable Joshua's future expert mech contained all of the fruits that Vase and the other mech designers had gathered since the start of this round of design projects. The qualitative and conceptual differences between the Dark Zephyr and the Chimera project were quite substantial. Although the former could always be upgraded later on, this was rather troublesome and not something that Vase wanted to do anytime soon. If the Chimera project can become a masterwork, then I will be truly content. Vase murmured. This was one of his biggest concerns. Despite his confidence, he still feared he might let Venerable Joshua down. He did not want his strongest backer and supporter among the expert pilots to fall behind the likes of Venerable Janzi. One way or another, Vase had to do everything in his power to repeat his improbable success. Fortunately, had gained a useful form of help when Lucky dropped a couple of gems on his lap one day. Meow. Lucky huffed at Vase before grumpily turning away. Vase immediately dropped what he was doing and happily picked up the gems. He had high hopes for them this time. It had not only taken many months for Lucky to produce this batch of gems, but the gem cat had also digested a number of foods such as half an expert mech and a sliver of Timpala steel. With such high-quality ingredients, there was no way Lucky's output would be lackluster this time. There's 5 of them this time. Ves's eyes lit up as he weighed the small but incredibly valuable gems in his hands. He poked each of them with his finger as if he was trying to confirm that they were all real and not projections. It was rare for Lucky to produce this many gems at a time, but considering how long it took since he last visited the bathroom, it was a bit more reasonable. It was worth the wait as far as he was concerned. 5 more gems translated into 5 more opportunities to transform a high-quality mech into a masterwork. This urgently relieved his depleted collection of high-quality gems. When he pulled out his secret pouch from his uniform, a distressed expression appeared on his face after he saw how little it contained. There was only a single gem left inside, and from what Vase remembered of its properties, it was completely unsuitable for the Chimera project. Lucky is getting lazier and lazier. This was both a good thing and a bad thing. The longer it took for him to produce a gem, the greater the chance it became stronger. On the other hand, a long delay might cause him to lack suitable choices when he wanted to use them on a mech. After Vase became satisfied that the gems were the real deal, he finally attempted to inspect their properties. Only to come up with nothing. Oh, I forgot. Vase wanted to palm his face. Ever since the system swallowed the Timpala steel that he had recovered, it had become dormant. He initially thought it would just take a few seconds for it to upgrade. Then he thought it would take an hour or so before it was done. When the delay kept taking longer, he thought it would take days or weeks for it to digest all of the Timpala steel. Now, it appeared the system wasn't close to finished. Since the system had become inoperable, Vase was no longer able to take advantage of its data overlay that he sometimes made use of. A matter as simple as figuring out the effects of Lucky's gems became impossible. Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to figure out what these gems can do? Vase complained. The 5 gems all looked relatively similar to each other. They shared the same shape and shiny luster, but they each differed in coloration. Since Lucky had produced them before Vase had a chance to do anything, the gray, blue, purple, black and aquamarine gems weren't alive. As with other gems, he wasn't able to perceive any notable fluctuations from them. The only way for Vase to figure out what the gems contained was to break them, but that would cause it to release the energies that made them remarkable in the first place. In the following 15 minutes, Vase tried several ways to decipher the properties of the new gems. He inspected them with his spiritual senses, he scanned them with his Vulcani and Odini, and he even tried to communicate with them. Nothing worked. Vase grew irritated. His inability to learn what the gems could do to a mech wasn't a big problem if the system woke up soon or if he wasn't about to complete any design projects in the short term, but this wasn't the case. It won't take long before we start to fabricate the Chimera project. Vase realized, if Venerable Joshua's expert mech just misses the threshold, then will I have little choice but to take a gamble on one of these gems. That was a terrible situation. Vase had to do everything possible to drag the Chimera project over the masterwork threshold. Of course, if the quality of my upcoming expert mechs falls too far below this point, then all of these considerations are moot. That was a very real possibility and one that Vase had to take into account as well. Venerable Joshua would probably be devastated, but as an expert pilot, he wouldn't break so easily. He just needed to wait a few years for Vase to design an upgraded revision and see if he could repeat the same feat he performed on the Shield of Samar. It was not impossible to turn an existing mech into a masterwork. The question is whether I should use these gems or just leave them be if I ever end up in a situation where they are useful. Vase did not want to ruin the future of the Chimera project by pairing it with the wrong gem. He already found out that the Shield of Samar was still affected by the same Arden Wish gem he integrated with it a long time ago. Even if he had upgraded virtually every component of the Space Knight since then, the current mech was still affected by the same gem. This was a rather amazing result and gave Vase a deeper understanding of the nature of Lucky's products. That also meant that if Vase wanted to turn the Chimera project into Joshua's lifelong mech, he needed to be extremely careful about the design choices he made. Some of them would remain a permanent part of the mech even if he upgraded it to an ace mech in the future. There was one factor that reassured him to an extent. Luckily, the Chimera project is a hero mech. It's also designed to be adaptable to different circumstances. The Chimera project was compatible with many different gems for that reason. It became a lot harder for Vase to make the wrong choice, though Lucky sometimes produced awfully specific gems like the one that he had temporarily turned into a jewel for Clixie's collar. Speaking about Masterworks, why hasn't the MTA sent an inspection team yet? Vase wondered. He expected Master Willix to arrive only days after he turned the Shield of Samar into a masterwork, but strangely enough he never received any visits. The MTA didn't even transmit any messages. The Mechers should surely know by now. He frowned. While the Larkinson clan implemented many measures to keep the Shield of Samar out of the public eye, these measures only worked up to an extent. Not only that, but the MTA mech pilots that had been assigned to the clan also knew about the masterwork mech. Since Vase had some free time, he decided he might as well contact the MTA master. He didn't think a topic like this required the use of the Dark Break module, so he simply called her directly over the galactic net. It took a while for the other side to accept his call. Master Willix's projection soon showed up. Her expression was neutral and it looked as if she was in the middle of conducting an experiment. "We know about your latest masterwork expert mech," she spoke, instantly dispelling one of his doubts. "I cannot leave the Komodo Star sector for the time being, so I cannot perform an inspection on your latest work." "Oh, what then? Will someone else come and evaluate my Shield of Samar? I have already made arrangements with my colleagues in Tarnished Crown." I have made sure that a master who belongs to the same camp as I will inspect your new masterwork expert Mech. This is more convenient and sidesteps potential issues. I see. Vase became a bit nervous about this development. The MTA was not his friend. It was incredibly important for him to remain chummy with Master Willix. He could at least count on her to keep his secrets and prevent the MTA from looking into his situation too much. However, now that he was traveling further away from her, it became more difficult for her to cover for him. Was this ally of hers trustworthy? She seemed to have anticipated his worries. There is little cause for concern, she said to him. I can call upon many acquaintances and allies in the MTA, and my patron has built up an even greater network. Once you reach the Red Ocean, there will be others who you can trust to handle your matters. The premise is that you remain useful. I don't believe I need to tell you anything further. Vase understood this dynamic quite well. I understand, he sighed. Can I expect a big reward for making a second masterwork expert Mech? I recall you granted me a substantial reward for making the Amaranto. Master Willix shook her head. Don't expect us to be generous a second time. We're not that easy to take advantage of. We have obtained most of the data we are interested in by studying your first successful attempt at turning an expert Mech into a masterwork. The Shield of Samar is no longer a unique product and is only useful for comparison purposes. Do not expect to obtain as many merits as before. Do not forget that our merits are mainly associated with research value. If a phenomenon is no longer new, then there is no reason to issue merits. Do keep that in mind, Mr. Larkinson. Damn, his ambition to fabricate masterwork mechs en masse and collect an endless amount of MTA merits were dashed. Chapter 3385. The purpose of the Chimera Project. His most recent conversation with Master Willix implied that she was gradually introducing him to her faction. Vase had no desire to take part in the power struggles of one of the most powerful organizations of humanity, but if he wanted to survive, he had little choice but to shelter under an umbrella. As far as backers went, Master Willix and whatever group in the MTA she was a part of didn't sound so bad. Though Vase didn't know anything solid about her colleagues and the star designer that was supposed to be her patron, Willix herself was quite a decent and high-minded woman. She didn't look like the sort of person who would join a club that went against her own ideals. What always struck Vase the most about Master Willix was how she constantly emphasized the importance of serving the greater need by contributing to humanity. She was one of the least self-serving high officials that he had met in his life. If her other compatriots are like this, then maybe it's not so bad to get into their good graces. The only annoying part was that they constantly preached about contributing humanity and expecting Vase to do the same. In practical terms, that translated into donating his precious research results to the MTA so that the rest of humanity could one day benefit from his hard-earned innovations. Sure, the association always awarded those who submitted their valuable research gains with merits, but Vase was pretty sure that people like him were being ripped off by a huge margin. With its effective regulatory strength and monopoly position, the MTA could easily leverage any valuable innovation and earn thousands of times more profit than what it had given to the original inventor as compensation. This was the real basis why the MTA maintained its dominance and power for so many years despite not holding a lot of direct territory. By allowing most of humanity to rule their territories in the form of states, the powerful transgalactic organization avoided most of the excesses that came with governing a powerful empire. Instead, the Mechers stood above this level, allowing them to stay clean and untouched by the filth of ordinary society. Their supreme position allowed them to look down on the space peasants who constantly offered their most precious goods and other valuable gains to the effective rulers of human civilization. What a brilliant scam! Humanity's past history showed that people tended to dislike all-powerful overlords. The Terrans already tried and failed, so the MTA cleverly sidestepped the most obvious trappings of an empire and instead put up a disguise. The only part about the MTA that Vase wasn't sure of was whether it was sincere in its mission. Were people like Master Willix truly the norm in the upper ranks of the association? Or was the MTA just a vehicle to rule over humanity without making it too obvious? Before he knew the answers to these questions, Vase thought it was best to maintain his distance to the Mechers. He had seen them at their best and worst and knew that they had no qualms about sacrificing pawns if necessary. At his current strength and identity, Vase was nothing but one of their many pawns. This was a bad position to be in, so he needed to promote his status to them as soon as possible. I should be at least a knight, Vase affirmed. That allows me to jump over most problems at the very least. He had no wish to get entangled in more complicated matters, so he did not harbor any desires to become a more valuable chess piece like the queen or king. He just wanted to raise his family and design mechs. Grand objectives such as saving the galaxy or defeating humanity's enemies was none of his business. Of course, he didn't mind pretending to be a savior in order to gain an advantage. I wonder how Master Willix's buddies will treat me once I reach the Red Ocean. The new frontier was a lot looser and more chaotic than the old galaxy, and that made it all the more important to build good relations with one of the highest authorities over there. The MTA might not be able to fulfill all of his wishes, but it was already valuable to gain the veneer of its backing. Vase soon put his brief conversation with Master Willix out of his mind and went back to his duties. He invested more time on finalizing the Chimera project so that he would be able to finish it before reaching the gate system. The design of the base model went well. Despite the complexities involved with designing hero mechs, the Chimera project was based around an expert mech, which meant that Vase was able to make a lot more allowances. Compared to the Transcendent Messenger that he had once designed, the Chimera project was much less of a compromise. High-end mech parts tailored for expert mechs simply weren't constrained by the limitations of their standard third-class equivalents. Whereas before Vase had to make a difficult choice between two different benefits, with the Chimera project he could comfortably have his cake and eat it too. The components he utilized were both powerful and took up considerably less space. High-end energy cells and heat sinks offered the same effectiveness but took up 10 times less space. As a result, the Chimera project's performance when fighting up close and from afar was not that much worse than the other expert mechs. From what it looks like, the base form of the Chimera project will be able to perform roughly 80% as effective as the first sword in melee combat, and 75% as the Amaranto. Vase roughly guessed as he observed the projection of the latest iteration of the design. Gloriana, who was holding her sleeping baby, softly nodded. "You're right, but those percentages are just generalizations. There are certain areas where the first sword and the Amaranto can perform 2 or 3 times better than the Chimera project. Their designs have given up a lot of versatility in order to reinforce their strong points. By stacking up a lot of related systems or miniaturized components, the first sword and the Amaranto possessed strong advantages that multi-role mechs simply couldn't match. For example, the Amaranto possessed a much more abundant energy and heat capacity. It had more staying power in a battle and could fire its rifle at higher power levels for a significantly longer duration than the Chimera project. Endurance and operating time were definitely two of the Chimera project's weaker properties. That put Venerable Joshua's expert mech in the same category of the Dark Zephyr. The Chimera project is more of a troubleshooter and a firefighter than a mainstay. Vase described, "It isn't able to last as long as our specialized expert mechs, but it will be able to achieve a high impact in whatever it wishes to accomplish. This is because it can always adapt itself to target the enemy's weak points with its own strong points." This aligned with the principal core concept of the Chimera project. So what if it was only 80% as strong as the first sword in melee combat? Venerable Joshua would be a fool to duel against Venerable Dice in swordsmanship. The real point of an asset like the Chimera project was to fight like a scumbag and avoid fair matchups whenever possible. While both Venerable Joshua and the Chimera project were worse than Venerable Dice and the first sword in almost every aspect of melee combat, the former pairing was at least 1000% stronger in ranged combat. Though Venerable Dice was able to employ special resonance abilities to project sword energy at a distance, it was foolish to think that she and her expert mech could match the prowess of a genuine ranged expert mech. Vase was already familiar with the properties of Venerable Dice's techniques and knew that they drained a lot of energy while producing attacks that possessed limited range and propagated rather slowly. In other words, while Venerable Dice had to do the equivalent of lifting a crate to perform a ranged attack, Venerable Joshua merely had to lift a toothpick to accomplish comparable results. The differences in efficiency and effectiveness were too big. The same applied if the Chimera project was locked in a duel against the Amaranto. There was no reason for Venerable Joshua to compete against Venerable Stark in the latter's home ground. It made a lot more sense for the Chimera project to close in as much as possible and use its sword to cut apart the fragile expert range mech. All of this did not even factor in the mounted wargear that was designed to give the Chimera project a powerful short-term boost in battle. Just the base model was enough for Vase to feel gratified. He focused on the internals of the Chimera project. This was where the other heart of his expert mech design was located. The second theme of the Chimera project was regeneration. Admittedly, Vase was a bit less certain about the specifics of this advantage. Master Willix had integrated a lot of fixer iron inside the frame, which produced comparable effects to Rorich's bone. The two materials were both capable of regenerating serious damage in battle, but they possessed plenty of differences. Fixer iron was a resonating exotic while Rorich's bone was a more general exotic. The former mainly had to be powered by true resonance, while the latter drew its energy from ordinary sources. In general, fixer iron possessed more potential than the other material. This was because its effect scaled with resonance strength. The stronger the expert pilot, the stronger the regeneration effect. Once Venerable Joshua became a high-tier expert pilot, his formidable will would allow him to distort reality to a greater degree, thereby enabling him to produce miraculous results. Perhaps he could even bring a dead mech back to life. The only point of incongruence was that regeneration was not a perfect fit for a hero mech. It would have been a lot more suitable if it was applied to a defensive mech such as the Shield of Samar, but Vase couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't let Venerable Joshua's domain go to waste. I think it's fine, Gloriana said when she noticed his concerns. One of the relative weaknesses of the Chimera project is that it is not able to function as a conventional defensive mech. Even though it is covered with unending alloy like our other expert mechs, its internals are just as fragile as that of our other offensive mechs. However, considering the fact that Venerable Joshua can actively restore any components damaged by excessive heat or concussive shocks, the Chimera project is a much hardier expert mech than any enemy might think. That made it comparable to the Riot that also possessed a couple of defensive surprises. To be honest, Vase was less interested in making the Chimera project more resilient and more interested in increasing Venerable Joshua's chances of survival. The latter's value was much greater to Vase, especially in the long term. Expert mechs could always be replaced, but a rare mech pilot who was completely loyal and also possessed a highly compatible domain was priceless. This was why Vase cared a lot about the Chimera project's ability to regenerate and last longer against stronger opponents. That's not all, though, he said. The Chimera project was designed around a third theme, one that was less substantial than the other two. He never consciously designed this hero expert mech along this concept, but after the confrontation against the Olympus Mons, he had done a lot of rethinking and became a lot more aware of the purpose of the Chimera project. The third theme of this expert mech design was hero. Out of all of the expert mechs of the Larkinson clan, only the Chimera project was explicitly designed to turn its expert pilot into a hero. Chapter 3386, Development Problems. A hero mech was supposed to be a hero. It sounded stupidly obvious, but mech designers had a tendency to disregard this truth. This was mainly because hero mechs played exaggerated roles in action dramas. The stars of the shows always piloted mechs that could do everything and were able to put up a good fight against many different villainous mech pilots. One of the parts about these shows that Vase loved in his youth but abhorred when he grew older was how the hero mech always fought on the enemy's home court. All signs of intelligence usually went out of the window as the protagonists got so caught up in their passion that they forgot about basic tactics. They boldly dueled against melee mechs with swords and fought against ranged mechs with rifles. While these battles were unrealistic, they often produced thrilling battles where the heroes were always at a disadvantage but managed to gain the upper hand through superior skill or luck. That is what it means to be a hero. Vase recognized. A hero was an anomalous combatant that was able to defy the odds and produce results outside common sense. A hero was larger than life, able to inspire even the most desperate allies and evoke fear from the hearts of their enemies. A hero was the final savior, a warrior, who never gave up and always found a way to pull off the most improbable successes. Did this mean that Vase wanted to turn Venerable Joshua into one of those brain-dead protagonists who yelled their entire life stories during battle and telegraphed all of their big moves in advance? Not at all. This wasn't a game, nor a story. This was reality, and it was better if the Larkinson army was able to win its battles in a conventional manner. What if the conventional manner is not enough, though? What if the enemy outnumbered the Larkinsons by 3-1? What if another unbeatable ace mech decided to take fault? What if the enemy had brought the perfect counters to the Larkinson clan's solutions? In those cases, Venerable Joshua might have no choice but to fight in a stupid manner. The Chimera project's vaunted adaptability might not be able to play a role when the enemy was able to force it into a fight where it wasn't able to leverage its strengths against its opposition. Though Vase never wanted to see this happen, battles were inherently unpredictable and his foes weren't stupid enough to allow Venerable Joshua to have his way all the time. The Chimera project had to step up in those cases. Out of all of the expert mechs that Vase designed so far, this expert hero mech possessed the greatest potential to overturn an adversity. Part of it was due to the iridescent mercury integrated into the mech. This amazing resonating exotic had the potential to extend the range of a glow by several kilometers. This was not an excessive range in terms of space combat but could potentially encompass hundreds of mechs on busy battlefields. Another part of it was how the Chimera project was able to receive assistance from any design spirit. Ever since he started using design spirits, this project was the first mech design that was expressly designed to accommodate any of them in equal measure. Vase designed the base model of the Chimera project in a way that hopefully produced the least amount of bias possible. Of course, true neutrality was impossible to achieve and his work doubtlessly favored some design spirits over others, but this was only a minor fault. The essential operation should still be valid. Depending on the current battlefield circumstances, Venerable Joshua could swap to any suitable design spirit and be able to leverage different powers depending on various factors. One of the side effects of this ability was that Venerable Joshua could take part in any battle formation powered by a design spirit. He no longer had to pilot a Hexer-specific mech to lead a Penitent Sister battle formation or switch over to a Transcendent Punisher to channel an Eye of Ilvain battle formation. Joshua just needed to slot in the right design spirit before he lent his power to a battle formation. Although these capabilities unquestionably fell under the adaptation category, Vase believed it had the potential to become something greater. Only a hero can exert the power of an ace mech with an expert mech. He whispered to himself. In summary, the Chimera project was designed according to a new and different paradigm than the previous expert mech design projects. Whether it was the Amaranto or the Shield of Samar, each of them were designed to fulfill a single role to the best of their abilities. They embodied both the strengths and weaknesses of specialization and were implicitly designed to combine forces with each other to achieve greater power through synergy. The Chimera project was different. While it could fight as part of a team as well, it was a lot more capable of operating independently due to its adaptable nature. The expert mech was not particularly strong in any area, but its comprehensive nature made up for its lack of specialization. The powerful machine truly embodied the meaning of Chimera and in more ways than one. Just like Venerable Joshua, his upcoming expert mech was able to take on multiple forms and possessed a stubborn amount of vitality. This is an innovative expert mech design, Vase declared with a smile. You mean it's a risky expert mech design? His wife corrected as the baby in her arms started showing signs of waking again. Mew, one of the typical indicators of little Aurelia waking up again was that her tiny companion spirit popped up again. The curious white kitten poked out of the baby's head and curiously looked up at Gloriana. Oh, you little cutie. Do you want your mommy? I'll bring her out right now. With a slight effort, Alexandria emerged from Gloriana's head. The red cat hovered over to Mana and began to lick and hug the innocent kitten. Meow, 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 mew, hey, don't leave daddy out of the picture. Blinky zipped from Vess's mind and began to approach the pair of cats. Yet as soon as the purple cat got close, Alexandria interrupted Mana's bath and began to hiss at Vess's companion spirit. Muro muro, mao, muro muro muro, mew. Vase grew less and less amused at the sight. Why did this picture look so uncomfortably familiar? Fa, wwaaaah. Aurelia is hungry again, Gloriana said. The Chimera project is as complete as it can be. I don't think we can add anything further to the design of the base model. Let's just finish it here and get ready to fabricate it at a convenient date. Vase nodded in agreement. It's a pity that the development of some of its mounted wargear hasn't gone as smoothly. He underestimated the difficulty of designing large equipment for mechs. The increased scale and power generated a lot of new and additional problems that resulted in a huge workload for the assistant mech designers. There were also problems related to their spiritual design and how to combine it with the spiritual design of the base mech. Although this functionality was similar to the modular capabilities of the Quint, the actual concept was rather different. Vase had to come up with different solutions in order to make the expert mech harmonious, particularly when it came to harmonizing true resonance. As a result, some of the mounted wargear loadouts were more functional than others. The Lancer loadout was the most optimistic one. Its design was the simplest as it was only meant to exert its formidable power in a monotonous manner. Although this loadout probably wasn't strong enough to threaten an ace mech, Vase had high hopes that it was able to pose a significant danger against other high-value targets such as alien warships and high-tier expert mechs. Vase was less certain about the so-called Meatsuit. The biggest problem was that its development largely depended on Dr. Paris and a large team of lifer biotech experts who didn't possess a background in mech design. The development team was based in the Dragon's Den rather than the spirit of Bentime and had to solve completely different problems that were specific to organic machines. Although the abundant amount of development time allowed the inexperienced biotech team to design a tentative version of a meatsuit, no one was able to determine whether it was sound. It could either become a revolutionary loadout that could turn the Chimera project into an innovative cyborg mech or end up as a major flop as the two elements failed to merge into a harmonious whole. This was mainly because Vase lacked too much expertise in biomech design. Although his idea of combining the advantages of organic and metallic components sounded ambitious, he still underestimated the logistical and developmental challenges of this side project. Well, there isn't any hurry to fabricate the mounted war gear. For now, I should focus on delivering the base mech first. As long as the most essential machine is functional, Venerable Joshua at least has something to work with after waiting so many months for his own machine. Vase didn't want to bite off more than he could chew. His critical goal was to make another masterwork expert mech, which was an extreme challenge as he had already accomplished this just before. It was hard for him to hold high expectations just after he had recently reached an ambitious target. All have to make do one way or another. After they decided to settle with the current iteration of the expert mech design, Vase and Gloriana spent the rest of the day finalizing the ambitious project. Since the design department had no more active projects in development, Vase generously gave every assistant mech designer a break. What happened next didn't require their involvement. Hundreds of apprentice mech designers cheered and began to discuss how they wanted to spend their next weeks of free time. The more hardworking, disciplined and ambitious mech designers didn't intend to leave the design lab. They wanted to stay and either work on their personal projects or invest their time in improving their skills and knowledge base. Others were more casual. All of the months of persistent work on the challenging expert mech designs had taken a toll on them. Vase did not begrudge any of them for going on a vacation. Working hard was important, but only if they were able to keep up. He didn't want any of them to burn out prematurely and squander all of the investment that he and his clan had put into their individual development. After consulting the schedule, Vase decided to fabricate the Chimera project a couple of days later. That was when the Larkinson fleet arrived at the same star system where a couple of shipyards had already completed the clan's next capital ships. Vase already began to grin at the thought of receiving the long-awaited vessels. Unlike most of the other capital ships of the Larkinson fleet, the Gorgonean and the Diligent Ovenbird were both brand new hulls that were designed and configured according to the needs of his clan. That meant that they were just as good as the spirit of Bentime in their respective roles. They were also able to last longer as they were both at the start of their lengthy product life cycles. The upcoming acquisition of the Chimera project, the Gorgonean and the Diligent Ovenbird represented the last major additions to the Larkinson fleet. We probably won't be able to acquire any further capital ships after we move on from this stop. Vase regrettably said. The Larkinson fleet was still lacking in fleet carriers, but these happened to be the capital ships classes that every pioneer wanted. Since Vase and his clan were complete outsiders to the Sticky Pernois and the Tarnished Crown star sectors, there was no way they were able to skip the extremely long waiting list. Vase was not too depressed, though. 9 capital ships is already formidable enough. There are many other groups that can't even scrounge up half of that number. Chapter 3387. Pre-upgraded capital ships. Ever since the expeditionary fleet left the Smiling Samuel star sector, it had advanced continuously until it had crossed over into the Antilla star cluster. After almost 2 months of non-stop travel, the Golden Skull Alliance had finally reached a particular port system in the Sticky Pernois star sector. Everyone was finally able to take a relatively short breather in this busy trading location. I've heard this place was busy, but I didn't expect there to be so much traffic. Vase commented as he looked at the local plot of the port system. He hadn't bothered to learn any details about the state or star system, because his fleet would soon be leaving them anyway. All he knew was that this was a particularly popular pit stop where a lot of aspiring pioneering organizations stocked up on essential goods and supplies. Traders flooded the port system knowing that they could sell a product at vastly higher prices. The pioneers that flooded to this central location reluctantly accepted the exaggerated premium because it was difficult to find certain essential goods elsewhere. Even if they were able to find the products at a different place, the price wouldn't be any cheaper as long as it was located inside this star cluster. The insane amount of profiteering taking place in port systems like these made Vase dizzy for a moment. The market was distorted beyond recognition, and many standard supplies such as nutrient packs cost as much as 10 times more than normal. Fortunately, the Larkinson clan had already completed most of its necessary purchases a long time ago. What the Larkinsons were more concerned about was offloading their excess mechs and ships. Although it wasn't safe to get rid of hundreds of sub-capital ships at once when they hadn't reached the gate system yet, there was no need to hold on to the smaller support and logistical ships at this point. The Larkinson clan planned to use this short break to empty and get rid of its cargo haulers, repair vessels, fuel tankers and other marginal ships. Due to the oversaturated market for sub-capital ships, the clan had no choice but to sell them at a huge discount. Some vessels even sold for less than 30% of their original value. The only reason why the price levels hadn't sunk any further was because the value of scrapping the ships and recycling all of the usable materials was greater at that point. For now, the Larkinson clan did not have any plans to sell its combat carriers quite yet. Even if the gate system was closer than ever, there was still a chance those thousands of mechs would be needed in battle. While the Larkinson fleet slimmed down to a considerable degree, it also welcomed 2 new large hulls. Vase and many other clansmen eagerly welcomed the arrival of 2 capital ships. How impressive! Chief ship designer Vivian Tsai, who stood next to Vase as the clan finally added the 2 new vessels to its fleet, looked rightfully proud at her work. After many months and years of drafting and building up ideas, the Larkinson clan finally helped her realize her dreams. They're both beautiful. The Gorgonean was the Larkinson clan's first dedicated fleet carrier as well as its second defensive capital ship. Although the Larkinsons should have gotten a fleet carrier sooner, much of their tension was relieved now that they gained a vessel comparable to the Indigo Tremor and the Hemington Cross. There were still major differences, though. Compared to the flagships of the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan, the Gorgonean was much more durable. The initial ship design drafted by Vivian Tsai already turned the Gorgonean into a defensive bulwark that was not much worse than the graveyard. After the Larkinsons invested more money into the Gorgonean's construction, the shipbuilding company augmented her defenses through several means, the most notable of which was adding a strong suite of shield generators. Just as with the Spirit of Bentime, the Gorgonean was able to withstand light to moderate damage by projecting energy shields all around her hull. Though they wouldn't last that long against concentrated bombardment, this feature was incredibly useful against weaker opponents. What was even better was this added increase in defenses did not impact her mech capacity. In fact, the Gorgonean was able to hold 750 mechs at full combat readiness, which was up from the 500 mechs she was originally meant to carry. The way the upgraded and revised ship design was able to carry so many more mechs was because Vivian increased the Gorgonean's length by half a kilometer. By transforming a shorter snake into a longer snake, the ship remained the same in many aspects but gained a lot more internal volume. Vivian subsequently allocated much of this extra capacity to holding more mechs. Of course, this drastic change wasn't as simple as it sounded. The shipyard workers had to put in a lot of effort to cut open the hull and insert a brand new section in between. The requested changes weren't cheap, and the Larkinson clan's debt grew even larger as a result. Vase considered it to be worth the cost, though. Though he generally favored relatively compact and mobile capital ships, the lack of fleet carriers in the clan meant that he had to rely heavily on the Gorgonean to carry the bulk of his combat-capable mechs. Though the Gorgonean was able to stuff more mechs inside her hull, it came at the cost of weakening the integrity of her hull and compromising on her ability to service the mechs she carried. The ship also became a lot more sluggish. Since the rest of the ship design remained identical including the sublight propulsion system, all of that extra mass and hull structure resulted in significantly lower acceleration and agility. She has definitely become one of the slowest capital ships in our fleet. Vase murmured when he gazed at the Gorgonean's inadequate thrusters. These were acceptable trade-offs to Vase. As long as the upfront combat power of the core Larkinson fleet became greater, these little irritations weren't that important, at least in the critical early period after entering the Red Ocean. Fortunately, the Gorgonean was still able to retain her iconic wall configuration. When she was fully deployed in a defensive configuration, her length increased to 4 kilometers, which allowed her to provide cover for a large number of ranged mechs as well as shield a large number of ships from damage from the front. In terms of FTL traversal, nothing much had changed. Her standard capital-grade FTL drives were merely adequate and did not possess the advantages of the extended-range models installed on the Spirit of Bentime. The Gorgonean at least wouldn't slow down the expedition fleet as long as it stuck to FTL travel. Strangely enough, Vivian's side did not pay that much attention to the fleet carrier of her own design. The Gorgonean would definitely play a critical role in the defense of the Larkinson fleet in the coming years and decades, but most of her features were related to mechs and mech combat. The Diligent Ovenbird was much more interesting to a shipwright. Unlike the other capital ships, the strangely named fleet repair vessel was not supposed to carry any mechs. The Ovenbird was primarily geared towards servicing starships. Compared to her original design, the recent upgrades applied to her design made her more efficient. What was also notable was that she gained limited shipbuilding capabilities. At her current level, the Ovenbird was able to construct small starships such as corvettes, frigates and various other ship classes at this size range from the ground up. Due to her oven-like hull, she was able to offer stable drydock-like conditions as long as she wasn't on the move. Technically, construction and repair work was still possible even if the capital ship was on the move, but the chances of anything going wrong were far greater. For now, the Ovenbird can only construct frigates at most, Vivian told Vase. However, if we can get our hands on some powerful and expensive shipbuilding systems in the Red Ocean, it's not impossible for us to start building our own combat carriers. His eyes lit up at this mention, but he quickly tempered his excitement. As a mech designer, he possessed enough engineering knowledge to know that it was anything but simple to build a serious carrier vessel. How quickly? Vase turned to his resident shipwright. Not that fast, she reluctantly admitted. A mobile drydock can't catch up to a fixed drydock. The Ovenbird is too cramped and cannot accommodate ultra-large building equipment. This will impose a significant penalty on both the efficiency and speed of construction. I can't give you a solid estimate on how much worse it is, but it wouldn't be strange for a capital ship to take twice as long to build. That didn't sound so bad. While these realities made the Diligent Ovenbird commercially unviable compared to traditional drydock facilities, Vase did not mind at all. Since the fleet repair and construction vessel was wholly owned by the Larkinson clan, he had complete control over her operation and whatever ships she produced. Are there any other limitations that I need to be aware of? Vase asked. The Diligent Ovenbird can construct most simple and large-scale ship components such as hull plating and so on, but she is not capable of fabricating high-tech and more intricate systems such as FTL drives. That's not a problem. Vase smiled and waved around the bridge of his flagship. The Spirit of Bentheim is the manufacturing complex of our fleet. Her production halls can produce more than mechs. As long as we hire the personnel with the right expertise, we can probably start producing our own FTL drives. Vivian concurred. That is possible, but you don't have to go through so much effort. It is cheaper and more convenient to purchase individual FTL drives from specialized vendors. We depend so much on these components, and the ones designed and produced by reputable companies are always more consistent and reliable. If we try to make them ourselves, then we cannot guarantee the quality and fault tolerance of our homemade products. We're amateurs in this field. That was unfortunately true, but Vase didn't think it would stay that way in the long term. Once the Larkinson clan grew stronger and more numerous, the demand for in-house ship components would surely rise. It would make a lot more sense to produce essential systems such as FTL drives in-house rather than trusting third-party manufacturers to do an honest job. There's another limitation that will trouble us once we enter the new frontier. Vase spoke up. From what I've read, the raw material and intermediate goods markets in the Red Ocean are still too small and incomplete. It will be incredibly difficult for us to purchase all of the necessary goods and raw materials that are needed to build just a single frigate. It will be even worse if we gain the capability to construct a combat carrier. This was not a problem for the shipbuilding activities of the Larkinson clan, but also its mech production activities. Vivian didn't look too concerned. That is also why I recommend we wait before we upgrade the shipbuilding capabilities of the Diligent Ovenbird any further. I think the supply of raw materials won't be so constrained after a decade of development. Many of the earliest colonies will have passed their most critical period and be able to export their local specialties. I'm not so sure about that, Vivian. Colonies will still require a huge amount of resources to build all of their cities, space stations and factories. It might take an entire generation for a proper functioning economy to emerge in the Red Ocean. This was the downside of taking part in the initial wave of colonization. All of the services that people in the old galaxy took for granted simply didn't exist in the new frontier. Vase didn't entirely mind. The absence of a functioning regional market was also why the dwarf galaxy was so exciting. Chapter 3388, Larkinson Fleet Carrier. The addition of the Gorgonean and the diligent Ovenbird invigorated the Larkinson clan. With 9 capital ships under their control, the Larkinsons reluctantly possessed everything they needed to conduct a lengthy expedition. The only shortcomings was that there was insufficient mech capacity and there were still a couple of lacking functions such as the ability to refine fuel. The former was a major problem, but the latter was not an acute issue considering that it was easy enough to stock up on lots of fuel and other essential goods. As the Larkinsons began to staff the many essential positions of the 2 new ships, Vase decided to tour them both. He needed to take a break anyway so that he could reach his peak condition when he began to fabricate the Chimera project tomorrow. A couple of prominent Larkinsons joined him on this tour for this occasion. Both Commander Melchior Larkinson and Commander Casella Ingvar harbored a great degree of interest in this ship as it would house much of their temporarily diminished mech units for the time being. Ideally, every mech legion should have its own fleet, consisting of a fleet carrier, lots of combat carriers and as many logistical ships as needed to sustain their operations. That was clearly an extravagant wish for the moment. In the early days of their expedition in the Red Ocean, all of the mech legions had no choice but to share carrier space in any vessel that could hold mechs. With an operational capacity of 750 mechs and the possibility to hold double this amount if the mechs were packed, the Gorgonean was a key defensive component of the Larkinson fleet. Vase and Lucky began their visit by entering a military shuttle that had originally departed from the graveyard. Vase. Commander Melchior casually greeted the Patriarch. Sir. Commander Casella was a bit more formal and proper. Meow. Lucky raised his paw and greeted on Ves's behalf. He floated over to Casella and circled around the expert candidate's body a bit. Sadly, the woman did not break decorum in order to pet the cute mechanical cat. Meow. He had better luck with Melchior. The visored Larkinson was not a pet person, but he was more than willing to scratch Lucky between his ears. How have you been these days, Lucky? Has Vase abused you again lately? Meow. The 3 prominent Larkinsons entered an armored shuttle which soon exited the Spirit of Bentheim's hangar bay and ventured into open space. Vase had fewer opportunities to meet with his Legion commanders these days. They were stationed on other starships where they could work closer to their own mech pilots, so it was not so easy to randomly bump into them anymore. It was also less convenient for them to hang out after they ended their work shifts. Another reason why the Patriarch rarely spoke to them was because there was a proper hierarchy these days. With a functioning chain of command, Vase no longer needed to address any problems brought up by the avatars of Myth or the living sentinels. The mech legions had built up extensive and professional administrations that could handle all of the day-to-day problems and solve many larger issues by themselves. If that wasn't enough, then there was the military headquarters that could offer more centralized and higher-level support. Even the most thorny problems could eventually be addressed if General Verl cooperated with the chief ministers of the clan. They all possessed enough authority to make huge, wide-ranging decisions that Vase previously kept to himself. Though all of this demanded that Vase extended a lot of trust towards the appointed leaders, it generally worked out so far. He just found it regrettable that he no longer got in touch with the middle and lower levels of the clan as often. He began to see more and more why older and more accomplished leaders tended to become insufferently out of touch with the masses. Of course, that didn't mean that Vase intended to change anything. He already had a lot of work on his lap and the need to allocate even more time to raising his family already ate up his free time. She's big, Commander Melchior said as he peered through to the open porthole on the side. Casella walked up to the same window and gazed at the distant defensive fleet carrier. I am pleased we're getting a brand new ship, she said. The graveyard is a fine vessel, but she is several decades old and also functions as a salvaging vessel. It is not a good place to house our commands. The Gorgonean will offer better facilities. Even though much of the Gorgonean's immense internal volume was dedicated to carrying mechs and increasing her defensive capabilities, there were still plenty of administrative sections that housed hundreds of back offices, training rooms and assembly halls. All 7 mech legions of the Larkinson army had already begun to transfer their headquarters to the immense dark green-coated fleet carrier. Once the shuttle entered one of the spacious hangar bays of the Gorgonean, the 3 leaders became impressed by what they observed. As a newly received vessel, the Larkinsons were just starting to make her operational. Dozens of mechs had already been moved over to the fleet carrier and a constant stream of shuttles and transports brought in lots of goods and personnel. Despite all of the traffic, the crew members maintained a high degree of order despite not having served aboard the ship for more than a day. We've especially trained the crew we've assigned to the Gorgonean in advance. Commander Casella smirked. Although we haven't been able to conduct training on the real vessel, all of these crew members have spent months in simulation training. This allows us to shorten the familiarizing process considerably and quickly get this ship in operation. Vase looked impressed. Although simulation training couldn't prepare the crew for every possible situation, it was already good enough that they were familiar with their routine duties. The Larkinsons around him did not behave as if they were just beginning to acclimatize themselves to their new berths. The group soon ventured deeper into the fleet carrier. Due to her role, she featured multiple massive halls that were directly related to holding mechs. The hangar bays were spacious, modern and featured an abundant amount of heavy equipment. All of this gear made the process of servicing and replenishing the supplies of mechs a lot faster and more convenient. Then there were the mech stables where mechs could safely be stowed for extended periods of time. Strong metallic restraints were able to hold hefty mechs in place, thereby minimizing the risk that they would be flung into another mech or a team of mech technicians if the Gorgonean sustained damage or became affected by a major glitch. The overall quality, toughness and redundancy of these systems were higher than in any other ship in the Larkinson fleet. The Gorgonean is a true fleet carrier, Commander Melkor said as he held Lucky in his arms. Not only that, she's not a pre-made ship that already comes with an existing configuration. Since one of our own shipwrights designed this vessel, we've all been able to provide our input on what we would like to see in our fleet carrier. I'm glad that Miss Sai has implemented a number of my suggestions. That was another difference between the Gorgonean and many other Larkinson vessels. The exterior and interior lacked the distinct hexagon theme that was ubiquitous on Hexer-built vessels. Vase welcomed the absence of six-sided corridors and six-sided hatches. The more square and neutral interior design reflected the Larkinson clan's desire to adhere more closely to the general galactic aesthetic. He had no doubt that the Larkinsons crewing this vessel would add their own touches to the vessel. The capital ship was not only their workplace, but also their home for many years. The Larkinsons had become accustomed to decorating the interior with symbols depicting the Golden Cat, banners representing the Mech Legion and memorials to past battles. Depending on the strictness of the captains and officers of the vessels, some Larkinsons even added their own personal touches to their ships. For now, the Gorgonean was a blank canvas, but Vase expected the servicemen stationed on this fleet carrier to make her more unique in the coming years and hopefully decades. After they had enough of seeing the various mech facilities of the fleet carrier, the group began to view the other sections of the enormous vessel. There were too many decks and compartments for them to inspect every important system in person, but they visited all of the important compartments. The Central Command Center offered General Verl and his command staff a much better site to direct the Larkinson army. All of the advanced workstations and analytical systems were customized to the needs of the Larkinsons, which would doubtlessly boost the cooperation and coordination of the Larkinson clan's mech units in future battles. The engineering base hosted the primary power reactors, the main engines and the crucial FTL drives. As was conventional with most capital ships, the Gorgonean featured 2 FTL drives, allowing her to jump continuously while spending a minimal amount of time in real space if necessary. Although the model of the FTL drives was nothing special, they were brand new and certified to the highest standards of sticky prenoir. As long as the engineers verified that they were completely sound, they could endure more straining operations and required less intensive maintenance. I'm not sure if these FTL drives will hold up once we reach the Red Ocean. Commander Casella frowned as she stood in front of the massive contraptions. What makes you say that, Commander? Vase curiously asked. These FTL drives are designed to operate normally in most regions in the galactic rim. The gravitic tides in this part of space are relatively calm compared to more busy regions closer to the center of the galaxy. This is because there is greater stellar activity and a much higher density of stars over there. A ship will require a more robust and expensive FTL drive to navigate through these difficult regions. You're right, but there is no hurry to replace them yet. The Big Two has started their invasion of the dwarf galaxy in the periphery. For now, most of the pioneers who are exploring the Red Ocean are still roaming that places equivalent to the galactic rim. It will take quite a number of years before the Big Two has swept the interior. By the time the MTA and CFA have freed up valuable new zones for private exploration and colonization, I think we'll be able to get our hands on revolutionary new FTL drive models. Both Melkor and Casella turned and faced their patriarch. You mean, Vase smirked. Facewater augments pretty much any aspect related to faster-than-light technology. I've already heard stories about prototype FTL drives that offer 10 times or even 30 times the range of a standard FTL drive, and this is just the start. Once those clever engineers refine their application of phase water, I wouldn't be surprised if they come up with an FTL drive that can take us directly from the periphery to the center of the Red Ocean. What he didn't mention was the extreme cost that this would entail. While the Red Ocean might contain an abundance of phase water, the demand for it was even higher. Contemporary human civilization was literally built on top of FTL travel. Space travel was such an inseparable part to humanity's strength and prosperity that no one would ever say no to phase water-powered FTL solutions. This dynamic practically guaranteed that the price of phase water would remain sky-high for many years. That meant that even if it was feasible to develop an extravagant FTL drive with extreme range, its cost would be so great that the Larkinson clan would bankrupt itself 10 times over just to get a single device. There was no need for his clan to obtain such a high-end system. He would already be happy to obtain more affordable drives with 10 times the range of a regular FTL drive. Chapter 3389, Small Oven and Big Oven. After Vase ended their tour of the Gorgonaean, he was more than pleased at what he saw. While he hadn't been able to see her transform into her wall mode, from what he saw the ship was already a great addition to the Larkinson fleet. What he valued the most was that her entire design was configured to the specific needs of the Larkinson army. This granted his clansmen a base where they could truly perform their duties as Larkinsons. This made a substantial difference, as it was rather annoying to deal with all of the Hexer idiosyncrasies on the older Larkinson-owned starships. The Spirit of Bentime and the many combat carriers bought from the Hexadric hegemony contained many Hexer-developed ship systems and parts that deviated substantially from the galactic norm. This was one of the results of the relative isolation of Hexer society. They chose to go their own way in many areas, and that led to a lot of stupid choices that were made for the sake of making Hexer technology more superior. Getting back to working with more universal tech was a breath of fresh air to many Larkinsons. Although it did not sound like a big deal, even a moderate increase in quality of life and ease of use did wonders in making the servicemen feel more at home. These were ultimately indispensable factors to turning the Larkinson clan into a true spacefaring organization. Although it was impossible for Vase to impart life in any of the starships under his command, he hoped that his clansmen would do their best to make them more personal. Once he left the Gorgonaean, he paid a brief visit to the Diligent Ovenbird. The large fleet repair ship looked different from any other capital ship in the expeditionary fleet. One side resembled a large, open tube, while the other side looked like a massive C-shaped metal wall. These were the two primary activity spaces where the Diligent Ovenbird performed her ship repair works. The crew already started calling the tube the small oven, as this massive section was devoted to constructing and repairing sub-capital ships. Though it was currently open, the interior of the small oven could be closed and sealed from the outside environment, thereby allowing it to turn into a drydock of some sorts. A drydock environment was important because many construction tasks were too advanced or delicate to be performed in open space. While it seemed that space was completely quiet and devoid of disturbing factors, the truth was much different. From roaming space dust to cosmic radiation, there were too many sources of interference to count, and many of them could produce a lot of small faults that could result in major malfunctions if they piled up to an extent. Therefore, the safest way to build a ship was in a controlled environment with zero gravity. This was why the small oven was relatively thick. It had to offer a high degree of protection against external factors and also manipulate gravity, air and other internal conditions without any gaps in coverage. The small oven can repair any sub-capital ship that fits inside. A naval engineer assigned to serve as a tour guide explained. Due to its dimensions, the small oven is mostly suited to performing work on long and narrow starships. The good news is that most human vessels adhere to this design standard. Only eccentrics own square or spherical-shaped starships these days. In other words, the best bread that the Larkinson clan could bake with the Diligent Ovenbird were traditional baguettes. The small oven also possesses enough construction modules to build new vessels, right? Yes, sir. Our current systems are powerful and extensive enough to construct new hulls up to frigate-class vessels. Don't expect us to build any combat carriers, though. They are much larger, heavier and more demanding to construct. Vase glanced at the naval engineer. There is usually a huge safety margin when it comes to specifying these kinds of features. If we loosen our standards and accept a higher degree of risk, is it technically feasible for us to build our combat carrier? The man had to think about this question. This was a difficult scenario that would strain the small oven's facilities. It would also require the crew to work outside of regular parameters. I can't say for certain, sir, but if we are truly desperate, we can do it. He said, don't think that we can start making combat carriers right away, though. We lack the heavy-duty construction equipment that allows us to build ships of this scale. We can only do it by improvising a lot of new and unsafe methods and performing a lot of labor-intensive manual work. It would be similar to trying to fabricate a mech with handheld tools. I see. The analogy mentioned by the engineer was a bit exaggerated, but drove the point home. Then let's take a step back. Vase suggested, what if we try to build a smaller and less ambitious starship, say a light carrier or an ever smaller carrier class? What our clan needs the most is the ability to pump out FTL-capable starships that can serve as motherships to as many mechs as possible. Without a sufficient number of capital ships, we won't be able to deploy enough machines in battle. This is why it is critical for me to know what the diligent Ovenbird is truly capable of in her current state. Since this was a serious matter, the naval engineer took several minutes of time to compose his answer. Combat carriers are demanding ships to build because they need to be able to withstand hostile fire, sir. If it isn't necessary to turn our carriers into mobile strongholds, then our job will be a lot simpler. Maybe it is still a stretch for us to construct a 40 mech light carrier, but a vessel that can accommodate half that number is a lot more doable. That was good news. Whether the carrier held 20 mechs or 40 mechs was not a huge issue. Being able to field 20 more fully functional mechs in the Red Ocean was better than fielding no additional mechs at all. It at least gave Vase an alternative, however inadequate it might look, should he fail to close a deal with a shipbuilding company. After he finished inquiring about the small oven, Vase began to move over to the big oven. This enormous, lengthy C-shaped section was designed to service capital ships. Although it wasn't able to offer dry dock conditions, the big oven still offered a huge amount of convenience, allowing the Larkinsons to perform independent repairs on battle-damaged vessels. This part of the diligent Ovenbird was a lot less exciting because the facilities were only sufficient to perform repairs. They were far too inadequate to construct capital ships from the ground up. In fact, the big oven wasn't even capable of performing the most difficult and extensive repair jobs. The big oven is mostly capable of performing surface repairs on capital ships, sir. It can also be used to repair sub-capital ships, but this isn't the best way to make use of its facilities. As long as the capital ship is shaped like other human starships, then the length of the vessel is no impediment to repairs. The hull can just be moved along the length of the big oven to repair the ship from bow to stern. This is the greatest advantage of its open layout. The vulnerable facilities will all be covered and shielded during routine space travel, so they won't get damaged by environmental hazards. The engineer didn't need to state that the Ovenbird was incapable of performing repairs under these circumstances. This was a major downside and one that would impose a substantial limit to the mobility of the overall fleet. Is there a way to mitigate or neutralize this shortcoming? Vase asked. Other than turning the big oven in a closed space like the small oven, which I do not recommend due to size limitations, you could try to acquire powerful heavy-duty shields. The engineer suggested. In order to shield a volume that encompasses several cubic kilometers against most external disturbances, second-class shield generators can no longer do the job. You will need to get your hands on first-class ones, which isn't practical. Vase frowned. This was pretty much a non-answer. A single first-class shield generator of this kind was probably more expensive than the rest of the diligent Ovenbird. Not only that, a shield generator that was able to project a huge energy shield needed to be powered by a power source of the same class, which was also insanely expensive. The cost and expertise required to maintain their upkeep was enough to turn this into an impossible dream. If this is the case, we either need to get our hands on a bigger mobile dry dock or wait until our entire clan upgrades to first-class standards. There was no way to reach these goals in the short and medium term. Well, shipbuilding was just a side activity to the Larkinson clan. Once Vase gained a good idea of what the diligent Ovenbird was capable of, he departed from the fleet repair vessel and returned to his flagship. He was content with both of his new acquisitions. As newer and more expensive capital ships, the Gorgonean and the diligent Ovenbird were definitely keepers. Unless they were destroyed in battle, Vase would strive to keep them in his fleet as long as they remained relevant. The same was not necessarily the case for the clan's other capital ships. Older and more worn vessels such as the Graveyard and the Dragon's Den had to be replaced sooner than later. Of course, if Vase really insisted on keeping them, then he could make arrangements to upgrade them. A shipyard could completely reinvent them as long as the clan was willing to pay enough money. The biggest question was whether it was worth it to go through so much effort. Vase didn't possess any special attachment to any of his capital ships. Not even the spirit of Bentime was irreplaceable in his eyes. Unlike his mechs, the ships of the Larkinson clan weren't alive. Why should he treat them as such? Sooner or later, the Larkinson clan needed a larger and higher capacity factory ship. Just like how the Larkinson clan replaced all of its entire third-class ships with second-class equivalents, Vase anticipated that he would initiate a similar swap once the Larkinsons were eligible to become first-raters. How long will that take? Vase did not dare to assume he could accomplish it within 20 or 30 years. The gap in wealth, tech, expertise and military power was too massive to be bridged in a couple of steps. He eventually put these long-term considerations out of his mind and continued to rest and prepare himself for his upcoming fabrication run. The next day, Vase and the other journeymen had gathered in his personal workshop again. Each of them were looking forward to ending this round of expert mech projects. Although they had all progressed considerably since the start of this round, the projects only served a handful of individuals. There were thousands more mech pilots in the clan that urgently needed newer, better and more specialized mech models. Aside from Gloriana, the other three journeymen felt much more at home when they were designing mass-production mech models. Woo, Bubuawawa, Mommy and Daddy are about to make a new mech, Aurelia. Gloriana softly told her baby. Would you like to stay with Mommy while I work? The tiny baby looked completely oblivious to what was going on. Her eyes already began to droop. Woo-woo-wah. Gloriana planted a soft kiss on Aurelia's head before she placed her daughter's body against her body. When she let go of her baby, Aurelia kept sticking to the same place with the help of technology. Gloriana wasn't worried her baby would drop. All right, Vase, I'm ready, let's complete this long overdue project. Chapter 3390. Confirming a theory. The circumstances of this fabrication run was similar to the previous attempt. It involved the same mech designers who had already made substantial gains compared to before. In fact, the four journeymen were even stronger than when they completed the expert mech upgrade of the Shield of Samar. Their mech affinities were higher and they internalized numerous useful insights after turning their latest expert mech into a masterwork. This time, the ambitious Larkinson mech designers aimed to repeat their previous critical success. This was a tough task as their accumulation was not as great as before. Vase vaguely felt his chance of making another masterwork was much less than before. Despite investing a lot of emotional commitment to the Chimera project, despite taking numerous risks with its design and despite implementing many innovations, the deck was stacked against him this time. I'll just have to put an even greater effort in this fabrication run than last time. Vase whispered to himself. He was confident he could find a way to succeed twice in a row. He just had to beat the low odds and turn the impossible into the possible by distorting reality. Soon enough, Venerable Joshua arrived at the workshop. He was the most depressed expert pilot as of late. His last two battlefield performances paled in comparison with the other Larkinson expert pilots and he had to wait the longest until he obtained his own custom machine. This was quite a difference compared to his previous treatment. As the Patriarch's golden boy, he used to enjoy a priority on all of the good stuff developed by Vase. It was highly unusual for him to wait at the end of the line this time. Venerable Joshua put up a brave face in public, but he was definitely harboring a lot of pain in his heart. Only the prospect of finally obtaining his own expert mech could dispel his darkness. So this is finally it, right? He asked. Vase nodded and gestured to the projected design. We'll be fabricating the base mech of the Chimera project today. Although I would have wanted to fabricate at least one mounted wargear loadout, they're too different from anything else that we have made before. The only way to make sure the extra add-ons work as intended is to complete the base mech first. Otherwise, we'll be forced to work around estimates that don't necessarily reflect reality. It's not important. You'll get your expert mech and its performance will be at least on par with our other expert mechs. The mounted wargear stuff can wait until later. What's important is that you can finally exert your full strength and resume growing just like Venerable Janzi. Okay, I get it, Joshua nodded. Janzi told me that I should prepare to play an active role in the production of my expert mech. I made sure to be in my best condition. Good. Has she also told you how you'll be bearing a piece of yourself to us? Vase asked. Something like that. She didn't elaborate too much about that. We're not exactly friends these days. Oh, it's not a big deal. The effect is similar to when you took part in battle formations. We'll all connect to a different kind of network this time, which lasts longer and is much more suitable for mech design purposes. What you need to take into account is that each participant will not have as much privacy as before. Though the entity responsible for maintaining the network will make sure to filter out irrelevant thoughts, the entire point of doing this is to increase mutual understanding. There had to be an exchange of ideas in order to produce synergies. The more Joshua bared himself to the mech designers, the more people like Vase was able to tailor his work according to the expert pilot. Soon, every journeyman was finished with their respective preparations. Gloriana had put extra effort into making sure that she could take care of Aurelia throughout the day. Even though a baby did not belong in a mech workshop at all, neither Vase nor Gloriana wanted to keep Aurelia out of their sights. They weren't willing to pass her on to a nanny either, though they had called in and put a caretaker on standby should they need one during this fabrication run. It was only after checking all of the preparations related to caring for their baby that the parents were ready to make another child. Start. Gloriana called out Alexandria. The red spiritual cat directed a loving gaze towards Aurelia before she performed her function. Mao. Several strong spiritual bonds stretched out from her intangible body. They all latched onto the heads of the mech designers as well as Venerable Joshua. It took only a brief moment of time for Joshua to accept the connection. As soon as he did, he widened his eyes as he went through the same experiences as Venerable Janzi. This was a unique moment for him. Although he had bonded with other mech pilots before this when he took part in several battle formations, those were much different situations. A battle network worked best when the mech pilots were all aligned to each other. They were trained and instructed to rid themselves of as many distractions as possible and achieve complete harmony with their fellow comrades in arms. There was no room for diversity and individualism in battle networks. Everyone had to be in sync with the nexus to allow it to channel a greater amount of extraordinary power. A design network was set up in a different way. It was explicitly meant to embrace people's differences. It was actually counterproductive to connect two identical people together. The greatest value of this new network was to put opposites together. This allowed them to cover for each other's weaknesses while sharing their respective strengths. This was one of the reasons why the previous fabrication run yielded so much success. Every mech designer was already capable of exerting their unique strengths, but the design network allowed them to share their best qualities and amplify their contribution to their work. It was no different this time. The four journeymen were already accustomed to the effects of the design network, so they did not slow down as they began their different fabrication tasks. The only novelty was that they had all gained a peek into Joshua's mind and spirit for the first time. He truly is a lot different from Venerable Janzi. Vase muttered. Out of all of the mech designers, Vase had the greatest interest in getting to know Venerable Joshua better. Compared to talking to someone, connecting directly to them was a lot more effective. There was no way to lie or distort about yourself, so Vase felt assured that he gained a true picture of Venerable Joshua. What he perceived so far did not deviate from his expectations. Venerable Joshua was almost exactly who Vase expected him to be. He was still a relatively normal mech pilot who just happened to be endowed by greater power. The contrast between Venerable Janzi and Venerable Joshua was striking. While they shared plenty of common ground such as their love for the Larkinson clan and their sense of decency, there were many other areas where they stood on opposite ends. One of Venerable Janzi's defining traits was how driven she was to accomplish her goal. She dedicated her entire life to protecting the Larkinsons, and this caused the rest of her personality to morph in a way that allowed her to better accomplish this self-chosen purpose. It was only when Vase was able to compare Venerable Janzi with Venerable Joshua that he was truly able to recognize how extreme Janzi's conviction had become. Compared to Janzi's extreme dedication for her goal, her ex-boyfriend was a lot more casual about fulfilling his own goals. A part of this was because Venerable Joshua's ambitions were a lot less grandiose. His main dream was to pilot Ves's living mechs. Back when he was just a mech cadet, he already fell in love with the earliest mechs designed by Vase. Joshua's love and loyalty never faded over time. Just as Vase continued to design better living mechs, Joshua's adoration for them consistently grew stronger. This effect continued on to this day. By now, the young expert pilot's love for living mechs had grown into an unshakable obsession. "You really believe in my work?" Vase noted with a touch of surprise. Although it didn't look like it, Venerable Joshua had become such a fanboy of Vess's work that his faith in living mechs had practically become his religion. It was impossible for him to think that any living mech design was bad. Even if Vase deliberately botched up and designed a truly awful mech, Venerable Joshua would just rationalize a nonsensical story in order to keep his thoughts consistent. This was actually the only extreme and unreasonable part about Venerable Joshua. As long as he was thinking about anything other than living mechs, he became a lot more reasonable. He was little different from regular mech pilots in that regard. So that's how it is. Vase realized. I know why some expert pilots experience drastic changes in personality and why others hardly changed. Venerable Janzi's mission was so grand and involved that she essentially chose to shed a greater portion of her humanity. This sacrifice allowed her to rid herself of numerous distractions and impediments that might hinder her from fulfilling her goal. According to her own mindset, the choice she made was necessary. Venerable Joshua was different. From what Vase could gather, the expert pilot did not have to become more narrow-minded in order to fulfill his own ambition. A goal as simple as piloting every mech designed by Vase was not something that Joshua could fulfill better by sacrificing his humanity. It was therefore unnecessary for him to do so. In fact, considering his life domain, it was actually better if he lived a more balanced and fulfilling life. Ultimately, the conclusion that Vase drew between comparing the two expert pilots was that the extent of their changes was largely determined by their individual conviction, ambition and goals. The greater and more difficult their goals, the greater the extent to which they feel compelled to shed their humanity. Vase began to recall his impressions of the other Larkinson expert pilots. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson was a more casual expert pilot and was similar to Venerable Joshua. The light mech specialist also came across as normal. He knew a bit less about Venerable Orphan, but the expert pilot was just as obnoxious as before. As far as Vase knew, Rosa Orphan's greatest goal was to earn glory and make a name for herself. However, this was mostly a personal goal that did not put a lot of weight on her shoulders, so it should not be a surprise that her personality barely deviated from her previous self. The same applied to Venerable Dice, though she was already a highly dedicated mech pilot from the start. Her dedication to the sword was strong before she was an expert pilot, and it had not noticeably changed after she broke through. Venerable Stark should be different, though. Vase guessed. Though the comparison wasn't entirely apt, back when she was a broken and traumatized expert pilot, her conviction probably wasn't anything impressive. This also caused Davia Stark to be relatively weak and fragile among her peers. The fact the Sandman succeeded in breaking a strong-willed expert pilot was sufficient proof. The new Venerable Stark was a completely different beast. After Venerable Brutus brought her on a soul-searching tour, she reinvented herself and set an undeniably greater and more difficult goal for herself. As a consequence, she shed much of her human weaknesses along with other parts of her humanity, such as her ability to love. All of this was necessary for her to go on a path of vengeance and take down the most powerful organizations in human space. When Vase kept considering all of these individual cases, he finally understood the differences between expert pilots. This left him with one interesting question. Are Joshua and Tusa weaker than Janzi and Stark? Chapter 3391. Making a difference. Vase did not expect that at the start of fabricating the final expert mech of this round, he would derive a major insight on the nature of expert pilots. A comparison between two substantially different expert pilots produced many layers of contrast. By analyzing which aspects Joshua and Janzi differed from each other, Vase was able to derive several new guesses and obtain tentative proof on his theories. He thought back on how expert pilots worked. They essentially derived their might from their extraordinarily high willpower. Yet willpower was not a neutral or abstract existence. Unlike other forms of energy such as heat or electricity, willpower came in different flavors and could not exist in complete isolation. It was a phenomenon that was derived from a living mind and also depended on that relation. The implication here was that every expert pilot derived their strength on how much they were willing to fight for a cause. Whether their goals were self-centric or for the greater good, each of them had to find a reason to fight, and they did not pursue it like normal people. No, these powerful warriors had to go above and beyond normal soldiers and develop an extreme obsession towards their respective goals. If expert pilots wanted to grow stronger, then they needed to strengthen their willpower. One of the ways to do that was to become more devoted to fulfilling their cause. This implied that one of the growth processes that expert pilots had to go through was to shed more parts of their humanity so that they could more easily sharpen their willpower. It was a lot easier for someone to dedicate himself to a cause when he harbored no other distractions. What a mystifying existence, Vase whispered to himself. The connection between high-ranking mech pilots and extraordinary swordmasters implied that the latter served as a model for the former. When Vase thought about swordsmen who dedicated their entire lives to perfect their swordsmanship, it was natural to think that those who shed almost every other distraction such as love, fear, doubt and hesitation could display greater might than those with muddled heads. According to this theory, Venerable Janzi and Venerable Stark should be experiencing faster growth than Venerable Tusa and Venerable Joshua. After all, compared to the two male expert pilots, the two women no longer lived any meaningful personal lives. In every waking moment, they constantly thought about what they could do to further their cause and pursue greater strength. It was also a coincidence that these two expert pilots happened to be the only ones who possessed masterwork expert mechs in the Larkinson clan. The combination of more extreme dedication and access to masterwork expert mechs meant it was already doomed that Venerable Janzi and Venerable Stark would grow a lot stronger. Becoming an ace mech was a lot more in reach for these two expert pilots than the overwhelming number of their peers. Did this make a more grounded expert pilot Venerable Joshua weak? If Vase viewed him the same way as Venerable Janzi, then Vase would just sneer and think that the expert pilot deserved to be weaker. The problem was that Joshua was a lot more important to Vase than normal. Not only were they friends of sorts, they also worked well together. Out of every other expert pilot, only Joshua was able to align perfectly with his design philosophy. All mech designers dreamed of obtaining the services of an expert pilot that could utilize the full potential of their mechs. Therefore, Vase was unable to accept the notion that Venerable Joshua was weaker and had less growth potential. Conviction doesn't determine everything, he told himself. There are many other factors that ultimately determine the strength of an expert pilot. The power, quality and fit of his expert mech also plays a huge role. The effective performance of a mech pilot was inseparable from his mech. This relationship remained the same no matter the strength level of the pilot in question. At the expert pilot level, the expert mech had to be adapted to the unique strengths and capabilities of its partners. Universal, open-ended expert mechs didn't exist because such machines simply couldn't align to the unique force of will produced by different expert pilots. Ves's eyes lit up as he grasped this key detail. Assuming that someone like Venerable Joshua suffered from a handicap compared to more promising expert pilots, one of the ways in which he could catch up to the likes of Venerable Janzi was to pilot a stronger and more fitting expert mech. It's up to me, then. Vase concluded as his fire burned hotter. One of his earliest models about the strength of a mech was that it was not solely down to the machine itself. The effective performance was actually determined by interplay between the mech pilot and mech designer. Vase already understood that both Venerable Janzi and the newly upgraded Shield of Samar were formidable existences that possessed high potential. Together with the indeterminate support of Kilangso, Janzi would be able to go far as long as she did not die along the way. What Vase needed to do was to give Joshua an even better expert mech, and he believed that his own qualities could make the difference. He gained more confidence in his immediate goal after realizing one crucial difference between Venerable Joshua and Venerable Janzi. The Shield of Samar is a strong living mech, no doubt, but it suffers from one major shortcoming. The Masterwork expert mech did not receive the support of a mech designer who specializes in defense. Mech designers could only excel in a limited number of fields. No one could be good at everything, and that produced many constraints, especially in organizations that only retained a limited number of lead designers such as the Larkinson clan. In the absence of a high-ranking mech designer who developed a defense-oriented design philosophy, Gloriana did her best to substitute this essential role. However, Gloriana possessed a more holistic design philosophy that did not directly enhance the defense of a mech. Rather, her ability to pursue a great degree of technical perfection allowed her to design and make better defensive structures than someone who did not excel in them like Vase. This was definitely an advantage, but not as significant as the benefits that a defensive specialist could bring to the table. In comparison to the latest version of the Shield of Samar, the Chimera project was designed from the ground up to complement Venerable Joshua's own qualities. His broad skill set, his ability to pilot different mech types and his open-mindedness towards different forms of life all resulted in a unique expert mech design that aimed to maximize each of these traits. Right now, Vase focused on Joshua's compatibility with different forms of life. As a mech designer who took advantage of this quality many times, Vase was able to leverage this capability more effectively than others. Now that he was connected to a design network, Vase proactively sought to reach out to Venerable Joshua, who was still immersed in the novelty of being able to peek into the thoughts and emotions of various mech designers. Joshua. Vase called out to the expert pilot standing on the other side of the workshop. At the same time, his summons echoed through the design network, making it impossible for the expert pilot to miss his intentions. Yes, sir, come over here, stay by my side and cooperate with whatever I am trying to do. I think we can combine our strengths in a way that will produce a greater result. Venerable Joshua looked hopeful. He did as he was told and stood next to Vase. His force of will also enveloped the mech designer, causing them both to become highly sensitive towards different aspects of life. Vase did not even need to explain his intentions to Joshua. The design network allowed him to convey an impression of his plans. He planned to use the coming week of fabrication work as an opportunity to perform experiments. Just the thought of being able to derive a new innovation from this special moment stoked his passion further. Naturally, his enthusiasm infected the other mech designers through the design network, thereby causing everyone to approach their work with greater optimism. Gloriana briefly glanced at Vase and Joshua and looked intrigued. It was too bad that she wasn't able to contribute to whatever her husband was planning. The only thing she could do on her end was to perform her own work to the best of her abilities. A day went by as the mech designers began to fabricate the first parts of the Chimera project. Compared to the Shield of Samar, the expert hero mech that was designed for Venerable Joshua was considerably smaller and lighter. There was an immense difference in mass and volume between a medium mech and a heavy mech. In addition, the Chimera project was designed to be a fairly mobile and maneuverable machine among expert mechs, which meant that it was not too thick. It would only take 7 days to fabricate this mech, though Vase took into account that it might take an extra day due to complications such as the need to care for Aurelia. Right now, the baby had not produced any significant disruptions to the schedule. Carrying her around made Gloriana happy. Even if she spared some time away from her duties in order to stop her baby from crying, she made up for it with renewed enthusiasm. In comparison, both Juliet and Kedis acted fairly low-key again. They quietly worked on the parts that were directly related to their respective specialties, which was already sufficient. The mech designer who truly had the greatest influence on the outcome of this fabrication run was unquestionably Vase. Even as he performed his duties, he went out of his way to try out different experiments in order to see whether he could achieve a breakthrough in his methods. The only problem was that he could not completely invest all of his efforts on his trials. This was why he started off small and began to make small changes to his work approach. The first idea that came up to him was to find a way to inject more life in his work. Together with Venerable Joshua, he asked whether the expert pilot could inject his extraordinary force of will into the parts that were being made. The results were relatively lackluster so far. There was no inherent way to inject Joshua's willpower in any of the components and subcomponents that Vase was fabricating. It just didn't stick. This meant that Vase had to leverage Joshua's power in a different way. He began to draw from Joshua's force of will with the pilot's permission. Vase subsequently tried to immerse himself in it. This was harder than it sounded because the willpower of another person was not easy to embrace. However, as Vase stopped trying to master Joshua's willpower in a forceful manner and instead tried to harmonize with it, he finally achieved a different result. By adopting a friendly demeanor and trying to achieve greater cooperation with Venerable Joshua, Vase found out that he was able to grasp the expert pilot in a way that reminded him of embodying his design spirits. Joshua. Yes, Patriarch, I need you to trust me. I want us to do something that other people will probably consider stupid. The expert pilot looked skeptical. What are you trying to do, sir? Vase turned and grinned at Joshua. Let's try out a new experiment. Pretend I'm an expert mech and try to resonate with me. Don't go full out. I don't want you to blow my head or anything. Just start out slow and see what happens. Joshua couldn't believe what he was hearing. Are you mad? You're not a mech. I never heard that something like this could be done. There's a first try for everything. If my assumptions are correct, I think we'll be able to achieve a surprising result. I know what I'm doing here and I don't think it is as impossible as you think. What about a neural interface? It's not necessary. Our design network already ties us together. Ves's proposal was so mad that not even the other mech designers could remain calm. All three of them finally had a direct taste of the clan patriarch's infamous madness. Chapter 3392, Strange Cooperation. Venerable Joshua didn't even know where to begin. When the mech designer he admired for so many years asked to be treated as an expert mech, Joshua blanked out for a moment. The suggestion sounded so absurd that Joshua didn't even think it was possible. Even if he somehow managed to produce a reaction, the chances were great that something horribly wrong might ensue. During his pilgrimage to the MTA's sector headquarters, the friendly and knowledgeable instructors over there taught him about the dangers of exposing his mind to others. Expert pilots possessed extraordinarily strong minds and wills, which not only enabled them to resonate with an expert mech, but also allowed them to impose their mental strength on others. Most of the time, this was fairly harmless as an expert pilot's willpower was only able to induce psychological pressure onto other people. Although there was the potential for abuse, the MTA generally didn't mind because expert pilots were generally honorable and they weren't particularly strong outside of their cockpits. That said, there was one particular scenario where the abnormal mental strength of expert pilots could result in fatal consequences. He still remembered the words of the MTA instructor to this day. Experiments have been conducted in the past that attempted to connect the mind of an expert pilot with the mind of a mech designer. This has almost always produced fatal or near-fatal results as your willpower is too domineering for other people to handle. Your mentalities are like volcanoes while the mentalities of mech designers are akin to cities. Putting the two together will result in ruination. If a mech designer ever asks you to interface directly with his mind, then always say no. Don't do it for your own sake. Do it for the other person's sake. Expert pilots were too strong. Even if Venerable Joshua was just a low-tier expert pilot who hadn't been able to grow his resonance strength that much, he still possessed a degree of mental fortitude that was far more dense and solidified than that of a journeyman. After all, people like Venerable Joshua evolved to put up a better fight against his enemies. His transformation was completely oriented towards increasing his combat strength. In contrast, people like Vase evolved to design better mechs. While his mind and spirit were strong in their own right, as a non-combatant his chances of holding his own against the mentality of an expert pilot were awful. Vase didn't need to remind himself of this truth. His confrontation against St. Yllamerca more than a month ago provided him with plenty of proof that high-ranking mech pilots ranked at the top of their ranks in terms of threat and direct combat strength. Just as Venerable Joshua attempted to dissuade the mech designer he depended on the most from doing exactly what the MTA warned against, a hand rested on his shoulder. Vase looked straight into the expert pilot's eyes. Trust me, I am aware of your concerns, and I am also aware of all of the ways it can go wrong. However, those scenarios you are thinking about are different from our current situation. I'm not flying blind here. I am relying on a number of assumptions that can allow us to grasp a method that can work. I am confident that our distinct conditions will allow us to succeed where others have failed. The more he thought about it, the more Vase became eager to try out this latest idea. His extreme desire and enthusiasm radiated from his mind, giving Joshua a good understanding of how obsessed the other person could be when faced with a promising new possibility. In fact, it was the first time that Vase showed this side to others in such a direct fashion. The other people in the design network such as Kedis never knew that Vase could be so passionate about trying a new experiment. Only Gloriana possessed a greater familiarity on how engaged Vase could be. She had participated in some of his experiments in the past, but even then she never experienced his passion so directly. Though Venerable Joshua ordinarily would have rejected this dangerous notion if he faced any other mech designer, Vase was different. The clan patriarch was not only the object of his own obsession, but had always managed to produce one advancement after another. That gave Joshua a lot of faith in Vase. Combined with the well-reasoned theories that Vase was cooking in his mind, the expert pilot became swayed by the possibilities. Venerable Joshua was not a selfless person. He hungered for power as well. He wanted to become stronger so that he could not only protect Patriarch Vase against stronger threats like the Olympus Mons, but also pilot the more powerful machines that the mech designer was able to design. Right now, an opportunity to obtain a stronger mech had come. If Vase was able to realize his current ideas, the Chimera project might be able to catch up or potentially exceed the likes of the Amaranto and the Shield of Samar. I am at your disposal, Joshua eventually said. Good. Vase grinned. Follow my instructions and cautiously reach out to me. It will be difficult for you to transmit your entire will to my mind through the design network, but that will limit the potential risks that we might incur, so don't hesitate too much. Alexandria's design network already propagated Joshua's force of will to the other journeymen, but only to an extent. This was because the expert pilot did not actively push out his formidable strength onto others. This was also why the previous fabrication session never produced any serious danger. When Venerable Janzi connected to the design network back then, she mostly played the role of a passive observer. Aside from allowing the mech designers to become more familiar with her outlook and piloting style, Janzi basically stood around all day. Vase did not believe that this was the limit that expert pilots could do to contribute to the fabrication of an expert mech. This was the best opportunity for him to put this assumption to the test and produce an unprecedented result. He repeated his earlier instructions and guided Venerable Joshua to extend his force of will in Ves's mind. Once a trace of Joshua's powerful will fell into the right place, Vase took a moment to get familiar with its power and properties. Although Vase was exposed to Venerable Joshua's force of will often enough, those situations were different. His formidable mental defenses blocked all of the danger and adverse effects of an expert pilot's strong willpower, so Vase did not actually experience the true depth of Joshua's power. Now that Vase directly coaxed a portion of Venerable Joshua's force of will through his mind barrier, the risks were much greater than before. It was similar to the difference between detonating a bomb outside or inside a mech. Any mech was designed to resist a lot of external damage, so an ordinary bomb did not pose much of a threat against a machine. It was a different story if the bomb exploded while it was directly inserted into the vulnerable guts of a mech. The degree of protection was not as great, so a bomb that could unleash all of its destructive potential to crucial components could easily cripple the machine. Now, Vase was exposing himself to the same kind of effect by going through with his insane idea. Yet as he began to familiarize himself with Joshua's force of will, he tested out the first of his assumptions. We are similar people, Vase took the initiative to explain to Joshua. Both of us exert our strength through life. Whether it is creating them or cooperating with them, we are similar enough to each other that we should be compatible with each other. Now try to resonate with me. Perhaps it is easier for you to imagine that I'm a biomech. This was a huge leap that discomfited Venerable Joshua a bit, but a part of him was incredibly interested to see whether this odd idea would work. If he was able to interface and resonate with Vase, what would happen? Would Vase be able to understand Venerable Joshua on a deeper level than before? Would Joshua be able to pilot Vase as if he was a biomech? Would they produce a fusion where they could both combine in some sort of superhuman entity? Nobody knew what would happen, not even Vase. All he could do was base his expectations on his assumptions and hope that his logic was solid. A minute passed as Venerable Joshua tentatively tried to resonate with Vase. He was in no hurry to exert all of his strength in case it was dangerous, but the more he tried to grasp onto Vase, the more he found himself unable to resonate with anything. When Vase saw that Joshua was unable to produce a result, he was able to guess what was wrong. You need to latch your will onto something in my mind. Let me guide you to the source of my strength, he said. Under his guidance, Joshua's force of will slowly moved to his design seed. Vase immediately felt an intense vigilance from his design seed. He already knew that this was an instinctive self-defense mechanism. He suppressed this impulse as best as possible in order to proceed with this experiment. Now, try to resonate with me. We should be able to achieve a solid result this time. When Joshua's willpower came in touch with Ves's design seed, both mech pilot and mech designer cried out at the same time. Joshua only experienced a relatively minor sting, so he wasn't strongly affected by the unexpected reaction. Vase was different. As soon as Joshua tried to resonate with his design seed, he experienced a strong shock that not only repelled the expert pilot's influence, but also gave him a painful mental spike. Damn, it hurts. He held his head in pain. Even with his prior experiences of straining his mind and spirit, Vase still found it difficult to endure the strain. Fortunately, his condition didn't last too long. Once the pain faded away, Vase quickly inspected his own condition. His design seed hadn't changed or incurred any damage, though he got the sense that it was not happy at the moment. Vase did not become discouraged at this result. Failure was normal in experiments. Even a negative outcome provided him valuable data. When Vase analyzed what had happened, he developed a number of theories why this attempt had failed. He also tried to figure out another approach that might yield a different result. Eventually, Vase came up with a tentative idea. You're good with animals, right? Venerable Joshua, who was previously concerned at what he had inadvertently done to Vase, relaxed as he saw that he had not inflicted serious damage. Yes, I respect all kinds of life. Whether they are living mechs, The pets that roam around our ships are the design spirits that help us out in battle. I've found that I'm pretty good at understanding them. I can't do much with animals, though. Vase smirked as he summoned Blinky from his mind. Not every animal is the same. My cat here excels at manipulating different kinds of energy. His tolerance towards your will should be greater than mine. Try to resonate with him if you can. Blinky looked encouragingly at Venerable Joshua. Murrow. When Joshua attempted to resonate with Blinky, the cat behaved differently than Ves's design seed. No rejection took place. However, as Blinky began to experience entirely new sensations, Joshua found it difficult to resonate with the strange cat. He and the cat did not have as much in common, so there wasn't an immediate basis of cooperation. Yet neither Vase nor Joshua gave up. As the latter got more in touch with Blinky, he was able to learn more about the star cat. As his understanding of the companion spirit increased, Joshua was able to adjust his mentality and become more in sync with Blinky. This time, a strange harmony took place between the two. The beginnings of resonance took hold on the spiritual cat. Murrow. Blinky's body shook and glowed as a strange force emerged from his intangible body. Yet even as this strange experiment succeeded in arousing resonance, Vase did not experience any apparent improvements in his ability to make a mech. It was as if this phenomenon was completely unrelated to what Vase was trying to accomplish. This is more difficult than I thought. Chapter 3393. Modest result. As Vase began to wonder what he should do now that he achieved a strange result, Gloriana couldn't take it any longer. The new mother softly patted her baby who was sleeping soundly against her body. She checked to make sure that Aurelia was covered by a moderate sound isolation barrier before she opened up her mouth. You need to cut it out, Vase. You've made your attempt. Don't waste your time on forcing out a positive result. The more you experiment, the more you are getting sidetracked. You're not only getting further away from achieving your goal, but you're also distracting the rest of us from doing our jobs. Don't ruin this fabrication run. There's nothing wrong with adopting the same approach as before. Her words woke Vase up from his obsession. He became aware that he had completely stopped his work in order to focus on what he could accomplish with Venerable Joshua. Though he was happy that he discovered a new interaction, it didn't yield any productive outcomes. Though Venerable Joshua was compatible with different life forms and Blinky was capable of dealing with different kinds of energy, the resonance they produced was weak and incomparable to the true resonance that an expert pilot was able to produce with an expert mech. This was not an odd outcome now that Vase thought about it. Expert mechs were explicitly designed for the purpose. Their entire design was made to enable and maximize this phenomenon. Blinky was just a spiritual cat. He was not designed to resonate with an expert pilot at all. His insubstantial form did not contain any resonating exotics that Joshua could latch on to generate systematic resonance. In other words, what Venerable Joshua managed to accomplish with Blinky was accidental. It had nothing to do with the benefits that Vase was hoping to obtain. Vase rapidly thought about what was happening and what he could do to achieve a useful result. Despite Gloriana's warning, he had no intention of stopping at this point. He intuitively sensed that he was on the right track. He just needed to change the variables in order to achieve a more desirable outcome. He put his thoughts in order and considered the current data. When Venerable Joshua attempted to resonate with his design seed, the latter reacted with a powerful rejection. When Venerable Joshua attempted to resonate with Blinky, both of them produced a tentative but useless harmony. What if Vase tried to accomplish the former but through a detour? If Blinky acted as a medium for Venerable Joshua to channel his willpower, Vase might be able to accomplish effective resonance by commanding his companion spirit to embrace his design seed. This sounds a bit iffy. Vase already encountered an initial rejection. He was afraid that his second attempt might deal actual damage to his design seed. The risks were too great this time. Vase could not afford to put his entire mech design career at risk just because he wanted to try out an experiment. Though the potential payoff was big, it was not crucial to Vase. His life wasn't on the line this time, so there was no need for him to go to such extremes. Besides, Vase lacked theoretical support for this idea. He was not able to predict what might happen if Joshua resonated with his design seed with the help of Blinky. He let out a deep breath as he dropped his current train of thought. Perhaps the justifiable caution and concern transmitted by Gloriana through the design network had played a role in waking him up from his crazy ideas. Whatever the case, he lost some of the extreme hopes and excitement that drove him to consider the notion of messing with his design seed in the first place. What now? Neither Vase nor Venerable Joshua had a solid idea on how to proceed. Though the latter kept resonating with Blinky, absolutely nothing happened aside from making him glow a bit brighter. If he wasn't able to come up with an alternative idea, then he would have no choice but to follow Gloriana's advice. He was already falling behind schedule. If he continued to squander his time on one failed experiment after another, then he would lose his momentum and resume his ordinary work without the support of his previously high passion and morale. Vase imagined that he had reached the edge of a cliff. When he looked down, he saw nothing but darkness and fog. Endless treasures might be resting down below, but the obscuring fog could also be hiding a lot of monsters. Should he take the plunge or walk back from the edge before it was too late? He fell into a difficult dilemma. As a consummate risk-taker, it was in his nature to take any gamble he found reasonable enough. Yet right now Vase wasn't able to come up with any new ideas that could allow him to take advantage of the special conditions that were in effect at the moment. I need inspiration. Suddenly, a light shone in his mind. Wait a minute. Vase withdrew the hammer of brilliance that was hanging on the side of his toolbelt. He looked at it with a promising glint in his eyes. Let's see if this works. He did not hesitate any longer. After taking another deep breath, he lightly bonked his head with the flat side of his hammer. Instantly, his head began to glow in bronze. Vulcan's power took effect, causing Vase to enter into a false-inspired state that massively boosted his thinking in several ways. His logic, deduction, memory, pattern recognition and many other mental capabilities experienced a significant jump. It was difficult for Vase to describe the degree of improvement that he was currently benefiting from, but it was not an exaggeration to say he became 50% smarter. As thinking improved, a lot of observations, assumptions and whimsical guesses blended together and spat out a number of promising ideas. Vase immediately grasped onto the most promising one. I see, maybe there is a use for this effect after all. I'm just looking at it the wrong way. Blinky, follow my lead. Muro. Vase directed his attention back to the production machine that he had previously been using to synthesize the luminaire crystals needed to assemble the Chimera Project's mech rifle. Gloriana and the other two mech designers relaxed when they saw that Vase had resumed his work. His mood had also stabilized after he had whacked himself with his hammer. The atmosphere in the mech workshop became a lot more harmonious as everyone focused on their respective tasks while borrowing each other's strengths. The only difference was that Vase did not approach his work in a normal fashion. On the surface, he was indeed fabricating the parts that he was assigned to make. What wasn't as obvious was that Blinky played an active role this time. While the companion spirit hadn't activated his design network, he was currently serving as a target for Venerable Joshua to produce resonance. On its own, this resonance did not do anything. Yet Vase did not discount this phenomenon this time. He performed an additional action in the hopes of achieving a productive result. He attempted to imprint the parts he was making with the resonance produced by Joshua and Blinky. Vase theorized that this might induce a reaction that could cause the parts to become more in tune with Joshua. This would hopefully make it easier for the expert pilot to resonate with them when they were integrated in an expert mech. It was not the kind of synergy that Vase initially hoped to produce by combining forces with his favorite expert pilot, but he did not look down on any form of progress. Trying out a new idea and doing his best to add greater strength to the Chimera Project was key to increasing its combat power. Even if this was not directly correlated to turning the expert mech into a masterwork, a solid success could do wonders in increasing his mood, thereby indirectly improving his output. Joshua, you're doing a good job, but I need you to do more. Vase instructed as he began to work with his current idea. While I am synthesizing these luminaire crystals, try to reach out and imprint yourself on them. They will be used to make the Chimera Project's mech rifle, so the more you can attune yourself to them, the greater the power you can exert when you fire it in battle. The best result is that you can match the Amaranto's firepower. To be honest, Vase was exaggerating a bit. The Chimera Project's luminaire crystal rifle was smaller, weaker, less energy intensive and easier to handle. It was designed for mid-range strafing actions and high-speed dogfights. Its maximum output wasn't great, but its firing rate made up for it. Even so, the variable known as true resonance could always change these properties. Venerable Joshua became excited when he heard that he could make the rifle that his life would be depending on a little stronger. Although he didn't understand what was going through Ves's mind and how this all worked, the expert pilot put his complete faith in the mech designer who tried so hard to make his machine stronger. Slowly but surely, Vase produced several large luminaire crystals that he would assemble into a functional mech rifle at a later stage. When Vase closely studied the parts, he saw that they were all alive in a way that only he could make them. If Gloriana attempted to make the same parts, she wouldn't be able to impart as much life into them even if she had the assistance of a design network. What disappointed Vase was that the crystals he made didn't contain more life than usual. Even without making use of the unusual resonance generated by Venerable Joshua, the crystals wouldn't be any weaker. This can't be. There has to be a difference. Vase took a closer look at his recent output. When he extended his spiritual senses and examined their living qualities, he eventually perceived a subtle difference. Their spiritual character was a little different. When Vase compared them to Joshua's signature, he developed the suspicion that they had become a bit more aligned to the expert pilot. Could it be that he had managed to accomplish his objective? Would the changes to their spiritual character allow Venerable Joshua to resonate with them to a greater degree? Vase wasn't sure about this conclusion, but he had a hunch that this was definitely a positive change. It's working. He grinned as he presented his thoughts in an optimistic light. We've come up with a new way to improve a mech. Stay focused and keep resonating with Blinky while thinking about making all of these parts more familiar with your willpower. I will explain what each of the components I'm making is supposed to do while I make them. That way, we will both achieve the greatest possible cooperation. The expert pilot grew more hopeful. I'll try my best to keep this up and be of use. It has always been my dream to help you make my mech stronger. The two proceeded to work alongside each other without any further incidents. Vase was already satisfied with the results he achieved and did not think it was fruitful to chase after further nebulous rewards. He instead directed most of the benefits he gained from bonking himself with his hammer towards his more routine work. Several days passed by as both Vase and Joshua maintained their good vibes. As time went by, Joshua found that it became easier for him to maintain his resonating state with Blinky. After all, the companion spirit was much smaller than a mech and did not contain any resonating materials that transformed energy into other effects. The more Venerable Joshua channeled his power through Blinky, the more he became familiar with the spiritual cat. At some point, he began to develop his own ideas. Chapter 3394, Living Sword. Kedis inspected the giant mech sword that she had just forged and completed with great attention. She hadn't actually made many swords for mechs throughout her relatively short career, but she had been preparing for this job for many years. As both a wielder and a maker of swords, her comprehension and feel for swords was different from any other swordsman mech specialist. She had dedicated her entire life to designing the best sword-wielding mechs, and just like many of her like-minded peers, she trained and practiced in swordsmanship until she could actually hold her own in battle. That wasn't unusual. What made her different from other mech designers, even the highly focused purists from the Heavensward Association, was that she had actually succeeded in becoming a swordmaster. While there were apprentice mech designers who managed to break through with their swordsmanship in the past, they turned out to be pretty unexceptional at designing mechs. Due to how their extraordinary willpower fundamentally altered their mentalities, they could no longer exert their creativity, ingenuity and intellect in pushing their design philosophies to the next level. As for the more common situation of mech designers breaking through to journeymen, they eventually devoted less time to keeping up their swordsmanship. No matter how hard they trained, they made no substantial progress once they hit their physical limitations. It was impossible for them to transform their willpower and take their first true step of becoming a sword god. As far as she and everyone around her knew, Kedis was the first human to break this barrier. Through unconventional means, she had become both a journeyman and a swordmaster, thereby enabling her to enter the ranks of a small group of elites who wielded the might of two different extraordinary professions at once. And they happened to feed and synergize with each other in a wonderful fashion as well. Since her remarkable double breakthroughs, she constantly tried to find ways to take advantage of the interplay between her two professions. She used her technical expertise in swords and swordsman mechs to optimize her swordsmanship. Although traditional swordmasters disdained science and engineering and relied instead on their exceptional willpower to make reality bend to their demands, Kedis held a slightly different stance towards this approach. In her opinion, traditional swordmasters were too stubborn and ignorant. They never participated in any basic science courses at all since they had to devote so much time to practice and refine their techniques every day. By understanding proper natural principles, Kedis could achieve the same results by spending just half of the effort of other swordmasters. It was as if everyone was using their own arms to carry a heavy crate from one location to another while Kedis performed the same task but with a simple wheelbarrow. The amount of energy she needed to expend became much less because she actually bothered to use her mind. Aside from using her unique advantages to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of the sword styles she came in touch with, she also used her background as a swordmaster to improve her ability to design and make mechs. In her occasional exchanges with Vase during their working hours, Kedis gained a deeper understanding of the properties of both expert pilots and swordmasters. What made people like herself as well as Venerable Joshua stand out was how they were able to distort reality according to Vase. Through the operation of their unnaturally high willpower, they were able to bend the conventional laws of nature and even override them with their own ideas on how reality should work. Of course, the degree in which they could accomplish this was rather tentative. Kedis learned later on that this capability only truly lived up to its promise at the level of an ace pilot or a sword saint. Venerable Joshua still had much to go before they were able to develop their own domain fields, but that did not stop Kedis from doing her best to close the gap. To the young sword maiden mech designer, Joshua occupied a unique position in her life. He was not just another client like Venerable Tusa. His importance was on par with Venerable Dice, who she saw as a sister. As her boyfriend and the person who captured her heart, Kedis sought to give Joshua the greatest possible advantage that she could provide. The first step to doing that was pairing the Chimera project with the most suitable mech sword. She actively collaborated with Gloriana to design a melee weapon that fit the preferences and needs of both the expert mech and the expert pilot. It was difficult to settle for a single configuration as both of them were so versatile. The Chimera project's adaptable nature allowed it to function as a formation breaker, mid-range harasser, distant marksman, a closer-range duelist, and many other conceivable roles. Some of these situations asked for different kinds of swords. In the same way, Joshua's multiple styles allowed him to wield different swords in different styles. Although his skill in swordsmanship barely earned him a passing grade in Katiza's perspective, it was to his credit that he could fight proficiently with the great swords preferred by the sword maidens to the rapier that some heavenswarders like to wield. Still, Joshua could not be equally good in all sword styles and sword types. Out of consideration for the weapon he trained the most with as well as the properties of his future expert mech, Kedis settled for designing a simple one-handed arming sword. In her opinion, the Chimera project was already a complicated and intricate expert mech design. No hero mech was simple, and Vase applied all kinds of fanciful ideas to Venerable Joshua's machine in order to make it a little more excellent than the other Larkinson expert mechs. What Joshua needs is not another high-tech gizmo, but a solid and reliable partner in arms. Kedis initially wanted to design a more elaborate melee weapon for the Chimera project. Since the expert mech was all about adaptability, she drafted an ambitious design for a transformable sword. Inspired by the Chiron training mech that was able to adjust its physical dimensions to increase their fit to individual mech cadets, she envisioned a sword that was solid on the outside but mechanical on the inside. With a material as hard as unending alloy at her disposal, she came up with ambitious plans to design a semi-modular sword system that could fold in on itself or extend its reach during battlefield conditions. A crew of mech technicians could even add or remove modular elements in order to alter the mass and dimensions of the mech sword before a battle. However, after a lot of discussion, Kedis eventually shelved this ambitious plan. The main reason why she decided against implementing such a ridiculously versatile sword was because it was too risky at her current level of experience and expertise. She also worried about the sword breaking in the middle of a battle because it wasn't solid enough for Joshua's needs. There was nothing wrong with a simple sword. This was why she did not feel any regret for putting down her ambitious plan and settling for a more basic weapon that could last for years even with zero maintenance. Joshua can already rely on his fancy crystal rifle for versatility, she reasoned. Once he is locked in a desperate struggle against another strong opponent, his chance of winning will be higher if his fundamentals are solid. Gimmicks will only distract him and cause him to neglect the basics. She knew exactly what kind of warrior Joshua was like, and knew that he could adequately hold his own in most battlefield situations with the standard arming sword. It was not without a reason that most mech cadets initially started to train in swordsmanship with this type of weapon. Since the primary melee weapon of the Chimera project did not contain any complicated elements or even any key resonating exotics, Kedis did not experience any significant technical challenges when forging and assembling the weapon. Her previous experience with forging the decapitator had already taught her what she should pay attention to in order to maintain a consistent level of quality. This granted her enough room to try to strengthen the sword in another way. During the start of his fabrication run, Kedis paid close attention to both Vase and Joshua while they were all connected to the same design network. It was clear that the weight of this run centered around the duo. That didn't mean that she intended to do her part without any further expectations for more. Ambition burned in her heart as well, and her desire to give Joshua an extra edge in battle grew as she became more familiar with him through the design network. As a mech designer that also possessed the strength of a swordmaster, her ability to figure out Joshua was different from that of her coworkers. She did not possess a strong affinity for life, but her willpower was just as powerful if not more so than that of her boyfriend. By obtaining more direct access to Joshua's mind and will, she began to understand all sorts of aspects about him that he had never been able to convey as well in words. What particularly caught her attention was how much vitality he possessed and how extensively he embraced life. Her understanding of his unique strengths and his approach towards battle deepened the more she became familiar with his outlook. So that's how it is. To him, life is not only a partner, but also his weapon. Joshua didn't like to fight alone. He always sought to partner up, if not with other friendly mechs, then with his own living mech. His obsession towards them caused him to develop real means to leverage this quality in mechs to boost his effective performance and overcome more challenging opponents. Though his defeat at the hands of the Burza Fens taught him that his fighting approach had limits, he did not lose confidence. He was determined to bring it to new heights once he obtained a living mech that could fully keep up with growing demands. Since Venerable Joshua saw the Chimera project as both a willing partner and a living weapon, Kedis tried her best to make the mech sword into the same. One of the most important ways she accomplished this was by imbuing the mech sword with a selection of empowered sword styles. This was a recently developed technique that only a unique existence like Kedis could pull off. With the help of Sharpie, she imprinted the giant weapon she was forging with the essence of the sword styles that she had selected for her lover. She deliberately chose to impart the sword with more advanced selections such as the Annihilator sword style that Joshua hadn't mastered at all. The point of them was to give the expert pilot the option to borrow power from the substantial swordsmanship expertise that Kedis accrued to perform above his own level during battle. Although Kedis wasn't sure whether this ambitious method worked, she believed that Joshua's own strengths would allow him to turn the sword-style seeds she embedded in the mech sword to come alive. With this measure, you'll never get outmatched by an enemy up close. This wasn't all, though. As the days passed by, she continued to pay attention to what Vase and Joshua were doing. Slowly but surely, she gained inspiration from how they tried to infuse more life in the expert mech. Seeing how much Vase and Joshua concentrated on putting pieces of themselves into the mech they were making, Kedis began to develop the desire to do something similar. It wasn't enough to imbue the sword she was making with a portion of her swordsmanship. She wanted to give Joshua something special as a sign of her love in him. As her heart warmed at the thought of how he brought joy to her life, she spontaneously came up with a new idea. Sharpie, help me out here. She brought her considerable force of will to bear and tried to encompass the sword she had just made. After issuing a decisive command, Sharpie cut off a tiny portion of her will, inflicting substantial damage to her psyche, but she pushed through the pain and did her best to meld a piece of herself into the unending alloy blade. With this sacrifice, a part of me will always fight by your side. She declared, let this sword be our child who will accompany you as long as we are bound to each other. In response to her drastic measure, the enormous mech sword resonated with her unyielding will. Chapter 3395, Object of Affection Through an Act of Love. Kedis went above and beyond during this fabrication and sacrificed a portion of her own strength. The price she paid was great, so much that Vase became shocked when he realized what she had done. He knew that while the force of will of an expert pilot was strong, the person in question might suffer significant consequences once it got damaged. What she had just done would definitely have repercussions for herself. What have you done, Kedis? Joshua grew alarmed as he found out that his girlfriend was in pain due to her actions. I never asked you to do something like this. There's no need for you to go this far for my sake. The sword you've made is already good enough for me to rely upon in battle. You're wrong. A normal sword isn't enough to keep you alive. Did you know how awful I felt during the Battle of Fortia Zentra? A single dwarven expert mech almost managed to shatter your body to pieces with a giant axe. That's because I was trying to fend off an expert mech with a prime mech. I never stood a chance from the start. Kedis scowled at the other side of the mech workshop. You must never think that way. No matter whether you are fighting against an expert mech or an ace mech, I never want you to feel you're out of options. Since you're the kind of expert pilot who gets stronger if you can resonate with living partners, I've made sure your mech sword is one of the best of its kind. Just look at what I've made. The weapon, though dark and unassuming on the surface, radiated with power, love and will. Both Vase and Joshua could see that Kedis had clearly been taking lessons from them and put her own spin on their approach. The biggest difference between Vase and Kedis was the way in which they imparted life in their creations. Unlike Vase, Kedis was unable to make her products alive in the way that Larkinsons were familiar with. She had to borrow his help to do so, but that deprived her of a measure of control. The swords that they could make by pooling their strengths together were not weak and possessed numerous advantages, but the problem was that they required a substantial period of growth to unveil their potential. Kedis wasn't stupid. The short but volatile history of the Larkinson clan was marked by numerous harrowing battles. Now that the Larkinsons were all about to enter the Red Ocean, they needed to get ready to confront more powerful opponents. She did not worry too much about the medium-term prospects of the clan. Once Vase and other prominent Larkinsons adapted to the environment of the Red Ocean and found a way to make their clan thrive, they would have adequate means to defend themselves against most foreseeable threats. It was the early period that she was concerned about. Kedis used to live in the frontier of the galactic rim, and that was just an appetizer compared to the frontier conditions of the Red Ocean. With so many different sharks and predators roaming the dwarf galaxy, a modest-sized organization with a weak foundation like the Larkinson clan possessed a high likelihood of bumping into a hostile superior force. At that time, how could Joshua put up the best possible fight by wielding a living weapon that was the equivalent of a toddler in terms of growth? Kedis feared that her boyfriend wouldn't get the help he needed from his equipment to defeat a powerful foe. Just like how the Valkyrie Prime fell short against the Burza Fens, she did not want the Chimera project to falter in a similar fashion. This was why she came up with her own way of making her products more alive. Since she couldn't create new life by herself, she transferred a bit of her own life into the mech sword she had made. While she hadn't given away much, what she had done was enough to upgrade the sword. Due to Ves's influence on the entire Chimera project, the weapon was already alive in a sense, but the force of will injected by Kedis not only boosted this element, but also altered it so that it could leverage some of her powers and abilities. Though she was unsure how this would actually work in practice, she possessed a lot of confidence that her sacrifice was worth it. The sword she made with her own efforts became a lot stronger than the decapitator she made last. Even if it wasn't a masterwork weapon, Kedis was still confident that her gift would give Joshua an additional trump card. I don't want you to keep struggling against more powerful opponents. She explained her thoughts to her as her damage will compelled her to convey her intentions. You've risked your life so many times that I'm sick of it. I'm tired of our clan needing to go above and beyond to defeat stronger enemies. As far as I'm concerned, we should be the stronger combatants in a battle. I don't want us to be underestimated. I want us to be feared for our combat prowess, and with the help I've given you, you won't lose against any melee expert mechs. The object of her affection was incredibly touched by her dedication. He could clearly hear and feel the love she held towards him. The mech sword she made and imparted with an aspect of herself materialized her hopes in a living weapon that he could resonate with in a method that suited him best. Vase, who was relegated to the side in this touching moment, was both impressed and concerned at his former student's actions. Kedis, he spoke up, you can't shrug off the damage you've done to yourself. It might take years for you to recover from the consequences of your own actions. The woman remained unyielding. It's okay, I'm a warrior, I can handle the pain. It's better that I get used to this sort of injury in advance rather than in the middle of a battle. What hurts me will only make me tougher. It might affect your work, my ability to design mechs is still the same, Vase. It's not like I'm cutting pirates left and right these days, so it doesn't matter if I can't channel my sword techniques as well as before. Besides, Sharpie will bear most of the pain. Seeing that Kedis not only understood the price of her own actions, but also accepted them without any complaint, Vase and Joshua slowly dropped their protests. Vase placed a hand on the expert pilot's shoulder. What's done is done. Kedis has done her best to strengthen your expert mech. What the rest of us need to do now is to live up to her expectations and make sure the rest of the Chimera project is worthy to wield this much power. I understand, sir. We shouldn't let Kedis be the only one to make my expert mech exceptional. Through the design network, the participants all felt that Vase, Joshua and Kedis were much more emotionally invested in this project than the others. To them, the Chimera project wasn't just an expert mech like the Dark Zephyr or the Riot. Vase and Kedis cared a lot about its user, while Venerable Joshua fully ignited his desire to obtain the greatest possible power than an expert mech could bestow. It was due to the combination and sharing of these strong emotions and desires that the Chimera project increasingly went on the right track. Vase and Kedis already came up with numerous new production techniques that put the Chimera project on a higher starting point than the previous expert mechs. All of these extra measures built up to an increasingly more promising and hopeful result. Seeing how Vase and Kedis cared so much and worked so hard to improve just a single machine, Venerable Joshua felt touched in a way that he had never felt before. He never experienced this much dedication and affection back when the mech designers made the Valkyrie Prime for him. Back then, the Prime mech was just a modification of an existing mech design, which didn't require as much effort to realize. This was different. The design department invested over a year of intermittent development into its design. Although the mech designers only truly became serious about completing it a few months ago, Joshua could clearly see how they all reserved the best for last. His previous grievances about having to wait at the end of the line were no longer important. Compared to a lengthy delay, Joshua cared a lot more about piloting a mech that was developed by the people who he was close with. Right now, he felt as if he had become the luckiest and happiest expert pilot in the Larkinson clan. Who else could receive such extravagant treatment? The love and expectation directed towards him gave Venerable Joshua a push. He didn't want to receive their gifts without doing anything in return. He wanted to pay back all of the affection he received, and aside from doing his best to win all of the future battles he would take part in, he also sought to amplify the strength of his expert mech in his own way. Although he was not a mech designer and did not understand a thing about the advanced engineering that went through the heads of the journeymen, Joshua had developed his own understanding and feel of life. He piloted almost every single mech designed by Vase. Aside from competition mechs and custom mechs designed for other mech pilots, Joshua had already familiarized himself to the variety of living mechs that the clan patriarch was able to conceive. In the past few days, he resonated with a different form of life. Blinky was a highly unusual creature. Though the cat reminded Joshua a lot about Vase, he was his own distinctive existence and possessed different powers. The more Joshua learned about Blinky just by remaining in contact with the companion spirit, the more he became inspired. Yet that did not necessarily mean anything. Just like how resonance needed to be used in a useful manner in order to derive benefits from it, Joshua had to find a way to translate his inspiration into a plan that could allow him to fulfill his new desire. As the expert pilot continued to think on how he could realize his new idea, enough days had passed for the lengthy session to move on to the crucial assembly phase. When Vase briefly swept his senses across all of the parts fabricated by him and his colleagues, he noticed a small and distinct difference. The components made by him were significantly more attuned to Venerable Joshua, while the ones made by the rest were less aligned. It couldn't be helped. Only Vase was able to cooperate with Venerable Joshua to create this effect. This had led to an additional difference in the properties of different mech parts. Vase had mostly been responsible for fabricating the Luminaire crystal rifle as well as the various energy transmission systems needed to support the ranged combat operation of the Chimera project. This meant his efforts mostly granted Venerable Joshua an extra advantage in ranged combat. The melee capabilities of the Chimera project shouldn't be any weaker, though. Now that Kedis had also made a remarkable move, the expert mech's combat effectiveness was no longer as uneven as he feared. Now, all we need to do is to combine these strengths into a single frame. Vase smiled. Venerable Joshua looked on as the mech designers began to operate the heavy bots and machinery needed to put together a mech that consisted of parts that weighed several tons. A new life was finally taking shape. As the mech frame became more complete, it began to exude a greater presence. The time for him to greet his new battle partner was close at hand. Chapter 3396, Alive. A new hero expert mech was being born today. Inside a personal workshop located deep inside the spirit of Bentime, a ritual that combined precision engineering, heavy engineering and love had almost reached its conclusion. After 7 days of brisk and purposeful work, 4 journeymen and a single expert pilot had continuously poured their efforts into making the final and perhaps ultimate machine of this design round. For the mech designers, their time in the design labs and the mech workshops in the past year provided them with many challenges and delights. Each of them had made substantial gains as they successively worked on the 6 projects. Their approach had matured, their toolboxes held more techniques, and they became more adept at designing high-performance machines. More than that, the 4 journeymen also progressed their core design philosophies and developed a better understanding of the mechs they truly wished to design. Everyone was already satisfied. Each of them would be able to translate their recent improvements into substantially better results when they embarked on their next mech design projects. That said, their job was not yet done. They still had to assemble the final pieces into place. They also had to make sure that the parts that had already been added to the mech frame were sound and functional. All of this demanded the undivided attention of every mech designer. They no longer swapped as many thoughts and ideas to each other as they had already completed the most challenging and influential phase of the fabrication run. What they were doing now was more akin to consolidating their previous efforts than adding more value to the mech. It was too difficult to come up with a new way to make the end product a little stronger during this phase. That did not stop Venerable Joshua from thinking, though. At this moment, he still resonated with Blinky as the companion spirit roamed throughout the incomplete mech frame. Even if it appeared that this move hardly made any difference at this point, Joshua was still able to familiarize himself with the soon-to-be-completed Chimera project in advance. What struck him a lot about the Hero Expert mech was how he witnessed its creation from beginning to end. Due to participating in the design network, Venerable Joshua became awed and excited at how closely he was involved in the birth of his own expert mech. This was a machine that was truly designed and made for him from the ground up. It was a mech that not only embodied life to Joshua, but was also filled with the love and affection of its creators. From Kedis, Joshua received the most intimate form of love. From Vase, Joshua received the goodwill of the greatest mech designer. From the other 2 journeymen, Joshua received the trust and expectation of the Larkinsons who invested him with power to fight on their behalf. Whether their motivations were rational or emotional, Venerable Joshua became continually touched by all of the effort that everyone put in a single machine. The 4 journeymen were under no obligation to go through this extent to fabricate the Chimera project. Yet each of them did so without any hesitation. As a rule, any mech designer always sought to serve their clients as best as possible, but it was difficult to uphold this ideal in practice. There were many mech designers who did not provide as much service to individual clients, but the mech designers of the Larkinson clan were different. Everything was personal. While every Larkinson was used to treating their fellow clansmen as family, Joshua received more favor than others. Though he was expected to repay all of the gifts and attention he received by performing well in battle, this did not require any effort on his part. As an expert pilot and a soldier of the Larkinson clan, he was already committed to doing his absolute best to protect his fellow clansmen and destroy all of their enemies. This realization caused him to build a small degree of frustration in his heart. He knew more than any other mech pilot how much the mech designers worked to elevate the Chimera project. Compared to all of the effort and ingenuity that Vase and the others squeezed out of their minds, Joshua just sat around most of the time while passively resonating with Blinky. Over the past several days, he vaguely gained the notion that he could do something on his own initiative. This was a strange impulse, so strange in fact that he had buried it deep in his heart. He felt ashamed and uncertain about the notion that he could contribute to the formation of a mech by himself. He was not a mech designer and didn't know 1% of all of the knowledge required to design a machine. Others would think that he was being arrogant to the extreme for thinking that he could do better than any other mech designer. Yet the more the Chimera project reached completion, the more he felt that the expert mech was missing that final touch that could truly make it right for him. Joshua did not doubt the competences of the people who worked on its design, but none of them understood life and expert pilots like himself. Not even Vase, who possessed the greatest understanding of his powers and capabilities, understood all of his facets. Though Joshua loved all of Ves's living mechs, that didn't mean he was content to remain as a passive consumer. He already piloted so many living mechs designed for other people in mind. Each of them had their merits, but ultimately possessed elements that prevented Joshua from embracing them in their totality. He wanted to be more selfish this time. The mech designed exclusively for his use must not have any shortcomings that prevented him from piloting it as seamlessly as possible. With that thought in mind, Joshua became increasingly more committed to his planned course of action. Several strange thoughts flowed through his mind. Venerable Joshua took a lot of inspiration from the mindset and the methods employed by Vase and Kedis before coming up with his own plan of action. He patiently waited while the mech designers completed the Chimera project at their own pace. When the expert mech had reached its final juncture, Vase had slowly entered the cockpit in order to install the commemorative plate and add the final elements to the interior. At this point, Vase could already tell the final result of all of his efforts and the efforts of his colleagues. His worst fears had come true. After turning the Shield of Samar into a masterwork expert mech, Vase and the others had emptied their accumulation and started off this fabrication run at a lower starting point. He didn't think that this was an insurmountable problem. Even if he started this race in the rear, he just had to work harder to get to the front. Yet despite fabricating an innovative new expert mech and implementing several new solutions developed on the spot, the overall quality of the expert mech fell short of his hopes. It didn't matter that the Chimera project embodied its 3 core concepts to a higher degree than the other expert mechs. It didn't matter that he found a new way to increase the attunement between his expert mech and its expert pilot. It didn't matter that Ketty sacrificed a part of herself to empower the Chimera project's mech sword. All of that hard work just wasn't enough to overcome the invisible barriers that prevented journeymen like himself from climbing up the second rung of the craftsmanship ladder. Vase tried his best to suppress his growing sense of disappointment and expectation. All of his emotional commitment into the Chimera project made it hurt all the more that he had failed to accomplish his ambitious target. Yet regarding the expert mech as a disappointment was unprofessional and a disservice to both the machine and its user. The Chimera project was already strong and valuable in its own right. Vase stood by all of the design choices he made and did not regret completing it last. In the end, the cold hard truth was that he was simply too young, too inexperienced and too ambitious to be expecting another masterwork expert mech. "I'm too weak," he summed up with a sigh. In the future, this challenge probably wouldn't inconvenience him anymore. Whether it took 50 years or 100 years, Vase was certain that he would be able to climb the second rung of the ladder as easily as climbing other steps. He was far from reaching this point, though. As a result, the Chimera project he poured his heart and soul into became an expert mech that was merely good in terms of quality. Its quality wasn't even high enough for one of Lucky's gems to be able to make up the difference. In the end, it didn't even matter that his gem cat provided him with a batch of 5 new gems that he couldn't even identify. It turned out that he wouldn't have to play the gem lottery after all this time. For a moment, Vase loathed the expert mech he completed. Why couldn't it have been good enough to get close to the masterwork threshold? Why did all of his extra effort fail to make a substantial difference? I shouldn't feel this way towards an expert mech that is excellent in its own right. Vase reminded himself. He had no doubt that the Chimera project would perform well in battle, but it still lacked that extra factor that allowed the Amaranto and the Shield of Samar stand out from its peers. Venerable Joshua would be fine for the most part, but if his journey to ace pilot would doubtlessly be more arduous than Vase wished. The only way to remedy this problem was to design another expert mech or upgrade his existing one, but these measures only gave him a chance. Damn. As Vase put the final part in place, he sank in the piloting chair and tried to cleanse his thoughts. Vase looked up in surprise as he sensed the approach of a familiar figure. Venerable Joshua emerged from above and slipped inside the open entrance of the cockpit with a single, fluid maneuver. "Sir." Joshua nodded confidently at the mech designer. "What are you doing here? It's not time yet for you to test run this freshly made machine. The Chimera project isn't finished. Not in my eyes. It's not too late for us to perform an extra step." Vase grew puzzled. He could sense an aura of confidence and purpose from the expert pilot. It was as if the failure to turn the Chimera project into a masterwork did not affect him in the slightest. "What do you have in mind? I need your cooperation for this. Can you call over Blinky?" "Certainly, Muro." The cat quickly floated back to Vess's side. The star cat looked puzzled why he was needed. Hadn't they just completed the Chimera project? Joshua didn't explain anything further. He looked at Blinky while resonating with the companion spirit to a stronger degree than he had ever done before. Muro. As the spiritual cat became surrounded by an increasingly brighter green corona, Joshua suddenly drew a foldable combat knife from his belt. "Wait, what are you doing with that blade?" "Trust me, sir." Joshua resolutely cut the palm of his hand, inflicting a bleeding gash that already splattered the cockpit floor with drops of red. "Are you crazy?" The expert pilot did not listen to Vase. Instead, Joshua used his bleeding hand to grasp onto Vess's wrist before decisively making another cut on the mech designer's palm. "Ah, that hurts." Joshua moved quickly and gripped Vess's bleeding hand with his own one. The expert pilot proceeded to drag over their bloody handshake in the middle of Blinky's intangible body while it was affected by resonance. "The Chimera Project is our child," the expert pilot claimed as he conveyed a powerful will through his eyes. "Let us baptize it in blood and celebrate its completion." Something amazing happened that caused Vase to choke his calls for help. The blood that leaked between their palms seemed to gain power. As the cockpit floor became increasingly marked by fluids, the energies of life carried by the falling drops began to transfer to the entire mech. Further inside the machine, the energies transferred seemed to draw towards the parts that Vase had recently made while under the influence of Joshua's resonance. As soon as these parts received a jolt, they began to glow and resonate with venerable Joshua. Vase looked amazed as the expert pilot expanded his force of will and channeled as much of his power as possible. This was difficult on Joshua as he wasn't actually interfacing with the Chimera Project. Yet despite not activating the expert mech, he forced himself to reach out to the mech that was already designed to embrace his will and found a growing response. "It's truly come alive this time." Joshua grinned. Vase became gobsmacked as the living expert mech underwent an unexplainable change that condensed much of its living elements into a cohesive, living consciousness. For a moment, he felt as if he had come in touch with the Quint. Yet the Chimera Project's living qualities were a bit different. They were stronger and more complete despite not experiencing any growth over time. Even as the quality of the Chimera Project rose as a consequence of this mysterious improvement, the newly birthed consciousness conveyed its very first word. Alive. Chapter 3397, Complete Life. What was a living mech? Many people in the Larkinson clan had different answers to this question. The mech pilots who piloted the Bright Warrior and many other mech models designed by Vase possessed the most intimate contact with living mechs. By interfacing with them day after day, most often with the same mech, they began to learn that living mechs were different from the other machines they piloted in their careers. Whether it was the training mechs they piloted back when they attended a mech academy or the budget mechs that every rookie started to pilot when they joined an organization at the bottom of the hierarchy, mechs were mostly machines to them. No matter how well they were designed or how much money it took to build them, each and every mech functioned like a tool. They did what they were supposed to and did not influence the decision of their pilots. For 4 centuries, this had been the central paradigm of mechs. A machine is a machine and must always be harnessed by their human owners and controllers. Any mech that did not fit this definition was a potential threat as it could always go out of control at any time. Although modern mechs were so complicated and packed with different functions that it needed to be supported by an army of algorithms and sub-ICE to control all of its systems, the mech industry always made sure to adhere to a hard limit to the autonomy of any given mech. As long as the mech pilot stopped making the decisions that only humans should be making, a mech was no longer a mech in the eyes of the mech industry. It was a battle bot that was driven by cold hard logical programming instead of warm-blooded humans. The MTA had always taken a repulsive stance towards excessive automation. Not only did it go against the association's goal that technology must strengthen humans that used it, automation also posed a grave security threat. It was much easier to subvert the control of AI-driven battle bots than induce mech pilots to betray their leaders. While the CFA held a more accepting stance towards automation, mechs were different from starships. The difference in scale and complexity allowed mechs to become war weapons that were closely tied to humanity's own evolution and advancement. Under this regime, a mech designer like Vase had to bend to the rules and play the same game as everyone else. He had always studiously abided by the fundamental principle that humans should always master their own technology instead of the other way around. Admittedly, Vase had been pushing the limits imposed by the MTA. Starting from the X factor, he slowly explored and deciphered the phenomena that made certain mechs more impressive than others despite sharing the same design. He slowly came up with the concept of a living mech and had continually refined his methods until he could design and make one in his sleep. Not only that, but Vase took the idea of leveraging living entities to empower mechs a step further. After receiving the direction of his mother, he began to look outside the mech for additional sources of power and soon developed a side branch where he employed design spirits to provide more support to the Mech pilots that entrusted their lives to his products. Nowadays, these features had become the core selling points of his mechs. Whether it was his commercial mech models or his unique expert mechs, all of them were defined by the living elements that Vase imparted in their design. Starting from the beginning, each and every mech he designed in succession became a little more stronger and sophisticated in these aspects. The spiritual foundations of his mech designs became stronger and more structural. He continually added new design spirits to his collection while his existing ones grew stronger on their own accord. Yet no matter how much Vase improved in these areas, he had never broken the rule that a mech should gain so much autonomy that it was able to wrench complete control from its mech pilot. The Devil Tiger came closest to reaching this point, and some might even argue that it had already crossed the line. However, Vase made sure that it could not fully function without a mech pilot. Although Vase entertained notions about breaking this taboo, he had no intentions of acting on these thought experiments. There was no compelling reason for him to go this far because he actually agreed with the MTA for once. Humanity should never let technology dominate their lives. Of course, as a mech designer, he held a professional interest in preventing the rise of battle bots. There would be no market for mechs anymore if consumers began to dispense with the trouble of training mech pilots and preferred to make use of more convenient war weapons. However, Vase was not completely ignorant of the greater trend of humanity's evolution. Starting from the adoption of ever greater warships, human civilization had indeed been following a dangerous road. He simply could not agree with the CFA's vision of the future and would much rather help the MTA win the ideological struggle that might very well determine the course of humanity's future. This was why he felt rather mixed at this time. With his bleeding palm pressed against Joshua's own injured hand, the drops of life that soaked the cockpit floor had acted as a catalyst that prompted the just completed Chimera project to undergo a profound transformation. Although the mechanical elements of the expert hero mech remained the same as before, Vase could see that its spiritual foundation had reached a higher level. It was not entirely unfamiliar to Vase. He had already encountered something similar in both the Quint and the Shield of Samar. These two living mechs stood out from the rest by possessing greater and more conscious forms of life. Though they had their differences, their most exceptional aspect was that they were fully alive like any human being and could think like any other fully sentient being. In fact, Vase also suspected that the Ouroboros that he had designed during one of his previous mastery experiences also reached this height. This was different from most of the living mechs he designed today. Though he called mechs such as the Ferocious Piranha and the Valkyrie Redeemer alive, in truth they were only half-conscious. They weren't really active when the mechs were dormant and only came alive when the machines were activated. The living mechs only possessed faint control of themselves and still had to work together with the mech pilots to achieve the greatest influence. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing to Vase. He deliberately designed his mechs to build up a symbiotic relationship with their mech pilots in order to generate positive synergy. Mechs existed to complement mech pilots, nothing more. The Quint and the Shield of Samar had broken this original design intention. By borrowing the exceptional power of the breakthroughs of their respective pilots, they absorbed enough energies to become a higher-order life that possessed greater potential but also greater danger. Though there was a chance that either the Quint or the Shield of Samar might betray their owners one day, Vase didn't take it too seriously. The two exceptional living mechs were firmly in his grasp and they had already grown alongside the Larkinsons for so long that it was inconceivable that they would turn their coats. Vase also knew that it was beyond his means to make more higher-order living mechs like these. The circumstances that allowed them to evolve to a higher state were not replicable. If he wanted to increase the amount of mechs like these in his arsenal, then he could do nothing but wait until his expert candidates broke through while piloting an ordinary living mech. Suffice to say, this was a slow, unreliable and uncontrollable production process. He predicted that he would have to become a senior or master before he was qualified to pursue this matter further. It therefore came as a complete surprise to Vase that Joshua of all people found a way to make a breakthrough in this aspect. At the very start of a mech's existence, Joshua's improvised blood ritual somehow triggered a transformation that caused the Chimera project to turn into a higher-order living mech. Vase thought that this wasn't possible at his current level of strength. He assumed that the Chimera project would have to leech off the energies released by another breakthrough in order to become in existence at the same level of the Quint and the Shield of Samar. He was wrong. All it took was a smaller trigger to transform the spiritual foundation of a mech from a half-life into a full life. As the Chimera project settled into its new mode of existence, Vase sensed how much it had grown from its previous state. The same building blocks were still there. The mech had not grown stronger because it gained more building blocks, but because it rearranged the existing ones in a much more clever way. It was just like gathering all of the materials that formed a human body. If Vase just piled up the different substances into a single box, nothing useful would come out of it due to the complete lack of structure. By binding certain organic materials together into a single-celled organism, he could make an initial form of life, although it was so weak that it couldn't even think for itself. By combining a greater amount of materials to form a larger form of life like a mouse or a rabbit, the living element became smarter, more capable and more aware. By using up all of the materials at hand to create a new human entity, only then would Vase have the option to create a completely new sentient form of life. The Chimera project now belonged to the last category, having jumped to it by transforming its entire spiritual foundation so that everything was being utilized and nothing was being wasted. It was a much better utilization of spiritual resources than what Vase was able to accomplish before. Right now, his head was filled with questions and uncertainties. What were the principles behind this mysterious transformation? How was Joshua of all people able to come up with this innovation? Would Vase be able to decipher the mechanisms behind this profound change and apply it to any of his subsequent mechs? By now, Joshua had withdrawn his bleeding hand. He calmly retrieved a small first aid gadget from his tool belt and covered his wound with a special foam that sterilized and closed the wound. The expert pilot silently reached out and performed the same procedure on Vase's palm. Vase woke up from his thoughts after he received this treatment. He looked incredibly confused at Joshua. How? The expert pilot responded with a knowing smile. I had a hunch. The explanations could wait for later. Right now, the state of the Chimera project was of greater importance. Vase had to secure at least one success before he could chase after other goals. He shakily withdrew a pouch from his hidden pocket. He opened it up and dropped 5 lustrous gems onto his healthy palm. He stretched his hand to his brother in arms. What do you want me to do? Venerable Joshua questioned. This time, it was his turn to look confused. Choose one of these gems. Which one attracts you the most? Joshua wasn't sure why this was important, but he did not want to keep Vase waiting. He fell silent for a dozen seconds. He didn't feel anything special about any of the gems, so he decided to pick the one with the most attractive color in his eyes. This one, he pointed to the aquamarine gem. It's the most colorful one. Great choice. Vase carefully put the remaining gems in his pouch before approaching the front of the cockpit. He quickly withdrew a multi-tool from his tool belt and pried the jewel that functioned as the main startup button from its socket. He then proceeded to put the aquamarine gem, which happened to share the same shape, in its place. Let's go outside and watch, Vase said as he already floated out of the cockpit. The mysterious transformation that the Chimera project had just undergone had somehow increased the quality of the mech. Although it hadn't turned into a masterwork straight away, it had come close to the masterwork threshold. It just needed a gentle push to get over the edge, and Vase just provided one. Chapter 3398. Distant Point. The 4 journeymen had all grown a bit numb at this point. This was far from the first time they fabricated a masterwork mech. In fact, when it came to expert mechs, half of the ones they made had climbed the second rung of the craftsmanship ladder. A success rate of 50% was unprecedented among journeymen as young as them. Each of them was sure that the galactic mech industry would become shocked if they learned about this explosive accomplishment. Vase even suspected that this was why Master Willix and her faction within the MTA weren't in a hurry to issue another batch of masterwork certificates to the Larkinson clan. Their success was too astonishing. Journeymen simply weren't supposed to be able to make so many masterworks in a short amount of time. They definitely shouldn't even be able to make masterworks out of expert mechs, which was supposed to be a much harder challenge. While a single unexpected success could easily be dismissed as a fluke, a string of 3 masterwork expert mechs was definitely a pattern. Even the stupidest humans would be able to figure out that the Larkinson mech designers grasped a secret method. Vase needed to have a good talk with Master Willix after this. He could not allow the public to know that the Larkinson clan possessed 3 masterwork expert mechs, which was more than most small states possessed. When Vase and Joshua floated out of the cockpit, the remaining 3 mech designers didn't exactly know what happened inside. Alexandria's design network was still in effect, but the connections had become a little frayed after maintaining it for so long. The 2 blood brothers also didn't feel the need to share their inner thoughts to the others. However, that wasn't important at the moment. All Gloriana cared about was that she had succeeded in making another masterwork mech. From what she had observed from the outside, she already figured out that Vase used a gem to push the Chimera project across the masterwork threshold. She had expected him to do that when she noticed that the mech suddenly grew stronger and more cohesive all of a sudden. While Venerable Joshua ignorantly looked on as the Chimera project comprehensively transformed in a different and less familiar sense, the four mech designers kept all of their senses focused on the expert mech as it fully settled onto the second rung of the craftsmanship ladder. This was the 6th time that Vase witnessed such a profound change. The more he elevated his work to this level, the deeper he came to understand the nature of mechs and what it took to make them more exceptional. He was already familiar with some of the subtle changes. He had already studied them before and figured out as much as he could at his current level of perception and understanding. There was no need for him to waste further time on observing these known processes. Vase instead focused his attention on the other subtle changes that he could only sense at this special time, as recordings were never able to convey the complete picture after the transformation had taken place. What he was particularly interested in was determining how his design philosophy affected the quality of a mech. What Joshua had done earlier provided him with greater evidence that improving the spiritual design of a mech directly increased its overall quality. The implication here was that Vase might be able to pump out masterworks on a regular basis if he could impart each of his mechs with better spiritual foundations. In fact, this rule didn't only apply to himself. This was probably the case for many other mech designers whose design philosophies enabled them to inject their own intangible elements to a mech or mech design. As long as these mech designers figured out how to improve the application and utilization of their design philosophies to a certain degree, the quality of mechs would automatically rise and thereby allow them to climb the second rung of the craftsmanship ladder over and over again. This was a much more reliable and systematic approach than striving for greater mechanical perfection, as was the case for some of his earlier successes. This was a brute force method of making masterworks that could only be achieved through luck and serendipity. I see, I understand. Each time he created a masterwork mech, his eyes opened a little more. Vase had already created more masterworks than many seniors and even masters had been able to make throughout their entire lifetimes. The ability to make a masterwork mech did not depend on purely piling up a lot of knowledge and skill. Experience helped, but the true factor that allowed mech designers like Vase to make strides in this area was to increase the utilization of his existing craftsmanship abilities. Designing a good mech wasn't the end of a mech designer's work. Only by realizing it into a concrete form would a new mech design truly become complete. Knowing how to produce a better machine and how to maximize the potential of an abstract design rounded out a mech designer. It turned out that Vase had reversed cause and effect. His mech affinity did not increase because he made a masterwork mech. Instead, it was more accurate to state that his exceptional efforts in trying to improve his mech craftsmanship naturally increased his affinity for mechs. Each substantial increase improved a given mech to such an extent that they turned into a masterwork. Mech affinity was ultimately a reflection of how much he intuitively understood and mastered the true nature of mechs. Perhaps other mech designers had other means to advance this personal trait, but Vase had always managed to increase his affinity by trying out new solutions. After 6 successive increases, he was vaguely able to sense that he was approaching an invisible point. Although it was still too far for him to figure out anything more, Vase was able to guess that if his mech affinity continued to improve, he would eventually be able to undergo a metamorphosis in terms of his own mech craftsmanship. During all of this time, Vase had constantly gripped the handle of the hammer of brilliance. Just as he was able to derive numerous new insights from the Chimera Project's masterwork translation, Vulcan was also watching the marvel of craftsmanship reach a more transcendent state. Vulcan's perception and outlook towards mechs was different from that of a human. He was much more attuned to the concept of craftsmanship and was able to derive completely different benefits from witnessing this precious occurrence. Finally, the masterwork transformation came to an end. The Chimera Project had not only come alive in the truest sense of the word, but also reached a transcendent level of quality that already turned it into one of the most special mechs of the Larkinson clan. Venerable Joshua felt inordinately pleased that he had the privilege of piloting the best living mech that Vase had developed up to this date. It's truly complete now, Gloriana stated while hugging her oblivious baby against her body. Aren't you impressed, Aurelia? Mommy and Daddy managed to make another masterwork mech this time. Boo, oh, you're so precious. You're much cuter than a masterwork. Now that the excitement had died down, everyone was thinking about their latest harvests. No one was in the mood to do anything further, so Vase instructed everyone to reset the mech workshop and stow the completed expert mech until they were ready to hold a testing session. While everyone wearily shut down all of the active machinery and cleaned up the loose equipment and materials, Vase slowly walked up to Venerable Joshua. The man of the hour and the recipient of this great success had never strayed too far from his new machine. Even now, Joshua was communicating and getting to know his exclusive living mech. Vase even had the illusion that a sense of harmony had already emerged between the two fated partners. Joshua, the expert pilot, turned around. Yes, sir. Vase gestured towards the impressive expert mech. The Chimera project needs a proper name. What do you think we should call it now that it has come to life? The expert pilot turned back to his expert mech and seemed to discuss the matter amongst themselves. Though the Chimera project was a brand new existence, it was not an ignorant and unknown living mech. 4 journeymen as well as a single expert pilot had all invested their energies as well as a piece of themselves in the expert mech, allowing them to shape its personality and outlook in a certain range. The living expert mech possessed the highest degree of intimacy towards Venerable Joshua, as it should. It was natural for the new machine to discuss its own identity with its human partner. Everchanger. Joshua eventually said, Everchanger. It was an odd name and one that conveyed a surprising amount of meaning. Who came up with this name? We both did, Joshua responded. Originally, my mech was fine with calling itself the Chimera, but I thought that sounded a bit boring. It's an impressive mech and deserves to be known as such. After a bit of brainstorming, we settled on a name that it can carry with pride once we grow stronger. Vase was afraid that Joshua and his new mech would copy Venerable Dice's naming sense, but fortunately that wasn't the case. Although Everchanger was a name that carried an unusual flavor to Vase, it truly had the potential to become as legendary as the Ouroboros one day. Although the Ouroboros was ahead by a century, the Everchanger started off with a much more impressive foundation. Vase believed it was not impossible for the latter to catch up to the former given enough time. When Vase shared the new name to the other 3 mech designers, no one had any objection to Joshua's choice. From today onwards, the Everchanger became a permanent part of the Larkinson clan's heritage of masterwork mechs. The Quint, the Amaranto, the Shield of Samar, and now the Everchanger became the crown jewels that cemented Ves's rule over his own people. As the journeyman prepared to leave the workshop and enjoy a long and well-deserved rest, Vase looked questioningly at Venerable Joshua. The happy expert pilot only had eyes for his new battle partner. I'd like to stay here if that's okay. We both enjoy each other's company and there is so much we can learn from each other. I've waited so long for this. Please allow me to enjoy this moment. Vase reluctantly nodded. You can stay, but don't activate your new expert mech just yet. We need to follow all of the safety protocols and minimize any chance of accidents. While I am sure the Everchanger doesn't mean any harm, we can't predict what will happen if you interface with it for the first time. We understand, sir. We're not in a hurry. It was quite remarkable how the Everchanger was fully conscious and active even if its systems hadn't come online. Its powerful and highly structured spiritual components had fused into a living entity in its own right, and did not need to rely on the support of the physical frame of the mech or a connection to a mech pilot to maintain its existence. Vase even suspected that the Everchanger's existence had moved closer to that of Kilangso. If the physical mech ever got destroyed one day, the spiritual entity known as the Everchanger might be able to transcend its mortal limits and become a design spirit. Of course, that was just a guess. Vase didn't think about it any further because he didn't want to lose any of his higher-order living mechs. Only when they remained intact would they be able to provide the greatest possible value to him and his clan. Most of the lights in the mech workshop shut off, leaving only a single pool of light that illuminated the Everchanger and Venerable Joshua. The two belonged together. Chapter 3399, Orders of Life. The completion of the Everchanger marked the end of the current round of design projects. While Vase and Gloriana unofficially had to complete one more expert mech for Venerable Brutus, it was not a part of the lineup of the Larkinson clan, so it didn't exactly count. Besides, the lead designer of this project was some distant Hexer master mech designer. Vase and his wife only played the role of contributing mech designers this time. Aside from lending their design philosophies and unique expertise, their input on the overall direction of the expert rifleman mech was fairly limited. Vase didn't mind. It was nice to let others do the bulk of the work this time. No matter what, a master mech designer was able to impart significantly greater benefits to any mech design, so Venerable Brutus would definitely obtain a more powerful machine. It also helped that the Woden dynasty committed a lot more hex credits in its development than with his previous expert mech. Brutus' standing within the dynasty had risen meteorically now that he was accompanying his sister and the Larkinson clan to the Red Ocean. The Hexers no longer treated him as an ordinary good boy. The day after completing the Chimera project, Vase and his wife woke up feeling completely rested and content. After teasing Aurelia for a while, Vase headed to his office and reflected upon all of his gains from the latest fabrication session. I've succeeded against all odds, lucky. Isn't that great, meow. The gem cat unenthusiastically responded as he lay on the desk and flipped his tail just a single time. With everything that had happened yesterday, it was hard for Vase to remember that he had accomplished the most important goal that he set for himself. By turning the Everchanger into a masterwork mech, he put Venerable Joshua onto the fast track. While any expert pilot would be happy to use a decent expert mech, there were limits to how much an inferior machine could foster their growth. The insufficient quality of an ordinary machine would eventually hamper an expert pilot's development and make it a lot harder to break through to ace pilot. Masterwork expert mechs didn't suffer from this problem, at least according to Master Willix. The second rung of Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship roughly corresponded to expert pilots, which meant that the two belonged to each other. When both the mech and pilot were exceptional to the same degree, they could further each other's growth. Just like Venerable Janzi, Venerable Joshua's growth rate had now become supercharged now that he received the support of a sufficiently powerful expert mech. Both of them possessed a realistic chance of advancing to ace pilot, and they didn't even have to wait until they grew as old as Patriarch Reginald Cross to reach their bottlenecks. All in all, the expert pilot that aligned most closely to Ves's domain and design philosophy obtained an unlimited future after this success. That was the most important result. Everything else was a bonus as far as he was concerned. That didn't mean that Vase ignored his bountiful harvest. He specifically set aside time for himself to process and integrate all of his recent innovations, insights and discoveries. Hours passed by as Vase took a lot of mental notes while reviewing the footage of the fabrication run. He studied what he had done and how the Everchanger improved as a response. He also paid special attention to the blood ritual that Venerable Joshua performed on his own accord. After thinking about it, he was able to reconstruct the probable logic behind Joshua's move. The key is Blinky, Vase realized. Moreau, the companion spirit exited Ves's head and floated around the office. Yes, you played a key role in helping the Everchanger evolve to a higher-order living mech. Venerable Joshua resonated with Blinky for many days during the fabrication run. The constant exposure allowed him to gain a greater understanding of the nature of spiritual life forms. At some point, he came up with a revolutionary idea. What if his living expert mech turned into an entity that was closer to Blinky? This was what Joshua set out to accomplish. Though he knew nothing about mech design or spiritual engineering, his intuition and feel towards life was not inferior to that of Vase. Although their outlooks towards life were slightly different due to their different backgrounds and progression, their stances were similar enough for them to be able to cooperate. Resonance and alignment are the building blocks. Vase theorized Joshua's unusual method. They are the necessary elements for Joshua to exert his influence. If he doesn't possess a connection to the mech, he wouldn't have been able to induce any transformation. The key was Joshua's force of will. Vase recalled that this was the basis of an expert pilot's power. Without an empowered will, an expert pilot was unable to distort reality. I see now. According to his guess, the bloody handshake that Venerable Joshua performed wasn't a mysterious magic ritual or anything like that. It was just a psychological trick that helped him channel and exercise his force of will in a special manner. Perhaps the blood shed by two life-oriented individuals played another important role, but Vase assumed this was just the trigger. What really mattered was that Joshua was able to exert his force of will in a special way that distorted reality by upgrading the life order of a mech. Vase tried to figure out the requirements of this method and how easy it was to replicate it so that he could make more higher-order living mechs. Obviously, Venerable Joshua's cooperation was necessary, and so was a normal living mech. Vase wasn't sure whether the mech in question had to be attuned to Venerable Joshua. If so, then this imposed a lot of limitations on how many higher-order living mechs he could make. What else is required? Could Venerable Joshua perform this transformation alone, or did he require the cooperation of Vase and Blinky to perform this major step? Vase thought deeply about it and couldn't come up with a solid answer. He intuitively felt that Joshua wasn't capable enough to upgrade the life order of a mech by himself. The expert pilot wasn't a creator and didn't specialize in this aspect. This was something that Vase was good at, but as a journeyman, he could only do so much. In short, Vase possessed the method but not the power. Joshua possessed the power but not the method. Only by working together and pooling their resources together could Vase and Joshua make a mech that was far beyond their individual level to make. Ves's eyes lit up as understanding finally dawned upon him. In the end, we accomplished the impossible by relying on the power of synergy. They could have never pulled this off if even one of the requirements weren't met. There had to be a living mech. The living mech possessed enough building blocks to possess greater potential for life. The mech designer was capable of creating new life. The expert pilot was capable of bending the rules of reality related to life. The expert pilot was able to resonate with the living mech. The expert pilot needed a way to trigger the transformation. As long as Vase was able to meet these conditions in a future project, he was curious whether he could replicate the outcome. If so, then he might hold the shortcut to progressing his design philosophy. Creating a mech that is more alive than before isn't necessarily the key to helping me advance to a higher rank. Vase reminded himself. What is actually important is how I can take advantage of this to push the synergy and cooperation between man and machine to the next level. Creating a powerful living mech was not his end goal. His true purpose as a mech designer was to serve mech pilots, so any groundbreaking inventions had to feed back into his ultimate ambition. He would have plenty of opportunity to figure this out by observing Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger in action. Their unprecedented mutual cooperation would serve as an ongoing experiment to Vase. Hopefully, the pairing would provide plenty of research data in the coming years. After making this determination, Vase focused on the nature of higher-order living mechs. He realized that he needed to come up with a more systematic framework to classify different forms of living mechs. One living mech wasn't the same as another living mech. His earliest Mark Antony model was technically a living mech, but it was a rubbish one that hardly possessed any added value. So far, I have 3 confirmed living mechs that have reached the highest order that I know of. He muttered. The Quint, the Shield of Samar and the Everchanger definitely stand above the rest. The Devil Tiger and the Ouroboros had potentially joined this exclusive club as well, but Vase wasn't able to confirm this suspicion. Even if they did reach the highest life order that he knew of, he would never admit it to anyone. All of his other living mechs had not reached this order. The Dark Zephyr, the Riot and the First Sword were clearly less alive when he compared them to his masterwork expert mechs. To him, there was a clear and obvious difference in life state between the two groups. There were other living mechs that were even weaker than his regular expert mechs. Most of them were based on his older and weaker mech designs. The further he went back in his career, the less life his products contained. When Vase looked back on his entire body of work, he began to group them under 4 different categories. The degree of life in a mech can be classified in at least 4 orders. The 0th order is the starting point and describes any mech with no signs of life. He decided to start with 0 instead of 1 because such a mech wasn't alive in the slightest. This didn't necessarily mean that such a machine was weak. Many mechs designed by other smart and powerful mech designers did not possess a drop of life, but they could easily demolish his Bright Warriors and other living mechs in battle. The MTA's cutting-edge first-class multi-purpose mechs, the overpowering Olympus Mons, the innovative Charlemagne and the unkillable Belisarius were just some of the examples that mechs didn't need to be alive for them to be strong. The 0th order was simply a means for Vase to classify his own work. It did not set any norms or assumptions that living mechs were stronger than non-living mechs. He would have to be incredibly arrogant to believe that every other mech designer in existence was useless. If the 0th order contains no life, then the 1st order possesses the beginnings of one. These were the mechs that for some reason or another contained the beginnings of an X factor, which meant that other people could also make mechs that belonged to the 1st order under special circumstances. Vase himself assigned his earliest mech designs to this order as well. His virtual mechs as well as the variants of other people's designs possessed enough life to make a difference, but not enough for it to be a strong selling point. The 2nd order was when living mechs truly started to kick into gear. Starting from the Desolate Soldier, every mech that Vase had designed up until now possessed roughly enough life to develop a half-conscious personality. If Vase left out the influence of design spirits, then 2nd order living mechs were able to nudge their mech pilots and provide plenty of subtle assistance. They also possessed greater growth potential. When they partnered up with the same mech pilots for many years, they could grow in a direction that allowed them to provide even greater assistance to their partners. However, no matter how much growth a 2nd order living mech experienced, it was hard for it to jump to a higher order. They needed a powerful external injection in order to upgrade their life order by another step. Currently, The third order was the highest life order that Vase was able to realize. It described a mech that was not only alive, but also conscious and fully equal to any other sentient life form. It was not alive in the way that a bacterium or a mouse was alive, but it was a true living entity that was capable of exercising logic, reason and emotion. Their influence over their physical mechs went against common sense, and they were able to work together with their mech pilots to an unprecedented degree. Third-order living mechs were the ultimate products that Vase could strive for, at least for now. While it was easy enough for him to guess that even higher orders might exist, he couldn't even imagine what that would be like. They would have to be substantially more remarkable than the Everchanger. When Vase mentally listed out the 4 different life orders, he suddenly realized that it sounded awfully familiar to Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship. In fact, knowing about this theoretical model may have unconsciously influenced Vase to create a similar scheme. Then, does that mean I can publish my own theory one day? His eyes lit up. This was definitely a promising idea. He just needed to come up with a catchy name for his new theoretical framework. How about Larkinson's Orders of Life? Chapter 3400. Entrenched mech designer. The days after bringing the Everchanger to life brought a much-needed time of rest and relaxation. The design department had mostly turned from an active workplace to a study hall as most assistant mech designers showed up in order to learn. The eager students exchanged their Larkinson merits to borrow valuable textbooks or receive personal instruction from one of the journeymen. They exchanged ideas with each other or challenged their rivals to brief and simplified design duels. Vase spent a bit of his time on the people he had neglected as of late. His all-consuming focus on his expert mech design projects had caused him to fall out of touch with the current situation of the design department. More than half a year ago, a large batch of apprentices joined his ranks. Each of them hardly had the opportunity to get in touch with the lead or head designers, but that was not a problem as they mostly received guidance from the earlier batches of assistants. So far, none of the mech designers stood out from the pack. Miles Tovar, who Vase had designated as a journeyman candidate, had made no appreciable progress despite his best efforts to progress his design philosophy. The aerial mech specialist even went out of his way to exchange his precious Larkinson merits to receive repeated instructions and advice from Juliet Stamaros. Despite the fact that she was a hexer, she knew more about aerial mechs than any other journeyman in the clan. Though Miles benefited considerably from Juliet's expertise, Vase could clearly see that his spirituality had remained virtually the same. It did not improve in quantity or quality. Whatever he was doing, it wasn't working. Strange, Vase commented. He talked a few times with Miles to figure out what was wrong. The former member of the Tovar family of the Bright Republic might have enjoyed a privileged upbringing, but he knew the value of hard work. He hardly took any breaks and consistently spent his time on deepening his foundation, designing new aerial mechs, and even went down to the lower decks to try his hand at fabricating and repairing mechs. Nothing worked. His lack of progress stood in stark contrast to Ketty's, who used to be a journeyman candidate alongside him. Ever since she broke through, she fully shed her marginal role as an assistant and turned into a worthy and equal contributor. Though her accumulation of knowledge and experience still fell behind her peers, she had proven herself to be worthy enough to become the definitive authority on swords and sword-wielding mechs in the Larkinson clan. Vase found it to be a pity that his clan did not gain any other journeyman in the last year. Despite employing over 150 assistant mech designers, of which 25 of them possessed spiritual potential, none of them rose above their station. The only progress that Vase had observed was that 5 more apprentices developed spiritual potential since he last surveyed them. He had no idea what caused them to become spiritually active one day, and that frustrated him a lot. Without deciphering the trigger or underlying reasons behind their subtle transformation, he was unable to perform targeted research into replicating this process. In any case, even if the assistants gained spiritual potential, that didn't necessarily mean they were guaranteed to become journeymen. Vase thought back on his own breakthrough and also what Ketty's had gone through to obtain her own chance. He came up with a tentative theory why Miles and possibly many other promising mech designers in the design department stagnated. It was enough of a reason for him to call over the struggling apprentice mech designer. "What do you require, sir? Sit down for a moment," Vase instructed and waved to the chair beside his workstation. When Miles attentively sat down while maintaining a proper posture, Lucky glided down on his lap and asked for pats. Meow. As the man relaxed a bit, Vase began to share his theory. "I can feel how badly you want to become a journeyman. You certainly have the drive and diligence to become one. Your knowledge base is solid enough and your dedication to our profession is undeniable. It's just, Miles looked uneasy as he petted Lucky's metallic back. Just what, sir? I can only speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel anecdotally, but, you need to stop acting as if you're working in a normal office. Pardon, mech design is more than engineering. It's also a creative art. Do you understand what I am trying to convey? The former, Brighter wasn't stupid, he only needed a single nudge to understand what Vase was trying to say. Are you suggesting that my approach is wrong and that I should act more like a struggling artist? Vase softly chuckled. I guess you can say so. I wouldn't put it that way, but it is an apt description of what I think will help your case. You see, back when I was in your shoes, I did not just sit around doing regular stuff. I went out of my way to explore new opportunities, see new sights and experience plenty of thrills, some more life-threatening than others. If there is one thing that our former home state is right about, it's that plucking mech designers out of their comfortable labs and dumping them into war zones is a great way to shake them up and force them to experience new stimuli. I believe that is the key to their subsequent success, assuming they survive their ordeals. Miles looked rather taken with the theory. So I should start acting like a brave. There's a reason why I support gutsy mech designers. Vase smiled. It was nice to talk with smart people, and most mech designers tended to fall into this category. I believe I have said enough to push you into what I believe to be the right direction. In my opinion, you are so entrenched in your ordinary routine that you simply won't be able to make a drastic change due to all of the inertia you are stuck in. You need to become exposed to strong stimuli in order to break you out of your current shell. Though Vase did not provide any proof that his theory was true, Miles already decided to commit to it. What he was currently doing yielded no results. Instead of repeating the same activities that produced the same results, it made more sense to adopt a different pattern. At least then he had greater hopes of obtaining a different result. I'll think about it, Miles gratefully said. There is not much I can do while I remain attached to our fleet, though. I can't possibly follow your example and go on a dangerous adventure. I'm not a fighter like Keddies either, so I won't be dueling any swordsman anytime soon. This was indeed a problem. If the Larkinson clan was based in a fixed location, it was fine if its members went on an excursion. However, since everyone was based in the fleet, it was not as practical for people to go about their way, especially when the Larkinson clan did not linger in a fixed region. I'll see about organizing a number of exciting activities once we reach the Red Ocean and stabilize our situation. Vase promised. I'm already thinking about holding tournaments and giving limited approval for certain fleet elements to go on independent tours. Some of these ideas are only viable in the long term though, so don't wait on us to give you the opportunities. Find them yourself. If our clan doesn't offer you enough stimuli, then try and seek them out on the galactic net. There is an entire community of mech designers out there that you can challenge, collaborate or exchange with. Just do something different. With that, Vase dismissed the apprentice. He sent a brief message to the Black Cats to keep a closer eye on Miles. If the frustrated apprentice made actual progress, then Vase wanted to know everything Miles had done in order to catch his own opportunity. I really hope you'll succeed. We could always use more journeymen. Vase whispered. The mech legions all needed a lot of new mech models that were tailored to their own strategies and mech doctrines. 4 journeymen couldn't possibly meet the huge demand in the short and medium term. If we have double the amount of journeymen, then we won't be so swamped with priorities. The Larkinson mech designers not only needed to meet the demand from the Larkinson army, but also design numerous new commercial mech designs in order to create more revenue sources. Although Vase hadn't paid much attention to the LMC lately, he was vaguely aware that its monthly sales were starting to slide. The excitement surrounding established models such as the Desolate Soldier, the Doom Guard, the Ferocious Piranha and the Crystal Lord Mark II was dropping. They had all reached market saturation in the Yena star cluster a few months ago, as the most eager customers already got their hands on the new machines. The competition hadn't been sitting still either. Even if third-class mech designers had less options available than their second-class counterparts, they could still be inventive if they needed to be. Not only did they design competitive alternatives that could give the LMC mechs a run for their money, the mech industry also came up with targeted counters. Vase wasn't sure whether it was worth his time to keep designing third-class mechs. He might delegate that responsibility almost entirely to his design teams. What he was certain about was that the Larkinson clan's growing pile of debt necessitated a drastic increase in income. The easiest way for Vase to address this problem was to enter the second-class mech market. He rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as he leaned back on his chair. It's been a long time since I designed a mech that is meant to sell. I have to come up with at least one cash cow in order to alleviate the worsening financial position of my clan. This was an interesting challenge to Vase. Unlike designing a mech for his clansmen, he needed to take a larger, more eclectic and more diverse clientele in mind. All sorts of people who came from many different states and cultures were potential customers to him. What he needed to do was to focus on a broad target audience and develop a new mech concept that strongly appealed to their needs. This was pretty hard even for Vase. While he had a lot more options available than a few years ago, all of this choice slowed down his decision-making process. He had to make a careful consideration on what he was willing to add to his commercial products and what he should reserve for his clan. For example, it wouldn't take a lot of time for him to publish the second-class version of the Ferocious Piranha, but right now it functioned as one of the key mechs of the Flagrant Vandals and a few other mech legions that deployed light mechs. It would cheapen their advantage and their special identity if their signature mechs were sold en masse to the public. This is why the Larkinson army needs at least 21 exclusive mech series. At least Vase had already made a head start in fulfilling them with models such as the Transcendent Punisher and the Eternal Redemption. For now, he wanted each mech legion to obtain 3 exclusive mech models which they could base their essential strategies around. Once the avatars, sentinels and other mech legions received their core mechs, Vase was open to expanding their mech roster with additional mech models that added more flexibility and options to their fighting approach, though this could wait until later. Just thinking about how many projects all of this entailed already gave Vase a headache. Should he relax his own rule and become more open to hiring external journeyman mech designers? Although it would be a lot more difficult to guarantee their loyalty, they provided immediate value to the Larkinson clan. Perhaps Vase should explore this idea further. Chapter 3401, Possible Expansion. When Vase convened all of the journeymen of the design department for a meeting, he outlined his plans and thoughts about their future direction. Moo, wah, mew, he found it hard to remain on topic while little Aurelia had grown to the point where she became increasingly more active. When she was awake, though she still slept most of the time, Vase distinctly noticed that Aurelia as well as Mana became increasingly more responsive and playful. Gloriana looked radiant as she happily indulged in her daughter's antics. Alexandria meanwhile allowed the intangible white fuzzball to jump onto her red tail. Ahem. Vase coughed as his daughter adorably held onto Gloriana's finger. As I was saying, our list of design priorities keep growing. Although a part of it is because it took longer for us to complete our most recent round of mech design projects, the fact of the matter is that the rapid growth of our clan has rapidly overtaken the growth of our design department. What we need to do is to bring the latter up to speed. Although I hope to rely on internal promotion to solve our increasing shortage of lead designers, it appears that my assumptions were too optimistic. You can't raise journeymen whenever you want, Vase. Gloriana proudly stated even as Aurelia's tiny fingers clung onto her hair. What happened to Keddies is the exception rather than the rule. Otherwise, why are people like us who broke through before we reached 30 years old so special? Don't forget that most of our assistants lean on the younger side. They're less talented than us, so it's no surprise that they need more time to make substantial progress. The true situation of the mech industry is mostly like this. Even if you employ hundreds of assistants, it can take decades before one of them breaks through. Her words described the cold hard truth about how unreliable it was to pin his hopes on internal promotion to fill up the ranks of journeymen. The design teams were filled with mediocre mech designers who failed to distinguish themselves when they studied their crafts and worked at their initial jobs. Their hunger for greater opportunities may have led them to the Larkinson clan, but if they were more talented, capable and successful, they would have turned to much more attractive options. Truly skilled and ambitious mech designers never thought about becoming assistant to other mech designers. They insisted on leading their own projects and designing mechs based on their own visions. These were the true journeyman candidates. As long as they possessed spiritual potential, their chances of breaking through was much higher than any of the drones in the design department. When Vase glanced at himself as well as the other 3 journeymen, he realized that none of them were typical mech designers. Nothing needed to be said about himself. Vase was anything but conventional and he reveled in that. Breaking rules excited him and he never accepted the status quo. Gloriana may have been raised to exacting standards by her strict mother, but she lived up to the expectations of the Woden dynasty. Her existence was proof that funneling a lot of money in someone's upbringing could result in fantastic returns. Kedis grew up under much worse circumstances than the former Hexer, but she was already talented enough to do decently well in the frontier. Once she joined the Larkinson clan and received proper tutelage and resources, she grew up at a rapid pace. With the help of the companion spirit that Vase had gifted to her, she even became one of the most remarkable mech designers in existence due to her dual breakthroughs. Juliet was the most ordinary journeyman among this gathering. Although she possessed an unusual history, her trajectory as a mech designer was relatively conventional. Though her personality and design philosophy weren't as exciting as the others, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. She brought a much-needed measure of calm, rationality and sanity to the group meetings. Even then, Juliet was already remarkable enough for being able to advance to journeyman at a relatively young age. If Vase grouped everyone in the room together, then none of them were the sort of people that could easily be found on the job market. With the expeditionary fleet getting closer and closer to the gate system, it became easier than ever for the Larkinson clan to fill its job vacancies. A seemingly endless amount of eager and ambitious apprentice mech designers wanted to catch a ride to the Red Ocean while doing the work that they loved. The Larkinson clan even began to receive inquiries from various journeyman mech designers. Each of them were attracted to different aspects of the Larkinson clan. Some thought that the clan had a prosperous future. Others were attracted by the short but illustrious track record of the lead designers. A few of the older journeymen even thought the Larkinson clan would be lucky if they became the new leaders of the design department. Journeymen tended to be more passionate, colorful and confident in terms of personality, so the group of applicants looked like a circus to Vase. It was hard for him to take any of them seriously, especially when a large proportion of the applications lacked sincerity. "I don't know, Vase," Kedis commented after a while. "I don't want to work alongside people who haven't fought and bled alongside us. I don't mean that literally, of course, but I respect everyone who joined up when we were much weaker and stuck with us through both the good times and bad times. Now that our clan has grown larger and more stable, it would be too cheap for other journeymen to swoop in and take everything for granted." The others frowned as well. This was a shared sentiment among the Larkinson mech designers. Gloriana embraced Aurelia as she voiced her own opinion. "We can give the newcomers a lower status than us. They will all have to prove themselves before they can earn sufficient trust to hand over greater responsibility to them. This doesn't have to happen in a hurry. We can observe them for a number of years in order to see whether they are truly committed to our clan or whether they are purely out for themselves." That was another good suggestion, although Vase already spotted a couple of problems. "This isn't a risk-free plan," he said. "All of the projects we are working upon, such as our recent expert mech design projects, are highly sensitive and classified. If an outside journeyman joins our ranks and works on a dozen or so important projects only for us to deem him unsuitable, what should we do with him? If we kick him out, he'll not only resent us, but also walk away with a lot of internal design secrets. We could keep him but reassign him to another function," Gloriana proposed. Vase shook his head. "That won't work. Journeymen are proud and are used to enjoying a higher status. They won't accept getting marginalized. If I reassign them to less important projects or move them out of the design department entirely, then we'll definitely suffer a backlash. Journeymen couldn't be treated as normal clansmen and employees. They enjoyed a higher status in every part of human society, but they were even more respected in the Larkinson clan. Part of the problem was that Vase wasn't a senior or master. If he was a higher-ranked mech designer, then it would have been much easier for him to keep journeymen under his thumb." After a few more minutes of discussion, Vase came up with a tentative decision. "I don't think we should give up on internal promotion, but our need for more design capacity is so great that we must be open to alternatives." He slowly said, "I want to try and see what happens if we accept 2 new journeymen into our clan. Naturally, they will start off lower on the totem pole and must prove their loyalty, dedication and value over a span of several years until they receive our actual trust. What do you think about this proposal?" He originally wanted to recruit 4 extra journeymen, but that made this batch more difficult to control. By having the recruitment target, he didn't need to be afraid even if both of the newcomers banded together. 2 is a good amount. Gloriana concurred. She was the most afraid of losing her power in the design department. It's much easier to supervise the new recruits that way. They better be worth the effort, though. Juliet was also open to this proposal. "We could certainly use more specialists. Venerable Janzi will be ecstatic if a journeyman with a Class 3 design philosophy can finally bring the defensive capabilities of her Shield of Samar to the next level. This was one of the most compelling reasons why Vase was so eager to add more journeymen to his clan. Since he planned to design a lot more specialized mechs for the Larkinson army, it was essential that the design department was able to cover the most essential attributes of a mech. Aside from a defensive mech specialist, Vase also wanted to recruit a ranged mech specialist so that the design department could better serve all of the mech pilots who fought at range. Although Vase was in the process of grooming Xanthar Larkinson into a future authority on luminaire crystal technology, the young man hadn't graduated yet. It took too much time for him to become a novice, apprentice and finally a journeyman. A lot could change while Xanthar remained irrelevant. Just a single decade was enough to completely alter the circumstances of the Larkinson clan. The mech legions needed stronger mech designs sooner rather than later in order to make sure the clan survived the upcoming events. What do you think, Kedis? The young woman shrugged. I don't know. I'm okay with it I guess, but if the new journeymen turn out to be bastards, I don't want to work alongside them. They shouldn't even be allowed to play a role in the design of our crucial Larkinson mechs. You're not alone in this, Kedis. Vase smiled in response. It's not that easy to earn my trust. I will do my best to screen and filter all of the applications so that only the most earnest and well-meaning journeymen will join our ranks. I won't hire any older and more experienced ones because it is too likely that they will abuse their seniority in order to obtain more say in how we run the design department. They briefly discussed which criteria they should set to evaluate the possible applicants. Age, design philosophy, background, culture, design library, prior employment and even political stances were all factors that determined whether a new journeyman was a good fit for the Larkinson clan. I have one more suggestion. Gloriana spoke up. You should wait until we've entered the Red Ocean before you begin recruitment. The pool of available journeymen in our current region is fairly limited and boring. We can draw from a much more diverse population of journeymen in the new frontier. Those that have managed to obtain passage through the Beander Gate aren't average, so you won't have to waste any time with the riff-raff. Vase looked intrigued. That's a good idea. We'll be delayed for a bit, and we will have to integrate mech designers who are much more different than the people we are accustomed to dealing with, but the payoff is a lot greater. Although Vase didn't look down on mech designers who grew up in the Galactic Rim, he was a lot more keen on diversifying the design department by adding mech designers who originated from the Galactic Heartland to the roster. As for the mech designers who grew up in the most prosperous part of human space, Vase had no hopes that his piddly little Larkinson clan could possibly attract such elites. Let's settle for this proposal, then. If you have a bit of free time, then do me a favor and look up the journeymen who are available for hire in the Red Ocean. If we can lock them down early, then we don't have to wait too long to welcome our new colleagues.